Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 13 Do Chapter 491. Zheng Ji Lufei Online Lifting the Bar, 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Wachung Front Port, Crescent Bay. The delegations representing the islands in the East Daxia Sea are also preparing for the voyage. Puff ha 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 ha, slap, won't you stay and play for 2 more days? Carp laughed. Yes, old village chief, stay for 2 more days. Sabo agreed. Play for fun, all day long if you don't do business, you know how to play. Do you think I am as free as you guys? But there are still many things waiting for me in the village. Slap said sternly. Oh, but the village chief, you used to wander around the village all day long, didn't you? The straight Luffy pierced Slap. Village chief Slap was choked by Luffy's blunt question. I was. Walking around and patrolling is also one of the important tasks of the village chief. Say nothing. Slap ignored Luffy's lifting the bar, and turned to look at Da Dan's group. Hey, Da Dan, you bastards really don't go back. If you don't go back, you won't go back. If you leave Mr. Luo Lin's great work here, who will continue to go back to be a bandit? Da Dan took it for granted. The little Dogula and the other bandits also nodded again and again. Okay, don't go back if you don't go back, then you tell me the place where the treasure is hidden, and I will take people up to dig it later, and give the villagers a cent to improve the conditions. Slap laughed. Hey, if you don't bring this, it's all our hard work and hunting. In case you want to go back and have a look later. The bandit Dayton and his group suddenly wailed, Pouch. Marquino, who also came to see him off, couldn't help laughing out of joy. Little Marquino, you shouldn't go back this time. Slap looked at Mackinaw. Okay. Mackinaw's face blushed slightly, and he hummed softly. Let's do it. I will find someone to help you watch your tavern. Remember, if Luo Lin bullies you, don't bear it. You can find me your carp, we can help you out. Advertisement. Slap waved his fist and said with great momentum. Grandpa Village Chief, Mr. Luo Lin won't bully me. Mackinaw lowered her head shyly and stomped her feet. This hasn't been done yet. Just this guy talking. I'm going to ask Luo Lin what fascinating soup that guy gave to my little girl. The village chief Slap rolled up his sleeves and looked like a dry frame. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The village chief don't go. Luffy stretched his arms and hugged. Okay. Everyone was taken aback. Lil Lufei, let me go quickly what you do. Slap struggled. And to add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Grandpa Village Chief, don't be impulsive, you can't beat the handsome uncle. Luffy spoke seriously. Everyone, Slap. Doesn't the old man look wise? I'm just talking about it casually. And why didn't you find that your kid could hold the bar so much before? Mr. Luo Lin is here. The hero is coming. At this moment, people on the coast not far away noticed Luo Lin's arrival, and suddenly shouted with excitement. With a smile on his face, Luo Lin greeted the representatives of the islands in the East Daxia Sea one by one, and everyone in Ling was very excited. Brother Luo Lin, can my sister live with us? Little girl Nami jumped forward, holding Luo Lin's arm affectionately. Girl Nuokagao isn't going back? Luo Lin asked. Nami nodded in place of Nuokagao. Of course you can. Luo Lin smiled and touched Nami's little head. Advertisement. Yay. Nami happily made a victory gesture. Luo Lin finally came to everyone in Windmill Village. Slap, it's a little lonely to go back alone, won't you stay for a few days? Luo Lin smiled. Don't wait, the children in the village are still waiting for me to tell them stories. Slap said. That's it, then you can bring everyone over to play together next time. Luo Lin invited. Needless to say, we are also coming. Who told you to abduct the most beautiful girl in our village? As the elders, we always have to come and see if Makino is doing well with you. Slap waved his cane. Ha ha. Luo Lin put his big hand on Marquino's hair and stroked it lightly. Touched by Luo Lin's big hand, Mackinaw was like a docile kitten, with a satisfied and happy expression on her face. Slap sighed and turned to board the ship. Goodbye, village chief. The 3 straw hats waved goodbye to the bandits of Dayton's family. Mr. Hero, Mr. Luo Lin, thanks for the hospitality. Just like the boatmen in the capital of water, the representatives of the East Daxia Sea mission finally gathered and bowed to Luo Lin in an orderly manner. All gone, then I have to leave too, Ace spoke suddenly. Ace, you have to go too? Chapter 492, The Captain of the Whitebeard orders 1 quarter seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, alas. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes widened suddenly, prolonging a surprised ending. Ace, are you going to leave? Luffy grabbed Ace's arm with a look of dismay. Ace, don't rush away, everyone will meet again. Can't you stay for a while? Sabo, Mackinaw, and the bandits of Dayton's family opened their mouths to stay. Hey, Ace scratched the back of his head apologetically. I'm really sorry, everyone, I also want to have a happy banquet with Luffy, Sob, and everyone, but this is an order from the captain of the old man. I must go back. The captain of the Whitebeard ordered Ace, your Whitebeard pirates don't want to take the opportunity to occupy the territory of the beasts and the ant? Carp narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the subtle expression on Carp's face, Ace couldn't help but tremble. No, it's not that Dad summoned us. Because of this, not much to say, Marco and they are already waiting for me. Ace greeted one last time, then turned into a flame, and went straight to the pirate ship of the traveler Thomas, which stopped on the coast. Goodbye, Ace. See you on the sea next time. Luffy waved goodbye to Sabazi. Luffy brother, goodbye. Ace's brothers, and Mr. Roland, we are leaving. Luffy, Sabo, see you in the sea again. Jinping, who was also on the Doma pirate ship, waved goodbye to Marco. Hey Luffy. Just when Straw Hat Luffy fell into sorrow because of the separation from his brother Ace. On the coast not far away, there was the shout of little fatty Lazy Lu. Lu, are you leaving too? Looking at Lucky Lu who was packing and saluting, Luffy's head was rare once. Ha ha ha, you can't go if you don't, Shanks is still waiting for us to tell him a story. Lazy Lu laughed. Dad, long-nosed Usopp looked at his father with a look of dismay. Usopp, advertisement Jesus spoke loudly, yes. Usopp stands at attention. You are already an excellent sea warrior. Dad has already seen this. I will see you in the sea next time. Jesus patted his son Usopp's mouth with a smile. Yes, see you next time. I will definitely grow up to not lose the old sea warrior. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Usopp patted the bear's breast, confident, very good, really worthy of my son. Jesus laughed proudly. On the other side of the square. The sword and tent burst out and collided. The ultimate sublimation and then converges to the invisible. Concession, Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's second largest swordsman, calmly closed his sword. Number 2, add bookmarks for easy reading. No, Mr. Mihawk's kendo is really more diligent. This time thank you for your advice, let me, unskillful disciples learn something. Koshiro, the instructor of Washung Kendo, squinted and smiled. Papa. All the students of Uenishin Dojo who were watching the battle applauded and cheered. Hawkeye Mihawk still nodded calmly and expressionlessly. Then he turned around and walked straight to Luo Lin on the coast. Hawkeye boy, you have to go too, Roland Road, yes. Hawkeye nodded. Next time I meet, I will ask your excellency Luo Lin for advice. Hawkeye Mihawk's cold face was rarely curved, sword-like sharp eyes are filled with strong confidence. Yes, welcome anytime. Luo Lin grinned, then I will leave first. Hawkeye Mihawk leaned forward and was about to leave. Eagle Eye boy, advertisement, is there anything else? Hawkeye paused. Do you need me to send you a boat? Luo Lin asked with a smile. Hawkeye Mihawk was taken aback, and immediately shook his head subconsciously. No, I have. Halfway through the conversation, Hawkeye was stunned again. He seemed to realize something. He quickly turned his head and looked at the shore where he stopped the boat. Hey, Hawkeye, what are you doing in a daze, and you are leaving? The little fat man Lazy Lu, who occupies most of the space of the coffin boat, waved hello. Ha, Hawkeye, this time I will trouble you to take us for a ride, don't worry, we will get off at Carnival Town. Jesus laughed. Hawkeye. The disaster is about to begin again. The people who gathered due to the big event left one by one. The farewell ceremony on the Washung coast is over. Nami, who hadn't left for a long time, rushed to the clouds with an eager face. Then next, I will, brother Luo Lin, the big thing is not good, Anilu. That. The electric shock kid ran away with the golden ark. All the little girls have agreed to explore the empty island scenic spot again today. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Luo Lin J, just as Roland was thinking about what to do next. Suddenly the girl's anxious cry came from the sky. Nami was excited to bring her sister Nuachigo and Messino to find other sisters. Not waiting. How long did the people like Straw Hat Luffy and Long Nose Usopp feel sentimental? They were captured by the devil instructor Zephyr, and began a hellish journey of spiritual practice. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 493, Renew, for Golden Lion and Annie, 2/4 for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Brother Luo Lin, the big thing is not good, Annie Lu ran away with the golden ark. Nami screamed anxiously with her beautiful eyes in panic. The electric shock kid ran away, Luo Lin raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Yeah, brother Luo Lin, just when I was about to go to the empty island with everyone, I found that Annie Road was missing, even with such a big golden ship. Nami gestured with her hands, tears in her big eyes, and she was about to cry anxiously. After all, that is a gold ark worth more than 1 trillion yuan. Who loses such a big golden ship will not be in a hurry. Not to mention Nami who got into Qian's eyes. For, little Nami, that's fate. I didn't expect that. The arrogant Anilu would really do this kind of thing, what should I do now? Nami's face was full of anxiety and distress, as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Ha. Seeing the round and round appearance of the little girl Nami, Luo Lin couldn't help but chuckle. The big hand lifted and landed on Nami's small head, holding it still. Don't worry, girl Nami, leave it to me next, the electric shock boy can't run. Luo Lin grinned confidently. Wow, listening to Luo Lin's assurance, Nami's eyes sparkled immediately. The anxiety and heartache on her little face disappeared, and joy and excitement emerged instead. Brother Luo Lin, thank you, you are so kind. Nami happily jumped 3 feet high, and wrapped her hands around Luo Lin's neck. rubbing Luo Lin's side face affectionately with his pretty face, then he took a bite. Hey, if you want to thank you, let's wait until I bring the ark back. Roland rode. Brother Luo Lin must be fine, Nami said confidently. And this is just a deposit. There will be more after the golden ship is retrieved. What more? Luo Lin asked casually. Advertisement. Of course it's me. If it's not enough, there are Sister Nuokagao, and Sister Wei Wei, Sister Robin. Everyone is waiting. Brother Luo Lin can do whatever he wants to us. Nami blinked playfully. Haha, this is really exciting, so without further ado, let's set off. Luo Lin smiled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, can I go together, too? Why, don't you want to go? Luo Lin asked rhetorically. Going to go? Nami nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Dare to steal our golden ship, and wait to chase that. Enilu, absolutely want him to taste the power of this lady. Nami waved her small pink fist angrily, and NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. Luo Lin chuckled lightly, then go. In the blink of an eye, Luo Lin took Nami to the sky. With a light stroke with his right hand, a life card the size of a baby's palm appeared in Luo Lin's hand. A few months ago, the Sky Island incident. When Luo Lin chose to use his blood to conquer Enilu, he had already anticipated this situation. His undead blood is indeed convenient and quick to surrender, but it is not permanent. The effects of blood reactions will continue to weaken over time. The duration depends on the strength of the person. Several months have passed since the Sky Island incident. It is indeed almost time. It's not even just Enilu. The same goes for Golden Lion Shiji, the day of the conference. The Jedi venue collapsed and fell. Advertisement. When Luo Lin propped up half of the island with one hand, he rescued the marines from the sea. The Golden Lion Shiji has time to use his fluttering fruit to make the island fragments float again. But he did not do so. Luo Lin didn't care much about this. After all, it's not a big deal. He alone can solve it with a little more effort. But a useful tool man like Enilu and Golden Lion. If you can stay, naturally you still have to stay as much as possible. After all, their abilities are really convenient. Originally, Luo Lin wanted to find a reason to discuss with them, and then give their tool man time to renew. Just because of the celebration banquet, I didn't find a chance in these 2 days. Right now it is just right. Taking this opportunity, it happens to be able to continue a wave of advances for Enilu. The life card left on the Golden Ark just happened to be useful. Please download to see the underlined version. Luo Lin grinned. Ahead. Within sight. Luo Lin took Nami and stood still on an island cloud. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Indeed. A huge island above the clouds appeared in the sight of Luo Lin and Nami. Oh, I found it. The life card points to that island. Thinking of this, Luo Lin couldn't help but smile kindly. Then she took Nami and followed the direction pointed by the life card. Chapter 494. Paradise Island. The masterpiece of the Golden Lion? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at an altitude of about 7,000 meters above the ground, with clouds covering the fog. A large island is quietly suspended in the sea of clouds. Against the backdrop of clouds and mist, it is like a fairy island in the sky, out of the dust and vulgarity. I found it. The life card is pointing to the empty island, that Enilu must have taken our golden ship and hid on that island. Nami said confidently. The silver teeth bite, and the green and white jade fingers are also crunching, as if preparing to do a big fight. Then go take a look. Luo Lin grinned and took Nami to land on the Sky Island in the clouds. About half a minute later, Luo Lin and Nami climbed to the edge of the island. It also happens to be the entrance to this island. Not far away, stood a striking gate made of marble. The plaque at the gate reads 3 characters, Paradise Island Luo Lin, is this heaven? Nami's surprised eyes widened, and she said innocently. Ha ha, Luo Lin looked at her and smiled. Oh, it's not right? How could there be such a thing as heaven in this world, just like the time in the Sky Island? This must be man-made. Nami shook her head, overturning her unrealistic conjecture. But why is there an empty island here? Could it be that? Nami seemed to have guessed something, her beautiful eyes gradually widened. Luo Lin, is this Lao Jin's island? Okay, Luo Lin nodded. Probably yes, then before looking for the golden ship, let's visit this island first. Nami nodded obediently. Under Luo Lin's gravity control, Dao Yun carried Luo Lin and Nami to continue to ascend height. It didn't take a moment for it to rise to a height enough to overlook the entire island. As its name suggests, this is an island with a paradise view. The central area of Paradise Island is like spring all year round, and it has a spring island climate. In the other 3 directions on the island, each has an area representing summer, autumn and winter. Advertisement together they form this special Paradise Island where the 4 seasons coexist. Wow, Luoling, this island is so amazing. Spring is over there, summer is here, and the large red maples over there represent autumn. And there is actually there, it's snowing, and there are 444 seasons on an island at the same time. It's really amazing here. Little Nami's eyes were shining, and the arms holding Luo Lin jumped and jumped. It's like discovering some incredible treasure, so unhappy. In fact, this island is indeed an incredible treasure. After seeing the basic layout of the entire island, Luo Lin slowly landed with May. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Finally, it stopped at about 50 places off the ground and began a parade around the island. Amusement park. It's an amusement park similar to that in Chambord. Brother Luo Lin, look over there, there are even water parks. The sign over there says the expedition area. Wherever she passed, Nami little girl's exclamation and screams were endless. Under the impact of the magical and interesting Paradise Island, for a while, Nami even forgot her original purpose. This island is so interesting, I must bring to, add bookmarks for easy reading. Sister Robin, Wei Wei, and everyone come and play together. Nami's pretty face was filled with joy and excitement with a bright smile. Then everyone will come together again in the future. Luo Lin smiled and touched Nami's little head. His eyes gradually narrowed, and after seeing this holiday island with various elements, Luo Lin also remembered it. The preparation and construction of the venues of the martial arts conference is exactly the task that Luo Lin gave to Golden Lion Shiji. The 10 distinctive venue islands in the first round of the conference and the Jedi venue in the second round were all made by the Golden Lion. In addition, Luo Lin once mentioned to the Golden Lion that he wanted to build the world's top resort island. There was also Little Lolita Golden Week. After hearing about Luo Lin's idea, Little Lori, an art painter, immediately volunteered to help with the design work during Golden Week, so she left with the Golden Lion. After that, there was a busy preparation for a big event. Luo Lin also forgot for a while that there had been such a thing. Now that I saw the semi-finished product, I finally remembered it. Gee ha 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 ha. At this moment, gee loud and loud laughter suddenly sounded from the island. A figure broke away from gravity and rose into the sky. Not the Golden Lion Shiji, but who can it be? Lao Jin. Looking at the Golden Lion Shiji who appeared, Nami couldn't help but her eyes lit up. Advertisement, Nami girl, how satisfied with this island? Golden Lion Shiji asked with a smile. Satisfied, this island is really great, I can't wait to bring everyone here. Nami said happily. Gee ha 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 ha, Nami girl, this horror has to wait for a while, the construction of the island's various amusement facilities is still in progress. Golden Lion rode. But if you come to visit and play, you can already do it now. Golden Lion added. Really? The smile on Nami's face was brilliant again. After a while. What? Nami screamed suddenly. What's wrong with Nami girl? Nami finally remembered her original purpose and asked anxiously. Add bookmarks for easy reading, to, okay, Luo Lin eldest brother. Our golden ship was finally found. Watching the little girl Nami walk into the cabin happily. Almost forgot, Lao Jin, have you seen our golden ship? Ski, let's talk. Looking at the lost golden ark, Nami's eyes instantly changed into the shape of money. With his toes lightly tapping on the island cloud, the body became elemental, boarded the golden boat, and began to check the condition of the hull. Chapter 495, Golden Lion's Granddaughter, Lalakan Shiji? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Paradise Resort Island, Central Manor. President brother, the little girl's pleasant cry of surprise sounded. A little loli with croissants sprang out of the garden and jumped into Luo Lin's arms. Just like before, feel free to rub and act like a baby. President brother, I haven't come to see me for so long, I thought my brother had forgotten me. Little Lolita spoke bitterly during the Golden Week. Haha, I'm sorry, Marian, it's been a hard time for you. Luo Lin gave a haha, and comforted her big hand on little Lolita's head during Golden Week. As a result, the little bit of resentment on little Lori's face disappeared without a trace, and only joy was left. For the little girls who like Luo Lin's head killing is always so reassuring, it is simply the most wonderful feeling in the world. No matter how many times, I won't get bored, watching Luo Lin and little Lolita's intimate interaction with no one beside the Golden Week. The Golden Lion Shiji on the side couldn't help but lick his lips. Okay, Marianne, you go find Nami to play with you first. For a moment, Luo Lin put down little Lori's Golden Week. Is Nami here too? Little Lori was suddenly surprised during Golden Week. Marian, I'm here. Nami on the Golden Ark waved her hand. At the same time, the mind moved. A white cloud was born out of thin air at the feet of little Lori's Golden Week, and it took her to the sky. Luo Lin retracted the gaze that fell on the two little girls, turned to look at Shiji, his eyes narrowed slightly. What's wrong, Shiji, you didn't show this expression before. Luo Lin grinned. Advertisement, it's different now. Shiji also grinned. Where is it different? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I really want to thank this mission, otherwise, how can I recognize such a lovely god-granddaughter? Speaking of this, Golden Lion Shiji's Lao Ju lifted a smile of satisfaction from the heart. FK granddaughter Marianne? Luo Lin asked in astonishment, and his eyes narrowed. Yeah, can't it? The corner of Shiji's mouth was slightly lifted and said proudly. As long as Marianne is willing, of course I won't have any opinions, but I didn't expect that a guy like Shike would one day. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, I will want relatives. Luo Lin couldn't help but be surprised. After all, in front of him is the legendary flying big pirate, the Golden Lion Shiji. One of the most terrifying people on the sea in the last era. For a hero like Golden Lion Shiji, his relatives are dispensable to him. It is really rare to even think of acknowledging a granddaughter. The guy with the white beard has taken a ship of godsons. What's the matter with me accepting a goddaughter? Marion is so cute and well behaved, who doesn't like it? The Golden Lion took it for granted. Go 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 go. Luo Lin nodded and immediately narrowed his eyes. What is your look in your eyes? Ask one last question. Don't want to lie. You can't lie to me. Ask. Advertisement. Ski. You won't be lolicon. Want to make copper? Luo Lin asked solemnly. A strong threat in her sight meant that as the president of Little Lori's Golden Week, Luo Lin could be regarded as her guardian for the time being. Of course, we must ensure her safety and eliminate all hidden dangers. If the old guy's Ski is really bad-hearted and has any doubts about little Lolita's Golden Week, then Luo Lin could only give up this useful toolman. I can't always blame little Lolita for Golden Week, isn't it? Listening to Luo Lin's last threatening question, Shiji's old face was instantly clouded. Ski cried out proudly. Bang, please download to see the underlined version. Let's go. Go and see the Shockboy first. UB ***** D. How is this kind of thing possible? I really just treat Marion as a granddaughter. Hello. Ski hugged his head with both hands and screamed painfully, but his mouth still didn't seem to converge. Pop, ouch. Golden Lion Shiji launched a sharp counterattack. To Sky yelled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Lorelin B ***** D. Really irritated from embarrassment, right? Ha 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 ha. Luo Lin was stern and took the first step. After all, compared to me, you are the real lover Lolita, girl Wei Wei, girl Nami, and other girls. They are not a few years older than Marianne. Round up, it's completely. Lori, that's it, you still have the face to say me. Luo Lin. Chapter 496. People are hard to dismantle. The strong disguise of the Golden Lion. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Paradise Island Central Manor. Hot Spring Villa Annex. A small single-person hot spring cubicle. 4 chains made of sea-building stone material bound Anilu's hands and feet, causing most of his body to sink into the hot spring pool, leaving only one head to breathe. Under the double suppression of Hailu stone chains and hot spring water, Anilu's thunderfruit ability can't be used at all. In fact, even without this double suppression, at this moment, Anilu no longer has the ability to escape. Yesterday, in the encounter with Golden Lion Shiji. Against the old spicy flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji, even if Anilu has the unparalleled thunderfruit ability, he has no chance of winning. He was seriously injured by Shiji's domineering and slashing. Severe wounds caused by slashing can be seen everywhere on the surface of the body. The hot spring pool is dyed blood. Jihahaha, the young people have become more and more remarkable these days, even the old man took a full 10 minutes to win this Thunder Kid. Golden Lion Shiji is not without bragging, 10 minutes. Luo Lin raised his brows slightly, half an hour. Golden Lion Shiji changed his mouth, half an hour. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows again, 1 hour is the most. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth. Even if he was killed, he would not admit the fact that he had fought back and forth with the junior Anilu for a full half day, and in the end he almost let him run away. Ha ha, Luo Lin laughed, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. People are hard to dismantle. He didn't go to dismantle the last strong disguise of this old lion. The ticking sound of dripping drops sounded. Advertisement. That was the sound of the crystal blood diamonds leaking from the wound of Luo Lin's fingertips dripping into the hot spring pool. When the undead blood in Luo Lin mixed with the water in the pool, suddenly, a series of unspeakable and wonderful changes occurred. It was originally stained with Anilu's own blood. The water suddenly became misty. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then it turned into a blood diamond-like color. After a while, one suddenly appeared in the hot spring pool. At the center of the whirlpool is Anilu, who was seriously injured and fainted. The bloody light and shadow in the pool gradually shrank towards the center of the whirlpool. In the end, all of them fell into Anilu's body, repairing his broken body. The water in the pool that had been soaked in blood returned to clarity at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Same. The slashing wounds that crossed Anilu's body were also healed and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pale complexion caused by excessive blood loss too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It is also to restore some blood. Witness this miraculous scene with your own eyes. Rao is also amazed by the knowledgeable Golden Lion Shiji. Unconsciously, I recalled the experience of the meeting between him and Luo Lin. When he stepped half of his foot into the death line, Luo Lin used this method to snatch him back from the death god. He even cured the head disease that had plagued him for more than 20 years. The rudder that had suppressed half of his power was stripped from his head, so that he would no longer have to suffer the pain of skull crushing. This method is enough to be called a miracle, his blood. His body. It is indeed the most amazing creation in this world. It is no wonder that even the world government could not restrain the impulse. But, advertisement. Although Luo Lin's blood has all kinds of benefits, even if it can really prolong life. Golden Lion Shiji, who had already experienced it once, didn't want to come again. After all, The side effect of this blood is really too big. Thinking of myself as a flying big pirate, I even chased someone to be a little brother, even a little girl who could be a granddaughter. Golden Lion Shiji only felt that his old face was hot, and he was really embarrassed. My fame is ruined. While the Golden Lion Shiji secretly sighed and sighed, in the hot spring pool, Enilu's closed eyes moved, and then slowly opened. Ka, and, ka ka ka, Luo Lin flicked his finger. With a flying finger gun, he easily broke the 4 strong iron chains that bound his hands and feet, which were mixed with seafloor stones. Enilu, who hadn't recovered, immediately sank into the pool, and then struggled violently to get up. Under the stimulation of the cold pool water, his brain, which was close to crashing, finally regained consciousness. I glanced at it. When he noticed the Golden Lion Shiji in the house, Enilu's eyebrows were erected, and his body tightened again. However, when I saw another person standing by the pool, Jihahaha. Listening to Enilu's remarks, Ski on the shore was immediately amused. Tufilu reminds you, 3 things about reading. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The fierce aura that Enilu had just mentioned poured out instantly. Nothing. Ski waved his hand. Luo Lin glanced at Shiji. Why are you laughing? Add bookmarks for easy reading. I thought that this kind of naive rhetoric was already out of date, and I used it when I was abducted and arrested at the age of 6. I'm extremely sorry, Lord Shen Luolin. His subordinates failed God's expectations and caused the culprits to wreak havoc on the prison. They really had no face to meet Lord Luolin. They only exiled themselves to apologize. Today I don't want to, but they are once again given God's gift. The subordinates are really ashamed of the miracle. Squat down slowly, kneel down on one knee in the pool. Enilu spoke sadly. When I saw his god Luo Lin, however, in the next second, Ling's Golden Lion Shiji dumbfounded happened. Chapter 497, Golden Lion. Emma, really fragrant, 2/4 ask for full order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. You just let him go like this, and the punishment is not over. Golden Lion Shiji widened his old eyes and asked with an incredible expression on his face. If it is him, treat deserters, especially the traitor, who ran away with his treasure will never rush. Let alone heal his wounds, he is not tortured as he is not as benevolent as death. However, right now, Luo Lin let him go so easily. Is he a saint? The Golden Lion Shiji repeatedly shook his head, denying this absurd idea of his own. If Luo Lin were a saint, that would be a ghost. Whether it was decades ago or now, this guy is a murderous existence. There were countless pirates who died in his hands, enough to pile up a high mountain. How could such a killing embryo be a saint? It's not just Golden Lion Shiji. When I heard Luo Lin's so gentle handling, even Enilu, who was ready to accept the harshest punishment from God, couldn't help being stunned. Ha ha, Luo Lin chuckled and shook his head. Enilu was originally a toolman controlled by Luo Lin with his own blood. The toolman wants to escape when the time is up, so just continue. Don't commit the same grace and power as others submissively subordinate. Moreover, Luo Lin, who has a mind-reading experience, knows that Enilu's previous self-exile rhetoric is not a lie. Enilu's toolman time does not seem to have arrived. This is probably related to his beliefs. That's why Luo Lin wanted to try. After experiencing God's mercy, what will happen to Enilu? It may be possible to extend the toolman's time to permanent. If it can be so, it will save a lot of trouble, in any case, whether it is the prison riot or the self-exile under Enilu's guilt. In Luo Lin's eyes, they were just trivial things. Hey, Luo Lin. Behind him came the shout of Golden Lion Shiji. What kind of ecstasy did you give that kid? That kid is grateful to you now. It's unusual. It's really unusual. Even the effect of your blood is not terrifying to such a degree. The Golden Lion Shiji caught up with Luo Lin and thought of Enilu who shouted the name of God like a demon. The old face is full of incredible. Ha ha, Luo Lin still just chuckled at Golden Lion Shiji's doubts. Don't you impose punishment on that kid, for this? The Golden Lion questioned. Advertisement, it's not. Luo Lin shook his head. Why is that? Honest children always need some rewards. Honestly, hey, you won't believe the excuses anymore. Is there anything you can't believe? You think everyone is like you, and I was kidnapped. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin grinned. Hey, the expression on Golden Lion Shiji's face freezes. I almost forgot, this guy can still read mind, I percent. Ski, how about you? Luo Lin spoke abruptly, with a subtle arc in the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with me? Shiji was taken aback and asked inexplicably. I played with the electric shockboy for so long yesterday, his thundering ability should be uncomfortable. Add bookmarks for easy reading, Luo Lin smiled. Are you kidding me? Who is Lao Su? But the flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji, but just a kid, what can I do? The Golden Lion's mouth insisted. Is it? Luo Lin's right hand was as fast as electricity, patted Shiji's body. Shit. The clothes on the upper body of Ski instantly shattered, revealing the charred body underneath. Tisk tusk tusk, this is really serious, do you need me to treat it for you? Luo Lin spoke kindly. Ehole, don't even think about it, I won't call you big brother again in my life. Golden Lion Shiji sternly refused. raising his hand to cover the bear's mouth like a little girl who has gone away, looking at Luo Lin with a look of shame. Seeing the look of Golden Lion's piercing eyes, even Luo Lin shuddered. Regarding Luo Lin's disgusting expression, Golden Lion ignored it. Eyeballs rolled. The Golden Lion seemed to have thought of something, his mouth opened, and a treacherous smile appeared on his old face. Rollin, what do you think of Marianne? The Golden Lion suddenly asked. Marianne, as my member, is of course an excellent child. Luo Lin subconsciously responded, what are you asking about this? Jihahaha, when Marianne was here, she was talking about you, the president brother, all day long. Since you also think that girl is good, then wait a few years, when Marianne gets older, I will treat that girl marry you. Advertisement, Jihahaha, Golden Lion Shiji laughed. Rollin. After a while, Luo Lin reacted. Even without mind reading, he was fully aware of the meaning of this old lion's words. Marrying a granddaughter is false. This is changing the law to take advantage of him. Old lion, I think you really owe you to clean up. Luo Lin squinted his eyes and rattled between his palms. Jihahaha, you hit me. Golden Lion Shiji took a circle in the air proudly. It is good, Luo Lin answered. Punch out. The left eye of Golden Lion Shiji was instantly black. FK, you really hit it, I'm not welcome anymore. The Golden Lion said angrily. Come. Jihahaha, big brother, your healing power is so fragrant. If I get injured again in the future, I will have to ask you. The Golden Lion yelled out loud immediately. Haha, Sheng, brother Shiji. 2. Life and death duel, how can you manage so much? Come again. However, only a moment later, the Golden Lion warned. Golden Lion Shiji changed his previous tough attitude. Luo Lin did not show weakness. Please download to see the underlined version. Bang bang bang. Wait. You fight back, don't release the water. My attack can't break your defense, and be careful, don't splash my blood. I completely forgot the vow I had just made, and shouted one by one. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin's clear blood was printed on the wound on the Golden Lion's body. Chapter 498, Beasts and Aunts? The Great War? 3/4 please complete the order? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi on a special cloud like cotton candy. There are two figures, one big and one small, and the little girl Nami and the little Lolita are lying on the clouds in a row during the Golden Week. Putting his hands on his chin, he looked at the interlacing figure in the sky not far away with interest. President brother and Grandpa Shiji, what are they doing? Little Lori Jin Jo tilted her head in confusion. Well, maybe it's just a joke, they're still very good. Little Nami smiled. Well, I thought something was wrong before, but it turned out to be a joke, it's really not worrying at all. Little Lori shook her head helplessly during Golden Week. Don't care about them, little Marianne, you can tell me more about this island, and you will come to play with everyone next time. Nami's eyes lighted up, and she said happily, to make. Here, little Lolita reached an agreement with the little girl. The other side. Luo Lin also accepted the request of the little brother Golden Lion Shiji without any excuse. Seeing Luo Lin's gracious acceptance, a touched expression instantly appeared on the old face of Golden Lion Shiji. Brother, I actually prepared a gift for you. The Golden Lion Shiji looked like an inviting credit. What gift? Luo Lin asked rhetorically. It's on the top, let's go and have a look, jihahaha. Golden Lion Shiji laughed and took the lead to rise to the sky. Upper, Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the domineering color spread out instantly. It was only then that 3 kilometers above the Sea of Clouds, there was another island about the same size as the Paradise Resort Island. The people who existed on that island were the tattered Dragon King ship and the fancy Mother Wong Song mothership, standing more than 100 meters apart in the middle of the island. The 4 emperors, 100 beasts and pirate group and the 4 emperors and pirates live opposite each other, and they are very distinct. At this moment, Mr. Quinn, what time is it? It's a shame that you can drink tea so leisurely. Peggy Wan, one of the 6 sons of the Beast Volley, looked at Plague Quinn speechlessly. Advertisement. First, this is not tea, it is Xiaodutang. Second, even if you look at me like this, I won't give you the third. Now that I have nothing to do, it's better to eat something, don't. I won't have a chance to eat with permission. The Plagued Quinn is a good way to travel, tasting the delicious food with a face of enjoyment. My stupid brother, don't worry about that idiot Quinn, body, old sister is going to hunt. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The poison-tongued sister Wu Ludi is still in high spirits without being trapped. I am your brother, not your mount, you stupid old sister. Listening to Uludi's rude request, Peggy Wan suddenly broke out. You don't even listen to what you say, you stupid brother. Wu Ludi stepped forward with long legs. Peggy Wan kicked to the ground with a kick, followed by a lock of throat, and the locked Peggy Wan suddenly rolled his eyes. Okay, Lulican, don't bother you two to add bookmarks for easy reading. Up. Black Maria, the giant beauty among the 6 sons, persuaded her. But it's not very useful. Raging, a line of fire flew across the sky. With the sound of boom, the toothless pterosaur flame embers landed. Mr. Jin, you are back. Black Maria was pleasantly surprised. Wu Ludi's fight with Peggy Wan's brother and sister was also suspended. How is the exploration work? Have you got any useful information? Epidemic Quinn arrogantly said, this is 10,000 meters high in the sky. Yan Calamity Cinder spoke calmly, Nani, 10,000 meters high in the sky. The guy Golden Lion Shiji got us here. I really can't get out now, I'm completely trapped. Except, Mr. Kaido, like us, if you really fall down, you will definitely be dead. The cadres of Bai Beast were in a shocking uproar. Advertisement, can we really only cooperate with that, Golden Lion? Peggy Wan's eyes widened. The flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji, what he wants is more than just cooperation, obviously. He wants to take the opportunity to collect and dominate us. Phosphord spoke, and I always think there is something wrong with that, Golden Lion Shiji. Murloc Sasaki frowned. Mr. Jin, since you can go out, it means that the Golden Lion did not restrict people with flying ability from escaping, or you should go back to the country to stabilize the situation first. Black Maria suggested. Yes, Mr. Jin, the black charcoal big snake wolf is ambitious. If you know that Captain Kaido is dead, you will definitely take the opportunity to annex our territory. Peggy Wan frowned. He dared not to think about who supported him until now. Without our beasts, he is almost finished. Wu Ludi said bitterly, this is not necessarily true. Phosphord said faintly, can't you be quieter like humans? What do you mean? Hey, bastards of beasts, I have endured you for a long time. Philu reminds you. 3 things about reading following Phosphord's words fell. To the noise and uproar of the beasts also aroused the dissatisfaction of the thieves and ministers on the other side. When Mom wakes up, you will have delicious fruits. A battle of saliva started immediately and was in full swing. All the beast cadres in the field yelled in anger. Wulu T squinted. Phosphord sneered, it's so noisy. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Wow. Backquote, although Kaido is no longer there, the Shenlong is still on this sea. The traitor Blackbeard and Wizard on the Whitebeard boat is the real wolf ambition. Maybe it is now heading towards the country of Wakao. Chapter 499. Golden Lion Shiji is the hero's younger brother. Open black lens bracket 4 quarters seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow. Blackbeard Titch, he dare. It's not enough to steal Captain Kaido's Shenlong ability, and I want to invade our base camp of beasts. Is he really brave enough to pick the peaches of our beasts halfway? I want to eat the foundation of our beasts for more than 20 years, and I don't want to think about whether his appetite is big enough. When I heard the speculations and conjectures put forward by Phosphord, the beast cadres who gathered for a meeting in the room immediately fry the pan together. Although the mouth is tough, all kinds of underestimated black beards, but this is the manifestation of their guilty conscience. Because they knew that the possibility that Phosphord said was very likely to happen. The wolf's ambition, the black beard, may be on the way to the country, ready to use the stolen dragon power to deceive and gain the trust of their remaining troops. The worst case is Blackbeard and Black Charcoal Rochi. These two smells are similar, and the people have reached a new cooperation agreement. By then, the foundation of their beasts' hard work for more than 20 years will really be subverted, and they will only be others' wedding dresses. Even if they can rush back, they can't make it back. That was the real end of their 100 beasts and pirates. Thought of this. The fierce aura of the wild beasts spread. The loud uproar shook Shie. Originating from the noise and shouting of the beasts, it is natural to unavoidably alarm the thieves who are more than 100 meters away. That group of uncultivated beasts are so noisy, Mom can't rest quietly. In the cabin, the long-legged paddling beside the one who was still in a coma made Xing Smuji angrily raised his eyebrows. Assholes of beasts, shut up for Lao Su. Parasparrow stood on the bow of the mothership, shouting loudly. What did you say about the ant's house? Why did you order us? The mouth grows on us, can you control it and what's in your way? That's it, how we love to make trouble and how to make trouble. The beast cadres who are angry because of Blackbeard Titch are worried that they can't find a point to vent. Parasparrow's appearance just set a target for them. Advertisement listening to the ridicule of the beasts and pirates, Parasparrow's face suddenly became gloomy, as if dripping water. Seeing that my eldest brother was at a loss, Dafu, Owen, Monder and other aunts and ministers also stood up and glared at the beasts. You beasts need to know who you can still bark and rely on here now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If it weren't because our mother was still there, how could Golden Lion Shiji talk with us so politely? Owen and Dafu shouted loudly. Stop putting gold on your face, idiots. Which is stronger or weaker, or try it now. The beasts did not show their weakness. Of course, this is to know that the 4 Emperor's Charlotte Lingling is still seriously injured and unconscious. If the other party really wakes up, assholes of beasts, you just continue. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Let's quarrel, it's best to wake up our mother. Then we have to thank you. I just don't know what will happen when my mother wakes up. Charlotte Mondor sneered and said, after all, it was the ant who specialized in text intelligence. Charlotte Mondor said this. The front of Yikui's Zuan team suddenly calmed down. Mr. Quinn, do you want to take this opportunity to take them first, or wait for the monster ant to be resurrected with full blood? We will. A real fighter proposed. Don't wait for him to finish. Quinn big fan like palms planted it into the ground. Idiot, the gentleman speaks but does not use his hands, just scold each other, don't do it. Quinn rolled his eyes. Beast Zuon team. Can we still get along with the word gentleman? Gee ha 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 ha. Just when the scene was deadlocked, suddenly there was a loud laughter from the distant horizon. Listening to the familiar jealous laughter, the faces of the cadres of beasts and aunts all showed solemnity. Advertisement immediately put aside the suspicion of the previous war of words, formed a united front, and jointly faced the threat from the sky. Under the hostile and vigilant gaze of the beasts and the ant thousands, a golden shadow struck the sky and appeared in front of everyone. Gee ha 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 ha, I heard your noise from all over the world. It seems that the spirit is good, that's good. The golden lion Shiji stood in the air, condescendingly looking down at the coalition of beasts and aunts below. Golden lion history, ski, what do you guys want to do? Let us go down quickly. The beasts and the aunts who stood on the united front aimed their spearheads at Shiji in the sky. Gee ha 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 ha, even if Lao Su is a legendary pirate, don't be so excited, besides, today is not. I am here to discuss with you. Golden lion Shiji laughed. Not you, Flame Ember, Plague Quinn, Parasparrow and others were all taken aback. In the next second, Shiji, the golden lion, looked up at the higher sky. Brother, this is the gift I prepared for you, but I'm still satisfied. Golden lion Shiji cried triumphantly, Big brother. Golden lion Shiji's big brother, the flying big pirate golden lion Shiji actually has a big brother. The doubts and shocks in the hearts of the cadres of the beasts and the aunts suddenly became even worse. Driven by curiosity, everyone in the field looked up and followed the golden lion's sight. The sun was dazzling, and they narrowed their eyes unconsciously. A figure climbed down from the sky, and finally appeared in the sight of everyone in the allied forces of beasts and aunts. Wait, wow. FK, Chapter 500, Shocking Beasts and Aunts for 100 Years, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the sun was so strong and dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. However, at this moment, the two great emperors of Bai Beast and Ant are raising their heads together. Even if his eyes were stinged by the sun, he still persisted and did not look away. All because of the legendary flying big pirate, Golden Lion Shiji's big brother. In the last era, the legendary existence of the same name as the Pirate King Roger and the White Beard, there is even a big brother that is almost unheard of. This is a shocking event. If it is spread out, it will inevitably cause an uproar in the world. Who is the person who is qualified to be called the big brother by Golden Lion Shiji, who is the sacred beast and the ant? The pirates of the two emperors are waiting nervously. There are footsteps from the sky. A figure appeared in the dazzling fiery red sun. Because of the sunlight, it is not true, but not everyone hasn't seen it. At least 100 Beast Flame Cinder, Plague Quinn, 6th Sun Uluti and others, as well as the ants Parasparrow, Sing Smuji and others all saw it. Saw and recognized the identity of the heavenly man. Then, these. The faces of the strong people who are almost based on the world's second echelon, they all appear extremely shocked and unbelievable. Their eyes suddenly widened, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their jaws almost drooped to the ground because of the excessive shock. How could it be him? Plague Quinn's voice rose more than 8 degrees, screaming in shock. How could he be Golden Lion Shiji's eldest brother? The beauty of the giant, Black Maria, pales. Impossible, we must be dazzled. Parasparrow shook his head repeatedly, his face was full of disbelief. Master Jin, Master Quinn, Brother Perros, Sister Smoky. Who is that person? The beasts and the aunts. The pirates who have not yet discerned the identity of the people in the sky, all asked anxiously. That person. That guy is the hero Luo Lin, advertisement. Wow, the entire prison island fell into an uproar at this time. At the same time, the figure in the sky that was modeled by the sun gradually became clear. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the sight of the two great emperor pirates on the island, the originally vague figure is now extremely dazzling. It is more eye-catching than the sun in the sky. Gee ha 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 ha, it's really worthless, beasts and ants little ghosts, this will scare you all. The golden lion laughed sarcastically. If you change it to the past, even if the opponent is the legendary flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji. Because of the epidemic, Kui is the first beast, Zuon team will definitely not fake him, it has already broken a lot. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, curse, however now. At this moment, they really have no leisure time to curse. When I learned that the eldest brother mentioned by Golden Lion Shiji, it turned out to be Luo Lin. That. The man who defeated the four emperors' alliance with his own power, the time of the legendary hero. Their bodies are from the inside out, and their whole bodies and minds are occupied by shocking emotions. The brain is even blank. The depths of my mind are like waves of stormy waves. Emotions of shock and fear rush to their hearts, making many of them unable to think. Hey, Golden Lion Shiji, can you explain what is going on, why this hero is your big brother? Epidemic Quinn panted heavily, and shouted with all his strength. The naval hero who defeated the Sea Lord Locks 36 years ago turned out to be the big brother of the flying big pirates, don't be kidding me. Charlotte Mondor's forehead blue veins jumped wildly. If it's a nightmare, hurry up and wake me up. Gah, oh. Advertisement to thief fighters, the Fur Clan Bakermases raised his head and roared. The Navy is the pirate's eldest brother, it's really a big surprise. Murloc Sasaki looked absurd. Golden Lion Shiji, is your head broken? Wu Ludi, the irritable old sister, naturally has no scruples. Mr. Jin, you can say something too. Peggy Wan looked at the fire embers with horror. From the beginning, we should have thought of it. Yan Calamity Jin finally spoke. What comes to mind? Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. It's not the smiling hand of a person who weighs fruit and ability. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The cadres of the beasts such as Plague Quinn, Phosphorth, Black Maria unconsciously held their breath. Hero Luo Lin, you are, on our boat, thinking, what do you want to do? Those who really created the miracle of the floating island were the legendary flying big pirate, the Golden Lion Shiji. Just when the cadres of the beasts were shocked by this amazing speculation, they understood the meaning of Yan Bai Jin's words. 100 meters away, a huge wave suddenly appeared on the Mother Thief ship Queen Mother Anthem. To Yan Calamity Jin opened his eyes faintly. Quinn subconsciously answered. Those in Washung Fortress, incredible floating sceneries. The flying ring during the martial arts conference, the Jedi venue for the second round of the conference, and the empty island Golden Township over Alabaston. Chapter 501. Speak the most ruthless words and do the most insulting things, 2 quarters for subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the mothership, the fancy dessert ship Queen Mother Anthem. All the ministers and cadres of the Ant were still immersed in the shocking emotions, and they couldn't help themselves. Suddenly, they only felt their gaze towards the sky flickered. Next second, Luo Lin, who was supposed to be at a height of 100 meters, suddenly disappeared from their sight. This sudden situation made the cadres of the Ant on the ship stunned. Immediately, an inexplicable premonition emerged from their hearts irresistibly. It has nothing to do with foreseeing the future, just instinct. Intuition tells them that something bad seems to be about to happen. Just as the ministers and cadres of the thief were shuddering, there was a soft, footsteps sounded from the center of the deck. The Ant cadres who originally looked at the skies subconsciously tilted their heads and looked at the source of the footsteps, waiting to see the figure that suddenly appeared among them. The atmosphere on the deck suddenly stagnated, the air seemed to freeze. Parasparrow, Owen, Daifuku, Smoky, Dandan Baron, Flamp, etc. The cadres of the Aunts were all like the slow light of the silver fox, their eyes and mouths widened at a slow speed visible to the naked eye, Zhang Yuan. The footsteps also retreated at an extremely slow and gentle speed. The sound of neat and uniform footsteps fell. It broke the solidified atmosphere in the field. It's like the aging of slow light passes. The cadres of the Aunts in the middle of the deck of Hulala broke up. Oh, it's going to die, it's going to die. That. The hero has found us, brothers, protect your lovely sister. The shrill shouts of the girls came and went one after another. It was Framper and other young thief girls who were seriously frightened screaming. The scene was suddenly chaotic, there was a muffled sound. That's Luo Lin stepping forward, it was like the heartbeat of the earth. The huge mothership Queen Mother Anthem shook for a moment. Advertisements saw the panic and screams of panic on the deck came to an abrupt end. The pirate who was 100 meters away was also quiet. Is this the might of Luo Lin, the hero above the 4 emperors? Flame Cinder clenched his teeth. A drop of cold sweat started from the forehead and dripped from the edge of the mask. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aside, Plague Quinn exhaled. Fortunately, the killing star did not come to our side. Quinn said with a grateful look. Phosphord, Sasaki the Murloc, Peggy Man and others nodded in sympathy. At the same time, on the deck of the Queen Mother chant, the thief's ministers and cadres formed a huge circle. Luo Lin is naturally the only person in the center of the circle. And right in front of Luo Lin, Smoky, Parasparrow, Baker Moose, Dan Baron, etc. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The entrance of the cabin was blocked tightly. A look that would never let Luo Lin set foot in it. Heroic Luo Lin, you are, on our ship, what do you want? What do you want to do? As the eldest son of the family, Parasparrow naturally wants to stand up. Never let you get close to our mother anymore. Tai Fook and Owen also stepped forward together, opening their mouths in a stern and introverted manner. Mom has been severely injured by you, what else do you have to do? Smokey scolded. If you want to do something to the seriously injured mother, let's step over our corpse first. Dan Baron resolutely said. That's right, oh. Pea-eyed Lion Fur Baker Moose echoes. The faces of the core combatants and ministers of the Aunts all have a firm color that regards death as home. Luo Lin glanced calmly across everyone in front of him. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a subtle and weird arc. These one by one. What he said was, tough, advertisement. It's just something else that I thought in my heart. FK, you guys don't want to die if you say anything. Parasparrow's eyes widened in horror, thought to himself. Come on, brother Parrows, we will come again later. Daifuku and Owen looked at each other, nodding their heads intently. Damn it, who will stop the hero Luo Lin? The long-legged stroke made Star Smoky's silver teeth clenched and shouted in his heart. It's enough to step over their bodies, I'm just a chicken. Baron Dandan thought. In the end, Luo Lin's gaze fell on Bakermuth. Perceiving the line of sight from Roland, Bakermuth couldn't help but shrink his head. But immediately it was a bear with his head held high, and he looked like death at home. It doesn't look too smart. It deserves to be the same stunned green type as Straw Hat Luffy. Thinking of this, Luo Lin couldn't help being amused by Bakermuth's straightforwardness. Shaking his head and laughing lightly, Luo Lin stepped straight towards the cabin. I'm here, I can't stand it anymore, so I will withdraw first. Parasparrow looked terrified and quickly dodged aside. FK, Brother Parrows ran away, we also withdrew. Owen and Dafu looked at each other and walked away from each other. Everyone is good, help us block him. Smokey yelled in his heart, and his long legs walked to the side honestly. I lost it, so fast. Baron Dandan cursed in a low voice, and the foot-long clan's talented compasses ran out a dozen meters in 3 or 2 steps. The main players in front ran away. The secondary cadres at the back naturally couldn't stand still, and ran away again with a scream. Finally, only the straight peasy lion fur Beckmas was left in front of the cabin door. You. Bakermuth looked left and looked again. Looking at the empty side, the peasy eyes under the sunglasses are full of surprise, and the whole lion is stupid. Little lion, are you going to stop me? Luo Lin grinned. Chapter 502, Heroes Appreciation, Sentimental and Righteous Little Lion. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi to say the most ruthless words and do the most insulting things. At this moment, the cadres of the 4 emperors used their own actions to perfectly interpret the meaning of this sentence. Luo Lin stood in front of the peasy lion fur, little lion, you're the only one left. Looking condescendingly at Bakermoose with a bewildered look, the corners of Luo Lin's mouth raised an arc unconsciously. Bakermoose. Look left, no one. Look right, no one is there. After that, I also finished running. What the hell is Bakermuth? The whole lion is stupid. The sunglasses used to block funny peas are slanted. A string of snot drooped unconsciously under the nose. It's not that we promised to swear to the death together and protect my mother. How can there be such a thing? Hey, Bakermuth, give up. The other party is a hero who has surpassed the 4 emperors. How could we be able to stop it? It is just to die for nothing. Looking at Bakermuth, who was stunned and motionless. Dan Baron, who has been partnered with for many years, couldn't help but remind it in a low voice. Bakermuth turned his head to look at Baron Dandan, who was hiding far away. The one who said, I want to do something to my mother, step over our corpse first, came and felt the questioning gaze from Beckmas. Baron Dandan shrank his head and dared not look at him. Bakermuth looked at Smokey, Parasparrow and other ministers again. Strictly speaking, he was just a courtier of Charlotte Lingling. These talents are children with positive blood relations. However, Smokey and the others seemed to think of this too, and they avoided Bakermuth's gaze, not daring to look directly at his innocent peasy eyes. Papa. Bakermuth's tail was dancing, flapping the deck. It represents the grief and anger in his heart at this moment and the chill of being betrayed. Although he is not human, but it is a lion with a righteous affection. In the past, he was rescued by drifting in a shipwreck. He also joined the thief. The only thing he can do for the simple and straightforward is Quan Luo Te Lingling in return. Advertisement. Even Charlotte Lingling's biological children escaped. He can't retire either. At most, it would be a life that had been alive for so many years. Thought of this? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A firm look appeared on Bakermuth's face. The tortoise fruit ability of the animal system is activated. A solid green defensive shell tore his clothes and slowly emerged. Beckmouth. Stop it, Bakermoose. Don't irritate that person. You will kill the entire pirate group like this. The ant cadres who ran to the side without authorization were surprisingly tough at this time. Add bookmarks for easy reading. To shut up, Bakermuth gave a sigh of relief. This is my choice, come on, hero. Bakermuth had great courage in his heart and looked directly at the stalwart figure in front of him. Even if he was facing the strongest of the sea who could easily kill even the 4 emperors, he did not retreat halfway. This courage to face death has surpassed everyone present. Gee ha 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 ha, brother, this little lion is not bad, he has the demeanor of the old man. In the sky, the golden lion Shiji burst into the air with a loud laugh. Really rare. Luo Lin nodded appreciatively. It's just, since the other party has realized this, how can Luo Lin ignore it? Boom, stepped forward in one step. The turbulent domineering look rushed out of Luo Lin. It condensed into an invisible sledgehammer and slammed it on Beckmas's forehead. Under the impact of Luo Lin's terrifying overlord color, Bakermuth's head jerked back. Advertisement unconsciously, his steps back again and again. Eventually he fell down in front of the cabin door, rolled his eyes and passed out completely. What a powerful overlord look this is. All the aunts and pirates were shocked. Look, it's really futile. That guy Bakermuth is such an idiot. It's really stupid. Why do we thieves still have such a fool? The cowards hiding in the corner talked ridiculously at this moment but spared no effort. It seems that this is the only way to reduce the shock and shame that Beckmas's courage brought to them. It can show how correct their decision to retreat is. Boom, Luo Lin took this step completely. Obviously it was the deck that was stepping on, but for the aunts on the ship. Luo Lin's foot seemed to be stepping straight on their hearts. Especially those cowards who said or thought about ridiculing Beckmas's courageous action. Ah! The screams came and went one after another. Under that unspeakable pressure, the aunts and pirates on the boat went into a coma one after another and fell to the ground. Heroic Luo Lin, we obviously have already given way, how much do you want to force us to? Parasparrow screamed in horror, not even the blood dripping from his tongue bite. Gee ha 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 ha, stupid idiots, you are the real idiots. Golden Lion Shiji laughed. Let's go and see Ling Ling now. Chapter 503, Explore the Secrets of the Ant's Soul, the Nun Seized Her Home? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, inside the cabin of the Mother of Thieves, the Queen's Mother Anthem. The luxurious palace-like room is the captain's room where the four emperors Charlotte Ling Ling is located. Gee ha 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 ha, Lon Loaf, get out of the way, I don't know how to do anything based on my past feelings. Golden Lion Shiji looked at the chef who finally stopped outside the captain's room. Shiji, and you. The little chef looked at Luo Lin with a long loaf of bread, his old eyes suddenly shrank. A look of extreme horror unconsciously appeared on an old face. Ski, why on earth are you mingling with enemy? Long Bread asked Golden Lion Shiji with an incredible face. Jia ha 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 ha, Long Bread, the times have changed, now my brother and I are not the enemy. The Golden Lion laughed. Big brother. Staying in the cabin, the long loaf was stunned by what happened outside. Listening to the name of the Golden Lion Shiji to Luo Lin, the whole person seemed to be struck by thunder. Lays is called a Wai Jiao Lin Nen. Just when Long Bread was about to continue to question, his eyes suddenly flickered. Next second, Luo Lin, who was originally in his sight, disappeared. Not good, the long loaf turned around abruptly. Looking at Luo Lin, who was standing in the sky above the head of the seriously injured and unconscious fourth Emperor Charlotte Ling Ling, a look of anger suddenly appeared on the old face of Long Bread. Kang. The golden sword light shines. That is the famous sword Sakuragi on the right foot of Golden Lion Shiji. Long Loaf, you just have to look at it next. Big brother is just trying to find a secret this time. Golden Lion Shijidao. What's the secret? Long Bread asked in a deep voice. It's about Ling Ling when she was a child. Where did the nun in the photo she collected last go, and how did Ling Ling obtain the soul fruit ability that originally belonged to the nun? Golden Lion Shiji spoke in surprise. To be honest, I was shocked when I heard my eldest brother talk about this secret. I didn't expect Ling Ling to have such an interesting secret hidden in her body. Nah. Long Bread, Ling Ling has been with you since she was a child. Do you know what bizarre things happened more than 60 years ago? Advertisement. Golden Lion Shiji smiled and looked at the long loaf. When things happened in, I heard Golden Lion Shiji talk about that year. The forehead of the long loaf was covered with cold sweat for a moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then, it happened on that island. The terrible incident of the birthday party in House of the Sheep. He was the only witness. Even in the past so many years, whenever he thinks of that scene, he will shudder. Then next, let me see. Just when Long Bread was pale, still immersed in a terrible memory of the past. On the other side, Luo Lin's palm covered Charlotte Ling Ling's forehead, who was in a coma. And enter, add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. Advanced ability to read the mind, see, hear, and color, and start memory reading. The life of the four emperors Charlotte Ling Ling was like a revolving lantern, flashing past Luo Lin's eyes. With a move, Luo Lin selectively skipped the scathing and bloody entanglement between Charlotte Ling Ling and her dozens of husbands. Fixed the memory on the day of his 6th birthday. The blood covered Luo Lin's sight. The devil whispered in Luo Lin's ear. The reading of the memory is just a moment's effort. Next second, Luo Lin retracted his right hand. One of the mysteries in his mind was revealed, and he had seen everything. Luo Lin opened his mouth slightly and exhaled a long stale breath. A drop of cold sweat slipped down his face. The strongest person like him who stands at the top of the world, no matter how terrifying things he faces, he can't shake his mind. However now, Rao is like Luo Lin, and after seeing such a scene with his own eyes, he shuddered. Superman Soul Fruit. The devil fruit ability that involves the most mysterious soul level of the human body is really extraordinary. Advertisement. Even this kind of thing can be done. Rebirth. Abandon your old body, leave only your soul, invade and control another. A body with unlimited potential. The plot that originally thought would only happen in the fantasy story will also appear in this world. Even Luo Lin couldn't help being shocked by this kind of operation. But what Sister Carmelite didn't expect was that Charlotte Ling Ling's talent was too high. Even when he was a child, his soul strength far exceeded that of others. She was actually in a disadvantaged position and was almost wiped out. In the end, I had no choice but to choose the coexistence route. Use your own spirit to influence and manipulate Charlotte Ling Ling's naive thoughts. But sometimes, Charlotte Ling Ling's own consciousness will also overwhelm the soul of Sister Carmelo. It's like when thinking about eating disorder or after being seriously injured and falling into the sea. Gee ha 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 ha, brother, do you know what's going on? The Golden Lion Shiji flew to Luo Lin's side and asked with a laugh. What? Luo Lin nodded. Grab it at your fingertips. A dagger appeared in his right hand. Stop, the chef's long loaf changed in amazement. What are you going to do to Mom? Smokey, Parasparrow and others who followed with courage all changed their faces and lost their voices in horror. Next second, under the shocked and stunned eyes of the Golden Lion Shiji and the ant, blood spattered, but it wasn't Charlotte Lingling. Tick tick tick, was the sound of Luo Lin's blood dripping onto the four emperors Charlotte Lingling. Sister Carmelo of Soul and Fruit ability, I want to see what other storms you can make. Luo Lin grinned. Chapter 504, Golden Lion. Next is the moment to witness the miracle, 1/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Queen Mother Anthem, Captain's Room. The chefs Long Bread and Smokey, Parasparrow and other aunts were shocked and watched with puzzled eyes. Luo Lin slashed open his palm with a dagger wrapped around his arms and domineering. In an instant, blood appeared. Crystal-like blood beads emerged one after another like blood diamonds. Then, dripping on the wounds of the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's body. Seeing this abnormal scene, the aunts and cadres in the room couldn't help but stare in shock. Each face was filled with doubts and puzzles. He couldn't understand what Luo Lin was doing now, who was supposed to be the enemy. This, can it be said? The chef's Long Bread frowned. After a while, as if thinking of some previous legends, a pair of old eyes suddenly widened. Hero Luo Lin, what are you doing again this time? Dressed in a red tight-fitting dress, stepped on red high heels, and a group of weird brothers and sisters, Charlotte Garrett, the Minister of Butter who was all pretty good, glared with beautiful eyes, and scolded in an uneasy manner. He actually cut open the tough body that can't even be injured by the four emperors' heavy blows. What kind of trouble is this? Charlotte Mundor screamed in surprise, his face full of absurdity. Everyone pay attention to that. The hero's blood, why does it give me a unique feeling? It doesn't seem to be ordinary blood? Bree the Mirror Fruit ability exclaimed. Sure enough, the hero's blood is very wrong. He must want to use his blood to do bad things to his mother. It's not good, it's really bad. The aunts and ministers and officials all showed nervousness. Who will stop the blood of hero Luo Lin? The long-legged paddling star Smokey also shouted nervously. Gee ha 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 ha, the little ghosts of Lingling's family, stop screaming, let me watch them quietly. Advertisement. The domineering laughter of Golden Lion Shiji echoed in the captain's room. Under Shiji's overlord look, all the ministers gathered at the door were subconsciously silenced. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Golden Lion Shiji gave a mysterious grin. Puff Tower. Shortly after Ski's voice fell, a voice echoed in the captain's room, weak and dead. Puff Tower. That's my mother's voice. Listening to the familiar voice, all the ministers couldn't help but lift their spirits. Caramel Puff Tower. None. Everyone, where have you all been? Come and eat with Lingling. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The sleep of the four emperors Charlotte Lingling became clearer. The drooping sturdy arm waved even more, as if to grab something. Mom is awake. Unbelievable, after suffering such a serious injury, my mother woke up so soon. Obviously, the ship doctor said it will take at least 1 week. Really worthy of being our mother. Parasparrow, Owen, Daifuku and others were all happy and laughed triumphantly. No, brothers. Charlotte Bully looked at the close-up view reflected in the mirror and screamed in surprise. This is. The brothers and sisters beside Bree all showed ghostly expressions. Mom's wound is healing. Is it because of that hero's blood? Charlotte Garrett unconsciously raised her slender hand and covered her red lips, not allowing herself to scream. The hero Luo Lin used his own blood to heal his mother's injury. What's a joke? Advertisement. There was a sudden uproar in the field. Looking at the scene reflected in Bree's mirror, the four emperors Charlotte Lingling almost traverses the entire upper body, and the horrible knife wounds on the internal organs are vaguely visible. At this moment, as the blood of Luo Lin's palm drips, it is actually with naked eyes. Visible speed of healing. Such a miraculous sight made all the ministers' eyes widened. Every face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Sure enough, it's like this, but why does Luo Lin, you be ************ do this kind of thing? It's not good for you, right? The chef screamed in shock. Gee ha 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 ha, are there any benefits? You will know right away. Golden Lion Shiji laughed expectantly. The four emperors, Charlotte Lingling, who ruled over the sea, was about to become Luo Lin's follow-up sister, which was really an interesting thing. Just when Golden Lion Shiji looked expectantly thinking about that interesting picture. With the last drop of blood falling, Filu reminds you 3 things about reading. Field. Luo Lin's heart moved. A pair of copper bells gleaming with strange light and big eyes opened suddenly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The wound in the palm healed instantly. Four Emperor Charlotte Lingling's hideous knife wound that traversed her upper body was completely healed. Mom's schizophrenia has occurred. The four emperors Charlotte Lingling, who had awakened from a severely injured coma, let out a weird scream full of craziness. The breath that had been sluggish to the extreme suddenly became stronger. Not good. Caramel Puff Tower. WH, in the darkness. Chapter 505. Brachiosaurus Bomb. Tame Ant. 2 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Puff Tower. Give me the Caramel Puff Tower. Not waiting. The ministers and cadres of the thief were excited for Charlotte Lingling's awakening. The terrifying strange sound mixed with powerful domineering sweeping the audience. The people in Ling's field all showed pain on their faces in unison, covering their ears tightly. This is my mother's weird noise, not good. Is it because my mother's esophagus has attacked? It's the worst, so I can't die. Why is it this time? Head chef, think of a way. The cadres of the aunts kept their heads in a squatting posture, screaming in panic in their throats. However, without waiting for their voices to spread far, they were completely overwhelmed by the sharp and strange sounds of the four emperors Charlotte Lingling. Jihaha, I haven't heard Lingling's weird cry for decades. The golden lion Shiji was also covering his ears and grinning, which was obviously uncomfortable. Luo Lin alone was the only one who remained calm as ever. Even the strange sound mixed with the domineering look of the overlord did not change the expression on his face. It's been a long while. The strange sound, enveloped in the cabin, finally eased. However, the situation has not improved at all because of this, but has worsened. The four emperors Charlotte Lingling in a state of schizophrenia is like a crazy destruction machine. Before you eat what you want to eat, your desire for destruction will expand indefinitely. Boom, the mothership, the Queen's mother anthem was shaken at this moment. At the same time, outside deck, it took a long time for a group of subcombatants to finally recover from the domineering shock of the hero Luo Lin. But don't wait for them to breathe. Sharp and strange noises followed one after another. Ah! The screams of screams came and went again. This is my mother's weird noise. What's going on inside? The aunts and pirates on the deck held their heads in their hands and screamed in horror. Under the strange sound of the four emperors Charlotte Lingling, the beasts stationed 100 meters away were naturally not immune. FK. What kind of sound is this so terrible? Plague Quinn held his head and vomited. She actually woke up. Advertisement Yan Calamity Jin was also shocked. Boom, was shortly after Yan Calamity Jin's voice fell. The fancy ant mothership shakes. A dense cobweb-like crack appeared on the ship's body, and then it burst with a crash. Countless planks, sawdust soared into the sky and a huge gap appeared on the mothership. A pair of scarlet lights lit up in the darkness of the gap, exuding a terrifying oppressive force. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A pair of fat hands first appeared in people's sight. Immediately afterwards, along with the swaying footsteps of the earth, the four emperors Charlotte Lingling's crazy posture appeared. Caramel Puff Tower, Charlotte Lingling raised her head and screamed. One step down, the desolation cracked a huge gully. FK, that, the ant is finally crazy. Add bookmarks for easy reading, Plague Quinn called strangely. This is really bad. The giant beauty Black Maria stared at her eyes. Do we have to run, Mr. Jin? Peggy Wan proposed in a flustered expression. Run, Yan Calamity Jin said concisely, screamed, transformed into a toothless pterosaur, and rose into the sky for the first time. See it, all the beasts couldn't help but stunned. Even Peggy Wan, who suggested running away, was stunned. After all, he is. So casually. According to Yan's strong character in the past, how could he run so decisively? Ha 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 ha, idiot Jin, you also have. Plague Quinn just wanted to taunt when he caught the flame ember. Next moment, the unfinished ridicule was choked and then turned into a crouch, echoing above the wasteland. Because the mad four emperors Charlotte Lingling came towards them. Ah! The screams of the beasts and pirates one after another. Caramel Puff Tower, advertisement the four emperors Charlotte screamed. Lao Su only has Xiaodutang, no puff towers, you go after others. The Plague Quinn Saya, who was unfortunately targeted, ran wildly. Caramel Puff Tower, the four emperors Charlotte Lingling still screamed. You crazy old woman, do you only say this one thing? Caramel Puff Tower, if that's the case, don't be a monster, you are welcome. Plague Quinn gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. The ancient giant Brachiosaurus form of dragon fruit. Brachiosaurus bomb. Plague Quinn's powerful headhammer exploded with one blow. Caramel Puff Tower, Charlotte Lingling opened her sturdy arms and hugged Quinn's Brachiosaurus head. There was a loud bang. The huge Brachiosaurus weighing several tons was attacked by the Caramel Puff Tower, and fell on all fours. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Ah, I know, but the kitchen materials are almost exhausted, I can't help it. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Bree looked at Golden Lion Shiji earnestly. Longbread said anxiously. All the beasts shouted in anger. Even Master Quinn. Parasparrow yelled in horror. Don't come here, you monster. Gee ha 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 ha, my eldest brother is here, you can watch what puff towers are needed, and the next thing is. Witness the miracle moment again. Please download to see the underlined version chapter 506. Shocked. A word to stop the runaway mother, 3/4 ask for subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Gee ha 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 ha, the next step is. The moment to witness the miracle again. Golden Lion Shiji laughed confidently and proudly. Listening to Golden Lion's confident words, the ministers and officials of the ant showed suspicion. What miracle can there be to witness the miracle again? Parasparrow sneered. It's over, no one can stop Mom from going away. Little Red Dog. Irving is desperate. Who is going to stop my mother's rampage? The long-legged stroke on the other side yelled Star Smoky. Everyone. Sister Smokey, is that the only line in your line? Is it the time to care about this now? If this continues, the 100 beasts and pirates will be destroyed. Speaking of it, now that the alliance is broken, the beasts and pirates group is gone. It's not a big deal, it can even be quieter, it's just that after the beasts are gone, it's their turn next. Thinking about it this way, the ant and the pirates feel bad again. Look, everyone, hero Luo Lin. The hero is approaching Mom. Just as the aunts were at a loss, some people noticed Luo Lin, who appeared on the rampage battlefield at some unknown time. So he couldn't help but screamed. Navy hero, what does he want to do this time? Could it be that he wanted to beat his mother until he was seriously injured and unconscious, like last time, so as to end his mother's runaway? Baron Dandan guessed. How can this be? Is he a toy for our mother? Just follow his mood. If you want to be cured, you can heal, and if you want to be seriously injured, you will be seriously injured. Charlotte Garrett scolded. Advertisement, but this is also a solution. Charlotte Dafu said in a deep voice. Brother Dafu, what do you mean? Bree, who has always been the only promise, has a little harsher. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. To end my mother's rampage, apart from Caramel Puff Tower, this method is used. Anyway. Mother was also awakened by that. Hero. No matter how bad it is, she will fall into a coma again. Parasparrow's face was indifferent. Brother Parrows, you. Why is that our mother? Ski, please prepare me puff ingredients. The long bread gritted his teeth and made a sincere request to the golden lion Shiji. Gee ha ha ha, don't be so pessimistic, long bread, my eldest brother is a man of miracles. Add bookmarks for easy reading, golden lion Shiji grinned. At the same time, a chaotic battlefield hundreds of meters away. Under the madness of the violent ant, the beasts without the 4 emperors fell apart in an instant. Even Quinn at the level of the 3 disasters, the power of the ant and the runaway can't go through a round. The gap between the disaster and the 4 emperors can be seen. Damn crazy woman, don't get too smug. The grumpy old sister Wu Ludi was enraged and went up desperately. Sister, don't do it. Peggy Wan, the ridgeback dragon form who witnessed this scene, suddenly yelled in horror. However, it was too late. Wu Ludi tried his best to kick Charlotte Lingling on the shoulder of the 4 emperors. However, it didn't move. Wu Ludi's full-scale attack with an angry burst of anger, with a steel balloon body, it is not even a tickling. It's really a monster. The grumpy old sister Wu Ludi scolded. Advertisement and runaway turned her head subconsciously, and the demon's heavy pupils stared at Wu Ludi. Sister, be careful. Lulican, be careful. Peggy Wan and the giant beauty Black Maria cried out in horror. In fact, there is no need to remind others. Rao is irritable like Wu Ludi, and he is completely afraid at this moment. Locked by the terrifying aura of the 4 emperors, every cell in her body seemed to be trembling. The body is stiff, unable to move. Caramel Puff Tower. The 4 emperors Charlotte Linglings, Caramel Puff Tower, big move burst again. The big hand as heavy as Taishan slapped down towards the stiff Wu Luti. If this palm is implemented, the bones will break and the tendons will break. Lulu sauce. Uluti prayed pitifully. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Charlotte Lingling, the 4 emperors in a state of runaway, really stopped. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. To there was a slight, tap, footstep, next second. Enough, stop, Lingling. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Peggy Wan and Black Maria screamed in horror, old sister. Uluti's prayer is fulfilled. Immediately after that, there was a calm voice. The strong wind brought by the terrifying palm power that penetrated the atmosphere suddenly stopped. With this calm voice, it fell. It is not impossible to be photographed directly into meat sauce in serious cases. It's really over this time. No, I haven't even talked about my boyfriend yet, so I don't want to end my life like this. Lord God, save me. Chapter 507? Wulu. Q. Lord Luo Lin, I want to give you a monkey, 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Enough, Lingling, stop. On the chaotic battlefield raged by the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling, a calm voice sounded. The sound was not loud, but it was like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears in the room. All the beasts who flee in panic like a headless fly couldn't help but stop. He glanced at the source of the sound subconsciously. After seeing Luo Lin entering the arena, especially when seeing Luo Lin stop the runaway 4 emperor Charlotte Lingling with words. Everyone in the room opened their eyes wide, shocked to the point of indescribable. Hey, what the hell is going on? More than 100 meters away, everyone who witnessed this scene was also in an extremely shocking mood. I was so shocked that my eyes were about to jump out of my eyes. As thieves, they have experienced the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling's eating disorder more than once. It is precisely because of this that they know better than anyone the horror of. Before eating the dessert that she wants to eat, the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling's desire for destruction will only expand infinitely. I would never stop voluntarily, but right now, as Golden Lion Shiji said earlier, the miracle really appeared again, that the hero Luo Lin, whom they regarded as the greatest horror, once again created a miracle in front of them. With just one sentence, he stopped the 4 emperors Charlotte Lingling from running away. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. That man really did a miracle again. Charlotte Garrett, Minister of Butter, screamed. How did he do it? That's a violent mother. Charlotte Flampy exclaimed. It's incredible. Just one sentence stopped my mother's rampage. Is he a god? Are we all fighting against Lord God so far? Advertisement? The thieves shouted in shock and exclamation one after another. Under the collective gaze of beasts and aunts who shocked their eyes for more than 1,000 times. Luo Lin took a step, stepping on the atmosphere, step by step, and the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling's eyes were level. You are. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Finally, the 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling, who had been shouting, Caramel Puff Tower, since the runaway, uttered other words. The Caramel Puff Towers are out now, let's bear it for a while, Lingling. Luo Lin said calmly. Now, no, was stimulated by the word, no. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling had suddenly reddened her eyes, and she finally calmed down and she saw signs of running away again. Be obedient, quiet down first, Lingling. Luo Lin spoke again like coaxing a child. Listening to the gentle whispers of an elder in my ear. Charlotte Lingling only felt the blood in her body surging. The spirit that was close to collapse instantly stabilized. If this is the case, then I will bear with it a little longer. 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling sat down on the spot, weakly speaking, with innocent eyes open, looking at Luo Lin pitifully. Being stared at by an old lady and giant in her 60s with a childlike innocence and pitiful gaze, Luo Lin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, really panicked, and simply turned his back directly. A terrifying incident of the 4 Emperors' violent walking was settled by Luo Lin in a few words. This scene deeply shocked everyone in the room, at this moment. In the eyes of the pirates of the beasts and the ant, Luo Lin's figure standing in the air is like a god. Among them, the poisonous tongue sister Wu Ludi is the most. Advertisement looking at the tall and stalwart figure in the air. The haze in Wu Ludi's heart was gone, and the fear was gone. A small heart beats violently like a deer. A special emotion that had never been felt before radiated from her heart. Quickly overwhelmed all her reason and occupied her whole body. Master Luo Lin, over the past few days, a certain special emotion that has accumulated in Wu Ludi's heart has exploded in an all-round way. Wu Ludi yelled, his body leapt high and into the air. Then he hugged Luo Lin's thigh under the wide and shocking gaze of the people. Sister, don't do it. Peggy Wan yelled for collapse, desperate for her old sister's repeated deaths. After finally getting out of the clutches of the ant, he now provokes a more terrifying god. This effort is almost catching up with Kaido. Peggy Wan, the younger brother, expressed his hard tiredness. Lulu Sauce, the same frightened Warong was Black Maria. However, what was even more shocking to her was still behind. Master Luo Lin is so handsome, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Wu Ludi, who hugged Luo Lin's thigh, cheered loudly. Everyone. Luo Lin. Chapter 508 Peggy Wan. You can have a snack, Aunt, dim sum? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The 4 Emperors Luo Te Lingling runaway incident ended in an extremely shocking way. The prison desert island returned to peace. However, the shocking emotions in people's hearts are unrecoverable for a long time. Especially the people of the 4 Emperors. The mother who ran away because of schizophrenia unexpectedly regained consciousness under the words of others. This is nothing short of a miracle, subverted their cognition. Somehow, the ant's ministers always felt that the 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling who had awakened this time were very different from the past. Master Luo Lin, the voice of the girl full of admiration and affection revived. When Peggy Wan and Hey Maria took careless efforts, Wu Ludi broke free from their shackles and moved closer to Luo Lin once again. Lulu Sauce, Black Maria exclaimed quickly and hugged Ulu T, who was sneaking away. I said, old sister, that person is the most dangerous man in the world. If he gets impatient, no one can really save you this time. Peggy Wan panicked and said in a daze. Little Pepe, you are so capable. You dare to preach to your sister. Besides, Master Luo Lin won't be impatient with a cute girl like me, huh? Wu Ludi, who has always been poisonous and irritable, is full of girlish aura right now. The girl is pregnant with spring, nothing more than this. Watching this transformation that happened in Wu Luti, Peggy Wan suddenly showed a ghostly expression on his face. What is going on in this world? The terrifying 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling is just like a child. It's crazy that even his grumpy old lady who was like Tyrannosaurus turned into a cute girl now. Peggy Wan felt a little dizzy. Black Maria was also speechless for a while. But in any case, the opponent is the most dangerous man who killed their captain. It is a hostile relationship with them. Sister, it's really hard for you to make me a younger brother like this. Can you grow a snack by yourself? Peggy shook his head helplessly. Advertisement, huh, little Pepe. Wu Ludi just wanted to refute, but in the middle of the conversation, she stopped abruptly. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The same goes for the Black Maria who hugged her. A panic appeared on the fair face. What's the matter, old sister? Peggy Wan was keenly aware of an unpleasant atmosphere. Next second, without being reminded by others, Peggy Wan also knew the source of the ominous premonition. A huge shadow suddenly enveloped his body, feeling that behind me is like ancient times. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The terrifying breath of a fierce beast. Peggy Wan's body couldn't help but tremble, his head turned stiffly. It just so happened that Charlotte Lingling, the fourth emperor, had a big mouthful of the drooling blood basin. Hey, did you just talk about dim sum? Where is the dim sum? 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling looked expectantly. Hey. Peggy Wan's breathing was stagnant, and even the blood in his body was coagulated and stopped flowing. Little Pepe, you give her some snacks. Uluti's weak way. Although she was saved by Luo Lin earlier, Charlotte Lingling's palm did not fall on her. But the oppressive power and fear at the time have already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Lao lao lao. Sister, where can I have a little bit, dessert? Peggy Wan is about to cry. I can't figure it out, why this lunatic aunt suddenly found him. I also asked him for snacks and so on. Advertisement. Peggy Wan seemed to have thought of something. Dim sum long dim sum, lying FK. Peggy Wan, who had figured out everything, couldn't help but lie in a big groove. He just reminded his old sister to have a snack. As a result, hearing this 4 Emperor mother's ears automatically turned into a snack. I will never again ask others to have a snack. Peggy thought, crying without tears. Where is the snack? 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling asked again. Haha. Peggy Wan made a haha, and his dodge vision swept to Plague Quinn, who just got up not far away. Mr. Quinn, can you lend me your small bean soup for emergency? Peggy Wan asked in a trembling voice. Seeing Lu Luer and listening to the pandemic from all directions, Quinn couldn't perceive the situation on Peggy Wan's side. Hearing Peggy Wan ask him for his favorite Xiaodutang, Plague Quinn's body suddenly froze, and then he fell straight to the ground again. Started to pretend to be dead a second time. The first time was when he was thrown to the ground by his aunt's back. Peggy Wan. Don't bring this to play, if there is no snack. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling's voice gradually became cold. Feeling the threat of the cold words, Peggy Wan was almost scared to pee. Okay, Lingling, bear with me a little longer, let's make a cake for you right away. Luo Lin appeared at the right time and spoke calmly. Peggy Wan heard that Luo Lin's voice, which was originally more terrifying than a devil, was now as friendly as an angel. It's just the most beautiful voice in the world. Filu reminds you 3 things about reading. Chapter 509, 4 Emperors, Big Brother, 2 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Mr. Luo Lin, hero. Looking at Luo Lin, who appeared in front of him in time and saved the field again. Peggy Wan's heart was moved like a surging river, endless. Originally, he heard the same voice as the whispers of death, but at this moment it was like the most beautiful fairy music in the world. After all, this voice, to him, is life-saving. Puff Tong escaped from the dead. Peggy Wan, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly weakened his knees and fell to the ground. Both hands hugged Luo Lin's thighs, just like the previous Wu Ludi. I can only say that I am worthy of my sister and brother. Luo Lin chuckled and shook his head. Xiao Pepe, what are you doing on earth? Lord Luo Lin's thigh is the only thing I can hold. Not waiting. Luo Lin had something to say, and Wu Ludi on the side was the first to sit still. Hurriedly dragged Peggy Wan, who was holding his thigh, away, and began to scold and teach. Yes. Peggy Wan just nodded vigorously in response to the lesson of the old sister Wu Luti. No more half-cent complaints, at this moment. His inner thoughts have also undergone a 180-degree change. Originally, in his opinion, Luo Lin was like a demon with the power of a god. If my old sister rushes to the door, she will definitely be eaten by the devil and wiped out, and she won't even be able to keep her heel bones. But think about it now. If the old lady can really get on the base, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing, although it is unfair to the dead Captain Kaido. But having such a strongest brother-in-law in the world is really exciting. Peggy couldn't help but think about it. It's just, I think that the target of the old lady's position is the hero of the Navy. And there is also a goddess-level opponent like Lieutenant General Suru of the Navy's General Staff. Peggy Wan had a headache. The hope of my old sister's superiority is really slim. Peggy sighed helplessly. Regarding what Peggy Wan had in mind. Luo Lin now has no time to pay attention to it. At this moment, Luo Lin, facing the 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling, also has a headache. Since Big Brother said so, Lingling will endure it for a while. Okay, but Big Brother, when can we have a snack? Advertisement. Charlotte Lingling opened her innocent big eyes that were very inconsistent with her appearance and stared at Luo Lin unblinkingly. Luo Lin. People on the side. Big Brother. Dead silence only lasted for a small piece of the next second. The wasteland exploded again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, I heard something just now, my ear must be wrong. 6 sons of the beasts, the Murloc Sasaki called strangely. Big Brother. What the hell is the pirate kidding that the 4 Emperors called the hero Luo Lin the Big Brother? Plague Quinn, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, jumped up, his voice increased more than octave. First is the Golden Lion Shiji, now it is the auntie of the 4 Emperors. Is it really impossible for that man to do what he did? And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. The flames flying in the air, at this moment, are also softened by Charlotte Lingling's Big Brother Lei. Almost from the sky, planted to the ground, All the beasts are like this. Not to mention the ministers and officials of the thief's family. When I heard the big brother in my mother's mouth, all the cadres and ministers of the aunts only felt that the worldview was fragmented. Hey, what a joke. Hero Luo Lin, what have you done to our mother? Mom, that person is an enemy. Mom, look at us, we are your family. Dafu, Owen, Monder, Flamp, Bree and others all yelled anxiously. Who will make Mom sober? Straddling the long legs and yelling Star Smokey. Long Loaf, do you know what the hell is going on? Why doesn't my mother know us anymore? Parasparrow's face was full of horror and he almost bit his long tongue. I know. The Long Loaf suddenly yelled, attracting the attention of the ants' cadres. Ling Ling has lost her memory again. Long Bread spoke solemnly. What advertisement? Nani? Amnesia. Also, all the ministers of the ants' children are full of question marks. Yes, it must have caused Ling Ling to have amnesia again because of falling into the sea. This has happened before. The Long Bread said for sure. He thought of a similar accident that happened decades ago. It's not good for Mom to lose her memory. Now my mother is obviously much closer to that. Hero. If this continues, my mother will be abducted. How should this be good? It would be great if Bryn was here. Yes, Bryn's memory fruit will definitely help mother restore her memory. All the aunts and cadres are secretly anxious. Fang Kun was disturbed by the sudden amnesia of the four emperors. Just when everyone was thinking about countermeasures. Heavy footsteps sounded. Draw a dividing line in front of the ant and the pirates. Parasparrow and others shouted anxiously, Roland is gone. There was a loud laugh. Please download to see the underlined version. Gee ha 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 ha. Don't go with him, mother, mom. We are your family. A huge golden sword aura slashed open the earth. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Golden Lion Shiji, what are you going to do? Raise your foot to catch up. So naturally, the four emperors Charlotte Lingling, who became a little girl thinking, followed Luo Lin's pace step by step. Chapter 510, Beasts, Ant Farming Group. Nami was stunned. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. A huge gully was cracked in the earth. That was due to the slash of the flying great swordsman Golden Lion Shiji from the previous era. Under the threat of the Golden Lion's sword intent, all the ant pirates who originally wanted to chase and stop the amnesia ant all stopped. He raised his head and looked at the Golden Lion Shiji in midair in anger. Golden Lion Shiji, what are you going to do? Parasparrow scolded angrily. Gee ha 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 ha. Ling Ling made the decision by herself to go with my eldest brother, you guys. As long as you are children, just watch it silently and support it. You don't need to send it away. Golden Lion Shiji laughed. What did you say? Who is going to give it away? How can we just watch our mother follow the enemy? What do you want to do to our amnestic mother? All the cadres and ministers of the aunts were emotional and sternly scolded. Gee ha ha ha, don't be afraid, kids, if you really want Ling Ling to come back, it's not impossible. Golden Lion Shiji grinned. Really, this can be taken seriously. Monder, Garrett and others couldn't help but smile. Of course. The Golden Lion nodded. It's just that if Ling Ling fell ill because he wanted to eat cake, you can only solve it by yourself, but we won't provide any help anymore. Aha, hey, I heard Golden Lion Shiji talked about this. The anxious color on the faces of the aunts and pirates suddenly solidified. No way. Absolutely not. Just let the lunatic ant go with me, she must never come back to me. Mother, you can think clearly, don't wait, the ant everyone speaks. The beast cadres on the side took the lead in frying the pan, and sternly refused. Advertisement after all, they really didn't want to experience the hell-like scene like the previous one. Listening to the complaints and curses of the miserable beasts, although the aunts were annoyed in their hearts, they were not easy to refute. After all, it was true before. Their mother went crazy, and it was indeed their beasts who suffered. Besides, this time all the beasts suffered, and the next time I don't know who it is. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Think about it this way. It seems that letting the ant who will run away at any time follow Luo Lin's departure is not so unacceptable. Gee ha 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 ha, it seems that you were clear, so let's discuss another matter next. Golden Lion Shiji spoke again. Golden Lion Shiji, go ahead, what exactly does Shang Lulin want us to do? The flaming embers in the form of a toothless pterosaur looked up at the Golden Lion. Gee ha ha ha, don't be afraid, my eldest brother killed you like this before he thought, but... Enta, add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP, Golden Lion Road. Just, the cadres of beasts and aunts couldn't help but shudder. Gee ha 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 ha, Golden Lion Shiji suddenly waved his hand. Swish swish, there was a breaking wind in the sky. Immediately afterwards, three sacks fell from the sky, falling in front of the beasts and the aunts and the pirates. What is this, seed, what do you give us this? The pirates were puzzled, and their faces were full of doubts. Gee ha 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 ha, this is what my eldest brother wants you to do. You guys. Pirates, don't give birth, thinking about looting others all day long, and then let you do it yourself and get enough food and clothing. Golden Lion Road. Advertisement, what, the two emperor pirates are all dumbfounded. Is this the meaning of letting them farm the land? The dignified 4 sovereign level pirate group, the most terrifying pirate group in this sea, actually wants to plant the land. Their dignified beasts and thieves want to become the land. Are you kidding me? If it's spread out, why are they mixing in this sea? Also, you guys. What do you mean as a pirate? Isn't Golden Lion Shiji a pirate yourself? Obviously you are. The biggest pirate head in the sea of this age. Jia ha 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 ha, go on, kids, wait when this wasteland is full of crops and grain, you will have the hope of freedom. Golden Lion Shijidao. Soon there was no waiting. The cadres of the two emperors complained, and they rose into the sky amidst laughter. I present. Mr. Jin, what shall we do now, Brother Peros, are we really going to farm? The cadres of the two emperors were all messed up. Of course there are exceptions. Oh, isn't this Adzuki bean seed? Come on, plant it all for Lao Su. The plague Quinn with a peculiar brain circuit opened his mouth in surprise. Little Pepe, please work hard together. When the land is planted, I will be able to marry Lord Luo Lin. Wu Ludi said full of enthusiasm, Sister, what are your dreams in the broad daylight? Peggy Wanfu. At the same time, Luo Lin, Shiji, and Auntie Amnesia, who left the desert island of the Paradise Prison at an altitude of 10,000 meters, returned to the 7,000-meter Paradise Resort Island. Brother Luoling, when seeing Luo Lin return, Nami, who had just cruised the island, immediately greeted her in surprise. However, after seeing the four emperors Charlotte Lingling who followed Luo Lin, the surprise expression on Nami's face suddenly solidified. Luo, Brother Luo Lin, Aunt four emperors follow you. Nami spoke in a panic. Okay, Luo Lin nodded calmly. Hey, big brother, when do you have a snack? Charlotte Lingling held her fingers and spoke weakly. Nami. Chapter 511. Nami who is drunk and acts as a gangster, 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi the Central Manor of Paradise Resort Island. Nami, who went out happily to welcome Luo Lin's return, saw the terrifying four emperors Charlotte Lingling who was also following Luo Lin. As a result, the joyful smile on Nami's face suddenly solidified, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. But the next moment, an even more shocking thing happened to Nami. Big brother, listening to the name that popped out of the four horror aunts. The little girl Nami was stupid, her body stood still on the spot like petrified, motionless. Big brother is called Luo Lin, what kind of wind is it blowing today? The most terrifying old woman in this sea. The four emperor Luo Te Lingling is like a child, I will not be a hallucination, right? Say that this is what I am dreaming. Let me talk about it again. Why did I fall into the sea in the big event and died? The life and death of the four emperors will appear here. She will not come to me because of my influence and control of Zeus. Trouble, at this moment, Nami's always clever little head is already in a mess. Even though there are thousands of thoughts, I can't figure out a single clue. Jihahaha, Nami girl, don't think about it if you don't understand it. I'll talk to you slowly later at the banquet. The golden lion Shiji rushed from the sky and opened his mouth with a big smile. Hey, big brother, I want to eat cake. Four Emperor Charlotte Lingling spoke weakly again. This pitiful appearance is completely opposite to the bullying and ruthlessness of the past. Listening to Charlotte Lingling's address to herself, Luo Lin couldn't help grinning. Forget it, girl Nami, go in and talk about it. Luo Lin shook his head and touched Nami's small head with his big hand. Okay, after Luo Lin touched her head to kill, Nami finally recovered and nodded. 10 minutes later. Manor Banquet Hall. The four emperors and the remnants of the pirates of 100 beasts who escaped in the Demon Slayer order are all Lao Jin. You caught it, and now you're locked in 3 kilometers above our heads. Nami screamed in surprise. Jihahaha, that's it. Golden Lion Shiji laughed proudly and proudly. Gudong, under the stimulus of shocking emotions, Nami clicked on a whole bottle of spirits, her small face flushed under the stimulus of alcohol. Raise your hand to wipe the wine stains from the corners of your mouth. Advertisement. Nami's gaze fell on the hall where the four emperors Charlotte Lingling, who was stuttering the cake, seemed to think of something. The fourth emperor Luo Lin was seriously injured a few days ago, just so much time, even the four emperors will never recover so quickly, so there is only one truth. Nami stretched out a finger. Couldn't Luo Lin use his own blood to treat Charlotte Lingling? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Nami guessed. Jihahaha, it really is Nami. Not waiting, what did Luo Lin say? Golden Lion Shiji laughed again, confirming Nami's guess. Add bookmarks for easy reading. R, greater than, Gudong, without saying a word. Nami drank a bottle of wine again. Little girl's house, drink less. Luo Lin reminded. Okay, brother Luo Lin, hiccup. Nami obediently responded, and then hiccuped, next moment. Under the influence of drunkenness, Nami's figure suddenly shook. In the end, his head tilted and he fell completely drunk in Luo Lin's arms. But it's not over yet. Although she is drunk, Nami's consciousness does not seem to be completely lost. A pair of drunk eyes is hazy, and his slender hands and jade feet are even more dishonest. She looks like a drunk girl and hooligan, belch. I can't go on like this, even the four emperors, hiccup. Nami murmured unconsciously, which was unrealistic. But for Luo Lin, who has a mind-reading experience, is not a problem. Ski, I'll send Nami to rest first, and I'll have a drink with you later. Advertisement. Luo Lin spoke. Jihahaha, go, brother, it's okay to come later. Old Golden Lion Shiji had an expression of, I know, on his face. Seeing skin as beating posture, Luo Lin couldn't help filling the black line on his forehead. However, the most urgent task now is to send little Nami to sober. Luo Lin hugged Nami. Space ability is activated. In an instant, he disappeared from the banquet hall. The reappearance is already in the cabin of the Golden Ark Proverbs. At the entrance, there is a piece of golden gold products. With the company of her favorite gold, Nami should calm down a little bit. Luo Lin thought so. However, this time, the situation is slightly different from what he expected. Just as Luo Lin was about to leave, a thin hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. Brother Luo Lin, don't go. Nami opened her big bright eyes, and her mind was slightly awake. What's the matter, little girl Nami, you should take a good rest now. Roland rode. Nami pursed her mouth, but did not speak. A delicate little face blushed, half because of the wine, and half because of what she was saying in her heart at the moment. She knew that even if she didn't say it, Luo Lin could hear her voice. That's the truth, it's just when Luo Lin was silent. Nami, who was sitting on the boat's couch, suddenly stood up, stood on her toes, and put her delicate hand around Luo Lin's neck. A kiss. Deep feeling. Please download to see the underlined version. Chapter 512. I am the man who wants to be the king of the Navy, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The afternoon sun was enthusiastic. The birds in the forest are in pairs. The fish frolicked in the water. And in the golden house, from noon to dusk, the setting sun gradually sets westward. The sunset glow rendered the sky a fiery red color. Beautiful. 7 kilometers in the sky, a paradise resort island. In the central manor, the deserted banquet continues. Oh, this is the 4 emperors. Charlotte Lingling laughing happily. A whole afternoon, after eating the cakes that I don't know how many hills. Charlotte Lingling was greatly satisfied both physically and mentally. The posture that had been thin due to the exhaustion of a lot of physical strength has returned to its usual fullness. Jihahaha, Lingling, are you full? But there are still a lot of cakes. Golden Lion Shiji drank a sip of wine. I'm full, Lingling is already full, so happy. 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling lay down on the ground with her head up, with a satisfied expression on her face. Jihahaha, in this case, I will work hard for my elder brother in the future, and I promise to manage enough delicious cakes. Golden Lion Shiji laughed. His response was a series of sound. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling, who was full of cakes, fell asleep and fell asleep. Golden Lion Shiji. The other side. Little Lori, who was sitting leaning against the window, put her chin against the window sill during Golden Week, and sighed lightly. Jia ha ha ha, what's wrong with Marianne? Golden Lion Shiji asked. President brother and Nami, why haven't they come back? Little Lori Jinzhou said with a lonely face. Jia ha 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 ha, eldest brother and they're not here, grandpa is still there. Yo. A chrysanthemum appeared on the face of old Golden Lion Shiji, a brilliant smile, leaning forward. Little Lori raised her small hand during Golden Week and pushed the old face of Golden Lion Shiji away. Ugly rejection. Advertisement. The Golden Lion Shiji suddenly showed a look offwrong. Little Lori took out a mirror from her pocket during Golden Week. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help sighing again. I really want to grow up quickly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Another hour. The sky gradually darkened. Shiji. The sound of footsteps accompanied Luo Lin's voice. Jihahaha, brother, you are finally back. Golden Lion Shiji laughed and stepped forward. But before him, little Lolita, who had been so sleepy that she was napping, rushed out first during Golden Week and jumped into Luo Lin's arms. Breathing the familiar smell with big mouthfuls, and the loneliness on his face suddenly disappeared. What's the matter, little Marianne? Luo Lin asked incomprehensibly, with a big hand on top of her head, gently stroking. And to add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Jihahaha, it's not because you have been there for too long, elder brother, no one in Marianne is lonely with you anymore. Golden Lion Shijidao. Well, then we will stay here for 2 more days, and we will bring Wei Wei, Robin and the others over to have fun together. Roland rode. Really, hearing this, little Lolita's eyes sparkled during the Golden Week. Of course. Luo Lin nodded naturally, yay. The next 2 days. During the day, Luo Lin took a little Lolita around the island like she was taking her daughter during the Golden Week. Occasionally, I would go to the prison island at an altitude of 10,000 meters to supervise the progress of the beasts and the ants farming. As for the evening time, naturally, I have to give it to another little girl. 2 days passed quickly. Jihahaha, brother, you can go back without worry, I will speed up the completion of the holiday island, waiting for you to come, I will watch Lingling here too. Advertisement. Golden Lion Shiji laughed. Oh, I don't worry if you watch. Luo Lin grinned. The Golden Lion Ski, who was affirmed by Luo Lin, suddenly came backflip like a monkey. Goodbye, brother, goodbye Nami, little Lori waved her hand goodbye during Golden Week. Marian, we will see you again soon, hee. With a bright smile on Nami's face, she waved goodbye. The dark blue electric current flows through the hull of the ship, driving the electric system. The Golden Ark's motto slowly soared into the sky and returned to the direction of Washung. At this moment, Washung Gateway Island, a Navy ordinary class warship approached slowly. On the bow of the warship, 3 young men in navy cloaks stood. One is as broad as an iron tower. A two-sword swordsman with long and flowing hair in lavender. In the center is a young man with flame-like hair. Captain Dongli, there is a naval ship approaching in front. Giant Cassie reported loudly. Gababababa, navy warship, that might have come to Luo Lin. It's okay, Oimo, go tell everyone. Red Ghost Brokey said. Gujiajiajiajia, let me ask who it is. The Blue Ghost Tori got up and walked to the coast with shaking steps. Goulant, take a look, it's really a giant watching the door. Burnham, the brawny man who was as broad as an iron tower, exclaimed. That giant is the original giant pirate captain, the Blue Ghost Dongli, who offered a reward of 100 million Baileys. Zeppa, a swordsman with 2 swords, spoke. Pirate, hum. The young man with a red flame head and a scar on the corner of his mouth grinned. Hey, the navy in front, who are you looking for in Washung? Green Ghost Dongli asked loudly. At the bow of the warship, the flame-headed young Garant leapt high, and a large amount of steam suddenly rose from his left hand. The Blue Ghost Dongli, who was offering a reward of 100 million Baileys. Remember the name of the person who was about to defeat you. I am Garant, and I will become the Admiral of the Navy in the future. Chapter 513. The Disciple of the General Green Pheasant, 2 quarters for complete order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Listen well, giant pirate, my name is Garant, and I will be the man who will become the Admiral of the Navy in the future. The roar of the young man with a flame-like hair reverberated over the Portal Island, shaking Xie. Chi-chi-chi. At the same time, his left arm wrapped in a special machine suddenly emitted a large amount of hot steam, just like a Zephyr pulverizer. The power of terror is accumulating. The sea that caused the sea to be rippled in circles. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the young man's left arm, the giant captain, the Blue Ghost Tori, couldn't help but sink slightly. A dignified color flashed across his face. Gujiajiajiajia, what a great boy, come on. The Blue Ghost Dongli slapped the shield made of Wabo alloy with a huge sword, and was ready to fight. Next second, the young Garant, who aspires to become the king of the navy, has accumulated power in his left arm. Moonstep. The air blasted overwhelmingly under his feet. A conspicuous steam chong rainbow flew across the sky. He rushed towards the Blue Ghost Tori on the Gateway Island. Dang! Is as crisp as iron strikes, and the sound of dang resounds through the sea. The shock wave of terrifying power spread centered on Dongli and Garant. The strong wind caused the old trees on the island to tilt and rustle. The force on the robotic arm of Boom Garant exploded twice. The special Wabo alloy shield held by the Blue Ghost Dongli was dented. Perceiving that increasingly terrifying power, the Blue Ghost Tori, who was the original captain of the giant pirate, could not help but change his face suddenly. The steps unconsciously retreated, leaving deep footprints on the ground of the island. What? Nani? Captain Dongli was beaten backwards by that little guy. Advertisement. The giants Cassie and Amoy, who had witnessed this shocking scene, instantly widened their eyes in surprise. They looked at each other, all with ghostly expressions on their faces. Gababababa, Dongli, you were really good, you were actually forced to retreat by a kid. Brokey, the red ghost on the neighboring island, laughed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shut up, Brokey, this little navy monster. Green Ghost Dongli spoke in a deep voice. Looking at the flame-head young Garant, and then at the fist marks on the alloy shield in his hand, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. Fortunately, the new shield that Luo Lin gave me is of special material. If it were the previous one, it might have been broken. This kid is really not easy. The Blue Ghost Tori couldn't help thinking, too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. At the moment when the giants were secretly shocked, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the sky. A slender shadow with long dark blue hair stepped on the moonstep. It was Ai Yin who came to check the situation after receiving the news. You are Grant. Ai Yin recognized the flame-headed youth on the island below. Iron Sauce, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Iron Sauce. Don't wait. What did the young flame-head Garant say? Zephyr, the double-blade swordsman on the warship, was the first to shout in surprise. A face that was originally a stylish face instantly turned into a pig brother, just like Sanji. Looking at the pig brother who stepped on the moonstep and approached him, Ai Yin decisively stepped on his face and kicked him into the sea. Ha 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 ha, it really is like this. The brawny navy Burnham laughed. Oh, isn't this Ai Yin? It's been a long time since I saw you. On the coast of the island, Garant looked at his old acquaintance Ai Yin and couldn't help grinning. Advertisement, Goulant, what are you doing here this time? Ai Yin asked. We are entrusted by the General Mr. Kuzan to send a letter to the hero Luo Lin. Garant said. General Kuzan to Luo Lin. No, Mr. Luo Lin sends a letter. Ain frowned slightly. Knowing that it is almost enough to ask here, the next thing is not something she can delve into. If this is the case, then follow me in first, Ai Yin said calmly. After saying this, he turned around and returned to the city. Please download to see the underlined version. The warship passed through the huge portal, and not far from the front, the magnificent Washung fortress greeted everyone's eyes. Grant, although I really want to continue to fight with him, the task is still urgent at the moment. After all, this is his lazy teacher, what Qian Jingwan asked to entrust him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL novel for free. Add bookmarks for easy reading, to besides, for that, the legendary hero who defeated the two Big Four Emperors alliance with one person, Garant, was also very curious. Garant glanced at the green ghost Dongli. It is necessary to ensure that the letter is handed over to that hero. 3 minutes later, Jiu Lan nodded and returned with a moonstep. The warship sailed into the crescent-shaped bay and officially landed in Washang Fortress. When seeing the people gathered in Washang Square, the faces of Garant and others on the warship showed extremely shocked expressions. At the bow of the warship, Burnham greeted the pensive Garant. Chapter 514, One Piece and the Navy King, 3/4 seek subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The huge Washang Square is crowded at this moment. More than 40,000 soldiers gathered together. The voices are full of people, and it is very lively. After 3 days of exercise and break-in, what is going on in the square today is the division of teams. The 40,000 soldiers who jumped from the Navy were originally in different formations. The level of strength between each other is also uneven. For more effective targeted training in the future, but also for the upcoming war, the establishment of the army is imperative. Luo Lin has given full power to Sabo to command the thousands of soldiers in the old city of Washang, not counting. It is now targeting the 40,000 recruits who have recently joined. From the ability of the individual to be good at the most fundamental moral test. There is Zepha, the former chief Navy instructor, and the assistance of experienced veterans. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. From time to time, there was a shocking uproar and applause from people in the square. That is to cheer for people who show good results and have outstanding moral performance. Outside the concentrated testing area of the soldiers, there is also a circle of people next to the power tester numbered 51. Rubber Tomahawk. The Vitality Boy Straw Hat Road leapt up, and his stretched right leg was like a battle axe and fell on the power tester. Accompanied by a flash of red light, the numbers on the tester flickered frantically. In the end, he stopped at the number of 3,799. It represents the power of Straw Hat Luffy's attack. The power of an ordinary seaman is only about 10. Dao power of more than 600 is already a superhuman existence. And Straw Hat Luffy hit this value when there is no additional arm color, but just a normal attack, which is already very impressive. It's not far from the 4,000 powers of Rob Lucy, the oldest in 900 or 800 years. Under Luo Lin's awakening and intervention, the current Straw Hat Luffy is completely different from the original plot at this time. If it is against Lu Chi again, even without the protagonist's Bloodlock halo, it will be enough to win. It's really a little straw hat. Next is Nugia. Advertisement. The S***** Funkele, the Golden Rooster, was independent, turned around and came to the tester, kicking it off heavily. Dao power is just over 1,000. Interesting, I'll try it too. With an interesting expression on Soren's face, 3 swords were taken out of the sheath. Stop. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The long-nosed Usopp slapped Sauron on the back of his head. This is an instrument for testing strength. Don't chop with a knife, it will break a hole. Hearing that, one DOS on the other side also put down his sharp-edged arm and looked up at the sky. Green algae head, let's watch my performance. Sanji smiled triumphantly and dropped his foot. Rode on the tester to add bookmarks for easy reading. The strength steadily passed 2,000 and finally reached 2,400. Captain Sabo, you also go to the test. Someone looked at Sabo. Ahahaha, all right. Sabo nodded in response and went straight forward. A punch fell. The strength tester made of special Wabo alloy shakes. The number displayed on the meter was finally fixed at 5,000. Wow, looking at this amazing number, everyone in the room, as well as the Washang recruits who came over curiously, were in an uproar. Usopp, Sauron, get out of the way quickly, I want to test again. Straw Hat Luffy suddenly said. Okay, both Usopp and Sauron were stunned. Turn around and take a look. But I saw that Luffy had already entered the 3rd gear mode. Hey, what are you going to do, Luffy? I want to break this instrument and it won't work. Usopp immediately waved his hands in a panic. Rubber elephant gun. Advertisement ignored Usopp's reminder. The always heartless Luffy's 3rd gear elephant spear. It's about to fall. The people who had gathered around the instrument huffed away. However, at this moment, the sudden change occurred. There was a sharp breaking wind in the air. When a vague shadow flashed out, it had already come under the 3rd gear of Straw Hat Luffy. Who, Sabo, Crocodile and others all gave a shout. Chi-Chi. A large amount of steam envelops the flame-headed young Garant. Regarding Sabo and the others' questions, Garant didn't hear about it. At this moment, all his mind is falling on the pitch-black giant fist that is about to fall, full of fighting spirit. The little monster of Washang who is famous in the sea, he has long wanted to know it for a while. The collision of dong, fist and fist occurred at this moment. The powerful shock wave spread with 2 fists as the center, setting off dust in the sky. The stalemate was only a moment. Next second, a terrifying roar sounded. The flame-headed young man Garant's body slammed heavily into the ground, causing the square to burst. The Straw Hat Luffy in the sky turned a few somersaults and finally landed on the ground. Who are you? Straw Hat Luffy looked at Garant who was tens of meters away, tilted his head in confusion. My name is Garant, the man who will become the admiral in the future, how about you? Garant spoke confidently. My name is Monkey Luffy, and I will be the man who will become One Piece. The Vitality Straw Hat Boy responded loudly, Garant. Chapter 515, Rain and Dew are in the fist, Carp's new big move? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The thunder-like crash of boom rumble resounded in the corner of Watchung Square, rolling up dust in the sky. Straw Hat Luffy's three-gear elephant gun. A brief confrontation with the flame-headed young man Garant's unicorn arm ends. Luffy, are you okay? Sabo, Usopp and others gathered next to Straw Hat Luffy for the first time and asked with concern. The other side. Clockdale and others took the opportunity to block all the intruders' escape routes. Grant. Two more figures swiftly rushed from the coast not far away, at extremely fast speeds. However, without waiting for them to get closer, Sauron and Sanji made an unanimous shot and stood in front of them. Iron block. Burnham's complexion changed, and he quickly guarded himself with iron blocks. However, it was still almost broken by Sanji's kick, retreating in horror. On the other side, under Soren's three-sword flow, the double-sword swordsman Zeppa was also defeated, flying far away, almost unable to hold the double swords in his hand. Burnham, Zeppa, don't come over, I'm fine. The flamehead naval supernova Garant waved a gust of wind to drive away the dust in the sky. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you here to bother me to break Sabo's record? Straw Hat Luffy accused in an angry tone. My name is Garant, the man who will become the admiral in the future. How about you? Garant asked rhetorically. My name is Monkey Luffy, and I will be the man who will become One Piece in the future. The Vitality Straw Hat Boy with his hands on his hips subconsciously responded loudly. Garant. Everyone. This Straw Hat Boy, as the rumors said, there is a problem with his brain. The flamehead young man Garant can't help thinking. There was no nonsense in the report that this kid, as the grandson of the hero Kapu, wanted to be a pirate, and his thoughts about being a pirate king were not ordinary distortions. Since Lieutenant General Carp and the hero Luo Lin can't correct your distorted thoughts, let me teach you what justice is. Advertisement Garant thought so, his fists intersected, and a scorching steam rose from his arms. However quickly, Garant found out what was wrong. When Straw Hat Luffy uttered the iconic rhetoric, the faces of the others changed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. All of them have horror on their faces. What's wrong again? It can't be because of him. A big question mark couldn't help but a big question mark appeared in Garant's heart. In the next second, Garant finally knew the reason. Luffy. A loud roar of anger suddenly came from the horizon. What followed was an astonishing explosion of air. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BR, greater than it was like a meteor passing by in the sky. Come to the square with an unparalleled horror aura. Master, calm down. Sabo yelled. Master, Grandpa, didn't you go looking for something to eat? At this moment, the lawless Straw Hat Luffy also couldn't help but have a green face. Luffy, you're talking nonsense again, look at the old man's iron fist of love. The Straw Hat Luffy One Piece at a cheerful wave Carp calls from the iron fist of love, have to beat hat teenager Baotoshekuan, wah wah barking. Even the surrounding Sabo, Usopp, Crocodile and others are all suffering. This is the iron fist of love specially developed by Carp in order to make every young man feel his love. Also known as the rain and dew dipping fist technique, as long as you are in it, no one can be spared. Even Garant, who is a messenger, is no exception. I go. Garant, who was hit by Cap's iron fist, suddenly widened his eyes, and under the stimulation of the pain that went deep into his bone marrow, cold sweat flowed down. This is the power of Hero Carp, so strong, advertisement. Garant gritted his teeth. He saw the huge gap between him and the hero. It can't be justified. Carp, hurry up and stop. The hero Kapuai's iron fist, who had been raging for a while, finally came to an end with the intervention of the chief instructor Zeppa. The young people in the field, including Goulant, were all vocal. Each clutched the big bag on his head, grinning grinningly. Puff ha 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 ha. Carp scratched his head and laughed heartlessly. In response, Zeppa, Mu Lien and others shook their heads helplessly. Immediately, his gaze fell on the three of Garant III who was wearing the naval justice cloak. Grant, Burnham, Zeppa, as the former chief instructor of the Naval Academy, Zeppa certainly would not fail to recognize the good seedlings of these three threes who performed well in the same period. Teacher Zeppa, Garant, Burnham, and Zeppa III at the same time stepped on the six-style shave and came to Zeppa, bowing respectfully. I heard from Ai Yin that you were ordered by Kuzan this time to send a letter to Luo Lin. Zeppa spoke. Yes, Teacher Zeppa. Yulin nodded. I don't know where the hero Luo Lin is now. My boss, he. Mu Lien just wanted to answer. Suddenly, there was a sudden noise in the sky. Hey, this is a coincidence, kids, you were lucky, my boss is back. Mu Lien changed his words. Chapter 516, Green Pheasant Call, News from Soro, 1 quarter seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. 222, a sudden sound from the clear sky attracted people's attention. A spaceship made of gold is approaching from far to near. Under the shining of the sun, it bloomed with unlimited golden light and dazzling brilliance. When I saw that familiar golden arc proverb. The people gathered in Washang Square were all cheering and shouting. Because they know that this is the master of this city. There, hero Luo Lin is back. What day is today? Why are everyone gathering in the square? Is it possible that you know that brother Luo Lin is coming back, so you come to greet him specially? The childishness between her eyebrows and eyes faded, and Nami, with a hint of mature charm, lifted her hair on her temples and smiled. Where is that exaggeration? Today it's just Zephyr and the others who are carrying out the army formation operation. Roland rode. Yesterday, he had already learned about the incident from Ahi's contact. Although Luo Lin was happy to throw his hand at the shopkeeper, he naturally had to get his approval for such a major matter as the army establishment. This is a matter of principle. Even if Luo Lin doesn't care, this process must be done. Oh, that's how it is. Nami nodded. It's no wonder that Wei Wei and Sister Robin are not there. I thought, if you know that Luo Lin is back, everyone will come here as soon as possible. Nami nodded suddenly. Nami, go find Robin and the others first, there seems to be my business here. Luo Lin's big hand gently brushed Nami's hair. Well, brother Luo Lin, just go, I will be responsible for telling everyone about the resort island. Nami nodded obediently, under the collective gaze of tens of thousands of people in Washang Plaza. The proverbs of the Golden Ark drove straight across the square and headed towards the interior of the city. At the same time, look, it's Mr. Luo Lin, advertisement. It's really Mr. Luo Lin. Mr. Luo Lin is here, everyone, work harder and perform well. Oh, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, when Luo Lin's figure appeared in people's sight. The warm atmosphere in the square suddenly became more and more cheers of people went straight into the sky. On the other side, a corner on the edge of the square, Gudong, that is one of the colors, the golden spacecraft that can fly in the sky, it is really spectacular. One of the Navy supernova messengers, the brawny Burnham's Adam's apple, who was like an iron tower, rolled and murmured in shock. I don't care about the golden spaceship now. It's a hero, a hero. The hero Luo Lin is here. It's a real person. Zeppa, a swordsman with 2 swords, rubbed his hands in excitement. Get up these days, and to add bookmarks for easy reading. The most eye-catching person in this sea is of course only the legend that disappeared for decades and reappeared in the world, the hero Luo Lin, who was defeated by the 4 Emperors Alliance and shocked the world. After receiving the task of the General Qing Pheasant, he set off from the Navy headquarters and walked all the way. They don't know how many they have seen about this Washang incident. Like many people in the Navy, Zeppa and others are also fascinated by the series of feats created by Luo Lin. Even if they don't know anything about the hero's past, but after such a big event, Luo Lin's position in their hearts is no longer under carp. At this moment, seeing a real person appearing in their sight, they were very excited. Even the arrogant Garant is no exception. He is the hero that Mr. Kuzan is also looking forward to. It seems that I am still far behind. Feeling the invincible aura that naturally radiated from Luo Lin, Rao is as arrogant as Garant, and he unconsciously feels a sense of powerlessness in his heart. At this moment, he raised his head and looked up, as if he was not looking at a person, but a supreme mountain that soared into the clouds and couldn't see his head at a glance. Just when Garant and others were shocked and excited secretly, Luo Lin stepped down the atmosphere step by step, and finally came not far in front of them. Advertisement, puff ha 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 ha, the golden ship and that electric shocker have both recovered. Carp laughed. Okay, Luo Lin nodded casually. His gaze swept across the 3 of Garant. A suspicion flashed across his face, after a while. After sensing the special Crimson Beast arm hidden under the machine, Luo Lin nodded clearly. Kuzan's disciple, what are you doing here this time? Luo Lin looked at Garant and spoke calmly, yes. Under the gaze of the hero, Garant, who was so careless in the past, couldn't help but stand up straight and stiffly stood at attention. Boy Flamehead, don't be stunned, my boss is already here, get out the letter quickly. Mu Lien urged. Sorry, Garant bowed tentatively. Only then hurriedly took out a hot gold lacquered envelope from the inner pocket of his clothes and handed it to Luo Lin. Boss, what did Kuzan want to do with you? Mu Lien asked curiously. Don't worry. Luo Lin opened the envelope and took out the creed inside. Only a few crosses are written on the paper, however, Luo Lin's face suddenly changed. Salah is not dead. People are advancing the city. Boom, Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Chapter 517. Shock, excitement, joy. Open black lens bracket 2/4 seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, a corner of the edge of Wachang Plaza. It wasn't until Luo Lin waited for a long time after the older generation of city leaders left. This area is still silent. Whether it's the 3 of Gulan 3, or Sabo, Krogdal, and others, they all looked at each other, and their faces were full of extreme shock and disbelief. This is no wonder. After all, this is the first time they have seen it. Seeing Luo Lin, who has always been calm and steady, has such violent emotional ups and downs. The previous moment, the breath emanating from Luo Lin almost suppressed them, and they almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, that terrifying oppressive force also went away quickly. Hey, kid of the Navy, what is written in that letter? Clockbill squinted his eyes and asked in a deep voice. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Green Pheasant Kuzan's letter, what is said on it that can make the existence of the instructor like it is to lose the calmness of the past? Tabo murmured to himself in shock. That's the invincible hero boss, there shouldn't be anything to shake him in this world. Long-nosed Usopp wrote incredible on his face, that's it. Guys of the Navy, come on, what the hell is going on? During the field, the eyes of the young warriors in Washung were all on the three of Garant. I don't know, we really don't know. Under the threat of the condensed aura of the crowds, the double-blade swordsman Zeppa waved his hand in a panic. It's really nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for sending the letter to Mr. Kuzan. We haven't read the content of the letter at all, so how can we know it? The strong man Burnham of the Iron Tower waved his hand again and again to clarify. Is something terrible happened again? Garant, who had always been silent, thought of the General Green Pheasant's muttering to himself after the letter was handed over to him, and his eyes widened in shock. At the same time, advertisement the top office of the Washung headquarters building finally ushered in its first official meeting today. Luo Lin, Zephyr, Mu Lien, and Alpha veteran representatives all took their seats. In addition, Carp was among them. The atmosphere in the highest office is unusually solemn. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The air seemed to freeze. Patter, is not long. The door of the office opened. Rollin, Ahe frowned slightly and walked over his long legs. Dad, what happened? Behind Ahe, Gion walks quickly. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, on, asked worriedly. Following the seat of Azuru and Gion, the almost frozen atmosphere in the highest office finally melted like ice and snow. Luo Lin, let's talk about it now. What did the kid say in Kuzan's letter? Even you were affected by this. Carp speaks. There is a rare solemn look on the old face. On weekdays, he is careless and heartless, but he will never lose the chain when it comes to big things. Could it be the government? Zephyr guessed. Luo Lin shook his head calmly. He pushed out the crumpled letter paper in his hand. Soro is not dead, people are advancing into the city. Anxious Mu Lien was the first to grab the letter paper and subconsciously crossed the few words on the paper. Read it out. The atmosphere in the office was dead again. Advertisement. After a while, Nani, Mu Lien screamed in surprise. Soro, is that? Soro? Yes, it must be our giant brother Soro. But, 20 years ago, the O'Hara incident, Soro has not been. Soro is one of Kuzan's best friends, I said. How could Kuzan kill Soro himself? Alfred and other veterans also stood up suddenly. The old faces flashed with astonishment first, and then they all showed extreme joy and excitement. After learning that Salah was frozen by the General Blue Pheasant, he was obliterated by the Demon Slayer order. As Luo Lin's daughter, when Gion grew up, she naturally received a lot of attention from Luo Lin's subordinates. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The excitement and joy in Gion's heart is no less than that of Mu Lien and other veterans. Soro, who has a gentle personality, once helped young Gion out of the trough of despair, and is a character like Gion's life mentor. Compared to other rough people who can only fight and kill. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Kuzan, who was a lieutenant general at the time of the chase, did not dare to show up in the headquarters for a full month. Now, isn't the giant Uncle Soro dead? Dad, Sister Crane, is this true? To suddenly learn that one of his life mentors, Soro, was still alive. 20 years ago, in Gion's anger, almost the entire Navy headquarters was messed up. Among them, the giant Lieutenant General Soro had the most influence on Gion. Chapter 518, Take Robin to advance to the city, 3/4 ask for full order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Wachung headquarters building, the highest level office. After knowing the good news that the former giant Lieutenant General Soro did not die, the faces of Gion, Mu Lien, Alfred and other veterans were full of excitement and joy. Zephyr, Kapu and Ahe 3 have a look of astonishment across their faces. When he noticed Luo Lin's sight, Zephyr suddenly looked ashamed. Sorry, Zephyr apologized softly. Luo Lin shook his head lightly. He didn't mean to blame Zephyr. After all, 20 years ago, Zephyr had long been far from the center of naval power. Don't worry about the affairs of the Navy anymore, just thinking about cultivating the new generation. There are also Carp and Ahe. Luo Lin now also thinks clearly. They certainly didn't know about Soro's secret detention. If you knew it, with Kapu's savage entanglement and Ahe's wisdom, Salah would have been fished out of Pushing City a long time ago. Even if he can't return to the Navy headquarters, at least he can return to his hometown and return to the giant country Elbaf. In this matter, apart from the people in the Navy who are advancing the city prison, it is probably only the person involved, Kuzan, and the Warring States General who was the general at the time. Thinking of this, Luo Lin's eyes couldn't help but deepen a little. The kid Kuzan is really capable. I don't even tell the old man about such a big thing. When I meet it next time, I definitely want that kid to taste the old man's iron fist of love, and the old kid from the Warring States period. Carp, who had finally recovered his senses, spoke out of anger. When do you plan to leave? He looked at Luo Lin and asked straightforwardly. If she was the previous one, she would definitely appease Luo Lin and everyone's emotions first. Both he and Carp returned to the Navy headquarters to negotiate with the Marshal Sengoku and brought Soro out step by step. But now, it is different. She knew what Luo Lin was thinking. No more about what Luo Lin wants to do, but she didn't intend to stop it. As she said to Warring States before, this time, no matter what Luo Lin wants to do, she will only support silently. Feeling the support from Ahe, Luo Lin's calm mouth couldn't help but raise a curve. Holding Ahe's soft hand, smiled slightly. Advertisement. Leave right away. Roland Road. Hearing this, the old eyes of Mu Lien and others stunned. It's bright. I'm going to. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Mu Lien was the first to sign up actively. Soro is also our brother, please be sure to let me go with him. That's right, let's take Soro home together. The veterans spoke one after another. Dad, I want to go together too. To add bookmarks for easy reading. Guillaume opened his bright eyes and looked at Luo Lin hopefully. Once it's done, don't make a fool of yourself. This matter is big or small, and it is not small if you say it is small. Zephyr said. Zephyr, what do you mean? Carp puzzled. This news came from Kuzan. The kid should simply want to save his friend from the sea of suffering in prison, but if we encourage people to enter the city, the government will definitely make a fuss on this and take the opportunity to discredit us. The most important thing is to discredit Luo Lin's name as a hero. Zephyr analyzed. Hearing that, the joyful expressions on everyone's faces could not help but stagnate. Then leave it to me, the old man doesn't care about heroes and unheroes. Carp patted the bear's mouth, as if it was wrapped around me. Carp, are you underestimating me? Luo Lin chuckled. What, do you think I care about the name of the so-called hero? Luo Lin asked rhetorically. Puff ha 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 ha, that's what I said. Carp laughed. Mu Lien, Alfred and others looked at each other and then laughed out loud. Advertisement, then it's decided, I'm going to prepare the ship. Mu Liandao. I also want to help. If you go from here, the fastest way to the Anis Hall of Justice Island is to walk through the Gate of Justice there. Guillaume spoke. No need to, Luo Lin shook his head calmly. Guillaume, yes. Mu Lien, yes, boss. You all stay here and wait for my news. Roland Road. But, at the same time, too. Dad is really. On the other side, Luo Lin, who disappeared from the office of the headquarters building, did not go to Advanced City in the first time. Ahe gently stroked Guillaume's hair, comforting her mouth. Guillaume puffed up her small face angrily. Wearing high heels, I have to accept this fact. Filou reminds you. 3 things about reading on this trip to advance the city. Luo Lin refused the request of Guillaume, Mu Lien and others. But there is one person he intends to bring with him. Okay, Guillaume, everyone else can go, but you can't go if you're still a lieutenant, just wait with peace of mind. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin's figure in the office suddenly disappeared. Okay then. Guillaume kicked boringly. Chapter 519? 4 Emperor class attendants? The little girls were all stunned, 4 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi's Central Watchung, the Green Courtyard. A huge manor house stands. A bright golden ark is parked on the open space of the manor. This is Luo Lin's residence. It is also the home of Nami, Robin, Wei Wei and other little girls. At this moment, the returning Nami is happily talking with the little girls such as Wei Wei, Kurla, and Kia about the interesting things about the Paradise Resort Island. I heard that all the little girls had beautiful eyes, and they were fascinated. I really envy you, Nami, to be able to spend 2 days with Luo Ling on the resort island. Wei Wei spoke with envy. Ha ha ha, everyone can go together next time. With a bright smile on Nami's face, her heart was tilted up with joy. Speaking of which, Nami, how'd I feel that something is different when you come back this time? What happened? Kaya looked up and down Nami from the perspective of a professional doctor. Her fair and pretty face couldn't help but be suspicious. It's not just Koya. Robin, who has always been keen-minded, also narrowed his narrow eyes and looked at Nami's legs, as if he had noticed something. Perceiving the suspicious sights of Kaya and Robin, Nami couldn't help but grin subconsciously, and quickly took a few steps with a guilty conscience. By the way, I almost forgot to tell everyone that when you go to the holiday island next time, everyone must be mentally prepared. Nami changed the subject. What psychological preparation? Wei Wei asked puzzledly. Now, there are not only Lao Jin and Marian on that island, but that, there. Nami spoke solemnly. All the little girls were taken aback. As that? 4 emperors Lot Ling Ling. Kurla, the girl Alice and others all subconsciously held their breath and opened their shocking beautiful eyes. Yes, that. 4 emperors, Nami nodded affirmatively. The faces of the little girls who were affirmed by Nami were extremely shocked and unbelievable. 4 emperors Lottery Ling Ling, why is she on Lao Jin's holiday island? Advertisement. Wei Wei let out a shocked cry, hee. Nami smiled and nodded. Don't be too nervous, everyone, now that 4 Emperor Chang is considered to be our side, and like Lao Jin, she is already Luo Lin's follower. Nami reveals the truth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 4 Emperor Luo Ling's followers, that horrible ant. Agaga, it's incredible, as expected of Lord Luo Lin. All the little girls were filled with emotion. Brother Luo Lin is here. At this moment, Wei Wei saw to add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin, who entered the door, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Brother Luo Lin, tutor, Mr. Luo Lin, Master Luo Lin. The female Emperor Hancock, Kurla, Marquino and other little girls all gathered around Luo Lin for the first time. Or ask about the resort island or talk about what you miss. Ying Ying Yan Yan, it's so lively. Brother Luo Lin, why did you come so soon? Is the matter over there over in the square already over? Nami asked. No, I have another thing this time. Luo Lin spoke, and his eyes fell on Robin. Robin, give me your hand. Luo Lin extended an inviting right hand to Robin. What? Robin, who was still immersed in the thought of something, reacted afterwards. But subconsciously, he cleverly placed his little hand on Luo Lin's big hand. Luo. Master Luo Lin. Advertisement not waiting. Kurla, Empress Hancock, Wei Wei and others inquired. Next second. Luo Lin didn't say a word, his spatial ability was activated, and Robin disappeared from the manor in an instant. This time, Luo Lin reappeared, and he was already above a cloud 100 miles away from Huacheng. Uncle, where are you taking me? Robin, who finally recovered, couldn't help but ask. Go to Judicial Island first, Luo Lin said calmly. I'll go again. Robin's eyes widened in shock. She hasn't forgotten that a few months ago, Luo Lin said that she would go to the Judicial Island to kill someone. In the end, it almost razed the entire Judicial Island to the ground, causing a sensation. It's probably still there at this moment. Under reconstruction, we must go again. Does the uncle have an enmity with Judicial Island? Robin couldn't help thinking. Wrong. Robin seemed to have thought of something. After going to Judicial Island first, Robin asked. After that, of course, go through the Gate of Justice to advance the city. Luo Lin grinned. What? Hearing that Luo Lin was actually going to take her to the city, Robin's eyes widened with surprise. The red lips are so wide that they can almost stuff an entire egg. Next second. Don't wait, she recovered. Luo Lin's spatial ability was activated again. Oh. The sudden sense of weightlessness made Robin scream, and subconsciously hugged Luo Lin tightly. 30 minutes later, after more than 10 space jumps. The Island of Justice Hall of Anes. Here it is, please download the ununderlined version chapter 520. Come back to the Hall of Anes. Judicial Island shakes. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Judicial Island, Ane Hall. Because it has no night and day all year round, it is also called the island that never sleeps. The Judicial Island and Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor, and the Deep Sea Prison Advanced City, are also known as the three major institutions of the world government. A few months ago, the myth that this Judicial Island has never been breached for 800 years was broken. The entire Anes Hall was razed to the ground by Luo Lin. However, miraculously, the navy stationed on the island had no casualties. The only deceased was Chief Spandam of 9. In the same way, only the dead Spandam really saw the identity of the person who breached the Judicial Island. The other seamen on the island had not had time to see Luo Lin before they were brought down by the domineering look of the overlord. This shocking event also shook for a while. However, because the government deliberately suppressed the desalination and wanted to conceal Luo Lin's existence, it did not cause much waves all over the world. As time went by, it was even covered up by the big events that followed. By now, not many people are paying attention anymore. At noon, the space on the island's clearing in front of the Anes Hall is slightly rippling. After a while, one man and one woman, two figures stepped out of space. This is the Judicial Island. Feeling the ground under his feet, Robin shuddered subconsciously. If Luo Lin hadn't been dug into the ground of Alabaston, she would definitely set foot on this land someday as the son of the devil and the criminal of the world. It is a symbolic passage that no one can get to the trial place, enter the Gate of Justice, and finally go to that. The big prison that will never be able to stand up forever. Such a future, just thinking about it is desperate. Fortunately, her hero is with her now. Looking at the man next to him, Robin's trembling heart gradually calmed down. The delicate corners of the mouth raised a touching arc. As long as Luo Lin is by his side, not to mention Judicial Island and Advanced City, how can the Navy headquarters go? Luo Lin raised his hand and touched Robin's hair before speaking. Okay. Advertisement. Robin nodded obediently, and naturally took Luo Lin's arm and walked towards the main island's gate. Uncle, thank you. Robin spoke suddenly. You got it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin spoke in surprise. For a while, I thought Robin knew that he was taking her to advance to the city to meet Zoro. But I don't seem to have anything yet. What do you know? Now it was Robin's turn to narrow his beautiful eyes in doubt. Nothing, I'll find out later, Luo Lin grinned. The time between talking. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin and the two passed through the gate of Qiandao. The line of sight ahead suddenly opened up. Tens of thousands of seamen and craftsmen are working on the reconstruction of Judicial Island in full swing. When Luo Lin and two of them passed through the gate, the surrounding Marines on duty finally discovered their existence. Hey, you guys. This is Justice. What are you guys? A few seamen hurriedly stepped forward anxiously and just wanted to ask aloud. However, the words just said a few words and they stopped abruptly. Because they recognized the identity of the person in front of them. After the Huacheng incident, the name of a hero is sung to the world. No one knows, especially in the Navy, The reputation of the hero Luo Lin is already comparable to the two legends of warring states and Carp who have been in the navy for decades. Ying Ying. Hero, you are. Luo. Mr. Luo Lin. Advertisement. The hero Luo Lin is here. The seamen near the gate of the former island opened their eyes wide, and everyone was in a state of extreme shock, joy and excitement. For them, being able to meet the legendary hero up close is like a dream. This is more happy than winning the lottery jackpot. After all, what you see in front of you is not a virtual photo in the newspaper, but a real hero. Mr. Hero Luo Lin is here. The excited shouts of the Marines spread throughout the island. It will be known to everyone on the island in the shortest time. As a result, the entire judicial island was shaken. All sea soldiers and craftsmen gathered on both sides of the road to applaud and welcome the arrival of the hero. The cheers resounded like a tsunami from the mountains, resounding over the island that never sleeps. With his spatial ability to advance the city, there is no need to walk through the door of justice. 2. Uncle, is this really okay? The Navy headquarters will find out soon. Taking Robin into the judicial island openly and entering the city, Kai Guoguo's provocation. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth gradually raised a curve. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He didn't directly call the Navy headquarters to ask for an explanation, it was already based on the past. Luo Lin's mood now is very upset. This was originally the purpose of his detour to Judicial Island. Robin's eyes widened. No problem, I just want them to know. Just cross the windless zone directly. But in that case, how would the warring states period far away in the Navy headquarters know that he is coming? Secretly clinging to his proud subordinates, he was imprisoned in Xinjiang City and suffered for 20 years. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading after knowing this news, that old boy in the warring states period, haha. Even after knowing that he came back, he secretly detained and did not take the initiative to release people. Chapter 521. Martial Warring States is going crazy, 2 quarters for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Navy Headquarters, Malin Fodwo. Headquarters Justice Building, Marshal's Office. The main admirals such as General Akanu, Lieutenant General Doberman, Hua Xiaoshan, Ghost Spider, etc. gathered together. Summarize and review the killing order of the Washang massacre. Sakaski, this time the attack on the pirates of the General Assembly has indeed achieved great results, but I will not praise you. The Marshal Sengguo said in a deep voice. I know that, in some places I really did not do well enough. General Aquino nodded indifferently and calmly. I thought his attitude at the time should be stronger. There is no need to worry too much, just cut first and then play. The gateway island of Washang City was killed with the pirates hiding behind. As long as you know, Sengoku nodded in relief. I thought that this fellow Sakaski was quite interesting. Knowing that it was a wrong act to give up more than 20,000 Marine soldiers mercilessly this time, and that should change afterwards. At the same time, the General Green Pheasant, who was resting on a beach chair, took off his blindfold. Looking at the Red Dog and then at the Warring States period, a suspicious look appeared on his face. Sakaski and Mr. Sengoku, are they talking about the same thing? The General Green Pheasant expressed doubt. Forget it, thanks to Luo Lin this time, everyone finally survived, but... Thinking of the 40,000 Marine soldiers who had been thrown into the arms of Washang Fortress. And now those seamen, starting to pack their bags and prepare to leave the headquarters. Warring States felt a headache and frowned. Mr. Sengoku, it may not be a good thing to let the Marines go to Washang. Jiao Lieutenant General Bastu saw the troubles of the Warring States period and couldn't help but speak. In other words, the Marshal of the Warring States period, Mr. Luo Lin is a hero of our Navy. So far, everything Mr. Luo Lin has done is working for world peace. Fighting against pirates and underground dark forces is also the responsibility and obligation of our Navy. It is unreasonable to let Mr. Luo Lin face it alone. When the Marines go to Washang, they can help Mr. Luo Lin. The new generation lieutenant generals and major generals spoke one after another. In this regard, the Warring States just still gritted his teeth and said nothing. The new generation of admirals don't know, but he knows it very well. If one is not good, everyone will face each other on the battlefield in the future. Mr. Sengoku, I think everyone said it is pretty good. We don't need to distinguish between ourselves so clearly. Advertisement. The General Green Pheasant smiled naturally. Kuzan, UB *********. Hearing this, the creaking sound between the teeth of the Warring States period became clearer. The Green Pheasant clearly knows the reason, and what happened a few days ago, he hasn't settled with her yet. This is deliberately trying to piss him off. The Warring States period covered his heart with one hand, and his anger continued. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marshal of the Warring States period. At this moment, a fierce knock on the door accompanied the green-haired Brigadier General Brandu's voice sounded outside the office door. Come in. The Warring States was not angry, and 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP, Brandu, what happened? Lieutenant General Hua Xiaoshan asked. Marshal of the Warring States period, generals, lieutenants, heroes. Mr. Luo Lin is now on Judicial Island. Green-haired Brigadier General Brandy reported with a shocked look. What did you say? The Warring States, who heard the news, stood up suddenly, slapped his hands on the desk, and patted a series of fine cracks. Mr. Rolling is on Judicial Island. What kind of wind is this blowing again? What did Hero Luo Lin do when he went to Judicial Island? Is Mr. Luo Lin going back to the headquarters? The lieutenant generals and major generals in the office were shocked, puzzled, or excited to guess. That guy, is he finally here? Warring State's expressions were almost twisted together, and he glared at the General Green Pheasant. Ah ha ha. The General Green Pheasant bared his teeth, slapped ha-ha, put down his blindfold, and began to doze asleep. Marshal of the Warring States period, green-haired Brigadier General Brandy spoke again. Is there anything else? The Warring States was not angry. According to the report, this time Mr. Luo Lin, he did not come alone. Advertisement, Brandy said tremblingly. Go ahead, who else? Warring States asked. Mr. Luo Lin took, with Nicole Robin, the son of the devil. Brandy's weak way. Nani. The cracks on the desk off bank suddenly became denser. Take Nicole Robin with. What exactly does that guy want to do? He wants to PS me off. Warring States clutched his heart desperately, driven by anger. Even his breathing was gradually not smooth. I only felt a panic in my heart and lungs. Mr. Warring States, I said it a long time ago, let's take the initiative to let people go. You don't listen. The General Green Pheasant lay on his back, smiling and speaking. Kuzan, you be ******D. The Warring States period was going crazy. The other side. Listening to the inexplicable dialogue between the Warring States period and the Green Pheasant, the General aka Inu and others in the field couldn't help but show suspicious expressions. Marshal of the Warring States period, why did Mr. Luo Lin take Nicole Robin to Judicial Island too? Forget it, not waiting. After the Major General finished speaking, the Warring States period interrupted aloud. Don't worry about this, just go back first. The Warring States waved weakly. Yes. Everyone took their orders and turned to go out. Branu. Yes. Green-haired Brigadier General Branu stood at attention in horror. Go and inform Push City and let Magellan prepare for the shock. Chapter 522. The Imes Order. Push open the door of justice with your bare hands? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, directly above the Red Soil mainland. Holy Land, Mary Joa, Central White Jade Hall. The 5 highest powers in the world sit, stand, or lie down, each silent. The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely condensed. Not long ago, the news that Luo Lin had appeared on Judicial Island with Robin had naturally reached their ears. HMPH, that be *****D. Do you finally know that you were afraid? Is this trying to bring Nicole Robin, son of the devil, to show us that it's too late? The 5th old star with curly hair like a noble snorted coldly. The remaining 4 old stars. Even if you think with your feet, it is impossible to draw this conclusion. Is it possible that except among us? An idiot noticed the subtle sight from our partners, and the face of the old star with curly hair suddenly flashed annoyed. Of course I also know that this is impossible. Isn't this just trying to enliven the atmosphere? The 5 old star with curly hair defended himself. The remaining 4 old stars. This joke is not funny at all. The bandaged old star of the sword-wielding samurai took a breath and suppressed the pain in his heart. HMPH, the Judiciary Island has been razed to the ground last time. If he wants to do anything this time, if he dares to mess up, he will publish everything and ruin his so-called hero. The bald birthmark old star said harshly. Calm down, don't make the same mistakes as 36 years ago. Wu Lao Xing, who had long snow-white beard and hair and wore a dark blue suit, shouted. Now is the period when that guy is at its peak. If you publish everything and completely tear your skin, it will do more harm than good. At least wait for the heat to cool down. Besides, boiling frogs in warm water and cutting meat with blunt knives are always more painful. As I said before, this will be a long-lasting tug of war. All we have to do is let him make mistakes and take off his own hero aura. Of course we know this kind of thing, but it's really that ******D deceive people too much. The 5 old star with curly hair said with grief. Don't worry, the old man has already learned about the reason for his going to the Judicial Island from Sora. What reason? It has something to do with the traitor giant Soro who was secretly protected by the Blue Pheasant 20 years ago. Not surprisingly, that Luo Lin B *****D's goal this time is not Judicial Island, but to advance the city. The old star in the dark blue suit said in a deep voice. It turned out to be, pushing the city, advertisement. How could this kind of thing like going to infinite hell to save people let him succeed? If it is spread out, where is our face? It must be stopped. If it doesn't stop, then put to death the person he wants to save in advance. The 5 old stars spoke in anger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No way. At this moment, after hearing that the 5 old star with curly hair had decided to execute Soro. Lying on the hospital bed, the blonde old star who was seriously injured had an expression of extreme horror on his face, and his emotions were suddenly agitated. The hideous wound under the bandage cracked, and the blood stained the gauze. Calm down, Sota. Add bookmarks for easy reading. I said earlier, it would be better for you to rest alone. The samurai old star who was sick with the blonde old star sighed. If you can't execute that giant, it will completely anger that monster. The pale face of the blonde old star was full of horror, and he was already shocked. Seeing the collapse of the old blonde star, everyone in the field frowned. Don't worry, Lord Yim has the order first, so don't go to full-scale war with him for the time being. The old star in a dark blue suit said solemnly, then just watched him fail to take people away from the advancing city. The bald birthmark old star is angrily, it's just a giant prisoner, so why not let him take it away? The most important thing is how much we can do in this matter. The article reduces his hero aura. The old star in the dark blue suit sneered, at the same time. Justice Island, Amy's Hall. Start from the front gate of the island. Luo Lin walked slowly with Robin, and crossed the island under the excited eyes of tens of thousands of seamen and craftsmen. Finally, he jumped down from the waterfall bridge and climbed to the ruins where the original judicial tower was located. The warring states side should already know that I'm coming. Advertisement. Luo Lin thought to himself, the corners of his mouth raised an arc. Uncle, Robin opened his beautiful eyes and looked at Luo Lin with a puzzled face. Let's go, let's speed up a little bit, Luo Lin grinned. After a while, Luo Lin took Robin onto the bridge of hesitation. That is the gate of justice, looking at the huge portal that can't be seen at a glance. Robin couldn't help being nervous, holding his breath in shock. Hero Luo Lin, please stop. The Navy colonel in charge of guarding the gate saw Luo Lin's arrival, but he was excited but did not forget his mission. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. This, please don't embarrass us, Mr. Luo Lin, without the above order, the gate of justice will never be opened. I just push it away by myself. The Navy colonel in charge of the goalkeeper spoke with a serious face. Add bookmarks for easy reading, Luo Lin smiled. Luo Lin smiled. Hearing this, the face of the goalkeeper colonel instantly showed joy. Luo Lin grinned. The front is the gate of justice. If Mr. Luo Lin is here for sightseeing, it will be enough to walk here. A fine cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the Navy colonel, and he bit his head. Hey, what if I say I want to go and see it, really? Chapter 523, Coming to Advance the City. Open black lens bracket 4 quarters seek full order, custom order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The Gate of Justice, which is huge and magnificent. Towering into the clouds, I don't know how high it is. Such a behemoth, to turn it on, relies on the switch device of the control tower. It's just that if the individual's power is strong enough, how can even the heavy Gate of Justice stop? Uncle, are you serious? Robin hugged Luo Lin's waist with his hands, his eyes widened in shock. When did I make a joke? Luo Lin grinned lightly. Catch me well, don't fall, little Robin. While speaking, Luo Lin raised his right hand and imprinted the power of this heaven and earth on the huge portal in front of him. Boom! When Luo Lin's palm fell on the Gate of Justice, the huge Gate of Justice suddenly roared. FK. On the control tower of the Gate of Justice, a thin marine soldier who was in charge of controlling the switch suddenly widened his eyes and screamed in surprise. What a shock! Another seaman who was dozing off was dissatisfied. It seemed, as if I saw the Gate of Justice move, it moved. The skinny seaman still had a bloody expression on his face, stammering, ha 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 ha, are you a stupid newcomer? This is the Gate of Justice, you can only go through this if you want to open it. The veteran who had guarded the door on Judicial Island for 10 years patted the console in front of him. At the moment when the veteran's voice fell, a face slap followed. Boom rumble, the world is changing, the sea surges. What happened to me %? What the hell is going on? The 10-year veteran of the goalkeeper was agitated and the whole person instantly woke up. Qianqinchin. Senior, look over there, the Gate of Justice has been opened. The gatekeeper pointed with a trembling finger in the direction of the Gate of Justice and screamed in shock. Nani? The veteran gatekeeper stared with horror and shock, and his gaze followed the direction of the recruit. Advertisement. The huge Gate of Justice that was originally closed suddenly lit up with a faint light. Immediately afterwards, the bright light quickly moved towards the sky and extended towards the sea. The veteran who has guarded the door for 10 years is like Dao. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That bright line was shining through the other side of the door. The Gate of Justice was really opened. It was pushed aside by someone without opening the control tower. Senior, look over there, there's a man in front of the Gate of Justice. The sharp-eyed recruits screamed in shock, the bridge of hesitation. The colonel, the guard in charge of the Gate of Justice, also saw the bright sky. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. An emotion called shock emerged from his heart and quickly occupied his whole body. Ling's whole person is like petrification, standing still on the spot, motionless. Gudong, it really pushed it away. Hero Luo Lin, is he a god? The guard colonel whispered unconsciously in shock. Boom rumble rumble, was stared by the shocked and extremely shocked gazes of the marine guards. The sky on the other side of the door became brighter and finally let go. The huge, heavy, mountain-like Gate of Justice was completely pushed open. Turbulent currents and tides rushed out from behind the door, rolling up a stormy sea. It's really heavy, but it's okay, Luo Lin smiled. Robin. Seeing this shocking scene, she was already shocked and completely speechless. God is okay. Seeing how easy you are, uncle, it didn't cost much effort. Advertisement. Robin couldn't help thinking, ha ha. Luo Lin couldn't help but smile at what Robin was thinking. Thoughts fluttered in my mind. Regarding things like pushing the door of justice with bare hands, Luo Lin thought of trying it out decades ago. He even made a verbal bet with Carp. If Luo Lin can really push the door of justice, Carp will recognize Luo Lin as the eldest brother, the kind of lifetime. It's finally realized now, but I don't know if Carp will be playing tricks. But these are things for the future. The most important thing next is to advance Soro in the city. Come on, little Robin, I'll take you to see a friend right away. Luo Lin smiled. Take me to meet a friend advancing a friend in the city. Listening to Luo Lin's words that seemed to be in the mist, Robin's little head couldn't help but one after another big question marks appeared, and his pretty face was full of puzzlement. But since Luo Lin has said so, she should be able to look forward to it for a while. Maybe you can really see unexpected people today. Okay, Robin nodded. The space is rippling. The figures of Luo Lin too disappeared in an instant. 3 minutes later, a huge building that looked like a fierce beast appeared in the eyes of Luo Lin and Robin. The deep-sea prison that has made countless pirates on the sea afraid of hearing about it pushing the city. Here it is. Please download the underlined version chapter 524. The hero is coming. Promote the shaking of the city, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi the endless blue sea, without waves. Among them stands a lonely magnificent building. There are more than a dozen large warships originating from the headquarters of the Navy parked on the periphery of this building. This is the deep-sea prison known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall pushing city. Since its completion, apart from the flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji, who escaped at the cost of breaking his legs and supplemented by his own ability to escape from the floating fruit, no other people have successfully escaped from prison. Of course, this is the only case in historical records. In addition, this large prison has another unknown escaper. The escaper is now the commander of the Western Army under the Dragon of the Revolutionary Army, and the person who pushes the fruit, the giant monster Mori. 80 years before the Golden Lion Shiji, 100 years ago, the giant Mori created 15 with his own push ability. Layers of hell successfully escaped silently, as the world's #1 prison. In the city, there are countless murderous criminals in the world. Every day, the main theme lingering in the prison is screams and blood. However, today is an exception. At this moment, the atmosphere in this deep-sea prison is obviously something wrong. The harsh red siren echoed in the prison. This is the first level alert sirens of the Great Prison Advanced City. Listening to the alarm that represents the highest level of alert, the jailers and guards in the entire large prison can't help but look amazed. Under the command of the chief, the highest level interception net was deployed. At the same time, advance the 4 underground floors of the city, scorching hell. This is the core office area in the city. Wearing a black windbreaker with small black wings, advancing the city director Magellan dressed like a demon. At this time, he was sitting at his desk with a solemn expression, communicating with the Navy headquarters through a telephone bug. The door of the director of Pata was violently pushed open from the outside, and what came in the door was a tall man with a big belly and a general appearance. The visitor is naturally the deputy director of this deep-sea prison, Hannibal. Advertisement: Magellan, what the hell is going on with you all of a sudden? What kind of planes are you flying? This director. No, the good dreams of this deputy director are all disturbed by you. As soon as the deputy director Hannibal entered the door, he irritably accused and questioned. If something goes wrong in the big prison because of this abnormality, the hat will be out of cover. Think about it carefully. If you are talked about, the next director's position will definitely belong to me. It seems not bad to think about it like this. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hannibal happily didn't shut the door in his heart, but he slipped his mouth unconsciously, uttering all the true thoughts in his heart. Hannibal, I'm busy enough on my side. If you really have nothing to do, just go around and patrol. Magellan was helpless to touch his forehead. Suddenly the 2 strands tightened, and a purple gas bomb was sprayed out, spreading in the room, the poisonous Hannibal. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, even the face is green. Oh, okay, careless, sly Magellan, but I won't just fall down here, I still want to be the director. Hannibal dropped these words and stepped out with a tenacious will to help the wall. Director Magellan, the defensive nets at all levels of the prison have been deployed. Soon after Hannibal got out of the door to breathe. Wearing a women's brown tight-fitting guard dress, with one head left, the tall and beautiful girl with bright golden big waves and long hair, the deputy guard of the city, Domino, hurriedly rushed to report the various changes in the prison to Magellan. Well, let everyone be on standby first, Magellan nodded. But Director Magellan, what the hell is going on today and why has he suddenly entered a first-level alert state? Domino asked. I don't know the details, but this is a direct order from the Marshal of the Warring States period. Let us prepare for the strongest impact in history. Magellan asked solemnly. What? Hear the words. An expression of extreme shock and horror appeared on the beautiful face of the Deputy Chief of Warden Domino. The Warring States Marshal's command. The strongest impact in history. Unimaginable at all. In short, this crisis can only be withstood by us for the time being, ordered to go down, and everyone is ready for the first level of battle. Advertisement Magellan said with a majestic face, Director Magellan, the blue gorillas can go into battle. The short stature, like a child, pushed the city prison chief Saru Day to arrive. Okay. In the charming nasal sound, a sexy beautiful girl in a pink restraint suit, Sati, walked on the catwalk. Director, my babies, the 4 jailer beasts are always in their best condition, no matter. No enemy is afraid of it, eh? Said the jailer little Sati. That would be better. The solemn expression of Magellan's expression eased a little. Blue, is at this moment. Report to Director Magellan, that man is a hero, Hero Luo Lin is here. Magellan connects to the phone worm, what did you say? Another jailer screamed, as if he had seen the most incredible person or thing in the world. What? The jailer guard on the first floor of the sea yelled in horror. Tufilu reminds you, 3 things about reading. Hey, this is Magellan, what happened? My. Director Magellan, the intruder. The intruder has appeared. The phone worm on the desk suddenly rang. Magellan cried decisively. That man is. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 525. Magellan, have you grown up? 2 quarters for subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The endless windless sea, a large prison like an ancient beast, crawling alone in the middle of the sea. The sky is densely covered with dark clouds, as if the grievances of the prisoners who have died here for 800 years have condensed. It stays here all year round, and this big prison is more and more ghostly. Just looking at it from a distance, it is unconsciously goosebumps. That is the legendary deep-sea prison Advance the City? Above the sky, Robin stood condescendingly, looking at the large prison that exuded the cold air below, unconsciously palpitating. Are you afraid, little Robin? Luo Lin embraced Robin's slender waist and asked with a smile. Under the influence of Luo Lin's spring breeze smile, Robin's heart palpitations disappeared for a while. There is an uncle, don't be afraid. Robin shook his head firmly. Then go on. Luo Lin grinned. 1 step down. The atmosphere suddenly swelled with ripples visible to the naked eye. With Luo Lin as the center, it spreads in all directions. Then it went to heaven again. There seemed to be an invisible big hand stirring the situation in the boom. The cold and dark cloud that has been shrouded in the big prison advancing city all the year round is like being torn apart by an invisible big hand, and there is a violent wave. Eventually collapsed. The sky is greatly released from this. I don't know how many years have passed. The warm sun shines once again on the cold deep sea prison. Dispelled a little gloom in this place. Feeling a certain horrible aura from the sky, and the sun that suddenly shines down. The seamen responsible for guarding the naval fleet around the big prison all showed shocked faces, subconsciously looking up at the sky. The sky is clear. There hasn't been such a thing for many years. This cloud condensed from the grievances of the undead has dispersed. What exactly is going on? The seamen on the warship shouted in shock. Advertisement, hey, look, there seems to be someone in the sky. A seaman on the lookout suddenly yelled, hear the words. The seamen on the warship were all looking at the direction of the seaman. People in the glaring sun couldn't open their eyes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But they still vaguely saw the figure falling from the sky. Over time. That step by step like a god. The figure below gradually became clear. Gradually enlarged in people's pupils. Then, the emotions called shock and excitement quickly spread among the crowd, and eventually spread to the entire large prison. That. People are. I've seen it in the newspaper, there can be no mistake. That person is. British to, add bookmarks for easy reading. Mr. Shang Luolin. The screams of tens of thousands of Marines on the warship resounded through the sky and the sea. The calm and windless zone of Ling is full of waves. Same as the seamen on Judicial Island. After reading the report on the Washung incident, the officers and soldiers of the Navy Admiral who were stationed in the propulsion city were concerned about another hero of the Navy 36 years ago. There is no less respect for the heroes who defeated the alliance of the 2 big 4 emperors by oneself than others. Such characters that exist in legends and newspapers unexpectedly came to them. For them to see up close, how can this not make the Marines excited and happy? If it weren't for their responsibilities and couldn't walk around at will, they would inevitably swarm them at the first time. Tens of thousands of Marine soldiers around the city were excited and looked forward to watching. Luo Lin took Robin and descended to the mortal world step by step like a couple of gods and goddesses in the sky. Finally, at the entrance to the gate of the advanced city, land in front and stand still. Hero. It's really that. Hero, it can't be wrong, that person is really the hero Luo Lin. It's exactly the same as reported in the newspaper. Advertisement, what's the point of the hero Luo Lin coming to us to advance the city? The gatekeepers and jailers advancing the city also widened their shocked eyes and screamed in shock. Director Magellan, here is a hero. The disappeared naval hero Luo Lin is here. The liaison officers on the first floor suppressed the inner shock and immediately reported the shocking news to the Director Magellan on the 4th floor. Nani. Then came a shocking uproar from the people from the phone worm. Then came a mess of footsteps. That was the action of Magellan and other prison officials. Uncle, you can tell me now, who are you taking me to meet today? Robin tilted his head curiously and looked at Luo Lin. Go ahead and talk about it. Luo Lin took the lead. Oh. Seeing Luo Lin walking towards them, the jailers who had never had such an experience were suddenly at a loss. Backed subconsciously to make way for Luo Lin. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The elevator door opened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL Novel for free. In front of the legendary hero, the jailers who were vicious in the past did not even dare to breathe. The atmosphere on the first floor of the city is solemn. It means that the elevator that can reach any floor is rising rapidly. 1 minute later, looking at Luo Lin, there was excitement in his eyes, but also fear. The elevator also happens to rise to the upper level in Shanghai. Luo Lin grinned. The rattling sound of chains was heard from the elevator shaft in the center of the first floor. Crack lala. Suddenly, the senior officials of the big prison, headed by Director Magellan, stepped out together. Yo, Magellan, you are really grown up. Chapter 526, Childhood Idol, excited Magellan. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The elevator in the elevator shaft ascended at the fastest speed. It took no more than a minute before and after. The elevator went from the scorching hell of the fourth underground to the first floor of the sea. The elevator door opened. The deep-sea prison advances the city, and a group of high-level managers headed by Director Magellan filed out. It happened to meet Luo Lin and Robin, who were walking in the direction of the elevator shaft. Ah, hee. Barbara really, English, hero. Hannibal, the deputy director of the prison, who was like a demon and resembled a man, saw Luo Lin. The emotion named shock quickly occupied his whole body. Hannibal was so shocked that he stammered and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Hero Luo Lin. He is really that legendary hero. Domino, the tall, curvy blonde and beautiful girl deputy guard, opened her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but scream. Well, is this a hero? I really look more handsome than in the newspaper. Ah, it's really fascinating. The captain of the jailer in a pink leather jacket, Sati, wriggled his slender waist, her teeth bit her red lips, and the wind was intriguing. The breath of this man is so high. Is he a god? Saru Des, who is short in stature and looks like a child, looked up at Luo Lin not far away and couldn't help but think in shock. Luo Lin seemed unheard of. Domino, Sati and other sweet voices. From beginning to end, Luo Lin's gaze only fell on the headed tall man wearing a windbreaker with small black wings. The curvature of the corners of the mouth unconsciously expanded a little. Same. Regarding the shock of the subordinates behind him, the prison director Magellan did not pay any attention to it. Advertisement. After stepping out of the elevator, Magellan's eyes were only firmly locked on the man not far away. Looking at the face that was always familiar with Magellan's illness all the time, a few rosy lines called excitement could not help appearing. The long-lasting memories that were dusted deep in Magellan's mind gradually recovered. That was a few decades ago. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It was born and raised as a city for advancing. Magellan also spent his childhood in prison. From the moment he was born, he saw all kinds of bloody pictures, and the screams of people echoed in his ears. Born and grown up in such an extreme environment, you can imagine Magellan's childhood. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. What kind of darkness is it? Coupled with the early accidental eating of the superhuman poisonous fruit ability. It is even more so that Magellan's childhood was lonely, and no one dared to approach him. The darkness in his heart is also derived from this. This situation continued until he was 5 years old. One day 40 years ago, while playing on the first floor of the sea, he encountered the only venomous person who was not afraid of him, and was also the most important life mentor in his life, Luo Lin, who was then a lieutenant admiral of the Navy. 4 years thereafter, the most important thing every month of childhood Magellan was waiting for Luo Lin's arrival. The agreement between the two of them lasted for 4 years. It finally ended someday 36 years ago. Magellan thought he would never be able to see that person here again in his entire life. Until a week ago, reports of the Washung event came. Magellan knew that the person he had dreamed of had really come back. Advertisement still is always handsome. Now, only a week after learning that, good news. That the man who was regarded as an idol by him in his childhood is back. After 36 years, I saw my childhood idol with my own eyes again, and the emotions called excitement flooded Magellan's heart uncontrollably. It's really you, Mr. Luo Lin, Magellan exclaimed with joy, his voice rumbling, echoing in the first floor space. Ah, Magellan, after decades of absence, you have grown up thoroughly, not bad. Luo Lin grinned. Listening to the familiar greeting between Magellan and Luo Lin. Hannibal, Saru Des, Domino, and Sati were all shocked. My. Magellan, do you know him? Know that hero? Hannibal's voice still stammered, very shocking. Are the director and the legendary hero an old acquaintance? Domino and Sati looked at each other, and the two small mouths opened together into a shape. It's not just Domino and others on the opposite side. Robin, who came with Luo Lin, had a look of surprise on his pretty face. Even the director of the prison in Advanced City is a fan of the uncle. How wide is the network of the uncle? Robin couldn't help but think so shockingly. Chapter 527, Heroes or Invaders? Magellan was dumbfounded, 4 quarters seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Mr. Luo Lin, that's great, really great, I'm so happy to see you again. Pushing into the first floor of the city's sea, Magellan's joyful shouts echoed. Magellan, whose face had always been drooping because of his body's ability to poison fruit, was now full of joy. With arms open, I want to give the once idol a reunion hug. But thinking of his poisonous physique, he hurriedly retracted his hands. He smiled and looked a little at a loss. Don't be nervous, Magellan. Have you forgotten that I am not afraid of poison? Luo Lin smiled, raised his hand and patted Magellan's shoulder twice. Yes. Magellan reacted, opened his arms and embraced Luo Lin symbolically. Even Luo Lin, who is 3 meters tall, is still a little bit behind Magellan. You have grown up too much since you were a kid, Magellan. Luo Lin smiled. Magellan smirked embarrassedly, raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. By the way, Mr. Luo Lin, I just received the contact from the Marshal of the Warring States period. We are going to suffer the strongest impact in the history of the city, but at this moment, Mr. Luo Lin is here. No matter who comes, I am not afraid. Magellan said with a relaxed look. Okay, Luo Lin raised his brows slightly. The look on his face gradually became weird. How did the Warring States tell you? Luo Lin asked rhetorically. The hero, Mr. Luo Lin, the Marshal of the Warring States period, contacted and said that someone would break into the 6 infinite hells under the city and take away the prisoners. We are ready to deal with it in the first time, if Mr. Luo Lin is willing to help, even if it is Whitebeard. This time I definitely want him to come back and forth. Domino, the deputy chief of the prison, said. Hearing that, behind Luo Lin, Robin's pretty face gradually became weird. Advertisement? Yes, that's right, even if it's the 4 emperors with white beards, I don't want to ask for anything cheap. Magellan vowed to say. At the end, it seemed that he had thought of something, and looked at Luo Lin again. By the way, Mr. Luo Lin, is there anything you come to advance the city this time? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Magellan asked. Oh, it's not a big deal, my previous one has been locked up here for 20 years, and I'm here to take him away today. Luo Lin spoke easily and freely. That's it, it's not a big deal. Deputy Administrator Hannibal couldn't help but yell out. He seemed to have thought of something, and an extreme shock and horror suddenly appeared on a Prajna-like face. It's not just Hannibal. Little Sati, Saru Des, Domino and Director Magellan also came back to their senses one after another, and heard the meaning of Luo Lin's words. Add bookmarks for easy reading. They realized that the hero Luo Lin in front of him might be the one that the Marshal Warring States said, who will cause the strongest impact in the history of Propulsion City. This is really the strongest impact. Magellan, Domino, Sati and other prison leaders are all dumbfounded. After a while, Magellan finally recovered from this shock. Mr. Luo Lin, the one you mentioned. In our subordinates who have been imprisoned for 20 years, it won't be so coincidental, it just happens to be in infinite hell. Magellan was no longer happy, and asked with a sad face. I wasn't sure at first, but since the Warring States has said it, it should be on the 6th floor underground. Luo Lin smiled. Mr. Luo Lin, know that the situation is exactly what he expected. Luo Lin was. That. After the person who was about to break into the robbing prison, on the 6th underground floor of the city, the purple venom dripped from his tangled face. Domino, Little Sati and others were full of amazement, and they couldn't say a word. The hero who had been talking and laughing for so long, and even wanted to be a helper, turned out to be an invader. Advertisement. Who can stand this? I'm sorry, Magellan, but I must take away people today. I know you have your responsibility, so you don't have to take into account the past feelings and try your best to stop me. Just right, let me see how much you have grown over the years. Luo Lin grinned. Hearing that, the venom on Magellan's face gradually solidified. The tangled color on the face is gradually soothing. It means that his entangled heart is also calm. Well, in that case, Mr. Luo Lin, as the director of Advanced City, I will do my best to stop you. Magellan made up his mind and spoke firmly. However, when he finished speaking, Magellan was stunned again. Because Luo Lin, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, there was also the black long straight girl who came with Luo Lin. Ah, Magellan was dumbfounded again. Where are they? The little dwarf Saru Des was also dumbfounded. Well, the hero shouldn't have already left. If so, let's go back to each house and find each mother. The crisis is lifted. The alarm is lifted. Hannibal said with a reluctant smile on his face. Well, how can a handsome hero leave without saying hello, and then, a pleasant hunting time? Little Sati was eager to try. This is the power of the legendary hero, can it be said? Domino suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the elevator shaft. Everyone, go up the elevator, ready to go to the infinite hell, and inform all the prison troops, the jailer beasts, to guard the 5th and 6th floors of the underground stairs. Magellan made a decisive decision. Chapter 528, Overlord Color Burst in the Infinite Hell, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The deep sea prison is advancing to the city, and there are 6 underground levels of infinite hell. This is the lowest level of the world's largest prison. At the same time, it is also a top secret place hidden. Ordinary people on the sea only know that there are 5 hells in the city, and the level of horror is 1 level. But I didn't know that Pushing City had a top secret underground 6 floors. In this hell on the bottom floor, all those incredible figures on the sea are imprisoned, and the bounty strength is more than 100 million at the latest. This is a real monster concentration camp. The infinite hell that has gathered the most murderous and evil men in the world. The atmosphere will naturally not be so harmonious. Even because of the chains and cages, they can't fight. Noisy is never less. Today's infinite hell is still the same as before. At this time, at the exit of the infinite hell elevator shaft, the atmosphere suddenly distorted without warning. Kid, look over there. In a cage not far from the elevator shaft, there was a cruel man with exuberant blonde hair like a lion's mane. Kira, a slaughter warrior with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan, noticed the unusual fluctuations in the air not far away, and subconsciously spoke in shock. That is. A few months ago, the supernova arrested in the Battle of Thousand Sails Island, the new monster rookie with a bounty of more than 300 million yuan, the Captain used Skid's pupils suddenly shrank, and he seemed to have seen the most shocking and incredible things in the world. That man is. Kira and Kid were shocked and watched with horror. The folded space cracked open. A man and a woman walked peacefully out of the space and appeared in this infinite hell. Looking at the man who appeared suddenly, how could Kid and Kira stay calm again? Because that is the most terrifying nightmare in their hearts. A few months ago, it was the man who crushed their pirate ship with his own power and absolute power, crushed their confidence, and also crushed their pride and all their efforts. In front of that man's absolute power, their so-called determination and will are nothing but a joke. After that incident, the two kids who were beaten into Pushing City thought that they would never see each other again in their lives. He didn't want to see that powerful, ferocious man so much in his life. However, things are always impermanent, and fate has always been wonderful. Kid and Kira never thought about it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. We have all been rushed into the infinite hell of Advanced City, reduced to a state of never sky, and we can see that terrifying man again. To make matters worse, the other party seems to have seen them too. Oh, kids of the new age, have you ever been introspecting here? Luo Lin smiled when he was prisoner of Kid, Humph. And to add bookmarks for easy reading. Kid Chang suppressed the throbbing of his heart and the trembling of his body, snorted coldly, turned and shut himself. Who are you and why are you here? Compared to Kid's arrogant turning around, Kira finally lost to her own curiosity. He wants to know the identity of Luo Lin. I want to know why Luo Lin is here. Don't be afraid, I won't bother you, today I just came to pick up a brother out. Luo Lin grinned. Nani, listening to Luo Lin's understatement, Kira was completely stunned. Kid's body in autism is also stiff. Isn't it a robbery to come to the infinite hell to pick up people? How bold it is to invade the deep sea prison to advance the city to save people. Little ghosts, you can continue to reflect here, see you next time. Luo Lin said at last, and then Robin with a shocked expression turned and walked towards the depths of infinite hell. Kid, Kira and Roland's brief conversation, naturally, it is impossible for no one to notice. Advertisement when you see someone who can move freely in the infinite hell, especially after that is an intruder from outside. The criminals in the cage around him were all agitated. Hey, brother and girl over there, how did you get out? If you don't mind, please let me out too. A bearded pirate greeted kindly, but his squinted eyes were full of bloodthirsty. Hey, brother over there, as long as you open my prison door, I will hide outside. All the mountain-like gold on this island is for you. Otherwise, the pirate promised. Brother, no, master, let me go out. I will follow you throughout my life and listen to your orders. The bald-headed knife-scar pirate knelt down religiously, mother snorting, let the old lady out, and the old lady will be wronged and become your woman. Catalina, the crescent moon hunter with a long nose, said, tempted. Smelly boy, let me out, otherwise, I will tear you to pieces. Robin, who experienced this terrible scene for the first time, couldn't help but turn white. Luo Lin grinned. So the hustle and bustle of the infinite hell suddenly became more and more lively. Robin looked at Roland. Quickly let me out. Listening to the screams of the vicious pirates around you, you can feel the ferocious aura rushing toward your face. Don't be afraid, it will be quiet soon. The endless and turbulent overlord color bursts from the infinite hell. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. As time passed, more and more prisoners became aware of the existence of two free men, Roland and Robin. Boom. For the next second. Chapter 529. Vibrating Infinite Hell, 2 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi when Luo Lin took Robin. He wandered freely in this infinite hell like a stroll in a leisurely courtyard. Wherever he went, a sensation was inevitable, except the jailer guards of the big prison. The prisoners here have never seen outsiders who can enter and exit this infinite hell at will. After confirming that Luo Lin was not a prison guard, the prisoners' minds became more active. Urgently wanted to use Luo Lin's hand to escape from this damn big prison. All kinds of temptations, promises and even death threats are coming, making the already noisy infinite hell even more lively. Anyone who is eligible to be imprisoned in infinite hell is a very evil murderer. When the brutal aura of dozens, hundreds, or even hundreds of murderous criminals condenses, the spiritual impact on people can be imagined. Robin, who had experienced such a horrible scene for the first time, had an exquisite little face that was already pale. The slender hands were also cold, full of delicate cold sweat. The tender body holding Luo Lin trembles unconsciously. Feeling the fear of the little girl around him, Luo Lin's face gradually cooled. The good mood that was about to meet the brothers was also destroyed by the prisoners' noise. It's really noisy, Luo Lin said indifferently. What are you talking about, brat? Those who are acquainted should hurry up and let me go. The little girl next to you is also nice, my uncle wants it. The prisoners in the previous few cages are still clamoring indefinitely. Don't be afraid, little Robin, let them quiet down right away. I ignored the prisoners' clamor. Luo Lin looked at Robin next to him, smiled gently, and gently stroked Robin's head with his warm big hands. Under the comfort of Luo Lin's warm and big hands, Robin's pale little face recovered a bit of blood, and he nodded gently. Advertisement, really worthy of being my girl, Luo Lin grinned. The right foot suddenly moved forward. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. One step down. The world is overturned. The most terrifying, boom, the most terrifying overlord, Luo Lin, surged out of his body. Shut up all of me. The overlord looked like a violent storm, accompanied by Luo Lin's broken shout, swept the entire infinite hell. Every criminal in the infinite hell of Ling is a stagnation. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BR, greater than the noise that was originally noisy suddenly stopped. The whole hell fell into a moment of dead silence. Yet the next second, even more terrifying things happened. There was a sudden wind in the closed infinite hell space. It's not ordinary wind, it's the domineering wind, centered on Luo Lin. A terrifying domineering storm suddenly formed, expanding rapidly toward the four directions. The entire huge infinite hell of boom rumble shook at this moment. Ah! The prisoners were shocked and shouted in horror. What the hell is this? It's painful. My spirit seems to be torn apart. Advertisement, this is domineering, domineering. How is it possible? How can the overlord domineering power be so powerful? What exactly is going on? How sacred you be ***** D is. The ferocious criminals around Luo Lin screamed in extreme horror without restraint. Under the domineering storm, they're like the rootless ping, being beaten mercilessly by the storm. However, what makes them even more terrified is still behind. So far, accompanied by a sour rattling sound, the dual pain from the body and spirit made the prisoners almost collapse. Then he rose from the ground under the domineering storm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The chain that protected them from being swept by the storm was broken. Losing the shackles of the chains, their bodies were uncontrollably rolled up by the storm, and ruthlessly slammed into a stronger cage. In an instant, the bones broke and the tendons were broken and the blood splashed. The thunderous rumbling of rumbling reappeared. To the prisoners who were seriously injured and unconscious, or turned into corpses, soared into the sky, dancing and colliding in the air. This world's most terrifying domineering storm performance finally ended. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The special cage made of Hailu stone made an overwhelming click. In the end, it was squeezed by an invisible big hand, kneaded into a huge iron bump, and fell heavily on the ground. The huge advancing city is 6 underground floors, infinite hell. The audience is dead. Please download the underlined version. Push the performance of this horrible and domineering storm to the highest dynasty. Chapter 530. Giant Salah weeping with joy, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The boom, a large iron lump made up of dozens of cages, lost the support of its strength, and fell on the ground of infinite hell, making the final boom. Next is a long and unspeakable silence. The breath and images of Luo Lin's terrifying and domineering storm made the original noisy infinite hell instantly silent, and fell into a dead silence. After a few moments, various areas of the infinite hell, the most vicious thugs sucked in horror, and the horrified sounds of apple jelly rolls one after another, one after another, one after another. Everyone who can be qualified to be imprisoned in this infinite hell is the once famous and fierce pirate on the sea. The bounty is generally over 100 million and the strength is strong. However, at this moment, even they, after feeling the oppression of Luo Lin's ultimate domineering look, are unavoidable. Unconsciously, there was a great fear in the heart, and even the body was trembling slightly because of the panic. In one iron cage after another, the prisoners stared at the source of the domineering. They want to know what happened. They even want to know who is the sacred person who made the previous horrible scene. What happened to the previous aura? Is that overbearing domineering? No, how could the overlord look like this? That's right, it's an exaggeration. This must be the natural storm fruit ability. Around the infinite hell, the criminals in the cage lowered their voices, talking with their own horror and guessing. Natural storm fruit is too naive, meow, with a cute meow, as the sharp-horned man who describes the appearance but is very rough and smiles sarcastically. Hey, the evil king, what's so funny? Then if it wasn't the natural storm ability, what could it be? I mean, advertisement. The prisoners refuted the accusations. The corners of the evil king Abalo Bizarro's mouth were full of vibrations in the green eyes of the cat. Don't, this kind of overlord look of Cheng, I have only seen it in that. Roger B****************. D. No, the previous scene is already above Roger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The other cell, with a rosacea nose, a clown haircut, and a drunken rosy barrel, Bucksjot, murmured in shock. What are you talking about? Is that really domineering? Roger. Is it referring to Roger, the Pirate King? And Enta, add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. Now that Lao Su is imprisoned, what is going on outside? Lao Su is the One Piece. The prisoners who heard the murmur of Beryl Baskisho were all in a shocked uproar. Ha 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 ha, it's comparable. No, is it the domineering spirit above Captain Roger finally appeared? That. The man that Captain Roger never forgets. I can't wait to fight. A single cell in the depths of infinite hell. A tall middle-aged man with muscles like a horned dragon, exuding shocking oppression, Douglas Barrett, the descendant of the devil, grinned. The Hailu stone chain tied to his body was pulled rustling, as if it might break at any time. Another single-room cage adjacent to Barrett's cage. A breath of elegance and nobility exuded all over his body, and the old man like a lonely noble earl took a deep breath. However, he couldn't suppress the color of vibration on his face. Even if it is the lonely red that is famous, there are some unbearable events in his glorious life history. Advertisement, Luo Lin, UB***** D, really came back. Once single-handedly in the last era, he was a legendary big thief who was enough to keep pace with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. The lonely red Barlery Clyderfield opened his mouth faintly. Boom. The ground made a soft sound of boom. It came from a large cage near the Red Earl. A certain giant who was alone in the cage fell to the ground unconsciously. Shock, excitement, joy, etc. All kinds of emotions are intertwined on his big and shaven face. The final product of the fusion is a silly smile. Falling thunder he. The giant Zoro smiled stupidly. All the people who made the infinite hell before were shocked by the shock of a terrifying overlord, too. Salah was as gentle as a spring breeze. Not only did it not make his spirit feel the slightest oppression, but it was as comfortable as the long-lost sunlight shining on him. When the breath passed over him, Zoro only felt invisibly as if a big hand patted him on the shoulder. Just like those decades ago. How nostalgic is that? How lucky I am to see Boss Luo Lin again in this life. The giant Zoro said and smiled. With tears. Chapter 531. Rollin, Robin and Zoro, 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The deep sea prison advances to the 4 underground floors of the city, scorching hell. The elevator shaft that goes straight to the first floor of the sea runs at high speed. After a while, the elevator stopped on the 4th floor underground. So, I said earlier, it would be better if the elevator goes straight to the infinite hell. Magellan, this is your negligence. Deputy Administrator Hannibal took the opportunity to question. It's my shit, Hannibal, if you really want to blame, go to the former designer of the Great Prison. Magellan choked back rarely. What did you say? Alright, Director, Deputy Director, you all give me some time to stop. Now the top priority is infinite hell. Hurry up and go to the elevator in the director's room to the 6th floor underground. Domino separated the two strongly. Director Magellan, there's a situation, the 6 underground levels of infinite hell. There are some abnormal situations in the infinite hell. Shortly after Magellan walked out of the elevator, a jailer guard ran and rolled in front of the crowd, yelling with anxiety and panic on his face. Stand up and speak slowly, what happened? Magellan asked with dignity. Yes. The jailer stood up and said, just now, the loud calls of the prisoners came from a listening phone bug in infinite hell, it seems. It seems that some intruders are already operating in infinite hell, and those prisoners are asking for help from that person. If all the doors of infinite hell are opened, all the prisoners will be free again. Speaking of this, the voice of the jailer and guard stopped abruptly, obviously because of the terrible event that might happen, and was so terrified that he couldn't tell. Don't think too much, jailer, the things that are in your mind will never happen. Magellan's expression was firm, and he spoke decisively. How can you be sure that it won't happen? Even if it is a hero, for us to advance the city, he is an intruder. Hannibal scolded loudly. If something goes wrong in infinite hell, it's none of my business, it's all your responsibility, Magellan, after all, I don't know that person. Hannibal spoke repeatedly, trying to separate himself from the incident. But having said that, if something really happens, isn't the position of the director belong to me? Think about it, I still have a little look forward to it. Hannibal thought in his heart, and said honestly what he felt at the moment. Magellan. Advertisement Domino, Satie and others. Ah, no, I accidentally said it again. Hanny, who reacted in hindsight, quickly raised his head and covered his mouth. However, it was too late. A puff of lavender poisonous gas heated up into Hannibal's mouth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Vomit. Under the effect of the poisonous gas, Hannibal's expression was painful and retching. Ha ha ha. Magellan suddenly laughed happily like a child. Add bookmarks for easy reading. This is a daily little game between him and his brother Hannibal, who covets his position. Even at this critical moment, it can always ease his inner anxiety and anxiety. Domino. Are these 2 children kids? It's really a relief, Director Magellan. At this time, another jailer rushed towards Magellan and the others. What happened again? Magellan straightened his face and asked in a deep voice. The big thing is not good, Director Magellan. Just now, all the types of phone bugs in the 6th underground floor of infinite hell were lost. The jailer yelled and reported nervously, what did you say? Magellan was shocked. More than that, there may be even worse things happening. The information from the friends on the 6 stairs. The whole of infinite hell is at the epicenter of the drama. The jailer yelled in horror. There is no time to waste here anymore. Now everyone is going to the infinite hell, ready to deal with the impact. Magellan waved his hand and gave the director's order. Ah, Magellan, it's all because of your previous poisonous gas. My stomach hurts now, I'm going to be big. Advertisement. Hannibal clutched his stomach and prepared to drive away. The ghost knows what's going on in the infinite hell now. Lao Su should pretend that his stomach hurts first, hide and see what's going on. As Hannibal thought about it, he subconsciously said it again. Next moment, a big hand grabbed his back collar and picked him up like a chicken. Hannibal, don't want to drive away. You are also a member of the big prison. Of course, you have to bear the burden together. Magellan smiled and opened his mouth, grabbing Hannibal and walking towards the elevator shaft. At the same time, promote the 6 underground floors of the city. In the vast infinite hell, the footsteps are clearly audible. This time I saw the figure moving freely outside. It seems to have heard the most incredible voice in the world. Luo Lin led Luo Lin to the depths of infinite hell. Falling thunder. The corners of Luo Lin's mouth raised an arc unconsciously. Listen to that unique laugh. Suddenly, there was a special burst of laughter. To the murderers in the cage did not dare to have any more disrespectful and provocative words. This is the deterrence from the overlord. 3 minutes later. All of them clipped their tails, silent, and did not dare to make any noises. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 532. Robin Joy. Liu shocked. 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, telling thunder hee hee. Falling thunder hee hee hee. Under the deterrence of the extreme domineering storm, he fell into the infinite hell of absolute silence, and suddenly a distinctive laughter sounded. Listening to the laughter filled with joy and excitement coming from a cage not far in front. Luo Lin and Robin stopped in the same footsteps. It's still the same as before, it hasn't changed at all. Luo Lin opened his mouth with emotion, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously set off a pleasant arc. At this moment, listening to the special laughter, Robin seemed to realize something. Unconsciously raised his slender hand, covered his small mouth, trying hard not to let himself scream. Departed from Washung to the present, Robin has always been curious about Luo Lin's trip to take her through the judicial island, and on the way to the city, who on earth wants her to see before. No matter how clever Robin's little brain is, he can't think of the answer anyway. Until now. After hearing this laughter that left a strong touch in her life. After the laughter that directly or indirectly affected her 20 years of life. The answer is already clear. About the Allaha 20 years ago, the long-term memories emerged one by one. That, the voice and smile of the gentle giant named Soro gradually became clearer. Although they only met each other in less than a week. But that, the moderate giant had a huge impact on her life. Advertisement. In the end, when the O'Hara slaughter order broke out, the giant Soro did not hesitate to sacrifice his life, in exchange for her a glimmer of life. Listen to Robin, anyone born in this world will never be alone. You will definitely find a partner who is willing to protect yourself, and you must work hard to survive optimistically, and continue to laugh even when it is painful. This is the giant Sao Luo's last words to her. At the same time, it is also the belief that supports her walking alone. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How to forget. This is a great grace that will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Robin originally thought that Soro and O'Hara were reduced to ashes under the fire of the Demon Slayer, and there will be no goodbye in this life. However, things are always wonderful. After digging Luo Lin in the underground palace in the north of Alabaston, her life ushered in the second turning point. Various surprises followed one after another. Now, even, Uncle, the person you are going to bring me to meet, is Soro, really. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, many thanks. Robin bent down and bowed deeply, his eyes flushed unconsciously. Soro was also my subordinate before. You must also want to see him again. Let's go, then. Luo Lin's big hand landed on Robin's head and rubbed it fondly. Okay. Robin's teeth clenched his red lips, and raised his hand to wipe the crystal clear from the corner of his eyes. Then Lianbu moved lightly, and trod to the source of the laughter at a brisk pace. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of dark laughter suddenly sounded from a single cell not far away. In order for a criminal to invade and advance the 6th underground level of the city, you are really stupid, but to be able to successfully get here, I must also admit that you do have some means. The man in the cell said to himself. Advertisement. After a moment of silence. That fellow Magellan is such a useless idiot. Everyone else has already reached the 6th basement level and there is no movement at all. If I were there, this kind of thing would never happen. It would be a joke to push the iron wall of the city without me, the chief guard, haha. The middle-aged man detained in the cell, the other trump card of the deep-sea prison promotion city besides Director Magellan, the guardian Chong Yu, spoke with pride. Ha ha. Hearing the boastful words, Luo Lin stopped in his footsteps, who had not planned to pay attention to him, and decided to delay for a while. Boy Shiliu, you really dare to say it. Even with his worldview, it shattered to the ground. As one of the strongest players in the promotion city, Yu Jiliu still has confidence and arrogance on her face. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Luo Lin walked straight to Yu Jiliu's cell, and the corners of his mouth raised a playful arc. It was even more because he recognized the identity of the person outside the door. Even if the previous layer had felt the terrifying and extraordinary domineering that originated from Luo Lin from a distance. That face, a face that has not changed even for decades, also impressed him. You are Lieutenant Admiral Luo Lin. Or cooperate with him. However, his confidence, pride, and all his small abacus, only lasted for a moment, were completely broken. Even thinking about taking down this intruder in his heart, offsetting the merits and demerits, avoiding his reprieve. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading just to boast of the advancement city guard Chang Yujishi who went to Haiko, her complexion changed suddenly. Humph, Chapter 533. Haliu shocked to be insane, 2 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. You're Lieutenant Admiral Luo Lin. Looking at the man who appeared outside her cell, the city guard Chang Yujiliu's eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but scream in surprise. Under the control of the emotion named shock, his voice increased more than octave. Hearing so clearly in the deadly infinite hell, the cigar in Chiliu's mouth fell to the ground, but he himself didn't realize it. The whole person seemed to be in a stiff state, with cold sweat on his forehead, and no longer the previous confidence and arrogance. Looking at the man right in front of him, how can Yujiliu not be shocked? How can he not be shocked? After all, that is a legend that has disappeared for decades, and now he appeared in this world again in front of him. How incredible it is. Big event. It almost breaks his worldview. Hoo-ha-ha. Pushing the city's warden, the man who is second only to the warden Magellan in strength, Yujiliu, is now panting with no image. On the ground, the sparks of the cigar smoke were indefinite, illuminating Shiliu's square face with an extremely shocking expression. It's impossible for you to be a man or a ghost. How could this kind of thing happen? You would have disappeared from this world 36 years ago tomorrow. Yujiliu looked at Luo Lin outside the cell, shaking her head with an incredible expression on her face. I know. After a while, Shiliu seemed to have thought of something. A faint look flashed across the shocked face. What do you know? Luo Lin's mouth was even more teasing, same as the prison director Magellan. You know Shiliu, who is the head guard, is also a native of this deep-sea prison. Since I was a child, I have undergone the dark baptism of advancing the city. Compared with ordinary children, the psychology will inevitably be distorted. It's just that Shiliu's luck is not as good as Magellan's. Or it could be said that this was his own choice, he personally went into the darkness. Advertisement that was about 38 years ago. One day, Luo Lin, who was escorting the pirates to advance the city according to the usual practice, happened to meet the companion of Magellan, who was only 4 years old at the time. Magellan, who had become a fan of Lieutenant General Roland at the time, tried his best to tell the young Haliu about Roland's glorious deeds. Perhaps it is because Magellan's statement is too exaggerated. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Or maybe it was because the elders of the city had instilled some ideas in the young Shiliu. Magellan's speech was not recognized by Haliu, instead, it aroused his rebellious psychology. After that, he refused Luo Lin's guidance several times. After several attempts to no avail, Luo Lin didn't force it anymore. After all, everyone has their own choice. To add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than since then, Haliu has also grown according to his original life trajectory. It eventually became the dark side of this deep-sea prison advancing the city. After becoming the de facto second in command of the city, Kira became more and more intensified. Using his own authority, he would from time to time torture and kill the prisoners in the city. It also annoyed Magellan and was regarded as a criminal into infinite hell, waiting for a trial from a military court. Without Luo Lin's chaos, follow the trajectory of the original plot. Sentenced to death with a reprieve, Shiliu defected and joined the Blackbeard gang in the Malin fodder incident not long afterward. Only now, this kind of thing is unlikely to happen. I know. Luo Lin's eyes faintly remembered the past. Advertisement Yujiliu, who was desperate in the cell, nodded firmly again. This is an illusion, right? It is the illusion created by your ability that made me see this disappearing naval hero. I guess it should be correct. Yujiliu guessed confidently. Listening to Yujiliu's outrageous guess, Luo Lin couldn't help but shook his head in a dumbfounded smile. 4. Facts beyond your imagination are unwilling to believe. People can always find another reason they think is more correct to deceive and persuade themselves. Shiliu is in such a state right now. You are really hopeless, Shiliu kid, please give me a little sober. Kang, please download to see the underlined version. It's just that since it's been discovered, it's hard to get out if you want to go out. Here I have a suggestion. If you don't mind, do you want to join hands with me? Just now, is it your devil fruit ability or something else? It can avoid everyone's eyes and ears, and quietly invade to the 6th underground leveled propulsion city. I recognize your strength. Even saying this kind of words, it can be seen that his spirit has been confused to a level. With a crazy look on Shiliu's face, she spoke again and again. Shiliu suddenly grinned again. Seeing the teasing smile on Luo Lin's face, Shiliu of Rain suddenly roared emotionally. Finally, an invitation to the alliance was sent to Luo Lin. Add bookmarks for easy reading, regardless of. Luo Lin looked at Shiliu in the cell, his eyes gradually deepening. What's the funny? Hero. The naval hero Luo Lin can't appear again, he has been erased from history. Don't doubt, although I am the chief caretaker here, but because of Magellan's frame, I am now a death row prisoner just like the people here. For my own life, I can only leave here, so you should rest assured. Come on, as long as there is my assistance, it is not difficult to escape from this copper wall and iron wall. Chapter 534. He is a naval hero who defeated the overlord of the sea, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Helios, kid, let me be a little more awake. Luo Lin looked indifferently at Shiliu of Rain, who had fallen into a daze. It seemed as if there was a bright sword light flashing in his eyes. Kang, next second. Clang sounds like a real sword unsheathed in this infinite hell. Immediately afterwards, Senran, fierce, and horrible sword intent and sword power that were so sharp that he could cut through the sky burst out from Luo Lin's body. In an instant, it swept away in all directions. Ah! The screams suddenly screamed. It's not just Shiliu who faces Luo Lin's body with the ultimate sword intent. There are other murderers in the nearby cage, just like the previous domineering storm of overlord color. The fierce sword intent raging this time is still an indiscriminate impact. The ethereal intangible sword intent is flying around like catkins. Quietly, he cut off the cage and chain made of mixed Hailu stone. But the prisoners among them couldn't be happy anyhow. Because their bodies were also cut apart, blood spattered one after another. The earth is soaked with blood, for a long time. The sharpest sword in the world that burst out from Luo Lin's body converged. Yu Jiliu's clothes in the cage are tattered. Joe didn't know how much he was cut open by that terrifying sword intent. Daokuzi. Advertisement. The blood was dripping, and it almost stained him into a bloody man, looking extremely oozing. However, compared to the pain from the body, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The shock and horror that originated in Shiliu's heart still governed his whole body. As one of the great swords on this sea, Shiliu felt deeply about how terrifying the sword intent Luo Lin had shown before. This horrible sword intent is already above him for a little bit. In front of Luo Lin's sword intent, a so-called great swordsman is like a 3-year-old and 3-year-old child holding a sharp blade. The gap cannot be calculated by reason. No matter how he resists, it is like duckweed in a storm, wandering. Just like when he first met Lieutenant General Luo Lin 38 years ago. Obviously, in the past few decades, he has also become stronger. Not much weaker than Magellan, who was favored by Luo Lin. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than but in front of the legendary hero, nothing seems to have changed. Hero Luo Lin, are you number 1 in the world now? In the cage, Yu Jiliu, who was covered in blood, smiled miserably. Opened his arms and fell into a big font and fell weakly. You're still far away, kid. Luo Lin ignored Shiliu in the cage and turned away. It was a long while after Luo Lin left. This piece fell into absolute silence, and the tight heartstrings of the prisoners in the area where the needle dropped could be heard finally ease. Gudong, gudong. The sound of people's apple jelly knots rolling hard one after another. Where is he sacred? Advertisement, not only domineering, but also unfathomable great swordsman. First, that. The special overlord look as strong as the monster, now it's the same terrifying to the extreme, sword. It's terrible. That man's sword. Is he the world's largest swordsman? No, the world's #1 swordsman before I went to jail was that. Hawkeye Mahawk, where did he come from? The prisoners in each cage screamed uncontrollably in shock. I seem to have heard that D Shiliu call him Lieutenant Admiral Luo Lin. Is he a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Another pirate suddenly spoke. To the evil king Abalo Pizarro could no longer suppress the shock in his heart, and yelled. The green light flourished in a pair of cat eyes. Nani. The evil king Abalo Pizarro seemed to have thought of something. Is there such a terrifying lieutenant in the Navy headquarters? Can he be more terrifying than that Lieutenant Carp? Hero Lieutenant General Cap Hero, Luo Lin. It turned out to be him. How could this be possible? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Who is that man, Hero Luo Lin? I have never heard of such a man in the Navy. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. What did you say? That man. That? The B***** D named Roland, like the B***** D Carp, is the naval hero who defeated the Sea Lord Locks 36 years ago. He actually appeared alive. The nearby big pirates noticed the gaffe of the evil king Abalo Pizarro and hurriedly asked. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The hair all over his head is also due to extreme shock and horror, but the roots stand upright. The evil king. What do you know? Chapter 535. The Secret History of the Earth-Shattering Sea. 4/4 for complete order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, kid, have you heard the real identity of that man? The heated discussion about the name of the hero Luo Lin spreads through this infinite hell at the fastest speed. In the end, even Kid and Kira who were locked up on the edge of hell heard the shocking news. Ah, of course I heard it too. Captain Yustaskid spoke in a deep voice, his eyes covered with a thick haze. It's unbelievable, that man. That unimaginable existence is another hero of the Navy. It is enough to be parallel to that. Cap. Kira murmured in shock. A cold air rushed to the heavenly cover from the soles of his feet. Thinking of a few months ago, they actually fought with such an existence. Kira's heart was unconsciously born with great fear. The body trembled even more, Heroic Luo Lin. It turned out to be that B******D. No wonder the old lady looked a little familiar with him before, that. The Navy B*******D is still alive. The long-nosed fierce female pirate who was detained in another area, Catalina Deepung gritted her teeth, her eyes were fierce. Crescent Moonhunter, do you know that? The guy named Luo Lin, he is really the same as Carp, a hero of the Navy, and that. Who is Lox, the overlord of the sea? The other Cenozoic pirates nearby couldn't help asking questions again and again. Of course I know, that B*******D. If it weren't for them, how would the kingdom of Lox, which had been flourishing for a while, collapsed? Catalina Deepung gritted her teeth viciously. 36 years ago, he defeated the sea overlord Lox pirates and became a man who became a legendary man. He is really back. Although I haven't experienced that era, I have seen reports about that man more than once in the newspaper. Undoubtedly, in that era, he was the most dazzling new star above the sea. Ah, I remember where I heard this name. Lao Su was caught by that guy's subordinates. Under the shock of the name of the hero Luo Lin, the infinite hell that was dead and silent suddenly became lively and noisy again. Now there are very few prisoners in this infinite hell who have experienced that era like Red Earl. The pirates who were personally beaten into Pushing City by Luo Lin decades ago have almost died. But the pirates here are not a new generation who knows nothing. Advertisement, most of them are 40 or 50-year-old prisoners, even if they have not directly contacted Luo Lin, but they have seen reports about Luo Lin in the newspaper more than once. Even if one person has limited knowledge, but when a group of people knows the information, gather, it is enough to piece together the secret history of the sea that is covered by the big hands of the government. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The emotion called shock spreads in this imprisonment. At the same time, the murderers in the infinite hell were shocked and terrified by the name of the hero Luo Lin. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP, the deepest part of this blind prison. In front of a huge prison, a young girl finally meets with the giant who once saved her. Inside and outside the cell, two people, one big and one small, their eyes look at each other. Bright smiles sprang up from the faces of the two of them. Robin, is that you? The giant Salah shouted with shock and joy. It's me, I'm Robin, Soro. Robin covered his red lips with a slender hand, and there were tears called joy in his big eyes. Dai lei hee, yeah, this time Boss Luo Lin also brought you here. I am really too happy to see you again, Dile lei hee. The giant Soro laughed loudly, and tears of joy splashed all over his eyes. It's great, Soro, it's great that you are still alive. The tears named joy finally slipped from the corner of Robin's eyes uncontrollably. Thunder and hee, don't cry, Robin, you have to laugh on this great day. Salah said. Okay, Robin nodded heavily. Just like when I was a child, I laughed happily with Soro, and became an alternative and unique landscape in this gloomy infinite hell. After a while, advertisement Robin and Soro, who had laughed and cried, sat across the iron fence of the cage. Robin, I already know from Kuzan, Soro spoke. General Kuzan Green Pheasant, Robin couldn't help being surprised. Yeah, I was able to survive thanks to Kuzan. He has come to see me from time to time over the years, so I know that you have found the best partner in the world. I am really happy for you. Soro smiled. Okay, Robin nodded. Uncle, he is the most powerful person in the world. Robin's mouth raised unconsciously. When talking about Luo Lin, I only feel that the tip of my heart is going to float. Uncle, listening to Robin's name, Soro was taken aback first. Reacted for a moment, falling thunder hee. Soro, who saw through Robin's careful thoughts, couldn't help but laugh again. By the way, Robin, Boss Luo Lin, I can't wait to see the boss again. Soro spoke. Soon after Soro's voice fell, the infinite hell that was deadly silent suddenly sounded a shocking uproar. At the same time, a clear footstep sounded not far away. Soro, long time no see, chapter 536. I work for life, why'd I need permission from others, 1/4 for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Soro, long time no see. Looking at the familiar old person not far ahead, Luo Lin couldn't help but grin in a big arc. Boss. Salah in the cage stared blankly at Luo Lin who was coming step by step. The expression on a giant's face went from dullness to joy, and finally turned into excitement, which was beyond words. Lorlin boss. The giant Soro's voice increased more than 8 degrees. The chains that bound his huge body were rustled by the excited Soro. There was a soft click. Luo Lin's right hand fell on Soro's cage. Accompanied by the blooming of several glaring white lights, the door locks made of Hailu stone were neatly shattered. Then the white light flashed again. The chains bound to Salah also shattered. After 20 years, Soro, who had regained his freedom, stomped down for the first time. A pair of giant hands carefully lifted Luo Lin. Boss Luo Lin, you can see it again. Boss, if you come back alive, I will have no regrets even if I die now. Soro stared at the familiar face that was exactly the same as it was decades ago, and his heart was so excited that he couldn't help himself. What silly thing to say, Soro, everyone is still waiting for you to go back and drink together again. Luo Lin volleyed his fingers and flicked. The index finger and middle finger of the right hand seemed to have crossed the space and pointed on Soro's forehead. Ouch! Soro let out a painful cry. After a while, he laughed silly again. Telling Thunder, yeah, boss, you are back. Of course everyone on the boat had to get together before, and I also want to have a good drink with everyone again, but... Speaking of which, the smile on Saluo's face narrowed, and his face became more solemn. Boss Luo Lin, I want to ask you something. You are here today, yes? Don't wait. Soro finishes. Advertisement Luo Lin, standing in the heart of his hand, waved his hand. This see, where I want to go, why'd I have to get permission from others? Luo Lin said domineeringly. Sure enough. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Soro nodded. Actually, when he saw Robin also appear, he already knew. Luo Lin came to Push City this time, fearing that he didn't go through any formal channels. But as a intruder in the big prison, thought of this. Soro's expression suddenly became a little nervous. In Soro's heart, he thought that Luo Lin was a naval hero. To add bookmarks for easy reading, however, it is for him to push the city forcibly, and it will be charged with robbery because of him. This is a slander of Luo Lin's heroic name. Thinking of this, Soro felt infinite self-blame in his heart. Soro, Luo Lin, who had read the entanglement of the giant subordinates with his mind-reading technique, suddenly let out a dignified cry. Yes. Listening to Luo Lin's majestic voice, Salo stood at attention subconsciously, his body straight. Do you still know who I am? Yours? Luo Lin yelled. You are my boss. Soro answered without hesitation. If I can't even save my little brother, and watch my little brother suffer in hell, what qualifications do I have to be your boss? Luo Lin spoke naturally. Boss Luo Lin, but, advertisement. The so-called name of a hero has no meaning to me. What do you have to worry about? Luo Lin said quietly. Old Luo Lin. Big, I know. The confusion and self-blame on Soro's face were gone, and he nodded firmly. Take one step. After being imprisoned here 20 years ago, Soro has left the confinement of the cage for the first time. That's right. Feeling the change in Soro's mentality, Luo Lin also nodded with a smile. The outside air is better than the inside. Sala took a deep breath and said with emotion. In the same infinite hell, the air quality is of course the same. The only difference is, the position of oneself is the difference between freedom or not. Soro, it's my turn to tell you my story this time. Robin smiled and wiped the crystals of his eyes. Okay. Soro nodded, spread his palms, and put Robin on his shoulders. Be sure to let me listen to Robin's adventure story with you and the boss. Sala spoke with interest. The storytelling is better after you go out. Soro, you take Robin out first, and I will go to meet someone. Luo Lin spoke calmly. After speaking, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from the same place. The reappearance is already in front of another small cell not far away. Looking at the old man who is still elegant and noble even though he is trapped. The corners of Luo Lin's mouth unconsciously set up an arc again. Yo, Ryder, an old friend who has been here for so many years, don't you even plan to say hello? Chapter 537, Old Friends, Roland and Red Earl, 2 quarters seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi promoting the 6 underground floors of the city, Infinite Hell. As the name of the hero Luo Lin spreads and spreads far, the shock and uproar of the prisoners resounds through the entire Infinite Hell. However, a certain area in the depths of this prison is still silent. Not because the prisoners here are strong enough to ignore the shock of another hero of the Navy. It's because of that hero, Luo Lin is here. Not long ago, the prisoners who had experienced Luo Lin's domineering and sword intent from afar. At this moment, when I really saw the legendary hero, I naturally didn't dare to make the slightest noise. He didn't even dare to breathe. I was afraid that Luo Lin would be annoyed, and he would kill himself. Although the days of imprisonment are difficult, the prisoners do not want to die. The prisoners watched with a little envy and horror. Luo Lin opened the giant Soro's cage and lifted the shackles on him. After a while, Luo Lin's figure flashed and disappeared from the prison area of the giant creature. The reappearance is already in the human detention area. What? Looking at Luo Lin who suddenly appeared within 10 meters of him. The prisoners in the cell screamed in panic unconsciously. After yelling, he was busy raising his hand to cover his mouth, and his wide-open eyes were full of shock. Fortunately, what made the prisoners desperate did not happen. The hero is not specifically for them. Advertisement. The person in the cage that Luo Lin is looking at now is Earl Red, the lonely Red Barlow Clydefield. Oh, Ryder, an old friend for so many years is here. You don't even say hello. It really shouldn't be. Luo Lin looked at the elegant old man on the other side of the iron fence and smiled. Listening to Luo Lin's familiar greetings, he has always been calm and calm. The corner of Red Earl Letterfield's eyes suddenly throbbed unconsciously. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It exposed his emotions that couldn't calm down at this moment. How can I be calm? How can I ignore it? After all, the man standing on the other side of the iron fence now. At a certain age in the past, he had left an extremely deep impression on him. It was really an unbearable past. If he could, Ryder would never want to think about it again in his life. However, things backfired. Just when he almost buried the past, he was ready to advance to the death of the old city with peace of mind. That one, to add bookmarks for easy reading. The man who had made him gritted his teeth once again appeared in front of him alive. looking at that face that was exactly the same as it was decades ago, without the slightest change. Red Earl's usual elegance is no longer. Take a few deep breaths, trying to suppress the shock in my heart. However, the memories of the past in my mind. Memories emerge uncontrollably one after another. You be *****D, you are not dead yet. Finally, Red Earl Ryder looked up and looked at Luo Lin outside the prison door with a bad expression. Ha ha, Luo Lin grinned. I told you a long time ago that I am immortal, but, you, Ryder, haven't seen you for decades, but you have fallen here, tusk. Why not? I'm tired of staying outside, can't I change to a leisurely place for the elderly? Advertisement Redfield is no longer alone. In order to conceal his own dilemma, even the words of advancing the urban pension are subconsciously blurted out. This kind of outrageous excuse, even a 3-year-old will not believe it. Letterfield seemed to have also reacted, and an old face suddenly showed a constipation-like expression. Whether it was before or now, it has always been like this. As long as this man stands here, even if he doesn't say anything, just looking at it will make him angry and lose his usual heart. What made Ryder even more irritating was that Luo Lin didn't know what method he used at the beginning, and he even learned his innate domineering look at people's hearts. It's all about learning, and even showing off to him, using it on his body, prying into his inner secret. It's really hateful. Hey, hello, Ryder, why did I show off again? It's just a prejudgment in the battle, and the fact that you are a fan of that guy Brook, I already knew it, but it's not, from your memory. Luo Lin smiled. Crunchy, the lonely Ryder gritted his teeth and his old face was full of irritation. He just thought of this stuff. Luo Lin has already used his tricks to read, it is really deceiving people too much. But even so, what can he do as a prisoner now? Roland, how is Mr. Brook now? After a long time, Ryder finally calmed down his inner turmoil and spoke. Brook, that guy is very good, and he is taking care of me now. How do you want to get out of this ghost place? Anyway, it's rare to come here, and it doesn't make a difference to bring one or two. Luo Lin grinned. Chapter 538, Earl Red's Rich Brain Supplement and Imagination, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. How about Ryder? In the past, it is not impossible for me to get you a handful today. Luo Lin looked at the Red Earl in the cage calmly, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a curve. Hear the words. Red Earl Ryder couldn't help being stunned and then went silent. The irritation on the old face solidified and then turned into seriousness. Those vampire-like fierce and mysterious eyes gradually became deeper. In the last era, he is one of the strongest legends in the sea who can compare with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lionskeet. As a lone traveler on the sea, he is the most free to walk alone. Acting from the heart, unfettered and unrestrained, galloping on the sea, full of pleasure. At that time, he was like a sea ranger. He never bullies the weak, and even in many cases what he does can be called a chivalry and righteousness. It's just that all this has changed for the sake of a certain celestial dragon. Because of the crime of beheading the world's noble Tianlong people. The Red Earl Ryder, who was originally like a bounty hunter, was officially included in the ranks of heinous criminals by the world government and navy. Under the government's deliberate discredit, his reputation as a ranger in the sea was ruined. Become the most infamous existence in this sea, feared by ordinary people. But even so, there was not much anger in Letterfield. This is naturally not because of its generosity. It was because Ryder, who was born awakened and read the hearts of the people, had been accustomed to seeing the ugliness and sinisterness of the world. Since then, Red Earl Ryder's temperament has become more withdrawn. Ryder, who has already ignored the evaluation of the world, has become more and more unscrupulous in his actions. In the end, it also led to a full-scale encirclement and suppression by the Navy. In a battle with the Marine Marshal Steel Skeleton, Red Earl Ryder fell to the ground with exhaustion after defeating the Steel Bones. In the end, he was picked up by Carp, who was watching the battle, and entered the advanced city. Advertisement since then began a prisoner's career that lasted for decades. A man like Red Earl Ryder who has been free for most of his life is naturally unwilling to sink forever. Although he had a tough attitude when talking to Luo Lin just now, he said that he wanted to promote the old age in the city. However, this is after all his last strong disguise in front of the old rivals in the past. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Think of the old enemy. The eyes of the lonely Red Letterfield suddenly became deeper. 46 years ago, Red, who was a sea ranger, encountered Luo Lin for the first time in the ocean. The two had a fight, somehow, and Luo Lin had somehow gained his mind-reading experience. But this is all trivial. The two of them didn't know each other. At that time, Luo Lin even invited him to join the group together. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, BSP. It's just that Ryder, who only wanted to listen to the music of the Rumba Pirates again at the time, decisively refused Luo Lin's invitation. The second meeting was 3 years later. Roland once told him the location of Brook, the last survivor of the Rumba Pirates. Ryder searched the Devil's Triangle alone for half a year, but didn't find it. Only when Luo Lin was fooling him, he left when he cursed. Ryder didn't realize that Roland wasn't playing with him until he saw Brook turned into a skeleton. It's just that his luck is really bad. Several times since then, it happened after he killed the Heavenly Dragon. Luo Lin, who approached him with a warship, did not show any hostility towards him. It's not even just Roland. All the seamen of that warship were all in one mind. No one had any objection to Luo Lin and his act of talking about wine. Not a single bit. Ryder, who has a mind-reading experience, knows this best. Advertisement at that time, the atmosphere on the Luo Lin warship was indeed very enviable. Even Ryder regretted for a while for refusing Luo Lin's invitation. It's just that there is no regret medicine in the world. At that time, Ryder, who had become one of the sea's top criminals, naturally did not have the slightest chance of being whitewashed. Think of those things in the past. Originally seeing Luo Lin goodbye, the angry Red Earl Ryder only felt that the smiling face outside the door didn't seem to be that odious. Wrong. After a while, the lonely Ryder seemed to have thought about it and shook his head violently, his expression renewed, solemn. He who understands people's hearts best knows his previous ones, the beauty of Luo Lin in his memories. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The beautification of Luo Lin's good aspects was actually because he wanted to use Luo Lin's hand to leave this ghost place. Luo Lin didn't want to continue wrangling with this old vampire either. But he reacted now. As for this price. The Red Earl Ryder unconsciously appeared in the mind of Luo Lin sitting high on the throne, laughing wantonly at him who was kneeling on one knee and instructing him. The more he thought about it, the little beauty of Luo Lin he had imagined before was declared broken. At the same time, Luo Lin who read Ryder's inner picture. For Luo Lin to rescue him, he must pay a sufficient price. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading too. Just think about it. Not seen for decades, this old vampire has little strength, and his brain supplement and imagination abilities have become more and more abundant. Luo Lin. Yeah, enough, Ryder, the brain supplement is almost here, in a word, can't you go? Luo Lin himself didn't know that he actually had the qualifications to be a faint king. Chapter 539. Lonely Red joins. Ryder's shocked, 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. 1 sentence, can't go. Luo Lin, who was amused by the crazy brain of Red Earl Ryder, had no interest in wrangling with him anymore and spoke straightforwardly. While opening his mouth, his body turned halfway and he was about to leave. After reading Ryder's thoughts and knowing the other party's resentment towards him, Luo Lin hasn't had much hope for recruiting this powerful and aloof old man to be arbiter. However, the reality is often unexpected. Even an existence like Luo Lin will encounter an unpredictable future. It was on the spot when Luo Lin was about to turn around and leave. The elegant old man in the single cell finally ceased to be silent. Go. The lonely Red Leadfield answered simply and neatly. Okay. Luo Lin's footsteps stopped. Listen to Ryder's unexpected answer. Rao was Luo Lin, and he raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He, even if it can read the human heart, it is not omnipotent. The corner of Red Earl Ryder's mouth made a triumphant arc. I thought not to, but I was still honest in my mouth. Luo Lin shook his head helplessly. The door lock of Ryder's cell fell to the ground. Humph. Ryder Tsunere turned his head and snorted. Ryder, since you want to leave, then you should have enough consciousness. Luo Lin laughed. At the same time, a long series of spoof pictures emerged in my heart. I also read the expression on the old face of Red Earl Ryder that Luo Lin thought in his heart, even if it was broken. No longer the previous pride, his face was blue and white, and he was obviously out of anger. There is no battle of gunpowder among the mind readers. After all, Luo Lin had the upper hand. There was a soft click. The chain tied to Ryder also shattered. Advertisement. Ryder, who has been feeling the breath of freedom for a long time, even ignores the previous Luo Lin's heart. The stimulus that the terrible scene had on him. The corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a pleasant arc. Let's go. Luo Lin grinned and took a step forward. After being intoxicated, Ryder also followed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Step. 2 steps. Just as the two of Roland and Ryder were about to disappear from the sight of the prisoners in this area, the commotion suddenly flourished. Hero Luo Lin, please be sure to take me with you too, please. A pirate prisoner pleaded earnestly, when the pirate's words fell. Like the same stone, it stirs up 1,000 waves. The massive 6 underground levels of infinite hell in the city made a sensation in an instant. Yeah, Hero Luo Lin, anyway to add bookmarks for easy reading. Have already put 2, and it is not worse than my 1. This is the plea of my life, please take me to see the sea again. Heroic Luo Lin, as long as you can take me out, my life is, you. Me too, as long as I can go out, no matter. Whether I am a cow or a horse, I have no complaints. Hero Luo Lin, please, I still have an 80-year-old mother in my family waiting for me to go back. I want to serve her well before she dies. The pleadings of the prisoners echoed in the infinite hell. After witnessing Soro and Red Earl Ryder get out of trouble and regain their freedom, the murderers who were also imprisoned were almost blushing with jealousy. If you can really go out, who can't be heartbroken so at this moment, no matter how ferocious and cruel pirates were before? At the moment, I keep my posture to the lowest, pretending to be harmless to humans and animals, and the words are more sincere. I want to treat Luo and Xiao with affection and reason, in exchange for my own freedom. Advertisement. It's just that for Luo Lin, who has a mind-reading experience, their self-confidence and perfect disguise, are like people who are running in the sun. It can't play a blocking role at all. This world is still as ugly as ever. Red Earl Rider, who is also proficient in mind reading, seeing, hearing and coloring, said with emotion. There are two things in this world that you can't look straight at, one is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Luo Lin said quietly. Hearing this, Red Earl Rider couldn't help but was stunned. After a while, it's reasonable, Red Earl Rider nodded in agreement. The other side, Luo Lin completely ignored his low voice. Some of the prisoners' natures were immediately exposed, and they began to attack with a variety of foul language to make up for the previously lost face. There are also some prisoners who still haven't given up. In a fierce battle with the prisoners in the same cage, he wanted to show Luo Lin his strength and value. Ha ha! An expression of extreme horror appeared on Ryder's old face without restraint. This trick cannot be said to be completely useless. You, do you want blood to wash here? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. You don't really want to include all the murderers in this infinite hell, right? Impossible. Even you, it is absolutely impossible to control so many lawless people. Earl Red's eyes widened in shock. Not long ago, he had read the situation of the sea from the General Qing Pheasant. Earl Red, who knew Luo Lin's current situation, widened his eyes in surprise. After reading Luo Lin's true thoughts, what he really wanted to do. Luo Lin didn't answer, just a meaningful smile. Please download to see the underlined version. Chapter 540? The Beasts of Infinite Hell are out, 1/4 seeking subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The deep sea prison is advancing to the 6th underground floor of the city. Near the Infinite Hell elevator shaft. From top to bottom, Magellan and other prison officials who hurriedly rushed here, met Robin and Soro unexpectedly. Gudong looked at the giant who emerged not far in front of him, the deputy director of the prison Hannibal's Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. This giant is just one the hero is going to take away. Forget it, Magellan, let's not see it. Hannibal looked up at the sky, pretending to see nothing. Former Navy giant Lieutenant General Soro, who defected to the Navy 20 years ago and was invaded by Admiral Oi Pheasant into Propulsion City. What is the relationship between this man and the hero? Domino, the deputy chief of guard, frowned slightly, with a puzzled look on his face. Lieutenant General Soro was also a subordinate of Mr. Luo Lin before. Magellan, the only director who knew the inside story of that era, said quietly. What, Nani? Hearing that Magellan told the truth, Saru Des, Little Sati and others couldn't help but be shocked. Lieutenant General Soro, sorry, I kept you here for 20 years. Magellan looked up at Salah with a solemn expression. No, this is your duty too, Warden Magellan. Soro also looked at Magellan solemnly, stayed in this big prison for 20 years. Soro knew the horror of Magellan, who possessed the ability of poisonous fruit. At the same time, Soro knew more about how Magellan was a dedicated existence. Even if he and his boss Luo Lin are old, but in this situation, I am afraid that it will not be selfish. He alone will certainly not be able to break through the prison high-level combat forces headed by Director Magellan. Advertisement for today's plan, I can only hold on for a while before Luo Lin returns. Of course, the most important thing is not to let Robin be contaminated by Magellan's poison. Robin, don't be afraid, it's okay. Salah tilted his head to look at Robin on his shoulder, comforting. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, beyond Soro's expectation, there was no fear or panic on the exquisite pretty face, and some were just calm and calm. Soro, you don't need to be nervous at all. This is a realm now. Robin smiled, with a confident smile on his face. Puff, 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 sounded like magma boiling and bubbling. That's the super to add bookmarks for easy reading. The human poisonous fruit ability is being activated. A deep purple highly toxic liquid with a pungent smell overflowed from Magellan's body. It spread out to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the ground made a sneer sound and a cloud of poisonous smoke rose up. The cage made of refined iron was also corroded by the venom. The criminals in it were not spared either. Wow. Vomit, damn Magellan, he puts poisonous gas again. It's not that we escaped from prison, why should we also be implicated in? Under the impact of the poisonous gas, the screams and curses of the vicious criminals continued. Regarding the prisoners' reprimands and anger, Magellan would not pay any attention to it. Advertisement after the venom encirclement net is completely constructed. Magellan's heart moved. In the next second, a voice sounded like a dragon chant. Immediately afterwards, one after another, poisonous dragons composed entirely of venom rushed out of Magellan's body. Like Magellan's hands and feet, moving with his heart. Lieutenant General Soro, where is Mr. Luo Lin now? Things are really big. Domino, Sati Jr. and even Magellan knew it all well. Accompanying it is the permeation of terrifying auras, as if countless beasts are starting out. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Just as Magellan was in a dilemma, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up in the dim depths of infinite hell. Then the light spread rapidly, spreading layer by layer toward the outermost layer. If Magellan really does something to Soro and the one who came with Roland, Nicole Robin. The sound of patter and patter of the cage chain fell into pieces one after another. If he doesn't do anything now, he is still some kind of guardian who advances the city, but he is really going to hurt Mr. Luo Lin's partner. Magellan really can't do this. The deputy director Hannibal, who hid away from his nose and mouth, pulled his throat and yelled nervously and anxiously. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Add bookmarks for easy reading. To Hannibal's impression, Luo Lin was a super ruthless man who could push the city for the sake of his subordinates, at the expense of his reputation as a hero. If the strongest person in the world who is above the 4 emperors gets angry, the entire advanced city will really fall. That was the real strongest impact in history, in fact, for Hannibal's inner worries. Magellan pressed. Stop it, Magellan, don't shoot them further, you will kill us all. Chapter 541, Bloodbath advances the city to infinite hell, 2 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. A dazzling white light suddenly lit up in the dim infinite hell, which was extremely eye-catching. Even if it is far away, it is still clearly visible. Director Magellan, look over there, what's going on? The prison chief Saru Des, who was as big as a child, exclaimed. Appeared again. Accompanied by Hannibal's yelling, infinite hell seemed to be lit up one after another. The white light spread quickly from the inside to the outside. What the hell is going on is terrible. The deputy chief of guard Domino subconsciously hugged his arms, and his pretty face unconsciously gave birth to a look of horror. Well, the light gives me a very dangerous feeling, is that a hero? The head jailer Sati twisted his waist nervously. After a while, the sound of the click of the cell door opening suddenly became a continuum. The falling sound of the heavy chains of Walala is also one after another. Countless messy footsteps followed. One after another, bloodthirsty and fierce auras rushed from the depths of the prison. It's like another beast goes out of the gate. Listen to the unusual noises coming from the depths of the prison. Feel the breath after another that is as terrifying as a fierce beast. The expressions of Magellan, Domino, and other prison officials changed greatly. Robin and Soro, who were also aware of what might happen, couldn't help but their eyes widened. Just when everyone was stunned by the shock and horror, Roland and Red Earl Redfield appeared in the sight of Robin, Salah, Magellan and others. Uncle, boss, advertisement. Salah took the first step and ran to Luo Lin hurriedly and anxiously. Mr. Luo Lin. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Hero Roland. Magellan, Domino and others also screamed. Oh, Magellan, you are here. Roland grinned and greeted Magellan, then looked at Soro and Robin. It's okay. Luo Lin nodded calmly. Hearing that, the anxious color on Robin and Soro's faces gradually faded. Since Luo Lin has already said that, what else can they worry about? Even if it is. The sky is falling, I am not afraid of it. Robin and Salah can trust Luo Lin completely and unconditionally. Magellan can barely do it, but Han, who only met Luo Lin for the first time today. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Nibble, Domino and others are unable to be calm and comfortable. The man next to the hero Luo Lin is a big pirate from the last era and a lonely red Leadfield. I said earlier that there is only one robbery, why is there another one? Domino's beautiful eyes widened and there was a little grievance between his words. Ahaha, sorry, little Domino, I promise there won't be a third one. Luo Lin smiled. Domino, no matter how you look at it, this guarantee is not convincing. There is no third, but there are fourth, fifth, or even the 300. Under the horrified gaze of Domino and others, the corridors of infinite hell are fascinating. There are chaotic footsteps everywhere. One after another murderous criminals in prison uniforms appeared in their sight with a breathtaking breath. Advertisement, Hero Roland, Mr. Hero, Giant Soro and Earl Red are all good, you can take it away if you want. As the director of the Future Advancement City, I promise not to report it, but... Hannibal strode forward suddenly emotionally. These world-class criminals, anyone going out is a disaster. If they get into a certain country, it will inevitably cause countless terrible incidents, so they must not be released outside. The expression on Hannibal's face was horrified, but at the same time, he rarely brought a trace of determination. It's completely different from the silly who gags on weekdays. Although he was a weak and useless deputy director who was afraid of death and stupid, Hannibal also had his own justice. Before the real big event, the chain will not be dropped. Seeing Hannibal's earnest pleading appearance, Luo Lin nodded in approval. Boy, I said before that there is no third, but it's not, I am playing around with you. Luo Lin said quietly. Then why? Domino was puzzled. Could it be that Magellan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened in shock. This infinite hell is too crowded and noisy. I just happened to clean it up for you today. Anyway, it's all bastards who waste air and food in their lives. Luo Lin said indifferently. Rather than let the pirates here escape in a major event in the future, it would be more convenient to solve them in advance here now. It is always good to stifle the danger in the cradle. In addition, since there is going to be trouble, naturally the bigger the trouble, the better. What the government and the Navy are unwilling to do for various indescribable reasons, he will do it today. Promote the 6th underground floor of the city. The Infinite Hell cleaning plan is about to start now. Please download the ununderlined version chapter 542. Only God can do things. 3/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow. Ha 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 ha. The dim infinite hell is full of figures. The sound of chaotic footsteps, the sound of chains dragging on the ground, and the triumphant laughter of the prisoners formed a cruel movement. The terrifying ferocious aura permeated. A repressive and dangerous atmosphere enveloped the audience. It's unconsciously palpitating. Under the panic gazes of the four of Hannibal, Domino, Little Sati, and Sarudes, the first group of prisoners who escaped from the cage appeared in their sight. Ha 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 ha. Hey hey. After spending so many years in this ghost place without the sky, my uncle is finally free. The next step is a new era belonging to this uncle, the sea. Wait. Those who caused my uncle being arrested back then, wash your necks and wait. The wicked murderers who have escaped from their prisons begin to dream of a free life from now on, where the sea will leap and the sky will be high. So he involuntarily laughed wanton and publicly. Damn it, that's it, wicked parties. Whoever allows you to come out and get acquainted, just get me back to your cell. I will never let you do whatever you want. Even though he was panicked, as the deputy director of the big prison, the evil guardian Hannibal plucked up the courage to stand up. Regarding Hannibal's courageous behavior, Director Magellan also nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, you are my only successor, Hannibal. Magellan thought firmly in his heart. Advertisement. However, only this moment was moved. Sarudes, close the door, let the dog. No, let Magellan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hannibal looked righteous. Magellan and other prison officials. Ha 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 ha, this is not a Magellan B********. D. Hannibal, you really dare to say the five scumbags. Oh, the Little Sati and Domino's deputy guard are also here, they're as beautiful as ever. How about Little Sati? In this big prison is just a waste of your youth, let's go with this uncle will protect you for the rest of your life. So Domino's deputy warden will belong to me, and all the sorrows of these years will be vented on her. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP. Hey, don't think about monopolizing. I haven't touched a woman for many years. Ha 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 ha, let's all play together. More and more murders are accumulating from the depths toward the exit of infinite hell. The prisoners who are only committed to the prison officials who are in charge of their lives and deaths on weekdays, at this moment, there is no more the slightest fear. The words are even more unscrupulous. Even the terrifying warden, Magellan, the poison fruit ability, was present and could not stop them. After all, now is no better than before. Without the restrictions of the sea tower stone cage and the chains, their strength can finally be fully utilized. Those who are eligible to be imprisoned in this infinite hell have a bounty of more than 100 million at the latest. Advertisement. Now dozens, hundreds of people have gathered together. No matter how strong the warden Magellan is, how can he suppress all of them at the same time? And he can't do this kind of thing. I am afraid that there is only God. Unfortunately, there is no God in this world. Now after they got out of the prison, the outcome of the matter is doomed. This deep-sea prison advancing city is destined to fall today. On the other side, listening to the prisoners treating them as playthings and wanton insulting words, Little Sati and Domino's pretty faces appeared cold and frost. However, there is also a sense of powerlessness in his heart. After all, this situation is indeed beyond their ability, and it is not a situation they can deal with. More than half of the murderers in the infinite hell came out together. This situation is really the worst. It can be called the most critical event in history that this deep-sea prison advanced city has encountered. Even if there is a powerful director Magellan, I am afraid that he will not be able to suppress it alone. If anyone in the room could do it. Little Sati and Domino's mind coincided with the same figure. So the beautiful eyes all fell on Luo Lin, who was standing calmly not far in front. Under the eager and hopeful gazes of Domino and Sati, Luo Lin finally moved. A slight footstep came from Luo Lin's feet. Hearing is so clear and loud in people's ears. It sounded like a thunder in their ears. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the audience. The prisoners who had escaped from the cage were silent. Then his gaze fell on Luo Lin. Chapter 543. Unlimited hell blood flows into a river, 4 quarters seek complete customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Hero Luo Lin. Infinite hell, the sights of hundreds of evil murderers all fell on Luo Lin's body. The ferocious and fierce faces carried inexplicable and subtle expressions. No more the humble appearance of sighing and crying for help before. Some are just the self-satisfaction after the purpose plan succeeds and the joking about the so-called heroes who believe their nonsense. How embarrassed it was that she begged Luo Lin to release them not long ago. How proud they are now. At the moment they regained their freedom, all their previous promises to Luo Lin were voided. This is the pirate. This is the wicked murderers who are advancing the infinite hell of the 6 underground levels of the city. You can't believe a word of what they say. It is most common for the hind feet to break their words just after the fore and hind feet. It's not uncommon to talk about the wine beforehand and stabbing you afterwards. Well, everyone, don't you want to be so anxious? Let's say that we can get out of trouble and regain freedom today, but we still have the blessing of this so-called naval hero. A pirate prisoner spoke with a playful face. Yeah, let's take a look at what this hero is trying to say anyway. It's not too late for this time. Another pirate prisoner agreed. What a naive guy. Is such a stupid guy really a naval hero? I really obeyed our promise. I don't even believe it, ha 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 ha. Another pirate recklessly mocked. Yes, yeah, naval hero Luo Lin. I have never heard of this name at all. Hey, B asterisk 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 D hero, don't you really think that if you let us out, we will be grateful to you and be your dog obediently? Don't be too naive. If there are only a few people, maybe you really have to rely on your strength, but your mistake is that you let so many of us out at the same time. In this way, even without you, so many of us, wanting to pass Magellan's level is not easy. Tell you the truth, we all lied to you before, and it's too late for you to regret it now. The acquaintances just watch it quietly, don't worry about it, or we can't guarantee that you will be safe and sound. The wicked murderers of infinite hell who believed that they were in control of the situation finally revealed their nature. By the way, the chick you brought with you just now is also very good, so let this uncle. Boom, does not wait, the last pirate prisoner finished. A cold light flashed in Luo Lin's calm and indifferent eyes. In the dark, an invisible terror fell under the pressure on the pirate who was about to speak badly to Robin. Advertisement only for a moment. The pirate prisoner who has offered a reward of more than 100 million is by. The bones inside the body crackled and made an overwhelmed sound. Ahem. Puff, coughing. The turbid blood mixed with internal organs spewed out from the mouth of the pirate prisoner. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Finally, with a bang, the pirate prisoner fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. After only a few breaths, there is no more sound. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. In this weird and horrifying scene, the prisoners nearby Ling's face unconsciously showed extreme horror, and they retreated hurriedly, pulling away from the corpse. For fear of getting infected with some inexplicable virus, it will end up just like it. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Is it you hero Luo Lin, what did you do? Or you, Magellan, did you secretly poison him and kill him? The prisoners glared at Roland and Magellan with grim looks. Scumbags, at last. Luo Lin, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. The horrible pressure in the underworld radiated from Luo Lin's body. Ling's prisoners were involuntarily straining their hearts, and their inner warning signs suddenly emerged. Hero Luo Lin, you, what do you want to do? A prisoner stammered in horror. I never said that I would let you out. Luo Lin opened his mouth quietly, his eyes deep. Nani? What did you say? Hearing that, all the prisoners were stunned. If we don't let us go out, it's just, you open our prison. Advertisement, yes, and don't you think it's too late to say this kind of thing now? Now this situation can't tolerate you to decide. The pirate prisoners shouted sternly. Indeed, I opened your cell, but this is just a choice I give you. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth made an arc. What choice? The choice between life and death, Luo Lin said indifferently. Aha. What are you kidding? Do you think that you are a god of death can control our life and death? Don't laugh out of people's teeth. Now that we are free from bondage, our lives and deaths can no longer be controlled by you bastards. The evil murderers of the infinite hell shouted loudly. Don't get too smug, hero kid. The strong wind rushed to his face instantly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The word falls. Puff 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 puff. What naval hero Luo Lin has never heard of? Let this uncle come and test how many caddies you are. Infinite hell. Blood flows into a river. Please download to see the underlined version. To a prisoner murmured loudly. The dozen or so people who walked in the forefront even moved out together and shot Luo Lin bare mercilessly. Don't talk nonsense with him. Go with everyone and kill them. Obviously just a kid, but I have been pretending since just now. It's really very exciting. However, the expression on Luo Lin's face remained indifferent from beginning to end. Ha 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 ha. Smash, chapter 544. Kill. The horror and desperate joy of the prisoners. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha 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 ha. A hero is just a kid, go to die. Lao Su is offering a bounty of 240 million and 2 Baileys of the sea. You are enough to die in the hands of this uncle. Pretending little devil, you are going to die. The dozen or so pirate prisoners standing in the front were provoked by Luo Lin's words and suddenly violent. The bloodthirsty factors in the body boiled, and their strongest powers broke out ruthlessly. Chi killed in Luo Lin's direction. In the meantime, it was accompanied by the arrogant shouts of the pirates. At the same time, Luo Lin's lips lightly opened. The light and fluttering were desmash, fell. Bright rays of light suddenly appeared in the void, staggering horizontally and vertically. It looked extremely dazzling. At the same time, it reveals the most extreme sharpness in the world. Ling's nature is violent and cruel. The extremely evil murderers unconsciously produce extreme coolness in their hearts. The light of Shua, intertwined like a chessboard, swept past the more than a dozen murderous prisoners who charged. Next second, without warning, the aura that could barely be regarded as a powerful pirate prisoners laughed, and their shouts stopped abruptly. At the same time, they also solidified their aggressiveness, culling their forward bodies. Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter with you? The opportunity has been given to you first. Hurry up and kill that B ****** D. A group of unclear prisoners urged dissatisfiedly. However, he didn't get the slightest response. Advertisement. Hey, what kind of playing are you doing? A depressed pirate prisoner frowned, slammed his foot on the ground, bounced a few broken stones, and was thrown out by him. It slapped on the prisoners whose bodies suddenly solidified. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Next moment, the horrible thing happened again, under the impact of external forces. The bodies of the more than a dozen pirates finally gave birth to some reactions, but they were not living human reactions. Puff, 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 puff. The blood is splashing and spraying like a big river. Under people's shocking and terrifying gaze, the bodies of the more than 10 pirate prisoners who were swept by the light of the chessboard collapsed and completely disintegrated. One neat piece of meat fell off their bodies. The blood is spattered like money is not needed, sprayed, dripped to the ground, and turned into a small river. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The screams of horror erupted from the prisoners in the front. Compared to the bizarre death of the previous pirate who suddenly vomited blood. Right now, this body's complete collapse, turning into a pile of fleshy way of death, has a much more violent impact on people's minds. Even the murderers who are accustomed to seeing the brutal and bloody scenes, looking at the terrifying scene in front of them, are unavoidable. A cool air rushed from the soles of the feet to the heavenly spirit cover all the way. The cold sweat instantly wed them all. It's not just the prisoners. After witnessing Luo Lin's cruel and merciless method with his own eyes, the prison officials such as Magellan, Hannibal, Domino, and Sati couldn't help but their eyes widened, and their hearts were even more shocked. Even the legendary Red Earl Letterfield from the last era is shocked and unbelievable at this moment. But it wasn't because of Luo Lin's coldness, advertisement. It was because of this familiar method that made him inexplicably familiar. In his memory, this brutal ability to dismember the human body at this instant should be possessed by. Compared with the shock and horror of other people, Robin and Soro were relatively calmer in the field. Especially Robin. Because I have seen this scene more than once before, it is naturally not too surprising at this moment. Hey, the previous one, what happened? Why is it quiet all of a sudden? Before, you guys, move quickly, get out of this ghost place. You are not in a hurry, I am very anxious, my uncle has enough of this place. Perceiving the inexplicable uneasiness in the air, the prisoners who were blocked by the narrow passage could not help but become restless. Although they couldn't see this horrible scene with their own eyes, they intuitively told them that if they don't leave quickly, something bad will inevitably happen. Thinking about this, those behind, the prisoners who originally planned to follow the escape step by step immediately rioted together. Regardless of it, he pushed forward, relatively. The prisoners who saw the previous fearful picture in front of them with their own eyes backed away in shock. The scene was suddenly chaotic, it's still noisy as always. Luo Lin spoke indifferently, and a joking and cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The extremely sharp smashing rays of light rose again, intertwined into a net, and rushed toward one of the corridors filled with escaped prisoners. In an instant, the world is quiet. Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. Chapter 545. The Man Who Challenged the God of Death. Open black lens bracket 2/4 seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi dimly advancing the 6 underground levels of infinite hell in the city, and bright light emerged out of thin air from the space in front of Luo Lin. Horizontally and vertically, staggered horizontally and vertically, turning into a dense and airtight net. Then he swept out with Luo Lin's right hand. Since he was straight, he passed by in the corridor. In an instant, the infinite hell was quiet. The bodies of more than 100 evil pirate prisoners gathered on this long narrow corridor were all solidified. Then, just like the previous more than 10 people, endless blood splashed, sprayed out, and stained the ground. Killing is sometimes that simple. Even the prisoners who generally offer a reward of more than 100 million in the infinite hell, under Luo Lin's most ferocious ability to crush fruits, can't overcome even the slightest storm. In the face of absolute crushing power, no matter how tough the pirate prisoner is, it is impossible to escape being crushed. This is the absolute power conferred by the crushed fruit with the most fierce name. Dead. All are all dead. How is it possible? What the hell is going on? The guys on our side are not ordinary people, but they are still killed so easily. In an instant, hundreds of powerful people who offered a reward of more than 100 million yuan were killed in a second. What kind of power is this? This is simply not something humans can do. Monster. He is a monster. No, that's not a monster. He's a god of death. When I saw the blood rushing from the ground, looking at the countless cubes of meat stacked on the corridor, after looking at the scene that looked like sheer hell, the pirate prisoners of infinite hell can no longer restrain their inner fears. A scream resounded through the entire 6th floor. It even penetrated and passed to the underground 5-story *******e paradise. Advertisement, run away. Reaper is here. The deep sea prison pushes the city into the craziest chaos ever. The prisoners of the pirates, who are invincible in daily life, are like helpless ants at this moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shouting out of panic and fear, C, however, still couldn't escape the pursuit of the light of death. It took no more than a few minutes, the entire 6th underground floor was infinitely quiet. Tidy piles of meat can be seen everywhere on the chaotic corridor. The scarlet blood gathered into a river, and it rushed forward. This picture is like a real Shira hell, just as Luo Lin said earlier. The hundreds of prisoners who walked out of the open prison door and took the initiative to choose to die were not spared, and they were all punishable. Have this to add bookmarks for easy reading. The lesson for these people is that the rest of the pirate prisoners in the infinite hell are silent. The bloody pictures that can be seen everywhere, their bodies are soaked in cold sweat in an instant. The heart couldn't stop beating violently because of fear. The horrified emotions constantly stimulated their weak nerves, making them want to scream, but in a panic, they quickly raised their hands to cover their mouths. I was afraid of alarming the figure like Shira's death god outside. The prison door opens, and freedom is here. None of the prisoners in the infinite hell is unmoved. But not everyone walked out of the cage in the first place and became the first bird. There are also many prisoners who are wary of Luo Lin's good intentions. Still staying in his cage and watching the developments. Or maybe you want to let those stupid gangsters do their work. After the real escape route was completely opened up, they reaped the benefits of the fishermen and successfully escaped without any further effort. Advertisement regardless of, for what reason. In the previous period, the clever prisoners who were still in their cells did get away with a fluke. That be *****D. Sure enough, I knew he was not at ease. How could he let everyone out so easily, and that terrifying ability? The long-nosed female pirate, the crescent moon hunter Catalina Deepung stared at Luo Lin with dark eyes. This brutal ability that easily splits the human body is clearly that adults, where did he get it? Catalina Deepung was full of shock and disbelief, and her heart was even more terrified. Puff 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 puff. The fat of the swimming ring on the barrel of Baskasho rippled like water, representing his inner anxiety and fear. It seems that today is not the time to go out, meow. The evil king Abaro Pizarro looked terrifying. What a terrible human being. With a height of more than 180 meters, the largest prisoner in the entire advanced city, the huge battleship Wolf, shrank his chestnut head weakly. Magellan, guards of the prison, what are you doing? The door is broken, don't hurry up and fix it. That's it, hurry up and relock our prison door. We don't mean to want to go out at all. The pirate prisoners who were horrified by this hellish scene yelled. Some people with strong hands-on ability directly used a chain to tie a knot in the prison door to show their own thoughts. However, at this point, there is an exception. Squeak. It was the sound of the cell door being pushed open. When all the prisoners are shrinking, trying to escape death. One person did the opposite. Knowing that he would die when he went out, he walked out of the prison and challenged the god of death. That man is 14 do chapter 546. The evil spirits come out of the cage. Heir of the devil bear it. 3/4 ask for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The deep sea prison advances into the city, and there are 6 underground levels of infinite hell, and it is like a real Asura purgatory. Endless blood gathered into a river, dyeing the entire prison space into a bloody color. On the ground, piles of human flesh can be seen everywhere. It constitutes the most terrifying bloody scene in the world. Even if they were imprisoned in the infinite hell, the pirate prisoners who did no evil were horrified. At this moment, the open door of the cage is no longer a door to freedom, but a door to the abyss of death to them, who are still alive. Under the impact of such a deep psychological shadow, most of the prisoners in the cage now, I am afraid that they will never dare to step out of the cell for a lifetime. I didn't even dare to even think about it, because once this idea is born, the terrifying scene before them will involuntarily appear in their minds. This is destined to become their deepest, ultimate fear. However, there are always exceptions in the world. Just now, almost all the prisoners are shrouded in their cages because of fear, and they dare not move. One prisoner did the opposite, did something that all prisoners dared not do. Squeak. There was a soft sound. That was the sound of the cell door being pushed open. A man who was as magnificent as an iron tower, and his muscles like a steel-horned dragon stepped on the blood puddle, and stepped out calmly and firmly. There was no trace of fear on his resolute face. Some are just extremely strong in fighting spirit. After 10 minutes of adjustment, his physical state has reached the peak that can be reached at the moment. Now is the time for him to challenge the strongest throne. Hey, over there, you, what do you want to do? It's all this time, so don't go to death anymore. The pirates nearby who witnessed the death of the Iron Tower man kindly reminded him. But the next moment, responding to their reminder was a powerful and domineering impact. Under the impact of the overlord color like an evil ghost. Advertisement. The pirate prisoners in the nearby cage stared in amazement. What a strong domineering. So, where is that man sacred? Don't worry about that. Arrogant B********D. If he wants to die, just follow him, as long as it doesn't affect us. The pirate prisoners whispered. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Perhaps something unexpected will happen, it's unknown. A prisoner who was about 50 years old spoke quietly. What do you mean? That the hero Luo Lin is a god of death, and similarly, that man is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Who is he? Devil. He is the heir of the devil from hell, Douglas Barrett. Add bookmarks for easy reading, greater than at this moment. Near the elevator shaft at the exit of Infinite Hell on the 6th underground floor. Senior managers of large prisons such as Magellan, Hannibal, Domino, and Sati. There are also Robin, Zoro and Red Earl Rider 3. At this moment, Chi is also in complete shock and horror for the terrifying picture that he witnessed in front of him. Especially Hannibal, who was not very courageous, had already been scared of diabetes. In the two battles, they couldn't even stand firmly. Is this the power of the hero above the four emperors? This is too terrifying. Hannibal's eyes widened in horror, and he murmured in shock unconsciously. Those are all capable people with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan, but in front of that man, they are no different from ants. They're as smooth as chopping vegetables and melons. How powerful is this? The pretty face of the deputy chief warden Domino was also densely shocked. Well, to that, the hero said that killing is as simple as drinking water. Is he the real god of death? Sadie's slender waist swayed unconsciously. Mr. Luo Lin. Advertisement Magellan's mouth opened wide, and his eyes fixedly looked at Luo Lin, who was always spotless not far away. Unconsciously, there were waves of stormy waves in my heart. In this deep-sea prison, the death penalty requires a series of procedures to complete. It is precisely because the guardian Chong Yujiliu tortured and killed the prisoner without authorization and violated human principles, he was sent to the infinite hell and became a suspended death sentence. What Luo Lin is doing right now, although it can't talk about torture, the prisoners don't even have time to feel the pain, and even if they can't even scream, they are already dead, but there are actually too many deaths. If it is reported to the headquarters and the government, it will inevitably cause an uproar. However, if you look at it from another angle, hundreds of prisoners were beheaded by the hero Luo Lin on the way to escape. In this case, Mr. Luo Lin is Mr. Luo Lin, he is my guiding light no matter in the past or the present. Magellan thought firmly. Sorry, Magellan, the cleaning work can only trouble you. Luo Lin's calm voice sounded. Suddenly, Hannibal, prison chief Sarude and the others jumped. It doesn't matter, Mr. Luo Lin. Magellan nodded solemnly. Lolololol. Mr. Lorlin, then now, let's go. Hannibal, who had recovered from the shock, stammered. I desperately want to send Luo Lin away, the murderous god quickly. Ha ha ha, Kid Hannibal, don't worry, there is still a problem that has not been resolved. Luo Lin smiled. Is coming, Lonely Red Letterfield spoke in a deep voice for the next second. Boom. The overlord looked like a ghost suddenly burst out from the depths of infinite hell. Chapter 547. Advance the scariest monster in the city. Open black lens bracket 4 quarters seek full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The boom, like a ghost suddenly erupted from the depths of infinite hell. An instant swept the audience. Although it is not enough to match Luo Lin's overlord color, it is also amazing enough. Under the impact of that evil domineering spirit, the prisoners of infinite hell were staring in horror. What happened again? This breath. Who the hell is it? Hannibal and Sarude both looked shocked, and stepped back involuntarily. Ha 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 ha. A loud and arrogant laugh came from the depths of the darkness. Ta-ta-ta, was accompanied by a clear footstep on a pool of blood. This crazy breath is really the only man. The giant Zoro looked solemn. That kid, Humph, Red Earl Rider is also very clear. Zoro, who is that man? Who? Robin asked with wide eyes, puzzled. The heir to the evil spirit Douglas Barrett. Zoro spoke out the identity of the person word by word. Douglas Barrett. Hearing this name, the shock on Robin's face suddenly became even worse. Obviously, I have seen reports related to it in the newspaper. Luo Lin, that kid was probably directed at you. Be careful not to capsize, that kid is a real monster. Red Earl Rider reminded. Ha ha, advertisement in response, Luo Lin just chuckled. The expression on his face is still relaxed, unmoved. Although Barrett was a monster rookie who emerged in the era after Luo Lin was sleeping, Luo Lin, as a traverser, is no stranger to this monster imp. Douglas Barrett is considered by the Navy to be a man who inherited the mighty power of Roger One Piece. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As a result, he was awarded the titles of heir of the devil and evil spirits. In fact, he is also sure of these two titles. At the age of 15, he is already at the top of the sea. The strength was so strong that it was tied with Lei Li, the right hand of the one pirate king, who was at the peak at the time. He challenged people everywhere, victorious all the way, invincible. It wasn't until he met Roger, the pirate king, that Barrett finally tasted defeat for the first time. After that, he joined the Roger Pirates in order to defeat Roger. In the past 3 years, he has challenged Roger many times but all ended in disastrous defeat. 22 to add bookmarks for easy reading. Roger surrendered himself a year ago. He was publicly executed in his hometown of Rog, thus opening the era of big pirates. As a result, Barrett lost his only belief and goal in his life. 4. Barrett, Roger's death had a great stimulus to his spirit and psychology, causing him to run away completely and turn into a fighting madman who only knew destruction. In the end, he exhausted his energy and was arrested under the siege of the slaying order of the Navy and the pirates, and entered the city of advancement. Beginning to advance the life of a city prisoner for 20 years. However, even if you are in hell, you can't see the light. Douglas Barrett has never slackened his own practice. For 20 years, he has been constantly achieving self-transcendence. Advertisement. The purpose is to be able to kill all the strong above the sea one day after going out. Because he firmly believes that if he can do this, he will be The world's strongest One Piece beyond Roger. Barrett is a real monster, no matter his talent or his temperament. The normal state is the ultimate behemoth form that can crush the fourth gear Luffy and Kid and other supernovas under the awakening ability of the combined fruit, and his strength has properly reached the level of the four emperors. If it weren't for the theater version, it was restrained by the protagonist's aura. This man is bound to shine above the sea again, no doubt. In this infinite hell of Advanced City, Douglas Barrett can be called the most terrifying monster, no one. Even the Red Earl Rider, one of the legends, is now a bit inferior under the influence of the decline of old age. If it can be subdued, it would be a lot of combat power. It is not that Luo Lin has not considered this issue. It just wasn't adopted in the end. After all, the monster imp of this new era, the character is too crazy. He is not like the Golden Lion Shiji who has been smoothed by the years, nor is he a special existence with two souls. Even if Luo Lin could use his undead blood to forcibly conquer him for a while, but he couldn't control him for a lifetime. Especially for a man like Barrett with a high-level overlord color, even Roland's undead blood may only affect him for a short period of time. If it is forced to subdue, it is not so good, it is possible to be counterattacked, and the gain is not worth the loss. This is like a time bomb that needs to be paid attention to all the time, and someone needs to watch it all the time. However, even if it was Washung City where monsters gathered, Luo Lin was the only one who could easily clean up Barrett. It's not necessary to keep Barrett by his side as a thug. After all, Luo Lin still likes to play with Shang Shang and Ruan Ruan's little girls. Such a big guy followed, it was really unbelievable. However, although it is not in Luo Lin's consideration to subdue this option, since the other party has already come to him, Luo Lin does not mind giving some lessons to the big and small ghosts of the new era. Please download the ununderlined version chapter 548, Overlord Color Hedge, Crush, 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Damn, Douglas Barrett, how can I forget that lunatic? That lunatic actually came out, it's so miserable, this is really going to happen. Hannibal was aware of the identity of the prisoner escaped with a fine cold sweat on his forehead. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his face, anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Douglas Barrett, this man is the only one who can't be let out at all, The deputy chief of guard Domino, who also knew Barrett's horror, couldn't help but pounding nervously with a small heart. Until the line of sight fell on the stalwart figure not far in front, after falling on Luo Lin, Domino's tender body stopped, and there seemed to be a flash of light in the depths of his mind. Yup. Barrett is indeed the scariest monster in this big prison. But now there are heroes above the four emperors. Thinking of this, Domino's restless little heart finally calmed down. In the end, he was completely calm and no longer afraid. The captain of the jailer, Sati, is the same. When looking at Luo Lin's back, she also unconsciously gave birth to great confidence in her heart. Even if the opponent is a monster, he is not afraid at all. The footsteps of Ta and Dong from the depths of the dark hell became clearer and clearer. At the same time, it is getting heavier after arriving. The ground was shaking slightly. The scarlet blood that hasn't solidified is also agitated. After another moment, under the faint light, a figure as magnificent as an iron tower appeared in the sight of everyone. The heir to the evil spirit, Douglas Barrett, is here. Stopped at a distance of about 30 meters from Luo Lin. The air seemed to freeze at this time. Barrett slowly raised his head. Advertisement. The aggressive eyes scanned the audience, and finally locked onto Luo Lin at the forefront. After a while, the corner of Barrett's mouth suddenly opened a huge arc. Boom! Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The king's domineering, as ferocious and powerful as an evil spirit, is back. Using him as the origin, it rushed out to all directions. The evil spirits in Barrett are aggressive. The sky and the earth seem to be assimilated, dyed with a dark blue color. In the darkness, there seemed to be a huge ghost with a grinning grimace, releasing endless ghost energy. Then he rushed towards Luo Lin and his entourage and swallowed away. However, the next moment, no wait, Barrett's evil spirit invades and arrives. Suddenly, an even greater domineering burst from Luo Lin. Only for a moment. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Barrett's evil overlord color was crushed by Luo Lin's absolute territory, defeated, and no longer existed. Space is back to Kingming. This is not the end, with Luo Lin's step down. The power that seems to represent the domineering power of the world acts on Barrett's body like 100 times the gravity. Under the pressure of this domineering pressure that seemed to be integrated into the power of heaven and earth, Barrett's straight body was bent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka. The ground under Barrett's feet cracked under the weight. The feet plunged straight into the ground for more than 10 centimeters. Hateful. Barrett, who was forced by Luo Lin's aura and bowed his head, suddenly became very angry when they met. The eyes seemed to breathe fire. Advertisement. The black ghost aura of Boom was mixed with powerful arm domineering and rushed out of Barrett's body in one breath. Breaking through Luo Lin's aura and oppression, and finally turned into a dark blue, ghost armor. Wrapped on Barrett's body. Roar, kid, the strength is not bad. Luo Lin squinted his eyes and said calmly in admiration. Hero Luo Lin. Barrett stared at Roland stubbornly. After the previous fight of the Overlord, he finally knows knowing what kind of monster this man who once made Captain Roger regret is. Then you little devil wants me to do anything difficult or impossible. Take you out. Luo Lin smiled, his expression relaxed and relaxed. I am different from those. The poor and weak. I am coming out now just to defeat you. A crazy color appeared on Barrett's face, and his whole body was full of warfare. You have a great idea to beat me. Luo Lin nodded, with a smile on his face. In the past 20 years of advancing the city, I have never relaxed my exercise. Everything is to surpass Captain Roger. Barrett spoke slowly, his aura gradually becoming stronger. But Captain Roger is dead, my goal is gone, but... There was a rare trace of sadness between Barrett's words, and then the conversation turned again. But at this time you appeared, and you appeared alive, who had caused Captain Roger to deflate repeatedly. As long as I can defeat you by my own strength, then I will be the one who surpasses Captain Roger, ha ha ha. Barrett laughed wildly and publicly. Well, you have a good idea. The only pity is that you don't seem to have the power to achieve this goal. Luo Lin spoke calmly, as if stating the facts. Stop talking nonsense, if I can do it, you will know soon. Barrett grinned, his feet slammed on the ground, and the tower-like bodies suddenly disappeared. Chapter 549, Luo Lin was suppressed. Stop it, 2 quarters seeking subscription? This content hot MTL novel.zi first released the battle, and it suddenly started. Hannibal, Sarude and others only felt their eyes dazzled. Barrett, who was originally tens of meters away, has disappeared from their sight and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying wind blows on his face. The shocked Hannibal and others couldn't help but breathe. It seemed that there was an invisible fierce beast opening its blood basin and rushing towards him. The fierce beast is naturally not real, but the murderer is real. This strong wind that beats like a big wave is exactly the wind pressure generated by Barrett's high-speed movement. Such a huge size, but still capable of such a terrifying speed. It's really terrible. Just when Hannibal and others were shocked by Barrett's terrifying speed. The next second boom resounded in this space as loud as Huang Zhangdalu. The powerful shock wave of boom rumble rumble burst, causing the infinite hell and even the entire advanced city to be shaken at this moment. This is the clash of fists and fists. This is the purest force duel. For a challenger of Barrett's level, Luo Lin would naturally not directly smash things like he did with ordinary pirate prisoners. Since he wanted to fight, Luo Lin didn't mind playing with him. If it can be subdued like Roger did at the beginning, then it will naturally be better. If you can't, then forget it. Don't underestimate people, hero Luo Lin. Perceiving Luo Lin's distraction during the fight, Barrett's heart suddenly became extremely angry. As a result, the blue veins on the forehead grew more and more, and the eyes seemed to be breathing fire. Driven by anger, the power of Barrett's domineering fist with the dark blue high-level armed color further increased. Under Robin, Domino's and others' wide-open eyes. Luo Lin's fist was overwhelmed and turned back. This is simply incredible. Especially Robin, who knows the strength of Luo Lin. At this moment, the pretty face is already full of shock and disbelief. You know, that is the fist that even the strongest creature, the beast, Kaido can beat his nose and face. However, it has been suppressed. Now, could it be that Douglas Barrett really inherited all the power of Roger One Piece? Hero Mr. Luo Lin, don't play with me. Hannibal screamed even more in shock. Advertisement. Does this Barrett also have power over the 4 emperors? Saru Des also lost his voice in amazement. Wrong. The Red Earl Rider, who saw through the truth, shook with a laugh. Just when Red Earl Rider's voice fell. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin, who was suppressed by Barrett's dark blue armed with heavy fists, finally recovered. Ah, I'm sorry, I'll be awkward after a while. Luo Lin smiled relaxedly. Distracted, I fell. Listening to Luo Lin's understatement, Hannibal, Salutis, Domino and others were all stunned. Can you distract yourself when you are so nervous? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than Hannibal grinned and slowly got up from the ground. Mr. Luo Lin, really? Magellan squeezed sweat secretly and shook his head helplessly. Well, you really deserve to be Mr. Ying, so handsome. Little Sati's eyes covered by hair were full of stars. Thunder, he really deserves to be the boss. The giant Soro laughed. This kind of thing, only the uncle can do it. Robin has big eyes and a sweet smile. Damn it, I'm Barrett. Further angered by the words of everyone, the ghost spirit around Barrett suddenly became more and more intense. He wanted to knock Luo Lin into the air to prove his strength. Yet the next second, what horrified Barrett had happened. Luo Lin's right arm, who was bent back under his pressure, stretched in an instant. The terrifying power that burst out at that moment passed into his body through his arm. Barrett of Ling couldn't help groaning. Even the eyes are unconsciously black. Almost backed away. Advertisement, boy, I know who you are, you don't need to be so yelling and emphatic. Luo Lin spoke calmly. You, Barrett is not good enough. Next, let's play hard. Luo Lin grinned. The domineering arm color attached to the fist evenly matched with Barrett was further sublimated. The strength on the arm is also increased exponentially. Feeling the sharp pain from his fist, Barrett's expression suddenly changed. However, he didn't wait for the slightest reaction from him. Next moment, the terrifying air explosion sounded in the infinite hell. Without warning, Even Barrett himself didn't have time to react, his figure flew upside down like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, I don't know how many cages were overturned. Robin, Zoro, wait a moment for me. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Say nothing. Luo Lin took a step, and his figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness. Boom, 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 damn, ah! There was a fierce clash of fists to the flesh in the darkness. Occasionally, it was mixed with Barrett's roar and the screams of other innocent prisoners who had been affected. The shock wave of powerful force raged and stirred up a gust of wind. On the ground of the infinite hell, the walls are constantly intertwined with horizontal and vertical cracks. The entire propulsion city is crumbling, as if it might collapse at any time. Just listening to the noise, watching this terrible chain reaction, it is enough for people to imagine how fierce the confrontation at the center of the battlefield is 10 minutes later. The horrible fluctuations shrouded in the depths of infinite hell calmed down. Chapter 550? Hannibal, Dad, please end soon, 3/4. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The thunderous fist crash echoed in this infinite hell, endlessly. The turbulent and powerful force shockwave made the air rippling layers and shaking all directions. The strongest monster prisoner in the 6th underground floor of the city, Douglas Barrett, is already infinitely close to the level of the 4 emperors. The level of the battle that is happening here today is no less than the hand-to-hand battle between Luo Lin and the 4 emperors Kaido in the Washung event. The intensity can be seen. Just the aftermath of the battle escaped, and this large prison that had stood on the bottom of the sea for more than 800 years was shocked. On the ground and from all over the walls, there was a burst of sour rattling noises. A series of big cracks were born under the shockwave of the force of Luo Lin's opposing 2. The crack in the ground is still the second place. The most nervous thing is the cracks in the walls of the big prison. Although the design of Propulsion City has 2 floors, an inner wall and an outer wall, only the inner wall is damaged. The seawater will not be able to flow back in, but as the battle between Roland and Barrett continues, who can tell what will happen afterwards? If the double walls of the 6th underground floor are really penetrated, then the consequences will be really unimaginable. In the worst case, because of the damage to the foundation, the entire deep-sea prison advancing to the city would collapse and cease to exist. It's too much, and there's one more. Oh my mother, if you continue to fight, something will really happen. Looking at the increasing cracks in the wall, the deputy director of the prison, Hannibal, felt his soul was scared. Director Magellan, if you continue to fight, the infinite hell will really be pierced. The deputy chief warden Domino was also shocked. That level of battle, even I can't help it. Now, we can only trust Mr. Luo Lin. Magellan said solemnly. Dads, I can call you Dad, please finish it soon, don't fight, my little heart can't stand it anymore. Hannibal folded his hands together and prayed to God to pray for the battle to end soon. Perhaps Hannibal's devout prayers worked, at a certain moment. The terrifying wave that enveloped the infinite hell suddenly stopped. The sore fists collided and the thunderous impact of power disappeared. The vast infinite hell returns to peace, ended. Advertisement. Hannibal's face seemed to be a joy. Ended. Red Earl Ryder nodded affirmatively. It was not long after Ryder's voice fell. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The people in front of the elevator shaft only felt the line of sight flickered. Next second, Luo Lin's figure came out of our sight. Except for, the clothes are slightly damaged, there is still no trace of scars. Thunder, he is indeed the boss of Luo Lin. The giant Zoro laughed happily. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin smiled and nodded. Then his gaze fell on Magellan. Sorry, Magellan, there are more endgames for you to deal with, but don't be afraid, I have a good control, this big prison will not collapse yet. Luo Lin grinned. Magellan, I know. After a moment of silence, Magellan nodded. Then Mr. Rolling, let's go up now. Magellan urgently made a request. He didn't dare to let Luo Lin stay here anymore. Otherwise, if another monster that is not afraid of death jumps out to challenge Luo Lin, the small body of pushing the city into the city can't withstand the fierce fight of a brace. If I do it again, I will really be completely penetrated this time. Therefore, the top priority is to send Luo Lin the 4 of them away safely. Let's talk about the strongest impact in this history. Advertisement. Luo Lin, who read Magellan's inner thoughts. In any case, this trip to the city, he did cause a lot of trouble to the younger generation of Magellan. Thinking about it now, I'm a little bit embarrassed. So let's go here first this time. Luo Lin nodded. Then come here first today, and I will come to you for tea next time. Luo Lin said calmly. Boom, 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 this is the sound of Magellan, Hannibal and Sarude 3 one after another falling to the ground. Domino and Sati were staggering, but fortunately they didn't fall. It's just that the expressions on the 2 pretty faces are extremely unnatural. Help, don't have another next time. Hannibal and Sarude wailed in their hearts, ha ha ha. Luo Lin laughed a few times before walking into the elevator shaft first. Zoro looked at each other with Robin who was sitting on his shoulders, and laughed in unison. Well, Hannibal, Sarude, Domino, little Sati, there is no time to rest. Now you will bring the jailer troops to deal with the endgame here immediately, relock the cells, and ensure that all the living prisoners are good detention. Magellan ordered it majestically. Why leave everything to us? Do you want to be lazy, Magellan? Hannibal was pretentious. I'm going to send Mr. Luo Lin and the others out now, or I can exchange them with you. Magellan said. Hey, hearing this, Hannibal opened his mouth suddenly, like a duck stuck in his throat, and couldn't say a word. Saru des, don't froze, listen to my instructions and move quickly. Hannibal pretended that nothing happened, and devoted himself to the aftermath of infinite hell. Chapter 551, The Shocking Ivankov, 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi to advance the 6th underground level of the city, and the fierce duel between Luo Lin and Barrett ended with Barrett's defeat. At this point, the commotion of infinite hell has finally come to an end for the time being. However, the subsequent impact of this incident has just begun. The elevator shaft from the 4th underground to the 6th underground operates. Carrying Luo Lin and his party and the director Magellan slowly ascended. The other side, under Magellan's knowledge, the prison troops headed by Deputy Director Hannibal were fully engaged in infinite hell to deal with the aftermath. Including the cleaning of corpse meat and blood, the configuration of the cell door lock, the placement of the wounded, the repair of cracks in the wall, etc. All kinds of work, busy Hannibal and others are not allowed. Fortunately in misfortune, under the awe of the previous series of terrifying events. These, the prisoners who were always arrogant, now they are all honestly staying in their cells, without the slightest overstepping behavior. At this moment, advance the city's 5 underground floors. To be precise, underground 5. The 5th floor, the interlayer of the extremely cold hell and the infinite hell. A joyous banquet, which is completely contrary to the overall killing atmosphere of the big prison, is underway. This is a paradise for the she-males, a piece of paradise in the rigorous prison. 100 years ago, Mori, the giant pushing fruit ability, used his ability to open up this hiding space between the 5th and 6th floors. 8 years ago, King Anporio Ivankov was arrested and imprisoned for unwarranted charges. Advertisement. A few years later, King Ivankov found the opportunity to disappear from the prison. Following the instructions of his partner Mori, he found this underground space. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then he established his paradise in this secret place. Through the continuous creation of ghost twitching incidents, the who strengthened him as the source of ghost twitching in the city in recent years. Yo, the sweetheart of paradise, the crisis has passed, we are lucky to survive, and now it's all irritated for me, hip-hop. Colorful lights render a piece of color on the stage. On the stage, a ladyboy dressed in strange costumes, with a purple explosive head and a big face that is particularly eye-catching, sang and danced, extremely funny. Below the stage, the brawny ladyboys who also wore all kinds of spicy-eyed costumes shouted and booed happily. Master Ivankov, holding a red wine glass, half of his body was orange, and half of the white lightning's face was horrified, and he hurried back. Oh, Amazuna, you are back, how do you know the reason? The scream below and that, what the hell is going on with the vibration? The ladyboy King Evakov stood with the golden rooster in an independent position and asked. Yes, Master Ivankov. The half-male, half-female, half-orange, half-white lightning nodded solemnly. What the hell happened? The funny expression on Ivankov's face was a little less. Invaders. The lightning spoke. Nani? Ivankov's eyes widened suddenly. Advertisement. Invaders who are so daring to invade this deep-sea prison. Just kidding, Lord Lightning. The director of the great prison, that. Magellan is not a vegetarian. The screams and vibrations of the previous infinite hell, is it true that someone has invaded the 6th underground floor and failed? The ladyboys on the edge of the stage also screamed in shock. This thing is really incredible, but there are even more incredible things. Ah. Lightning could no longer suppress the shock of his heart, and even the right hand holding the goblet trembled slightly. What's the incredible thing? Looking at the solemn expression on the subordinates' faces. King Ivankov finally knew the seriousness of the matter. A shocking event did happen in this advanced city today. Master Ivankov, Lightning, the more detailed reports are almost ready, come and see it, this is really a super big event. The most outstanding thief ladyboy in this ladyboy paradise waved a large stack of newspapers in his hands and screamed extremely shockingly. What? Let me see. King Ivankov was the first to step forward and take the newspaper. When I saw the photo on the front page of the newspaper, Ivankov's eyes were straight. Because he recognized the identity of the person reported in the newspaper, Tutor, Chapter 552. He is our revolutionary teacher, 1 quarter seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi promoting Underground 5. 5-story paradise. With the return of the thieves, stacks of newspapers recording shocking events were brought to this secluded paradise. The hot-eyed ladyboys headed by the ladyboy King Ivankov rushed forward. Received the messy news report from the thief. As a result, the noisy paradise was quiet. After seeing all the reports about major events in the newspaper, everyone in the room was involuntarily widened with shocked eyes. The faces were extremely shocked and unbelievable. The events reported in the newspapers are too unbelievable and unbelievable. It's almost like a fairy tale, it's unacceptable. The emotional moment called shock dominates the whole body of the ladyboys. As a result, there was even a single sentence for a time, and there was no sound at all. The deadly atmosphere of E paradise lasted for a while. What? I don't know who yelled, breaking the dead silence in the room. Next moment, a shocking uproar filled this underground all at once. 5. Fifth floor. What the hell is the hero Luo Lin? I have never heard of such a person in the Navy. Yeah, alongside that. Carp, another hero of the Navy, such a big man. How could there not even be a sound of wind above the sea? This news report is fake, right? Some ladyboys took the lead in questioning. Are you idiots? Don't just read a report and make a conclusion. Look at this article. It was Carp and this hero Luo Lin who defeated the Sea Lord Lox 36 years ago. Advertisement. Although I don't know who the Sea Lord Lox is, it must be the same as the current 4 emperors, or even more powerful than the 4 emperors. The identity of this hero named Luo Lin has been confirmed by the world. Look at the characters appearing in this Weisung fortress. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Navy hero Carp, former General Zepha of the General Staff, and so many people, they are all the most powerful evidence. This man is really a Navy hero. It's just that dozens of them disappeared from the world for some reason. More she-males spoke fiercely to the doubters, suspicions. Hey, I said you guys, don't worry about other things, the point is this. A ladyboy pointed to the headline of a certain newspaper, with an expression of extreme horror on his heavily make-up face. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP. The 4 emperors. The strongest creature, the 4 emperors and the beasts, Kaido is dead. Not only the beast Kaido, but also the 4 emperors Luo Te Lingling was defeated by that hero. The alliance formed by the 2 big 4 emperors was defeated by one person. This is really terrifying. It's an exaggeration. Hey, those are 2 4 emperors. Is this hero Luo Lin's strength far superior to the 4 emperors? How does the white beard compare to it? Not just the world's #1 swordsman, but the world's strongest throne will also change hands? The 2 4 emperors were pulled off their horses. What is the chaos of the sea outside now? She-males, every word you say to me is all yelling with all your energy. It seems that he wants to spit out the shock in his heart along with the words. Master Ivankov, you are. Just say a few words. I was shocked. A ladyboy noticed the ladyboy king Ivankov who was motionless like petrified. Advertisement according to the noisy character of their queen in the past. Seeing such a big event happen, it will inevitably yell at the first time. However, since just now, Ivankov has just opened his mouth from beginning to end, without making a sound. This is naturally very unusual. Ivankov, what's wrong with you? The half-orange and half-white ***** lightning frowned. Under the concerned gaze of the ladyboys, the petrified ladyboy king Ivankov finally had some reactions. A series of nonsense sounds like Caton came out from the wide-open mouth. This person is. Ivankov pointed to Roland on the headline of the newspaper and was suddenly excited. What happened to this hero? The ***** lightning asked nervously. I know him. He is not only a naval hero, but also, Under the stimulus of extremely shocking emotions, Ivankov couldn't even speak for a while. Who is he still? Master Ivankov, don't sell it, just say it. The ladyboys urged. He. This person is the Dragon's Enlightenment mentor, and at the same time the mentor of everyone in our revolutionary army. Ivankov finally broke through the shocking obstacles, screaming. Chapter 553. The military commander-in-chief of the world government is empty to 2 quarters for subscription? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. He. This man is our revolutionary mentor. I know, this man is the proponent of those advanced ideas. One of the veteran cadres of the revolutionary army, the monster king Ivankov screamed in surprise. What, Nani, he is still Lord Ivan, tutor. The ladyboys in paradise also inevitably yelled out loud. The expressions called shock once again appeared on each face. Unexpectedly tossing and turning over, the last hero Luo Lin who was born out of the sky still has such a relationship with their queen. This is really incredible. There can be no mistake, although I have never personally contacted I have passed this man, but there is absolutely nothing wrong. He is my comrade the revolutionary Long and the leader of our revolutionary army. Ivankov said with emotion. This incredible man, how many secrets are still hidden in his body? The ladyboy cadre murmured in lightning shock. Even the mentor who has disappeared for many years has reappeared. In this era, the sea will inevitably change. How is the dragon and the others now? Has the mentor and our revolutionary army contacted yet? Now is when the comrades need my strength. At such a critical moment, what am I doing here so I want to get out? Thinking that the sea is surging now, it is the critical moment when their revolutionary army embarks on the stage of history. But he can only spend all day making fun in this false paradise, wasting his time, and the monster king Ivankov couldn't help screaming madly. Master Ivankov, the ladyboys all looked worried. No, I can't continue wasting time here. Lightning, back to the previous question, what is going on in this propulsion city today? Is there really an intruder to infinite hell? Will we have a chance to escape through this commotion? Go with? Ivankov asked repeatedly. Call, the S******** Kadri lightning exhales. Actually, I just wanted to tell you about this. The commotion of today's deep-sea prison, the intruders of infinite hell, are exactly these. The hero reported in the newspaper Luo Lin. Lightning said solemnly. Aha! Hearing this, the ladyboy King Ivankov suddenly opened his eyes wide and his mouth opened wide. The eyelids beating involuntarily, finally, he blinked slightly. The boom King Ivankov's blink skill was activated. The reaction force of the explosive wind from the blink of an eye pushed his body to fly upside down. A deep humanoid depression was smashed into the wall. Advertisement, Master Ivankov, a crowd of ladyboys shouted anxiously in unison. No. I'm fine. King Ivankov grabbed the wall and crawled out of the depression with difficulty. We really missed the opportunity to jail. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ivankov was heartbroken. Once, there was a perfect opportunity to hold a thigh before me, but I didn't cherish it. I regretted it when I lost it. The most painful thing in the world is this. Master Ivankov, a ladyboy too, add bookmarks for easy reading. Interrupted. Don't talk yet. Ivankov let out an angry snort. If God can give me another chance, Master Ivankov. This time, dozens of celebrities and Demon Chi-Chi shouted in shock. What the hell is it? I finally came up with a famous saying that will last forever. You interrupted my thoughts. Ivankov rebuked with annoyed expression. Ivankov, look up and look at the top of your head. The lightning looked moved, on top of my head. Ivankov looked puzzled and raised his head subconsciously. Then he was shocked to find that a piece of paper appeared about 3 feet above his head at some point. What is more peculiar is that this note seems to be out of gravity. Just floating so straight, motionless. After a moment of shock, Ivankov flexed his calf slightly. With a light leap, the little short leg grabbed the floating paper into his hand. After seeing the content on the note and the signature, the familiar name. Ivankov's big face instantly showed extreme joy and excitement. Master Ivankov, what's wrong with you? Advertisement. What is going on that piece of paper? The ladyboys questioned again and again in perplexity. Hip-hop kids, it's okay, we just need to continue to wait for the opportunity. This is an instruction from the omniscient and omnipotent tutor. Ivankov exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, advance to the first floor of the city. The elevator shaft door opens. Luo Lin and his entourage and director Magellan walked out one after another. Mr. Luo Lin, what did you write earlier? Magellan asked curiously. Nothing. By the way, return this pen to you. Luo Lin handed back the pen to Magellan. Magellan took it, and looking at this pen that was clearly his own, the puzzlement on his face suddenly became even worse. When did Luo Lin get his pen? Who was he writing to and where did the paper go before Magellan had question marks in his mind? But Magellan shook his head abruptly, suppressing all the doubts in his heart. The top priority now is to send Luo Lin away to ensure that the city can survive this crisis. Mr. Luo Lin, then. Magellan just wanted to speak. At this moment, a jailer at the gate suddenly panicked and ran up and down. Director Magellan, what's happening? Magellan frowned. Above. The person above is here, the jailer reported nervously. The person above, it's the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief of the whole army of the world government, Lord Gangakong. Chapter 554, Luo Lin and Gangbongkong, 3/4 seat complete customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi and Endless Windless Sea. A large warship belonging to the world government gallops along a special ocean current. On the bow of the warship, a strong old man stood. The body is magnificent, and the muscles around his body are like horned dragons, revealing a strong sense of strength. One end. The white hair stands upright like a steel pin, the chin has a beard, and the blue veins bulge under the tan skin. Even if he is nearly 100 years old, that firm face still has a strong majesty, without anger but self-prestige. Report, Commander-in-Chief, you can already see Pushing City, and you can arrive in 1 minute at most. A seaman trod over and respectfully reported to the old man on the bow of the warship. Luo Lin, what are you doing now? The strong old man at the bow of the warship looked up at the sky, with an inexplicable look on his old face. The Commander-in-Chief, not the Marshal. In this world, there is naturally only one person who is qualified to be called the Commander-in-Chief by the Marines, that is, the Commander-in-Chief of the world government above the Admiral. At this moment, the old man on the bow of this large warship is one of the legendary figures of the Navy Gangbongkong. More than 40 years ago, when Luo Lin first joined the Navy, Gangakong was only an elite lieutenant general in the Navy headquarters. 6 years later, the sea is turbulent, because of the infinite ambition of the Sea Lord Locks. The struggle between the Navy and the Rocks pirates intensified. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The Navy's losses were so heavy that even the generals were killed in battle. As for the casualties of the lieutenant general and other generals, they are countless. That was one of the dark moments since the establishment of the Navy. Gangakong stood out at that time. Relying on his strong hard power, coupled with his accumulated prestige in the Navy, he was successfully promoted to the vacant post of Admiral. Also in the same year, Advertisement: The General Steel Bone Air Force rejected the public opinion and proposed to the then Admiral to promote Roland and Karp, the two famous thorns in the Navy at that time, and the warring states, Zepha, were promoted to Lieutenant Admiral together. That period. Compared with Zhonghui Zhang and Zepha, Luo Lin and Karp have a particularly outstanding record, and their achievements are even more tiring. With their strength and achievements, they are more than enough. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, there is a huge problem with Luo Lin, that is too stingy. Action has always been from the heart. Violating the superior's military orders is also a common occurrence. There is also the unusual relationship with Roger Pirates, Red Earl Rider, etc. Roland and Karp were once listed as candidates in the Navy. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Observe the object. The lieutenants who have been confronted by Luo Lin naturally are not happy that they sit on an equal footing with themselves. At the Navy summit, the proposal of the new General Gang Gukong was strongly opposed by vote of Lieutenant General. At that time, it was the Steel Bones who resisted public opinion and boldly spoke up. On the grounds of doing extraordinary things in extraordinary times, he successfully persuaded the then Navy Marshal. Only then did Roland and Karp become lieutenant generals a few years in advance, acquire warships, and develop their own team. Use the power of the lieutenant general to freely gallop above the sea, leaving a series of legends on the stage of history. Speaking seriously, Gang Gukong does have an appreciation for Luo Lin. It's just, the deep sea prison pushes onto the trestle bridge outside the city gate. Luo Lin stood with his hand in his hand. His sight fell on the warship that was riding through the wind and waves hundreds of meters away. To be precise, it fell on the bow of the warship, the old man who was familiar with the hedgehog's head. General Kong, no, Commander Kong, what do you want to do now? Luo Lin's eyes were dark but deep. Advertisement, boss. Perceived the change in Luo Lin's body. A worried look suddenly appeared on the face of the giant Soro. As Luo Lin's former subordinate. Regarding Luo Lin's past naval career, Soro is a treasured treasure. Because I was clear, I became more worried. Soro is not the only one who is equally worried. Robin and Magellan were also shocked by the arrival of such big people as Gang Gukong, the commander-in-chief of the whole army of the world government. This is really bad now, and Commander Kong is here. The strongest impact that Propulsion City has suffered today is not over yet. Mr. Luo Lin and Commander Kong shouldn't really fight. Magellan's heart was in a mess, and the relaxed heartstrings fell into a tight state again. Compared to Robin, Saoluo, Magellan and others' anxiety. At this moment, also as Luo Lin saw the sky again, Red Earl Rider, the expression on his old face was a dull and inexplicable. He was arrested and imprisoned more than 20 years ago because of the hollowness of the steel bones. Now it can be regarded as a meeting of the enemies. I'm afraid he won't be able to play another game today. Under people's nervous eyes, the warship with the flag of the world government passed straight through the fence and encirclement net of the advanced city, and docked near the entrance, the trestle bridge. Luo Lin, long time no see, steel bone empty opening. Ah, it's been a long time since I saw you, Commander Kong. Roland responded. Chapter 555, The Meeting Between the Hero and the Commander-in-Chief, Empty Guilt. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Luo Lin, long time no see. The bow of a government warship has an empty steel frame. Ah, it's been a long time since I saw you, Sora the Commander-in-Chief. Roland responded. The warship broke through the calm sea, causing waves of the windless sea. The waves slapped against the walls of the big prison, making a rustling sound while stirring up a few tiny waves, which soon disappeared and returned to silence. At this moment, the tranquility on the trestle bridge at the entrance to the city is advanced. Whether it's the seamen on the arriving government warship, or Robin, Magellan, Soro or even the Red Earl Letterfield on the trestle bridge, they all have a tacit understanding of maintaining absolute silence. Silently watched this historic meeting between hero and commander-in-chief. After the initial greeting of ta-ta, there was a minute of silence. The spirit standing on the bow of the warship, the old man with muscles like a dragon, finally moved. The former Navy Marshal, now the Commander-in-Chief of the World Government's army, the steel skeleton stepped out in air. Step by step on the atmosphere to advance the city gate trestle. After a while, he stood still about 10 meters away from Luo Lin. A pair of old eyes that are still piercing even if they are nearly 100, staring at the young man in front of him unblinkingly. Even in the past few decades, the years have still failed to leave the slightest trace on his body. Although Gang Gukong had already seen this from news reports, it still couldn't be calming when he saw it. After all, this is an abnormal phenomenon that is beyond natural common sense. This immortal body is like a miracle given by God. If the secret can be broken. Thinking of this, Gang Gukong's complexion suddenly changed. 10 meters away, the corner of Luo Lin's mouth raised a slight arc. Red Earl Rider, who was further behind, also had a smile on his old face. The expression looking at Gang Gukong was full of sarcasm. How could Gang Gukong, who had been acquainted with Luo Lin and had dealt with Red Earl Rider more than once, couldn't figure out the ability that these two people had in common that was the domineering look and feel that was enough to read people's hearts. No one can keep the secret in his heart before the domineering look and feel in front of these two people. The thoughts he had previously subconsciously had already been clearly understood by Roland and Red Earl Rider, heard. Think of this. The old face of the army commander-in-chief of the world government Gang Gukong couldn't help but turn white, showing a little panic. Sorry, Luo Lin, the old man is not. I just saw that you haven't changed at all for so many years, and I feel a little bit emotional. Advertisement. Gang Gukong hurriedly explained. Ah. Red Earl Ryder sneered. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Listening to Ryder's deep sarcasm, Gang Gukong couldn't help but feel a trace of irritation in his heart. Originally intending to ignore it, but now he also casts unkind eyes on him. But soon, Gang Gukong's sight was once again attracted by Luo Lin. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It's okay, Commander Kong. Luo Lin grinned, without a trace of care on his face. Because Luo Lin really didn't care about this kind of thing. However, for Gang Gukong, Luo Lin's smile at this time made him feel more guilty. There seemed to be a soft groan of swords between the heaven and the earth. In Gang Gukong, Magellan and the others stared in astonishment. Luo Lin had a tough body comparable to that of the four emperors Luo Te Lingling, with a split in his fingertips. Crystal clear, blood permeated out like a blood diamond. It falls precisely in a small glass container. Roland, what do you mean? Seeing Luo Lin's self-harm behavior, Gang Gukong's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Luo Lin, Magellan was also puzzled. Uncle. Boss, Robin and Soro are worried. It's nothing, don't care, it's just a small gift. I have been taken care of by you in many places before. Luo Lin said lightly. I do not need advertisement. The steel bone said in a hollow voice. It's just a little bit of care. In addition, Commander Kong, you are almost 100 years old now, just treat it as a 100-year and 100-year-old gift I gave you in advance, and I hope you don't dislike it. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Nudge with your right hand. The small bottle containing blood slowly flew in front of the steel bones. Seeing the diamond-like blood in the small bottle in front of him, Gang Kong's breathing couldn't help but rush. How can he not know the value of this bottle of blood, who has been acquainted with Luo Lin for more than 10 years? Now that he is nearly 100 years old, he has already gone downhill in his life. Even though it looks strong on the outside, it is already decayed on the inside. However, the small bottle of blood at the moment can make him glow with a second spring. Can live at least 10 years longer. This temptation, who can resist the biggest issue of life and death, and who can remain calm, but life is always going to die. If you die early, you might be quieter. The steel bone took a deep breath. A resolute look appeared on the old face. Raise your hand and grab the small bottle in front of you. The hollow palm of the steel bone exerted a slight force. Cracks appeared on the surface of the glass bottle in the sound of click. Eventually it exploded with a bang. I have definitely received your thoughts. Steel hollow. That's good, Luo Lin nodded, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc. Empty. General. Chapter 556. Magellan tangled. Gang Gukong sighed with emotion. 1/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi in the central area of the calm and windless zone. The world's largest prison advances into the city like a sleeping beast, quietly crawling in the center of the sea. More than a dozen large naval warships guarded the area, turning this place into a real copper wall and iron wall. At a certain moment, dozens of seamen on a standby warship in the fleet outside the prison were urgently transferred under the order of the superior. Transfer control of the warship to others. The power equipment was launched, propelling the large warship to gallop on the windless sea and heading for the Great Route. Call. On the trestle bridge in front of the Great Deep Sea Prison, advancing City Director Magellan exhaled a long breath. A look of relief appeared on a mournful face. Mr. Luo Lin, next time I will take the initiative to visit you in Washung. You must never come here again. Magellan watched the warship go away, with a wry smile on his face. Today is like a dream for Magellan. First, the personal contact from the Marshal Sengoku from the headquarters informed that there was a danger near the city, which made Magellan's mind tense to the extreme. However, it didn't take long. In Magellan's heart, originally tense because of the unknown shock, the uneasy heartstrings were joy and excitement and replacement. Because after a few decades, the senior mentor who had had a major impact on his life came, and a real body appeared in front of him. Range. How long Magellan was delighted to reunite with his predecessors. The second turning point came one after another. It turns out that his senior, the hero Luo Lin, is today's Jia, who is about to impact the city, is the strongest invader in history. Just when Magellan was still immersed in this shock, Luo Lin has gone straight to the 6th underground level of infinite hell. By the time he arrived with Hannibal and the others, all the things that should have happened and those that shouldn't have happened had already happened. A series of events that could shock everyone for 100 years happened. Fortunately, it did not cause any irreversible and terrible consequences. Although the casualties on the 6th underground floor are large, they are barely acceptable. The last is, a few minutes ago, the commander-in-chief of the whole army of the world government is empty. Advertisement Magellan originally thought that the commander-in-chief Gang Kong was sent by the government to support the advancement of the city, in order to stop Luo Lin from coming. He is even ready to meet the impact of the battle between the hero and the commander. However, after seeing the previous meeting between Luo Lin and Kong in just a few minutes, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Many small question marks were born in Magellan's heart. Things seemed to be different from what he imagined. As the commander-in-chief of the government's army, the steel frame is just a simple meeting. There are also those clouds and mists, meaningful conversations. Luo Lin used his own blood as a gift, and Ji Yukong took the gift but destroyed it. After that, he even decisively agreed to Luo Lin's request and presented all kinds of mysterious behaviors of traveling with a warship. In addition, there is also a change in Luo Lin's name for Gangakong. Obviously, he was called the commander-in-chief before. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than in the end, it became a general, again, and the words seemed to carry some pleasant meanings. Regarding the various honey operations of these big men, Magellan couldn't help but yell that he couldn't understand. Wanting to ask Gang Ji Yukong, the commander on the side, opened his mouth and shook his head again. I dispelled the thought of asking in my heart. Intuition told him that there must be some shocking secret in this. Perhaps it was related to the sudden disappearance of Luo Lin 36 years ago. For him, the less he knows, the better. I'm here today, not because of the above command, I just want to see the most promising descendants before. Just when Magellan was about to find an opportunity to retreat and return to the infinite hell to preside over the overall situation, the commander Gangbone suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Magellan had to stop, looked at Gangbone Kong, nodded, and quietly became a qualified listener. If it weren't for that incident, the person sitting in the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters would not be the Warring States period. Steelbone sighed with emotion. Magellan, don't say anything, Commander Kong. I suppressed my curiosity, what you said. Magellan's bereaved face was instantly full of entanglement. Advertisement however, Gangu Kong just said so and didn't say anything. It seems that he is very secretive about the things of the year. What Luo Lin guy is doing is righteous things that are beneficial to the world. He is still a hero. The hero who has made great contributions should be rewarded, not betrayed. Having said this, Gangakong couldn't help shaking his head and sighed softly. Magellan, whose appetite was once again dangled, couldn't help but breathe out fragrance. Forget it, but it's just 2 prisoners. The guy Salo is still his subordinate. Take it away and take it away. The Steelbone was relieved. By the way, Magellan, Luo Lin should have taken the only 2 people. Gang Gukong looked at Magellan and confirmed. What? Magellan nodded blankly, and then shook his head subconsciously. Okay. Upon seeing this, Gang Gukong couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, unconsciously giving birth to a bad feeling in his heart. What else happened? Gang Ji Yukong's eyes narrowed slightly. Feeling the gaze of Gangakong's questioning, the tangled color on Magellan's face became even worse, and after a while, he sighed helplessly. There was such a big incident in Infinite Hell, even as the warden, he absolutely couldn't hide it. In fact, Magellan spoke with a dilemma. Nani? The Steelbone empty voice that heard what happened in the Infinite Hell suddenly increased by more than octave. Even if you want to behave nonsense, there must be a limit. That guy, next time you meet, you must let him taste the old man's steel fist. Gangakong gritted his teeth. Viciously, Chapter 557. The Red Dog Turns into a Black Dog. Sap General Sikorsky. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Navy Headquarters, Malin Fodwo. Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. The Washung Massacre, Tu Moling participated in the report meeting of the generals, and ended early because of the news that Luo Lin had arrived on the judicial island. Hua Xiaoshan, Doberman and other elite lieutenants successively withdrew from the office. In the end, there were only 3 people left in the House 3. Marshal Sengoku and 2 generals, the Blue Pheasant Kuzan and the Red Dog Sakaski. The atmosphere in the office is calm and quiet. Neither the marshal nor the 2 generals spoke. Just quietly waiting for the follow-up news report. Swish, a certain moment. A bright golden light suddenly flashed across the sky of the Navy headquarters. He rushed straight into the headquarters building. Countless dazzling golden light particles gathered from all directions. Condensed a long and wretched figure. Mr. Warring States, I have completed the task you gave me. Now I am back and I am back. Then I will let Sarkarsky go. I have to take a good rest. The general of the Navy headquarters Huang Yuan Paluzalino pushed the door straight in, opening his mouth with a grin. SW, swam. All the 3 lines of sight in the room fell on the general Huang Yuan. Amount. The wretched smile on Huang Yuan's face was momentarily stagnant. It's really strange today, Kuzan and Sakaski are all here too. After a moment of astonishment, Huang Yuan returned to his usual wretched posture. With his mouth pursed, with a subtle smile on his face, the old man looked at the general Akainu. Advertisement, Sakaski. I have already given you advice, telling you not to provoke my teacher, but you don't listen. Now it's okay. Your name as a slap general is well known in the world. General Huang Yuan was gloating. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What did you say? Listening to the ridicule between Huang Yuan's words. The General Akainu instantly raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes. My heart is even more angry, but even if he is not reconciled in his heart, things are already powerless. Washung event. Because there are pirates hiding on the island to watch the battle. The General Akainu, who upholds absolute justice, relentlessly chooses to shell and obliterate the 2 islands for reporters to watch and report. Also because of to add bookmarks for easy reading. For his behavior, he was met with collective hostility from representatives of journalists from various newspapers around the world. Although the reporters talk about their strengths, they are all fighting the 5 scum, but their greatest strength is the pen in their hands. With the pen and paper in their hands, they can manipulate one of the most terrifying forces in the world, that is the power of fishing boats. If it is on weekdays, even if they lend reporters 100 courage, they dare not be right. A Navy admiral commented, ridiculed, and even slandered. However, after the indiscriminate shelling incident, even the weak reporters were agitated and excited. Almost all newspapers and newsmen in the world are gathered together. Even if the opponent is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, General Akadog, they are completely worthy. After nearly a week of fermentation, the General Red Dog has been transformed into a black dog by the power of a fishing boat. The hacked one is called a complete body, completely lost face, and it is hard to look straight. This is the fate of offending the fisherman's media. Advertisement. Even an iron-blooded person like the General aka Inu is now so angry that he almost vomits blood. But it was helpless. Sometimes I faintly regret the unhumanly obliterating decision I made at that time. It's just that it's too late to say anything. Looking at the General aka Inu's face and the sullen expression, the General Huang Ape in the house and the General Green Pheasant in the fake sleep could not help but laugh. Kuzan, Paluzalino, you guys. The General Akanu looked bad. All right. Before General Sakaski went crazy, the Marshal Sengoku finally spoke. The top priority right now is not this matter. If you want to make a noise, go out and make a noise, don't bother me here. The Marshal Warring States was not angry. Hey, Mr. Sengoku, what are you worrying about? The Washung event has been successfully concluded. The 2 emperors of the sea were pulled down by my teacher. Now they should be happy. General Huang Yuan asked puzzledly. Paluzalino, Mr. Sengoku is not worried about this matter, actually. The General Green Pheasant took off his blindfold and grinned embarrassedly. Marshal of the Warring States period, not waiting. After the General Green Pheasant finished speaking, the green-haired Brigadier Branu's anxious cry came from outside the door again. Marshals, generals, just now, the hero Luo Lin has arrived and has descended to advance the city. Chapter 558. The poles are reversed. The Marshal who shocked the astonishment, the 3 major generals. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Report Marshals, generals, just now, the hero Luo Lin has arrived in advanced city. Green-haired Brigadier General Brandy hurriedly pushed in and reported loudly. The one that should be here is here. The Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth. This is also natural. After all, Mr. Luo Lin has always been the most short-sighted. The General Green Pheasant smiled happily. HMPH, openly enter the Great Prison via the Judicial Island. What qualifications does such a person have to be called a hero? General Kai Inu's face was still green, and he coldly snorted dissatisfiedly. Oh yeah, Mr. Warring States, Kuzan, what the hell is going on? Why did my teacher suddenly rush to the city? General Huang Yuan looked puzzled and asked slowly with a pouting mouth. It doesn't matter if I tell you now, it's actually because of Soro. The General Qing Pheasant said. Soro? General Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and then suddenly opened wide. Is that Soro? Perusalino's original slow tones suddenly change, a little sharper. Obviously, I realized the root of the matter. Once a member of Roland's ship, how could Perusalino forget that? Gentle giant. Soro hasn't died yet. Kuzan, what is going on? That's, as you think, Soro is also my friend after all. I really can't bear to start, so I secretly sent him to Pushing City 20 years ago, and he was declared dead to the outside. The General Green Pheasant spread his hands. Kuzan, you be *****D, such a big thing. The General Huang Yuan, who was originally indifferent to any world affairs, was hanging up high, but at this moment, it was rare to bring a bit of anger between his words. Under the influence and education of Roland, Paluzalino is now very important to comradeship. Yellow Ape. General, advertisement. Feeling the pressure radiating from the arrogant General Huang Yuan, the green-haired Brigadier General Branu, who was closest to him, couldn't help but swallowed hard, with a panic expression on his face. Sorry. After a while, Paluzalino's body paused when he sensed his disguise loopholes. All the chi leaks from the whole body are collected instantly. Well, forget it, since the teacher has passed, then it is destined. Kuzan, you guys to think about how to meet the teacher next time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. General Huang Yuan pouted. Ha ha ha. The General Green Pheasant shrank his head and did not speak anymore. Time is short. Only a few minutes later, on the corridor of the building. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The sound of rapid running footsteps sounded again. Report Marshal, generals, just now, there was news from the direction of the city, that the prisoners of Infinite Hell have escaped in a collective riot. A head colonel yelled and reported. What did you say? The prisoners of the Infinite Hell escaped collectively. What is going on? The Marshal Sengoku and the 3 generals all stared at each other and were shocked. In their original vision, at most they will walk today. Asoro. Who would have thought that this kind of thing would happen again? That would be an infinite hell. A place where the worst and most evil people in the world are imprisoned. Any prisoner in it ran out and mixed into a certain country, which was enough to subvert a country. There is absolutely no place. The land of occupation, however, if it is just to add to the obstacles, this kind of behavior has completely crossed the line. Luo Lin. The Warring States period clenched his fists, his face pale. Advertisement. Obviously, he was out of anger. The General Green Pheasant shrank his head again, put on his blindfold, and began to feign death. After all, this matter was all because of him. It is better for him to remain silent at this time. Teacher is really, but there shouldn't be any major problems. General Huang Yuan was also shocked by the news, grinning, shaking his head and whispering. The General Akanu slapped his thigh violently, and an impulse surged in his heart. He wants to ask Sengoku for orders to fight and arrest the murderers, including those who caused the riots. However, this thought came into his heart, and there was a fiery pain in his cheek unconsciously. The miserable memories that had been on the gateway island of Washung unconsciously emerged clearly. Ling's general aka Inu swallowed all the words he asked for his orders once again. Datata was just as the marshal's office was about to explode. There was another rush of footsteps on the corridor outside. Warring States Marshal, Generals, the 3rd Navy Colonel hurried over, his face with extreme excitement and joy. Just now, news came from pushing the city that the prisoner riots that pushed the city's 6th underground level of infinite hell have been suppressed by the heroes and flattened by Mr. Luo Lin, and no one escaped. The polls are reversed. There is one more thing, Kong. The Chief Steelbone Kong is about to arrive at Pushing City now. With those two here, no matter who they are, don't even want to escape from Pushing City. The 3rd Navy Colonel excitedly reported this exciting news. Warring States. Free Generals. Chapter 559. Make the Sea Shake Again. 4 quarters seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Red Earth Continent, Holy Land, Mary Joa. At the same time that the headquarters Marshal Sengoku received a report from Propulsion Castle. The world's highest power in Mary Joa, the 5 Elder Stars, was the first to get a detailed report from the government officials stationed in the city. In the center of the Holy Land, in the White Jade Hall, the 3 world's highest power 5 old stars sit or stand. The expressions on all the old faces were as ugly as eating dead flies. That madman really dared to do it. The curly-haired noble old star took a breath. To dare to commit a bloody massacre in infinite hell, this isn't rushed to hand the handle to our hands. The bald birthmark old star sneered. Don't be happy too early. The existence of infinite hell is a secret that cannot be disclosed. If you let the news out regardless of it, it may be counterproductive. The 5 old star with long white beard and hair frowned. The target of that B********* D slaughter is the big sea pirates who do no evil and do everything quickly. At this moment, if it is announced, it may really be turned over by its fishing reel, and it will even further contribute to its arrogance. Is this guy expected to be so unscrupulous in his actions? Is it really hateful? The noble curly-haired old star gritted his teeth bitterly. Is it really that? The prisoners of infinite hell are the best experimental subjects for scientific research. They were killed by that guy in a large number. We have suffered such a huge loss, and we should continue to watch him arrogantly, unhappy. The smile on the face of the bald-headed birthmark old star is no longer, and his face is full of unwillingness. Of course we can't just leave it alone. The matter of infinite hell is suppressed first. We can go back to the original point and make a fuss about that D's robbery. The 5 old star with long white beard and hair opened his mouth faintly. If it's just a Soro, it might be a little difficult to erase his hero's aura, but he was wrong and took another person away. The lonely red Leadfield, that is indeed the wicked party that was as famous as Roger in the last era. Then make a fuss from him. The other 2 5 old stars in the hall also nodded. Now there is one last question, what is going on with that guy? The bald birthmark old star asked questions. Advertisement. I didn't get our permission to go to Pushing City without permission. That's all. When he got there, he let the B******* D Lulin go so easily. If he can fight with that B****** D, if he is seriously injured, there are more articles that can be done. The curly-haired noble old star gritted his teeth, his old face was full of dissatisfaction. That guy Sora doesn't want to betray, too. Damn a B****** D who really has such a good naval headquarters and advances the city. Now even the commander-in-chief appointed by us personally. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The bald birthmark old star opened his mouth in anger. The more I speak, the old face to add bookmarks for easy reading. The anger becomes more vigorous. It's too early to make a conclusion. The old star with long white beard and hair said solemnly. It's the same whether it's the heir or the Warring States period. As long as they stay in that position for a day, their inner justice will restrain them, and they won't turn back because of other people's words. I'm sure there is no need to worry about this. Shoo, was shortly after his voice fell. Light and shadow flickered in the White Jade Hall. Next second, the figure of the samurai veteran wearing the white training uniform gradually manifested and became clear. Came back. The 3 5 old stars stood up to greet each other. What? Samurai old star nodded. Relying on his own extreme speed ability, the old samurai star walked back and forth between Mary Joa and the city in just 3 minutes. How is it going? The old star in a dark blue suit asked. The infinite hell has lost a lot, but I didn't get nothing. With that, the old samurai star opened the sealed box he carried. Advertisement. There is a brick inside, a few pieces of soil. What does this mean? The curly-haired old star is puzzled. It means unusual blood, can it be said? The old star in the dark blue suit seems to have guessed something. The bricks are soaked in the blood of that B****** D. Samurai Old Star nodded. In the end, a look of anger appeared on his face again. That guy is too wasteful. If you don't want it, you can hand it over to us. Now there is only this. The Samurai Old Star shook his head and sighed. These. That's all, it's better than nothing at all. Give a part to Vegapunk to study, and then take out part of the soaking water for William to serve. That guy's most important angel wings were removed, and he couldn't recover in a short time. It just happened to use the blood of Luo Lin B******** D to speed up the healing, but you must pay special attention to shutting him down with Hailu Shi for a few days after he is cured to survive the side effect period. Let it out again. The Wu Lao Xing in a dark blue suit said solemnly. Then do it, I'll take a trip to Vegapunk. I will take care of the news. Okay. The 5 old stars nodded and dispersed. Only a few hours later. The story of the hero Luo Lin rushing into the city to rob the prison spread all over the world. The ocean that made it shook again. Please download the ununderlined version. Chapter 560. 5 old stars make a move. Open black lens bracket 1/4 seat customized full order closed black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The game with this C as the chessboard has already begun. The Washung event. At the same time Luo Lin announced his return to the world. There is a deeper hidden meaning that is, to declare war on the world government. For this point, naturally, the world government is also very clear. That's why the 2 big 5 old stars attacked Washung. But even if it has reached the point where it is impossible to give up, whether it is Luo Lin or the world government, both sides have tacitly retained the last layer of window paper. Did not completely tear the skin. Make the Mary Joa incident 36 years ago public. For Luo Lin, the time is not yet ripe. If he wants to declare war on the world government, he still needs some time to calm this chaotic sea. Gather all the power that can be gathered. The same is true for the world government. Now they are completely torn apart with Luo Lin, and they do more harm than good. 36 years ago, Luo Lin defeated the Sea Overlord Lox and was named a hero. Now, 36 years later, Luo Lin has defeated the 2 big 4 Emperors alliance with his own power. There is no difference in the limelight. At this time, the hero Luo Lin is an existence that countless people in the world will admire. At this juncture, if it is revealed that the government crossed the river and demolished the bridge, it wanted to fight against heroes who made various cruel experiments. The result is bound to arouse the dissatisfaction of the righteous people all over the world. Especially the Navy directly under their government. In the worst case, even if the possibility is very small, it is not impossible that the entire Navy will turn to them. This is the last thing the world government and the 5 old stars want to see. So before the black history of the world government was revealed, advertisement what the 5 old stars and the world government have to do is to smear Luo Lin's heroic aura with all their strength. It's better to hit the opposite of justice and turn black and white before everything is made public. Today's advancement of the city world is the #1 hit by the world government. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The world government with a history of 800 years is a powerful force called fishing vessels. Controlling the fishing vessel can control the power of civilians. Before the opening of the Great Pirate Age, there are more than half of the news agencies in the world, and the world government is behind them. It is with this power that the world government can turn black and white at will and fool the world. Even a world-renowned naval hero was completely obliterated and eliminated from the world in history. However, since more than 20 years ago, and to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP, Roger, the King of Pirates, opens the era of the big pirates. This sea ushered in the most prosperous and turbulent period in 800 years, and major events occurred frequently, and a series of changes were born from this. In the world, news agencies of all sizes have sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain. Among them was also born Morgans, who stood at the apex of the news industry and was uncontrollable. The share and influence of world governments in journalism has been greatly reduced. However, the world government has controlled the world for 800 years. The lean camel is also bigger than the horse. Now the world's famous old news agencies are still under the influence and control of the world government. As usual, nothing major. The government will not use it for no reason. And at this juncture, their role is completely revealed. Advertisement but just a few hours. The report that the hero Luo Lin takes credit and prides himself, invaded Advanced City and robbed the heinous culprit, Red Earl Redfield, spread all over the world. As a result, the sea that had been quiet for a short time was shaken again. Sometimes, the rendering power of text even far exceeds that of images. Especially in the hands of professional journalists. Admiral Akanu offended many reporters for offending. Afterwards, reporters rallied and attacked. From various tricky angles such as character, behavior, lifestyle, and even appearance, as well as the past bits and pieces. The black one is called an incomplete body. The red dog turns into a black dog completely. The face-loving people like General aka Inu are completely out of temper. Now, the target of the reporter's attack has become Luo Lin. Although only a few newspapers reported, but relying on the name of the old news agency, the influence is large enough. In particular, the forewords of taking credit and being proud, in the report are extremely lethal. After all, in history, heroes who are arrogant and act unscrupulous because of the great contributions they have made are not uncommon. Many people who are jealous, are those who hate Luo Lin, and some people who show their own uniqueness, etc. At this moment, they are also jumping out, taking this opportunity to spare no effort to complain and question Luo Lin's what it did. Of course. The eye-catching remarks made by the clowns to catch the attention of cerebral palsy will not shake Luo Lin's heroic image in the hearts of most civilians. It's just that freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold. If the incident is allowed to ferment, it will inevitably come to the point where it is out of control. Now, the best response is naturally to use fishing vessels to deal with fishing vessels. Chapter 561, Navy Headquarters Riots, 2/4 seat complete customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Navy Headquarters, Malin Fodwo, as a direct organization of the world government. This is the fishing reel position that Wu Laoxing attaches the most importance to. If the image of Luo Lin in the minds of the Marines can be reversed in one fell swoop, it would naturally be better for the world government. When the reports that discredit Luo Lin were published, the entire Navy headquarters was immediately shocked and aroused huge repercussions. Nani? Where is the B******D who wrote these reports? If I catch him, I will never kill him. Nonsense, it's just nonsense, scribble. How could Mr. Luo Lin invade Advanced City? That's it, don't let me catch my grandson who writes these reports, it's really deceiving. These bastards, it's best to revoke them for me now, otherwise, I absolutely must let them go around without eating. All over the Navy headquarters, the Marines who had returned from participating in the Washung incident shouted outrageously. Watching those discrediting reports on Luo Lin. The young Marines who had participated in major events, had close contact with Luo Lin, and regarded Luo Lin as their hero. All of them were full of enthusiasm, and their hearts were so angry that they felt that their eyes were about to breathe fire. It is nothing more than to discredit General Sakaski. Now even the hero of our Navy, who defeated the villain of the sea twice and made great contributions to Mr. Luo Lin, will discredit him. It is too much. That's it, it's okay to discredit General Sakaski, but you can never discredit Mr. Roland. I happened to pass by, hearing the conversation of the Marines, the General Red Dog's footsteps, his face suddenly turned black, and he waved his sleeves, and walked away cursingly. Indignation was brewing and spreading throughout the Navy headquarters. Just when the Marines spontaneously gathered in the headquarters square, wanting to ask the Marshal to ask for orders to punish the unscrupulous media. Among the sea soldiers, there appeared traitors. Everyone, listen to me, what these reports say may not be false. A world government eyeliner pretended to be panicked. What did you say? It's not fake, do you know what you're talking about? If you spread rumors, it will be dealt with by military law. How could Mr. Luo Lin invade Advanced City? The nearby Marines retorted loudly. He was right. These reports today are really not rumors, but facts. A Rear Admiral level government official stepped forward. The Major General is already a general in the Navy, and his rank is not low. Advertisement, his words naturally have a lot of weight. Then, the faces of the Marines who were still aggressive at first were blank and unbelievable. What the hell is going on? Does the hero Luo Lin really relied on his own merits to advance the city recklessly? Even the death row prisoners inside were taken away. The scripture can be said to be betrayed. Another member of the world government planted in the Navy shouted loudly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It looks incredible on the surface, however, every word in his mouth was full of malice. In the end, Luo Lin was even labeled a traitor. There was a muffled bang, add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than an old fist fell on the face of the evil government seaman, knocking him upside down and flying out. You be *****D, what the hell are you talking about? That's our naval hero. The admiral who threw a punch yelled angrily. If the Navy hero is really the hero of our Navy, why not return to the headquarters, but stand on his own outside, and even abduct 40,000 soldiers of our Navy? He is no longer a Navy. The government seamen that were beaten still spared no effort to provoke contradictions. A-hole, I think you guys really owe you to clean up. Today I am going to replace your chief and teach you a lesson. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. All of a sudden, there was a mess in the Oak Square at the headquarters. Brothers, beat him up. A seaman in the corner shouted loudly, with an inexplicable subtle smile on his face. He is also a man deployed by the world government in the Navy. Naturally, the incitement at this time was not due to infighting. Instead, I want to use this riot to raise the nature of this incident to a higher level. Under the deliberate arching of fire by a group of government Marines, the noise in the main square escalated. Advertisement, the scene seems to be out of control. But at this moment, the high-pitched bell of dang suddenly rang from the square. That was the sound of the Ox bell of the Navy headquarters. Under normal circumstances, the Oaks clock will only ring at the beginning of the new year. But today it is because of this dispute, under the influence of the familiar Ox bell. The seaman, who had already red eyes, immediately stood at attention. Everyone, stop arguing. The green-haired Brigadier General Brandew, who received instructions from the Marshal Sengoku, raised his horn and said loudly. As for today's reports, not all of them are false. The hero, Mr. Luo Lin, did go to Push City a few hours ago. Green-haired Brigadier General Brandy announced loudly. Wow, the Marines on the square were suddenly in an uproar. The corners of the government officials who were mixed up were proud of their mouths. But only for a moment. In the next second, the smiles on their faces suddenly solidified. Because the green-haired Brigadier General Branu's speech continues. Mr. Luo Lin did go to Push City for some reason, but the reports in the newspapers are all nonsense and malicious smear. In addition, there is one more thing. Not long ago, Mr. Luo Lin, who happened to arrive in Push City, suppressed the prisoner riots in Push City with his own power. He is a hero. Brandio said loudly and powerfully, word by word. Olis Square was first silent. In the next second, a shout of excitement and joy resounded over the entire Navy headquarters. Chapter 562. Get Together. The highest meeting in Weisung. Open black lens bracket 3/4 seek customized full order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. I know, these reports are nonsense. The previous B********************************** Did you hear that? Apologize quickly. Apologize to the hero. In the Oris Square of the Navy headquarters, the excited cheers of the Marines resounded across the sky. Seeing this sudden change, the government eyeliners who were secretly arching fire couldn't help being dumbfounded. The smile on his face ceased, and instead was shocked, unwilling and angry. This is not the result they want. Some of the government's eyeliners opened their mouths, as if they wanted to say something to change the situation. However, the words hadn't had time to say. They were completely overwhelmed by the excitement of people's cheers. By now, their words have not changed or influenced the slightest. It is even very likely to be attacked by a group of high-spirited Marines. And whoever comes will only say one thing that deserves it. At this moment, corridor of the Navy headquarters building. Mr. Waring states, thank you. General Huang Yuan said with a relaxed expression, and thanked the Marshal Waring states next to him. I just asked Brandy to calm the commotion. This is the Navy headquarters. If there is a bloodshed, where will my Marshal's face be put? As for what Brandy will say, it has nothing to do with me. Marshal Senguo spoke calmly. It's not straightforward at all, Mr. Sengoku. The General Green Pheasant teased. Next moment, perceiving the cannibalistic gaze from the Marshal Senguo, the Green Pheasant quickly shrank his head. But having said that, I don't know it. I was shocked to see that there are so many government officials in our Navy. Advertisement. The General's Green Pheasant narrowed his eyes slightly. Those bastards, the old man remembers you. General Huang Yuan pouted and spoke angrily. The commotion in the Navy headquarters temporarily subsided. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this moment, Hua, which is on the other side of the sea, will not be as calm as usual. When the veteran news agency on the sea collectively released a heroic attack report into Weisung. This city resembling a sleeping lion finally let out a roar that shook the sky. The more than 40,000 recruits who have just concluded the division of the army are passionate, and they are full of fighting spirit and anger. As if trying to calm down the appearance of the rumorous news agency. Fortunately, the chief instructor Zepha is here, relying on Zepha's majesty and deterrence. The blood rushing up from the young recruits calmed down a bit, and went back to wait for the news. At the same time, large conference room in Weisung headquarters building. Zepha, with a smile, Mu Lien, Alfred and 48 veterans and other old people from the city gathered together. Carp, Atsuru and Gion 3 are also listed. In addition, there are Sha Chi, Lei Li, and the little girls who are worried about Luo Lin, Vivi, Nami, Kurla, etc., all gathered in this conference room that was opened for the first time. Mr. Zepha, Mu Lien, the boss suddenly went to promote the city. Alfred, the boss seems to have looked for you in the morning, is it related to this matter? Mr. Carp, Sister Crane, do you also know? The veterans looked at Zepha, Carp and others with an anxious look. Lonely Red, Letterfield, what a long-lost name. Lei Li sighed with emotion. Advertisement. Even if you had friendships before, Luo Lin probably wouldn't deliberately risk the world for this old man. Sha Chi frowned. Then it is true that these news agencies are spreading rumors indiscriminately and discrediting brother Luo Lin. Why do these guys do such a thing? It's really infuriating. Nami, Vivi, Kurla and other little girls all clenched their little pink fists angrily. Unforgivable, it is really unforgivable. The rumored reports are from which news agencies dare to discredit Lord Luo Lin, and I will go to them to settle accounts now. The grumpy Empress Hancock gritted her teeth and set out to conquer immediately. Hancock, a majestic female voice sounded. In this time, naturally only the middle crane has this majesty. Yes, Sister Crane, listening to Ahe's tender drink, she has always been defiant, and the female Emperor Hancock with higher eyes stops subconsciously, and she responds cleverly without adding any more confusion. Your Excellency Zepha, Your Excellency Carp, did my teacher really go to Advanced City today? Swordsman smiled and asked solemnly. The huge meeting room couldn't help but be quiet. What? Okay. Carp and Zepha, who were always silent, nodded in unison. Chapter 563. Use magic to defeat magic. 4/4 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Your Excellency Zepha, Your Excellency Carp, did my teacher really go to that deep-sea prison today? The blind swordsman smiled and asked solemnly. As the voice of a smile fell, the originally noisy meeting room fell silent. The eyes of the men, women and children in the field all fell on Zepha and Carp. What? Okay. Under everyone's attention, Carp and Zepha nodded in unison. Wow. There was an uproar from the veterans in the conference room. It's still the same question, why did the boss go to advance the city? The boss did have some friendship with this rider before, but it shouldn't be so good yet, right? Invaded Propulsion City specifically for the Red Earl rider. I would not believe this kind of thing. The veterans began to question one after another. Yes, old folks, it's true that boss Luo Lin didn't go to Propulsion City for some reason. The boss went there for other people. Mu Lien spoke. Other people. Who? It's all about this time, so don't sell it, everyone. Well, we originally planned to wait for the boss to come back and surprise you, but now we can't hide it anymore. Alfred, who also knew the inside story, nodded. In fact, the boss went to push the city this time for our partner who was locked in infinite hell, the giant Soro. Former Vice Admiral Alfred spoke solemnly. 20 years ago, Soro did not die, but was secretly imprisoned in Push City by Kuzan. This is the message brought by the 3 boys sent by Kuzan this morning. Mu Lien added and explained. As Mu Lien's voice fell, the huge conference room was quiet again. Next second, cheers full of shock, excitement, joy, relief, and other emotions rang throughout the audience. Giant Soro, is it Lieutenant General Soro? Soro is still alive, I thought he was already dead. This is really great, I can't expect to see Soro again. Advertisement. Really, Mr. Carp, Mr. Zephyr, Sister He, and Mu Lien, you are really not enough, you are still hiding this happy event from us. Ha ha ha, really worthy of being our boss. It's really reliable. When I heard the good news that my partner Soro was still alive. The anxiety and depression in the hearts of the veterans were instantly wiped out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No matter how much irritation I have had before and Luo Ling's former subordinate, Sao Luo, this name seems a bit familiar. Nami frowned slightly. Lieutenant General Soro. Ah, I remember. Kurla seemed to have thought of something. Navy giant Lieutenant General Soro, he is the one who protected Sister Robin in the O'Hara incident 20 years ago. No wonder the instructor is going to take Sister Robin with him. It turned out to be like this. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. This is really great. Under Kurla's reminder, the little girls nodded in joy. It turned out to be for my own subordinates, I'll just say, this is that guy's style. Lei Li laughed. That, the gentle giant Soro, it's really nostalgic, and Ryder, you roar, shouldn't Mr. Rowling bring Ryder out while saving Soro? Brooke speculated with a smile. Hear the words. The smiles on the faces of the veterans who were immersed in the joy that their old friends were still alive suddenly stagnated. Zephyr, Ahe and others shook their heads helplessly. Because of this, they had already thought of it. Even if the world government wants to deliberately discredit, it can't be aimless. That guy Luo Lin really doesn't care about the name of a hero. Huff ha 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 ha, he really deserves to be my best friend. Carp couldn't help yelling. 1 or 2 are idiots. Zephyr cursed in a low voice. Sister He, don't be angry, act with your own heart and without restraint, this is the father. Guillaume took Ahe's arm and blinked. Of course I know this. Advertisement. Ahe raised his delicate hand and brushed it lightly on Guillaume's hair. Her depression at the moment is not because of this, but another thing. There was a knock on the door outside the meeting room. Come in, Zephyr said solemnly. The door opens. The Birdman Morgans hurriedly stepped forward. Chief Instructor Zephyr, Sister He, has already found out that it is indeed the world government standing behind those newspapers. News King Morgans reported loudly. World government. It's really deceiving. The incident 36 years ago, do they want to do it again? Come on, FK, I will definitely follow the boss's pace this time. I'm not afraid of being broken into pieces. The veterans were filled with righteous indignation. Everyone, don't worry, as a professional public relations staff in Dawacheng, I already have a countermeasure to deal with the impact of this fishing boat. The News King Morgan spoke confidently. Silly bird. You really have a way. Nami was overjoyed. Hey, listening to Nami's stupid bird call, Morgan's confident posture suddenly collapsed, and he staggered and almost fell. Morgans, what method did you think of? Sha-Chi asked. Ahem. Morgan straightened up. The best way to deal with fishing vessels is to create new fishing vessels and use them to defeat fishing vessels. Chapter 564. Shocked. Unlimited Hell Riot Truth. This content is first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. What do you plan to do to defeat a fishing vessel with a fishing vessel? Mu Lien looked at Morgans in confusion. It is true that Lord Luo Lin went to advance the layer robbery. Whether it was for Earl Red or Soro, the nature of the incident is the same, and what the civilians are seeing now is exactly this. So first of all, we have to shift the people's attention to another major event, and play down the nature of the 2 words, Jija. Morgan said. Agaga, we can also think of this method of diverting our eyes, but how to do it specifically? There is no major event in the ocean right now. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, said. Miss Alice has a good question. In fact, another major incident occurred in the deep-sea prison Push City today, but it was deliberately concealed by the government. Morgans nodded. What's the matter? The eyelids of Carp, Zephyr, Ahe and others jumped unconsciously, and they seemed to smell a bad breath. Sister Wei, just now, my line at the Navy headquarters. Morgans paused halfway through his words. Line what? Ahe's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly in a dangerous arc. Could it be the informant Morgans that you are actually here? The Navy headquarters has put an eyeliner. The upright girl Wei Wei blurted out subconsciously. As Wei Wei's voice fell, the bad eyes of the old people in the meeting room all fell on Morgans. Mo said it was the three vice admirals of Karp, Suru, and Guion. That's Zepha, who has already left the Navy, and Alfred and others also look bad and can't tolerate undercover agents from other forces in the Navy. Feeling the bad eyes from all directions, the cold sweat instantly wetted Morgans's body. Advertisement. Morgans grievedly glanced at the upright girl Wei Wei who exposed his old bottom. A bird's face was drooping, his head down and dejected, and no longer the previous spirits. Well, this matter will not be pursued for the time being. Morgans, you can keep talking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ahe calmly spoke. As Ahe's voice fell, the veterans started to open the line. The pressure that enveloped Morgans was completely dispersed. Thank you, Sister Crane. Morgans thanked him and took a deep breath. My friend in the Navy headquarters just heard the news. Just today, the city has been. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. There was a prison escape incident in a riot, which happened to be suppressed by Lord Luo Lin who arrived at the Great Prison. This did not cause any irreversible consequences. After learning about this, I went to a friend in Push City to verify, and it turned out that something happened, and it was the 6th underground level of Push City that is unknown to the world, Infinite Hell. Morgan spoke solemnly. This time, the old people in the meeting room didn't care about the friend of Morgan's. Promotion City. At this moment, their attention is all attracted by the Infinite Hell riots they are telling about. The 6th floor underground in the big prison, Infinite Hell is rioting. This is really terrible. Fortunately, there is boss Luo Lin. Otherwise, the sea will be more chaotic. The veterans who know the details of the Infinite Hell can't help but have lingering fears. Advertisement. Advancing to the 6th underground level of the city, is it scary there? 4. The secrets of the deep sea prison. Kia, a little country girl like Magino doesn't know much. At this moment, he tilted his head in doubt. Of course it's terrible. Kurla nodded solemnly. Agaga, even I have only heard about that place once in a while. It is said that the pirates held in it had a bounty of 100 million Baileys the last time. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, said, what? All the little girls were shocked and their eyes widened. The Infinite Hell is a place that cannot be made public, and it is a huge hazard for the prisoners to run out of it. Guion solemnly added, is there such a terrible place in this world? Besides, if it is the most sinister pirates, why don't you just execute them directly? Nami is puzzled. Yes, yeah, fortunately, Luo Lin happened to be there today, otherwise there will be another riot and escape, and if those people are allowed to escape, I don't know how many people will suffer. Wei Wei agreed. Little girls. In fact, in the hundreds of years since the completion of the city, there has never been a prisoner escape from a collective riot in Infinite Hell. Today seems to be the first. Hey, why are Nami and others suddenly puzzled and asked in unison? However, when he said the words, he was stunned. Because they also thought of the reason. Probably, maybe, the prisoner riots in the city today are related to their favorite, Big Brother. Philo reminds you. 3 things about studying. Chapter 565, Blackbeard. Joker, be my subordinate, 2 quarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The huge conference room suddenly fell silent. A large prison where there has never been a collective escape of prisoners in hundreds of years, and unfortunately, when Luo Lin went there, there was a riot. Think of Luo Lin's temperament again. The truth is ready to come out. In this incident, 80% of them are inseparable from their own affairs. Thinking of this, no matter it is the veterans or Nami, the little girls such as Wei Wei are speechless. It's been a long while. Ahahaha, you really deserve to be the boss. No matter where it is, it won't be quiet, this is our boss. The veterans smiled helplessly. I can probably imagine what happened. This is the strategy used by the boss before. It seems to be fishing law enforcement. And veteran suddenly said, Bah, what fishing law enforcement? The boss is called to lead the snake out of the hole. If the prisoners are not malicious, the boss will not deliberately trouble them. Mu Lien corrected. Ha 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 ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Puff ha ha ha. The intestines that the warring states guy should regret are green now. Karp also laughed. It's just a group of criminals on death row who are extremely guilty and die in vain. Moreover, in the eyes of the old man, those bastards in Infinite Hell shouldn't be shut down. They should have been killed long ago, and the world will be quiet. Zepha spoke indifferently. If he were to change it to a few decades ago, as a naive and benevolent general who did not kill, he would definitely condemn Luo Lin's behavior. However, since his wife and children died tragically in the hands of the pirates, Zepha has also changed accordingly. Nowadays, not only will he not condemn anything, but he even wants to clap his hands in applause. I want to be at the scene, participate in it, and have a good time. Chief Instructor Zepha is right. The useless prisoners with the most heinous crimes should have been killed long ago. Advertisement. Birdman Morgans echoed. But this time their deaths were at least somewhat useful. My idea is that regardless of the cause of the prisoners' riots in Infinite Hell, the most important thing is the result. It was Master Luo Lin who suppressed the riot, which was enough to attract the attention of civilians. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In addition, there is the Infinite Hell that the world government deliberately came. If it is announced, many people will be interested. There should be many people who want to know the political imprisonment and not kill those. The intention of the heinous people. These two things are what I said about public opinion. Speaking of this, Morgans is a little bit vigorous before. Okay. Ahe. Shachi and others all nodded and recognized Morgans's idea. The news and public opinion battle is indeed the home of Morgans, who is the king of news. Then leave this to you, Morgans. And NBS. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. P. Watching Chief Instructor Zepha made a final decision. Get the order. Promise to complete the task. Morgans salutes cheerfully. A bird with a look of excitement on his face, gearing his hands, as if he was going to do a big job. In the past, the career he was committed to was to make big news and shock the sea. But this time the nature is slightly different. This is the first time that he confronted a behemoth named world government head on to fight for the control of public opinion. If successful, he would be the veritable king of journalism. After the response to this crisis was handed over to the professional Morgans, the meeting also ended. The people who knew the cause and effect dispersed, each waiting for Luo Lin's return. The other side, Morgans, who took over the crisis public relations work, also showed his efficiency to the people of Weisung and the world. Only 2 hours later, the reversal report of the World Economic News spread all over the sea. Advertisement. The people in the world of Ling were shocked once again. The new world, the kingdom of love, passion and toys, Dressrosa. Hey, Dover, look at this and this, Morgan's World Economic News, the counterattack from Weisung has indeed come. Torapal, the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family with a drooping nose, exclaimed anxiously. The king of news, Morgans, really has 2 brushes, and a few words have reversed the direction of the wind and shifted the focus of the contradiction to another place. Now the folk wind direction of Dressrosa has completely changed. The elderly Rao Dao. First, the 5 old stars with the highest power in the world set out to attack Weisung in person, and now it is a head-on confrontation on the battlefield of public opinion without gunpowder. Could it be that in the future, that Weisung, that, the hero really wants to be with the world? Is the government going to full-scale war? Yora, the artistic fruit ability, was shocked. Fur. Above the throne, Chiwu Heiduo Flamenco suddenly clutched his forehead and let out a nervous laugh. The hero Rollin world government wants to fight, let them fight enough. It would be best if they all die. Da Flamingo said with a dark smile. At that moment, blue, a phone bug on the table with only 3 teeth missing suddenly rang. Dover, that guy is here again. The highest cadre Pika said in a sharp voice. Connect it. Da Flamingo said solemnly, his expression gloomy. Yes, the phone worm connects. Thief ha. Clown, how are you thinking about whether or not to become my subordinate? On the other end of the phone worm, there was a smug laugh from Blackbeard Marshal Titch. Chapter 566. The Change of the Country of Peace. The Princess looking forward to the hero. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Blackbeard Titch, if you want to get my support, please take down the country and talk about it, furu. Ga. Plus, phone worm communication hangs up. Weiha was rejected again, Captain Titch. Fighting champion Chisa's bashes laughed drunkly. Thief ha. It's okay, that, the clown, will come to me sooner or later. Blackbeard held up the wine bottle and laughed wantonly. There was a knock on the door of, dang. Come in, hiccup Blackbeard burped alcohol. The wooden sliding door was pushed open. The 2 younger brothers in kimonos and hair buns hurriedly retreated to the sides. Immediately after appearing in front of the Blackbeard crew 4 was a tall man wearing a luxurious blue patterned samurai kimono, wearing a dark blue airplane head, and squinting his triangular eyes as if he was asleep. Thief ha. The boss is here, your wine here is really delicious. Blackbeard greeted with a big smile. It would be great if your Lord Titch likes it. The country of Haji, the #1 thug under the General Dashis, the #1 contemporary underworld in the Flower City, the sleepy madman, responded with a smile. Hiccup is good, but it would be better if there is no one to accompany you, thief ha. Blackbeard spoke pointedly. Your Excellency Titch, did the girls last night not take care of you? If this is the case, I will be punished heavily next. Kwang Si Lang squinted and smiled. Weiha, isn't it? Boss Kwang Si Lang, don't try to understand and pretend to be confused. What our Captain Titch wants is your Warren, Miss Z. Fighting champion Kai Shas bashes laughed. We have been here for a few days, cough, but don't even see the Oran noodles, why cough, afraid that we will not become your general if we eat that Oran. I'm stingy. The sickly death god spoke coldly. Thieves ha. Poison, bashes, gentlemen don't take advantage of others, since that is the woman the General Serpent looks after, let's forget it for the time being. Blackbeard said, it is indeed the Captain Titch, General Orochi has set a feast in the General's mansion, waiting for you to go there. Mad Lang said, finally willing to accept the reality. The corner of Odogo Van Oka's mouth raised a curve. Advertisement. In that case, let's take a trip. With the help of General Orochi, it will be much more convenient for us to receive Kaido's legacy. I look forward to this cooperation. Blackbeard Titch got up, walked slowly, and fell. Kacha does not wait. Blackbeard's body like a black pig falls to the ground. A dazzling light flashed between the sky and the earth. Next moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The loud dragon roar resounded throughout the Flower City. 100-meter-long black dragon danced in the wind and clouds, bringing forth waves of horror, with great momentum. This horrible scene made the residents of the Flower City scream in fear and panic. Weiha, this dragon ability is really convenient. You don't need a boat to travel in the future. Fighting champion Chishes Bashes 3 jumped on the dragon's back. Thief ha 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 ha, let's go. Black. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Beard laughed. The dragon wobbles its tail. A group of 4 people swept straight towards the central general mansion of the Flower City. Blackbeard titch. Watching the Blackbeard group walk away, the crazy dead man's sleepiness is lifted. His eyes with sleepy eyes were as sharp as a sword at this moment. Wow. The crazy dead man flicked his robe, turned and boarded the top floor of the Fangyuan, and came to a vermilion gate. Come in. A beautiful female voice came from inside the house. Huang Si Lang pushed the door straight in, and knelt down on one knee to the pretty girl in the house. Day and princess. In front of everyone in this country, he is the cruelest underworld brother in Wano country, a sleepy man. Only in front of the girl in front of him can he be the truest self. He is Denjiro. Denjiro was once the retainer of Mitsuki Mida, Akasaku, one of 9 people and 9 people. And the Oran girl in front of him is the blood of the lord, the princess of the country Guangyu Hehe. Advertisement. Uncle Xuanjiro, don't have to be like this, get up quickly. Warren Shaozi quickly got up to help. Ha ha. Huang Si Lang smiled miserably, and fell to sit on the tatami. A few days ago, Blackbeard descended to the Flower City in the form of a dragon, shaking the entire country of Wa. At the same time, he brought news about major events from the outside world, and the news about the death of the 4 emperors and the beasts of Kaido, which made the senior officials of the Wano country, including the General Orochi, stay awake all night. Denjiro and Princess Niwa, who also saw the news, couldn't fall asleep happily. However, what happened next proved that they were happy too early. He appeared in the Flower City with a high profile in the posture of a dragon, and the black beard that deterred them obviously came with a different purpose. Not just as a messenger. Instead, as the new protector of the country, he will take over all the properties of Kaido, the beast. In this way, nothing has changed. This country is still under the double oppression of Shenlong and Orochi, and there is no chance of turning over. Sir Hehe, please hide the blood bag on your body. If it is really a last resort, at least let your subordinates take care of you. Denjiro solemnly said, don't say such things, Uncle Jiro, everything will be fine. Guangyu Ri and Chao Lian raised a reluctant smile. After a moment of silence. Hey, Uncle Denjiro, do we have heroes in the country of Kazunori? Guangyueri in the opening asked. Denjiro was silent. Probably it won't happen anymore. Guangyueri and lonely hugged his knees. Uncle Xuanjiro, is it true what you said that day? That, the hero Luo Lin reported in the news, has he really been to the country before, the man he and his mother met more than 40 years ago, and Roger uncle and they often talk about the same person. If he is one person, he should be a 70 or 80-year-old man, but why is he still so young, good looking? Princess Raihei, holding her fragrant cheeks in her hands, looked up at the sky with a look of longing. Chapter 567. Whitebeard's Reaction. Marco and Ace are back. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.Zi New World, the islands under the jurisdiction of the 4 emperors and Whitebeard, the Blue Sky Island. The huge whale ship Moby DK moored quietly on the coast. The tall 4 emperors with white beards sat quietly on the deck. A team of leopard print nurses with graceful figures and graceful postures surround him, and routinely check his body every day and give him nutritional drops for nursing. Papa, father, look at this. That, the incredible naval hero has done something amazing again. The Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division Captain Diamond Joes, the 5th Division Foil Beasta, and the 7th Division Captain Rikoyo trot anxiously. All of them have small shocked expressions on their faces. Hula la 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 la, what did that be ******** D Luo Lin do? Whitebeard laughed heartily. This one. Diamond Joes handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. It just ended the big event, that, the hero Luo Lin actually went to the advanced city robbery prison. What does this mean? Foil Beasta, the 5th Division Captain, spoke in shock. Bad people have done bad things for a lifetime, and in the end they have done a good thing called the prodigal. The good people have done a good thing for a lifetime, and in the end they made a mistake, which is called the original form. This world is really ironic. Diamond Joes shook his head and sighed slightly. Even if he was a pirate, even if he was supposed to be hostile to a Navy hero, after reading these reports, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of indignation. So what's so good about being a shackled hero is better than being a pirate and having the freedom to be a pirate? No one will give pointers to the behavior of the pirate. The 7th Division Captain Lakio said. Hula la 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 la, that B********** D is still the same as before. He is a complete lunatic. What kind of hero's name is not binding at all for him? He is also a free man on the sea. Quote. The Whitebeard shouted boldly. Father, but I still don't understand, that, what is the relationship between the hero Roland and the Red Earl Letterfield, and he will not hesitate to abandon the title of hero for him and have to save it. Advertisement. Joes asked with a puzzled face. Yeah, that, although Ryder was not an orthodox pirate before, he was just a lone ranger, but he was also a criminal who was rewarded at a high price by the Navy. As a Navy hero, Luo, is there anything wrong between them? Is it a known secret relationship? Foil, the captain of the 5th Division, looked at him with a gossip. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The two bastards Ryder and Roland did know each other before, but the relationship was not so good. Pale beard. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The golden eyes raised slightly. Hey, why are all the captains puzzled? These reports are very targeted. They want to catch Luo Lin to death. There must be a big problem. Wait, this incident should not be over yet, we just need to wait and see. Whitebeard spoke quietly, his eyes deep. After a while, the Whitebeard's big hand subconsciously leaned towards the hip flask not far away, and it was half of his stomach. Really, Daddy, didn't you promise us not to drink today? Today's bits and pieces are wasted again. Sometimes you have to take good care of your body. Upon seeing this, the leopard print nurses who were caring for the Whitebeard were angrily puffed up, their hands on their hips, and helplessly looked at their fathers. Hula la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed several times, concealing his embarrassment. Sure enough, only Captain Marco can control Daddy. The head nurse leopard sighed. Hey, at this moment, there was a crisp phoenix sound from the sky suddenly sounded. In the sky, a blue line of fire is eye-catching. On the sea, a fiery red flame dazzled the eyes. Advertisement. One red and one blue, 2 lines of fire across the sky, across the sea, and rushing straight in the direction of the whale ship Mobile. Looking at the 2 familiar lines of fire, the members of the White Regiment aboard the whale ship Mobile screamed in excitement. It's Captain Marco and Captain Ace. Marco and Ace are back. Hey, Marco, Ace. Everyone in the white group greeted enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, everyone, long time no see. We're back. In the sky, the blue phoenix Marco appeared in real form. At sea, Fire Fist Ace also walked out of the flames, jumped up, and landed on the whale deck. Papa, Marco and Eshi looked at Whitebeard. Hula la 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 la, just come back safely. When Bybird was happy, he drank the half pot of wine left in his hand. Little ones, the banquet can be prepared. Oh. Chapter 568, Legendary Brother, shocking the Red Hair Group for 100 years, 5 more requests. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi New World. An island under the jurisdiction of the 4 emperors red-haired Shanks. The rich aroma is mixed with the aroma of roasted meat. The melodious and cheerful song of the pirate resounded over the island with the cheers of the people. A grand and lively banquet is now underway. Ha 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 ha, everyone, have you seen my son's activity? Jesus Bu, who had returned from the Waisung incident, raised his glass and laughed happily. Yes, we have all seen it in the newspapers. We really deserve to be the son of Jesus Bu. The members of the red-haired pirate group praised it. Hey, boss, now Luffy is really amazing, maybe it won't be long before you can see him in the ocean. Little Fatty Lazulu spoke in excitement. Ahahaha, Luffy, that kid has really grown up on the hero's side, and I look forward to seeing him again. The 4 emperors red-haired Shanks grinned. Jesus Bu, Lu, Luffy, and Usopp will talk about the things about the 2 boys slowly. Now let's talk about your feelings in the big event, and that, the hero Luo Lin who defeated Kaido in succession, what kind of person is he? A red-haired pirate cadre shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha, then all right. Jesus nodded. Actually, about that Waisung fortress, are there any secrets that have been released? Don't be too surprised after hearing this. Little Fatty Lazulu pretends to be a mysterious way. Say quickly. Advertisement. The cadres of the red crowd gathered around and urged. Then let's talk about it when we arrived in that city. Do you know who we saw there? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jesus preached. Isn't that hero? No, it's the legendary flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji. Little Fatty Lazulu said solemnly. What, Nani? How could Golden Lion Shiji be here? The red crowd was shocked unconsciously. It's too early to be shocked. The corner of Jesus' mouth raised a curve. That, the rebellious Golden Lion Shiji has now been tamed by the hero Luo Lin, and has completely become the hero's younger brother. Sibilant hissing. Gudong. Jesus' cloth when voice down, a first audience silence. Then, the sound of people's apple rolling and the sound of inhaling air conditioning suddenly became one after another. Even if they were members of the top pirate group in this sea, after hearing this subversive and shocking news, they couldn't calm down at this moment. After all, it was Golden Lion Shiji, one of the most terrifying careerists in the sea of the last era. However, now he has become someone else's little brother. Became the younger brother of a former naval hero. Advertisement. The contrast is so big that it is really unacceptable. Even the red-haired Shanks, who is the 4 emperors, can't help but be astonished at this moment. He met the deputy captain Ben Beckman and looked at each other without saying a word. Before and after the Waisung incident, the ingenious red deputy captain Ben Beckman has analyzed the truth through various clues, whether it is the migration of the Sky Island or those in the conference, unusual floating arenas. Everything in it seems that there is still a powerful person behind it. His identity must be the flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji. It's just that even if he is as smart as Ben Beckman, he can only guess that this is a cooperation agreement reached between the hero Luo Lin and the Golden Lion Shiji. Who could have imagined that the jealous Golden Lion would directly become the younger brother of the hero Luo Lin? Boss, look at this. Just as the red cadres were shocked by the news, the newcomer on the ship, Rockstar, waved the newspaper in his hand, with shock on his face. The hero Luo Lin went to Advance City and brought out the legendary Earl of Great Pirate Redfield. The newcomer, Rockstar, shouted in shock. What did you say? Red Earl Letterfield. Another legend has become the hero's younger brother. The crowd of the red-haired pirates subconsciously screamed. Chapter 569. What brand of plastic bag can be installed so much? 6 more seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi and Endless Sea. No wind, no waves, no waves. This is also natural, because here is a windless zone. This has always been the case since ancient times. At this moment, on this windless sea, a large naval warship cruised freely, patrolling in this perilous sea king's nest. On the deck, the giant and the girl laughed and laughed continuously. On the bow of the warship, stood a white-haired old man with pigtails, lonely and arrogant. Even if he was wearing a prison uniform, he still couldn't conceal his noble and elegant aristocratic aura. It's worthy of a legendary existence, the loneliness of Red, Barlowy Claterfield, exactly the same as described in the rumors. Robin's beautiful eyes passed over the Red Earl rider on the bow, subconsciously marveling in his heart. The corner of Red Earl rider's mouth, who read Robin's admiration, was even raised with a pleasant arc. In the 6 underground levels of infinite hell in the city, he has lived a miserable life of darkness for 20 years. Ryder thought he would basically be like this in his life. Who would have thought that at this moment, Luo Lin appeared and brought him into the sun again. Facing the ocean, spring and blossom. There is also a cute little girl who remembers his fame. Life is the most proud, and that's probably it. Thinking of this, Ryder happily wanted to laugh out loud to celebrate his new life. In the end, however, he did not. Because right now he is alone. There are also the giant Sorrow, the little girl Robin, and his old friend Luo Lin. The lonely Red Letterfield naturally wants to implement his cold image from beginning to end. Thinking of this, Ryder nodded unconsciously. The breath exuding all over his body became more and more lonely. Advertisement. Hee, what brand of plastic bag this old guy can hold like this? Luo Lin thought to himself, the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised an evil arc. So, the next second, Ryder frowned suddenly, but his nose felt a little itchy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He didn't wait for him to do anything. An earth-shattering sneeze won't come out. With a sound of sneezes, the sea shook. There are waves on the calm and windless sea surface. What followed was a long dead silence. The deck was extremely quiet. The giant Sorrow and Robin both looked surprised. Ryder, whose bow was facing the crowd, couldn't help but froze under the eyes of Robin, and the expression on his face was even more exciting. Add bookmarks for easy reading. He just thought about keeping his lonely image in front of his younger generations. As a result, the next second was such a terrifying sneeze. It's really weird. He no longer knows how many years have not passed like this. Just as Count Red was puzzled, Papa, applause rang out. It's really you, Ryder, a sneeze is so loud, the sea kings underneath are all scared away by you. Luo Lin grinned and said, applause continued. Okay. Hearing this, Ryder raised his eyebrows suddenly. As if thinking of something, an irritation suddenly appeared on the old face. Luo Lin, was this B************** you just doing the trick? Ryder gritted his teeth and asked. Oh, there is no evidence. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything. The nose is on your own face. How can I control your sneezing? I think 80% of it is because someone is talking about you behind your back. Luo Lin said seriously. Advertisement. It seems there is some truth. Red Earl Ryder nodded blankly. After a while, after seeing the smiling non-smiling expression on Luo Lin's face, Ryder suddenly understood everything. The sharp gaze was locked on Luo Lin's body, and he started reading his mind and seeing and hearing. However, it was a lonely reading. Because before the start of his experience, Luo Lin had disappeared from his sight. Luo Lin, who also possesses mind-reading knowledge, knows how to defend against this kind of ability. But now, even if you don't need to read the mind to confirm, things are already very clear. Luo Lin, you be ***********************, you really did it, you wait for the old man. Red Earl Ryder shouted angrily, no longer his previous cold posture. Taking a step forward, his figure shot out instantly, chasing Luo Lin on the mast. Bang, boom, and boom, was followed by a dull sound of fists and palms. In the meantime, it was accompanied by Luo Lin's ridicule and Ryder's weird cry. Watching the two old men, fighting in the sky, Sorrow and Robin on the deck looked at each other, and strange colors appeared on their faces. There was the lone wolf Crocodile before, the lion and the golden lion Shiji, and now it is the Red Earl Ryder. Regardless of what kind of powerful people are, under Luo Lin's influence, they will become two people in front of Luo Ellen. Thunder, he really deserves to be the boss. After a while, Sorrow laughed. Yes, this is the personality charm of the uncle. Robin's beautiful eyes are shining, and his love is almost overflowing. Chapter 570. Red Earl Ryder beaten to autism, seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The dull sound of bang, bang, and boom echoed over this windless sea. The shock wave of force visible to the naked eye spreads, causing the calm and windless sea to appear layer after layer, like boiling. As for the sea kings under the sea, who are waiting for the opportunity, they have been frightened by the terrifying aura a long time ago, and they dare not stay on the battlefield of this monster for a while. The amazing duel lasted about a quarter of an hour before finally calming down. Huh. In the sky. The Red Earl Letterfield snorted, withdrew from the battlefield and retreated, and landed on the second deck again. Now after the war, the lonely Red Letterfield has lost its previous nobility and elegance. The hair that was originally neatly tangled up, an old face was even more swollen, and his eyes were black, as if painted with smoky makeup. The prison uniform on his body is also torn, revealing a green and purple skin under it. Looks so embarrassed, compared to the embarrassment of Red Earl Rider. At this moment, Luo Lin, standing on the mast, standing with his hands in his hands, is still calm as usual. All over the body, let alone bruising wounds. Even the corners of the clothes are not messy, even the slightest. Comparing the two and making judgments. Gudong. On the deck, the giant Soro looked at the embarrassed Red Earl Rider, and then at his unharmed boss. A pair of copper bells stared with big eyes, the apple rolled, and it made a loud scream. It shows how violent the shock in his heart at this moment is. As a lieutenant admiral who has experienced Roger's era, the giant Soro knows the horror of the Red Earl, who is as famous as Roger, the White Beard, and the Golden Lion by his own strength. Do not. As early as when he was still a crew member on Roland's ship, he already knew what a powerful character Letterfield was. However, even such a powerful Red Earl Rider, at this moment, in front of his boss Luo Lin, there is absolutely no way to fight back. Advertisement. This is too amazing, so I can believe it. 36 years later, how strong is the boss who brought himself from air? Sure enough, the boss is the god of miracles. The giant Soro murmured in shock. No matter who your opponent is, you will never lose. Uncle is the strongest in the world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Robin spoke confidently, with a bright smile on Chao's face. At this moment, the Red Earl Rider, who had experienced a battle with Roland on the second deck, felt as if his heart was turned upside down at this moment. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. A burst of turbulent waves. The whole person was shocked by Luo Lin's strength to the point where it could not be added. He had witnessed Roland slaughter the infinite hell, and he who unilaterally slapped Barrett had known that Roland was a complete monster. However, only after a real fight with him. He knew the extent of Luo Lin's monster even more deeply. It is so powerful that it cannot be guessed by common sense. Even if it is a character like him, he can't see the end of Luo Lin's strength at all. What a monster. Red Earl Rider was red and swollen, his cheeks were bruised, and his eyelids twitched wildly. After brewing for a long time, it finally suffocated 5 words. Ha ha ha, you are still far behind, Rider. Luo Lin grinned. Rider. What can he say about this? The skills are not as good as humans, so Luo Lin can only say it. Advertisement. Boss Mighty. Soro cheered loudly. Ha ha ha, it's no big deal. Luo Lin waved his hand modestly. Red Earl Rider's eyelids jumped wildly again when he looked at that humble posture. He simply turned around, not seeing and not bothering. Sit facing the bulkhead and began to shut himself. Ha ha ha. 4. Rider's autistic behavior. Luo Lin relentlessly laughed out loud again. The giant Soro, who has a mild temper and always considers others, scratched his head in embarrassment, and did not sprinkle salt on Rider's wound. Boss, we have stopped here for a long time, when will we go back? Soro asked expectantly. When he learned from Robin that Luo Lin's former subordinates and his brothers were all in Weisung, Sao Luo couldn't wait to reunite with everyone and celebrate. Don't worry, Soro, go right away. Luo Lin grinned and turned to look southeast. Soro and Robin on the deck also subconsciously followed Luo Lin's line of sight. After a while, a small black dot appeared in their sight. At the same time, the windless sea where the ancient well had no waves suddenly made violent waves. It seems that something huge is about to break out of the sea. Wow, Phailu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Chapter 571. Lonely High 2. Messy. Sea King Class Overlord. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The endless calm and windless sea suddenly caused violent waves. The aftermath of the battle between Luo Lin and Earl Red was even more exaggerated than before. The sea with a radius of several thousand meters trembled violently at this moment. In the depths of the dark sea, it seems that something huge is stirring the boundless wind and clouds. Could it be that? Soro seemed to have thought of something, and an expression of extreme horror suddenly appeared on the giant's face. As a former lieutenant admiral who has been in the sea for decades, how can Soro not know the terrible aspects of the windless zone? Here are the nests of various deep-sea large sea kings. Among them, there is no lack of ferocious existence that swallows an island in one bite. Since ancient times, there is another name for the cemetery of the ship in the windless zone. Once even the Navy dared not get too involved. It wasn't until the genius scientist Begapunk developed a solution. His research found that Halu rock can release a kind of energy that is the same as that of the sea. Mounting the sea building stone in the bottom of a warship can greatly shield the perception of the Sea King, so as to achieve the goal of passing through the windless zone safely. It was not until the successful research of this technology by Vegapunk that the Navy was finally able to travel freely through the windless zone. It greatly improves efficiency and saves the time from the Great Route to the Four Seas. However, Luo also knew that the method of shielding Neptune-like perception by using sea tower stones was not a panacea. If they stay in one place for too long, they will eventually be discovered and attacked. As it is now, appeared. Looking at the waterfalls and mountains hundreds of meters away, Zoro couldn't help but subconsciously screamed. Thunder and hee. Zoro, it's okay, don't be nervous at all. Advertisement. Robin couldn't help laughing. Listening to Robin's sweet laugh beside him, Zoro's tall body stopped. Yup, what is his nervousness now is no better than when he led the soldiers himself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is now an invincible boss on this warship, let alone a trivial sea king. Didn't you see that even the famous Red Earl Rider was beaten by the boss? Also startled by the sea's abnormal changes, Red Earl stood up to investigate the situation. His domineering look was locked on Luo Lin. Let's see what kind of plane Luo Lin is doing. Never thought that Luo Lin's speed and reaction were too fast, so he avoided it. It happened that Zoro was beside him again, and his body was big. Add bookmarks for easy reading. R greater than. So he just happened to read Zoro's last mental activity with him as an example. He meowed. I fell. The lonely red letterfield finally broke the cold posture of recovering. Just when the Red Earl Rider was in a mess. The seawater waterfall on the raised mountain hundreds of meters away flows all over. What turned into the sight of four people was a huge snake head with sharp edges and corners. A head alone is more than twice larger than a large navy ship. It is enough to imagine how huge its body remains under the sea. Gudong looked at the giant sea snake that appeared. Even if he had prepared, Zoro's Adam's apple still rolled down subconsciously. Turning to look at Luo Lin and Robin on the side. That's it for Luo Lin. Robin didn't see the slightest fear or nervousness on his face, but instead he wore a bright smile. What's the matter with Zoro's head cannot help but give birth to countless small question marks. Next moment. Advertisement. What made Zoro and Ryder on the second deck even more shocking happened. I saw Robin trot a few steps, leaning against the boat rail, raising his right hand high, waving to the super large sea king who appeared hundreds of meters away, and greeted. Hello. Hey, Xiao Hei, this way. Robin smiled and greeted. This 5,000-meter deep-sea serpent that appeared was the Sea King-like overlord who was tamed by Luo Lin on their way to the East Daxia Sea. Later, Luo Lin was appointed to be responsible for the transportation of the windless route between the East Daxia Sea and the Great Sea Route. Robin is no stranger to him. Robin, do you know it, that super large Sea King? Zoro cried out in surprise. Okay. Robin nodded naturally. This, Zoro, who got Robin's affirmative answer, only felt that his brain was not enough. Zoro, haven't seen me in 36 years, have you forgotten my abilities? Luo Lin smiled. Boss, ability. Zoro was taken aback first. After a while, he reacted, and a sudden look appeared on a giant's face. He thought of Luo Lin's other identity Sea King. Robin's acquaintance with the super large Sea King certainly subverted the three views. But if it is based on Luo Lin's power of the Sea King. Chapter 572. Robin is drunk and acts as a gangster. Please order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi and Endless Windless Sea. A black line of unknown length galloped past. There were waves of violent waves on this calm sea. The scene is spectacular. If someone flies high enough, it will be horrified to discover. The anomalous creature that caused the windless zone to make waves is a super large sea snake over 5 kilometers in length. Such a huge sea king usually only appears in the deep sea, and will not easily reach the surface of the sea. However, today it is indeed an abnormal gallop above the sea. All naturally because of the warship overhead and the people on the warship. Santin Island, where the Waisung fortress of Alabaston is located, can almost be said to be near the starting point of the Great Route. As for the propulsion city in the windless zone, it is near the end of the paradise. The distance between the two is far apart. When he came, Luo Lin only took Robin alone, relying on his own spatial ability. He was extraordinary speed. It took less than an hour to reach Push City. However, if I go back, this method is not very good. After all, there are two more people. Among them are large giants like Zoro. Even with Luo Lin's spatial ability, it would be troublesome to take 3 people together to perform a spatial replacement jump. The more important point is that it is dangerous. After all, that is the power of space. One of them is not so. The incompetents who are carried by them will be torn to pieces by the power of space. Therefore, when advancing the city, Luo Lin would ask for a warship from the commander-in-chief Gang Gukong. But even with the power of the large navy warships, it takes at least a week to cross the windless zone and return to Waisung Fortress on the other side of the sea, which is too slow. In the meantime, a special navigator is needed to control the direction and route, which is too much trouble. Luo Lin didn't want to do it himself. Zoro is too big to be at the helm. As for the Red Earl Rider, forget it. Thinking about going. Luo Lin finally decided to find a strong enough creature to pull the cart. In this windless zone, the most indispensable thing is large sea kings. Advertisement. After exploring with the power of Aquaman, Luo Lin accidentally discovered that the 5-kilometer level black snake he had encountered is now cruising nearby, expanding his territory. With a cooked snake, Luo Lin naturally wouldn't bother to find other Sea King overlords. Under Luo Lin's call, the 5,000-meter class little black snake came here cleverly. The large warship overhead headed back at the fastest speed in the direction of Weisung Fortress. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At the speed of the little black snake, it is estimated that it will take up to 2 days to. I have 2 days to see everyone again. How lucky I am. On the deck of the warship, the giant Soro exclaimed hopefully. Thinking of seeing his brothers who were born and died before, his heart was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Soro, no matter how impatient you are, the time to return to Weisung will not be shortened. Before the official banquet begins, let's eat something to fill up your stomach. You shouldn't have a good meal in a long time. Got it. Robin Chow smiled and opened his mouth, holding an exquisite delicacy in his hand. In Luo. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Under Bin's reminder, Soro, who was not hungry, suddenly heard thunderous drums. In these 20 years of infinite hell, let alone delicious food, it is considered good without starving to death. Although the plate in Robin's hand is a bit small, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is meat. Moreover, it is Robin's mind, Soro will naturally not be picky. Sorry, Soro, this is not for you, yours is behind. Just when Soro was happy to put out his fingers to pick it up. Robin smiled playfully and slyly, Lianbu moved lightly, and went straight to Luo Lin on the reclining chair. Falling thunder he. Soro, who knew he had an oolong, could only laugh to relieve his embarrassment. Big guy, you can't eat the little girl's love meal, let's try the old man's craftsmanship. Red Earl Ryder's voice sounded. Red Earl Ryder, who had changed into a chef's uniform, walked out of the cabin pushing a car of steaming barbecue. Mr. Ryder personally cooks, thank you very much, hehehe. Soro laughed. Hey, Ryder, isn't the craftsmanship bad? Luo Lin, who was eating Robin's special love meal, smiled. That is. Red Earl Ryder stood out proudly. Advertisement. Then after we go back, let you be our sous chef in Weisung. Luo Lin squinted and smiled. Hey, the smile on Ryder's old face solidified. He is lonely and red, the legendary big pirate, you tell me you want me to be a cook or a deputy to play with me, ha 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 ha. Falling thunder he. Pouch. Seeing Ryder's awkward expression, Luo Lin, Saoluo and Robin couldn't help laughing. Ryder, who knew he had been ridiculed again, was suddenly full of black lines. Ha ha ha, Ryder, don't care about such trivial things, come here, drink and drink. Luo Lin snapped his fingers, and the fine wine in the warship's storage room was transmitted to the deck one after another. Ryder, who hadn't touched a drink in Ling's 20 years, suddenly brightened his eyes. The unhappiness in my heart was wiped out instantly. From noon to dusk, and then to night. The empty wine bottles on the deck almost piled up into a hill. Even if it is a giant like Salo, he is still being overwhelmed at this moment. He lay down on the deck and started to fall asleep. The snoring sound is like thunder. The Red Earl with his back leaning on the mast, even if he is drunk, still maintains an elegant sleeping position. As for Robin, even a few hours ago, he was already drunk and unconscious. At this moment, curled up in Luo Lin's arms like a kitten. So, Luo Lin, the only sober person in the room, swept his gaze over Soro and Ryder, and finally landed on Robin in his arms, preparing to take him back to the cabin to rest. Only when Luo Lin picked up Robin. Robin, who felt the fiery temperature of Luo Lin's big hand, let out a soft scream and opened his dimly drunk eyes. Roland. Chapter 573. Return. Weisung Shock. Request full customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Boss, Robin, why are you still on board? The giant Soro looked at Luo Lin and Robin walking out of the cabin with surprise. Where can we be if we are not on the ship? Luo Lin smiled. We have always been on board. Robin nodded lightly, with a look of happiness and contentment. But, yesterday, I yelled after I woke up from alcohol, the boss, you guys didn't respond. Later, Mr. Ryder went to look for you in the cabin and said that he didn't find it. I thought you had already gone back first. Saoluo stared innocently with big eyes, and spoke innocently. When Soro was really big-eyed that day, Robin lowered his head shamelessly and hid behind Luo Lin. I have been doing this all day yesterday. This kind of thing, although it is a good thing, but as a girl, Robin is embarrassed to say it. Compared to Robin, Luo Lin's face is always thicker. Sorry, Soro, Robin and I drank too much the night before and accidentally slept a little longer. Luo Lin said seriously. Nothing is wrong, boss, you are dealing with so many people in infinite hell at the same time, you must be very tired, and you should sleep a little longer. Saoluo waved his hand again and again. Regarding Luo Lin's remarks, I am convinced. As for the Red Earl Ryder on the side, perceived the line of sight from Luo Lin. Ryder suddenly made a disdainfully cut, and an expression of seeing through everything appeared on his old face. Hee, Ryder, I haven't seen you for a day. Where did you find the clothes? It looks very trendy. Roland rode. And Soro, your clothes are also very nice. Robin calmed down and noticed Soro's trendy clothes. Advertisement. Thunder and this is all the credit of Mr. Ryder. He helped me make this dress. Now I can meet my brother in dignity. Thanks, Mr. Writer. Soro laughed. Hey, awesome, Writer, I didn't expect you to have this craft. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin couldn't help but look at Ryder with admiration. Humph. Red Earl Ryder snorted proudly. Now I know how to please the old man. Okay, for the sake of this sentence, the old man will not expose the two of you 2 days. Ryder thought. And, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. It is truly an elegant Red Earl, and he is really unique in design. In this case, in addition to the position of the assistant chef, I will appoint you as the chief designer assistant of our Weisung. Luo Lin smiled. Hey. It didn't take long for the Red Earl Ryder's tense old face to collapse in an instant. The chief designer, assistant. Red Earl Ryder gritted his teeth. Yeah, if you had been earlier, the chief costume designer, but now this position has been taken by the starfish kid Papagu. After all, you have to pay attention to a first come, first served one. Sea Star's assistant. After hearing that his boss was a starfish, Ryder was stupid. Come on, I believe that with the help of your vision, our Weisung fashion clothing brand will soon be popular all over the world. By then, you will also be a world-class design master. I am optimistic about you. Roland smiled and patted the dull Red Earl Ryder on the shoulder. Humph. Advertisement. Ryder, who was really furious, patted Kai Luolin's right hand, turned around, and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Ha ha ha. After teasing Ryder again, the Black Sea Snake had already brought the warship to the gateway island of Weisung Fortress. Captain Dongli. Captain Brokey. Neptune class. Neptune class is here. When I saw the huge creature that could swallow the island from a distance, it approached. The giants Cassie and Omoy on the arch bridge suddenly screamed in surprise. What, Nani? The captains of the 2 giants also saw the black tongues that were approaching, and their eyes were unavoidable. Tongli, Brokey, don't be nervous, it's me. Luo Lin's calm voice rang from the ears of the giants. This is Luo Linsheng's voice. When he heard Luo Lin's voice, the 4 giants on the portal island were first taken aback, and then they couldn't help but smile. Captains, it's really Mr. Luo Lin, there is a warship on the head of the Sea King. Mr. Luo Lin, they are back. The giants Cassie and Omoy shouted in surprise. The news soon passed back to the main city. Therefore, the entire Weisung city is shaken for it. The last chapter was not dared to post, and it will definitely be banned after sending it out. Please wait until the manuscript fee is applied for the ununderlined version. Please download. Chapter 574. Touched Reunion. Giants and Partners. Open Black Lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close Black Lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Nani. The boss is back. Soro must be together too. Quickly, get ready for the welcome banquet. I can't wait to see them. When the news of Luo Lin and his party's return reached the main city, the entire Weisung fortress was shaken instantly. Everyone, let me go one step ahead. A veteran who couldn't wait greeted him, and then he hurriedly stepped on the moon step to rush overseas. I am going too. Wait for me. Me too. A group of old guys wailed their throats, rushing to the sky on the moon step to welcome Luo Lin and his party's return. At the same time, Weisung Gateway Island. Arriving at the destination, the task of the 5,000-meter class Black Snake's trip was completed. Following Luo Lin's order, the little black snake's body gradually sank into the sea and quietly retreated. Under Luo Lin's power and control, the large warship slowly passed through the portal. Hey, Soro, do you still know us? The 2 giants on the portal arch bridge, Cassie and Oimo, waved hello. You are Cassie and Oimo. Looking at the familiar figures of the 2 giants on the arch bridge, Soro on the deck of the warship was first taken aback, and then yelled in surprise. As a contemporaneous person from Elbaf, the kingdom of giants, how can Soro remember these 2 childhood friends? Gujiahia, Saoluo boy, do you still recognize me? Gabababa, see you again, Saoluo. The blue ghost Tori and the red ghost Brokey came from the shores of the 2 islands and greeted with a big smile. Advertisement. Mr. Dongli and Mr. Brokey, your duel is finally over. This is really great. Saoluo's eyes widened again, looking at Dongli on the left hand, and Brokey on the right hand, a giant face could not hide the joy. More than 100 years ago, the 2 strongest in the village of Elbaf, the giant kingdom, and Brokey formed the giant pirates and headed to the sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Received an enthusiastic response from a group of young giants. Among them, Cassie, Omoy and others followed. At that time, Soro was also one of the best in his contemporaries. It's just because of his personal temperament that he is too gentle, so naturally he won't join. Even if they were invited by the 2 giant captains, they were all rejected by Saoluo. Later, because of the contradiction between the 2 giant captains, the giant pirate, who had been brilliant for a few years, was disbanded. Include card. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The giants and pirates without a leader, including West and Omoy, were captured by the navy and are about to be executed. At this moment, the young, good, nun who made the 4 emperors Luo Te Lingling cherish his heart appeared. Through the arrested giants, he played a play with the world government. It built a bridge and bond between the navy and the kingdom of giants. Under the guidance of the nun Carmelo, send powerful giants to the navy. That time, Soro, who is physically strong, is naturally at the forefront of the candidate list. It was only because of his own mild personality that Soro chose to escape again. Live a peaceful and quiet life in Elbaf. Until more than 40 years ago. On vacation, Lieutenant General Luo Lin went to the giant country Elbaf for a tour and accidentally ran into Soro, the character in the plot. Suddenly, on a whim, Fudge Solo got on his boat. Soro, who was just holding it out for a walk, couldn't get off the boat again. Advertisement. Because Soro was really overjoyed with the atmosphere on Roland's boat. This is a novel and interesting experience he has never had in his boring life in the past few decades. In addition, those years on the Roland boat, Luo Lin took him north and south. I went to the Devil's Triangle to find the skeletons, and I heard the wonderful golden bell in Gaia that I had never heard before, and I was still there. I saw two seniors Dongli and Brokey in the small garden of the ancient island. These, all of them. The most precious experience in Soro's life is worth remembering all his life. Soro, meet again. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Soro. Long time no see, Sir Soro. It's great to be alive and see you again. Soro. Just when the giant Saluo was immersed in the good memories of the past and was grateful for everything so far. Suddenly there was a nostalgic call from the sky. Even in the past 2 decades, it is still so familiar and kind. Just listening to those voices, Soro's mind unconsciously clearly showed the past scenes, those familiar voices and smiles. Call. Saluo took a deep breath, suppressed the emotion and joy in his heart, and then suddenly raised his head. Looking to the sky, although old, but still familiar and familiar faces, his eyes are unconsciously ruddy. Everyone, thank you, I am so happy to see you again. Chapter 575, Warm Cheers. Celebrate the joy of reunion. Please order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, ha ha ha. What a surprise. Soro, are you going to cry? This is not your style, Soro. Don't you always smile? Soro, it's a good day to laugh. The elderly team in the sky laughed and opened their mouths, stepping on the moon step and landing on Soro's hair, shoulders and palms. Like one after another human-shaped pendant, interacting closely with Soro. Falling thunder he he he. Surrounded by familiar and kind friends. Soro finally let out the characteristic laughter as always. Ha ha ha, that's the way it is. Then go back quickly, Chief Alfred and they are still waiting. Next is a lively banquet. The veterans were excited and yelled with joy. Oh, I almost forgot. Boss Luo Lin is still there, on the boat. And veteran patted his head and wailed. Under his reminder, the other old people also reacted. They hurriedly got down from Saluo and surrounded Luo Lin on the deck. We already know about the advancement of the city. We really deserve to be our boss Luo Lin. The boss is mighty. The boss is domineering, suppressing the riots of infinite hell with one's own power. This kind of feat can only be done by our boss. The veterans don't hesitate to say good things, and spare no effort to pat all kinds of rainbow farts. It's okay, it's all calm, don't do 6 basic exercises. Luo Lin grinned and said, mingling with the veterans. Seeing this cheerful and sincere picture, the Red Earl rider on the side was silent. There was an inexplicable envy in a pair of deep old eyes. Advertisement. However, the lonely rider has always been alone and will not integrate into any group. At least not yet. The atmosphere on the warship was warm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Amid the joy and excitement of the veterans, the ship slowly sailed into the crescent bay of Weisung City. Bay Plaza. The chief instructor Zepha, Karp, and Alfred and other steady veterans all waited for a long time. Somewhere further behind, there are also tens of thousands of young warriors in Weisung, eagerly waiting for the return of their hero Grand Marshal. When a large warship docked in the harbor. When the figures of Luo Lin, Saluo and others appeared in people's sight, the mountains and the sea suddenly sounded in the square. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The roar of cheers resounded across the sky. This shocking picture shocked Soro, who saw this kind of scene for the first time. I can't get back to God for a long time. Soro. Welcome back, boss, Soro. Until Alfred waited for the familiar shouts of the veterans to sound. Soro finally recovered from the shock of this enthusiastic cheer. The sight fell on those familiar old brothers, and the mood that had only calmed down again soon became agitated. Puff ha 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 ha. This time there was another big riot. Luo Lin, if you continue like this, the Warring States period will really be PD off by you. Karp laughed. How can it be so exaggerated? At most it's so angry. Luo Lin had a bright, harmless smile on his face. Occasionally, think about us, the one who wipes your A, Luo Lin. Advertisement. Zepha opened his mouth speechlessly, and glanced at the independent Red Earl rider on the second deck intentionally or unintentionally. Mr. Zepha, Mr. Karp, sorry, it's all because of me. Soro scratched his head apologetically. In any case, it should be the old man who has to say sorry. If the old man knew that you were imprisoned in the Warring States period in Advanced City, there would not be as many things as today, and you would not have to suffer so many years. Karp waved his hand. That kid Kuzan is really outrageous, even the old man kept it secret. When I go back next time, I will definitely find him Totok. No. Hearing this, Saluo immediately waved his hand again and again. I told Kuzan not to tell other people. I don't want Mr. Karp and everyone to be implicated because of my waywardness. Soro explained in a hurry that he wanted to help his best friend. You really are the most considerate of others as always, Uncle Soro. A beautiful female voice came from heaven. You are, Gion. Seeing the beautiful shadows falling from the sky, Saoluo suddenly yelled in surprise. Uncle Soro, long time no see. Gion smiled. Okay, what are everyone doing in a daze? Boss, they have returned, and the banquet can begin. Today, we all work together for Soro's return, not drunk or returning. Oh, as the cheers of the veterans fell, Weisung Bay Plaza, a warm celebration banquet was held again. Chapter 576. Earl Red and Brooke. Roland's Troubles. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi, Alabaston Watchang, Gulf Plaza. The lively celebration banquet reopened, and the atmosphere was warm. For the former giant lieutenant general, the young warriors of Weisung did not know much about it. But this did not delay their joy and excitement at all. Because this banquet is not just for Soro's return, but also for their Grand Marshal's activity in pushing the city. I thought it was a big crisis on a fishing boat. As a result, under the operation of Morgans, the peaks turned, and on the contrary, the name of a hero was once again achieved. This is naturally a thing to celebrate. At last. Able to get a day's vacation from the devil training of the chief instructor. Who can not be happy with such a great thing, just as the young soldiers in Weisung City laughed and rejoiced for this holiday. Zepha, who received the news, picked up the loudspeaker and spoke again. Boys, give me everything to eat and drink today. Oh, all the young soldiers shouted in unison. Then, Zepha paused, then grinned. Tomorrow's training intensity will be doubled, and today's share must be made up as well. Don't try to be lazy, bastards. Zepha's voice spread across the square through big speakers. The audience was silent at first. Next second. Quote, comma, exclamation mark, quote. No, will the training be doubled tomorrow? I still can't escape. Teacher Zepha, forgive us. The wailing of the young soldiers echoed all over the square. Ha 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 ha, you are still far away, boys. Little ghosts, it's still too tender. The veterans in the center of the square laughed. It's really Mr. Zepha, I'm thunderous. The giant Soro laughed and burst into tears. Advertisement. Come on, Soro, do it. Soro, have a drink with me too. Today, I said I won't be drunk or go home. The veterans raised their glasses to Soro. Good. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Soro nodded and drank. 3 wine rounds. Dishes have 5 flavors. Only then did the drunk veterans realize what was wrong. Oh, the boss doesn't seem to have seen the boss since an hour ago. And veteran spoke in a puzzled manner. Puff ha 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 ha. Karp on the side suddenly laughed out loud. That guy Luo Lin probably has a headache now. Karp had a small expression of gloat on his face. What? And 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Nani. Boss has a headache. That's not good, please call the doctor quickly. The drunk veterans one after another anxiously spoke. Well, you old guys don't make a mess. That is the boss's own problem, and only the boss can handle it. Alfred, who also knew the reason, shook their heads helplessly. The other side, a corner of the edge of the square. The melodious song of the pirate Binks wine, floating in the sky. Unfettered young people like Luffy in straw hats, Sabo, Sauron, and Bonnie, who was fostered by a big bear, gather together and sing and dance, so it is not lively. In the meantime, except for the youngsters such as Straw Hat Luffy. Roger's old people such as Raleigh, Kuroka's, Brooke, and Sambel were also present. In addition, there is also the lonely red Barori Clydefield who was also brought out by Roland from Infinite Hell. Advertisement. If it is an ordinary situation, for this kind of lively banquet where a large number of people gather, Red Earl Rider is a bird without a bird. But this time it was different. Because there is Brooke, an idol who has an irreplaceable position in his life. Listening to the beautiful violin performance, the old face of the Red Earl Rider unconsciously appeared intoxicated. The song is over. The meaning is still unfinished. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Rider, I hope this song can bring you a trace of comfort. Brooke smiled. Okay. Count Red nodded silently. Rider, are you going to live here now? Kuroka's asked. Before finding a new goal, the old lady will settle here for the time being. Red Earl Rider said politely. Ha ha ha, it's not straightforward at all. Rider B******************. D. Raleigh laughed. Another legendary character has joined the group. It's really our size. Now the team has grown again. The legendary Lonely Red joins in. This is really. The younger generations such as Sabo, Sauron, Usopp, Lucio, Bonnie and so on were shaking in their hearts. Feng Klai, Dazbonis and even the lone wolf Crocodile were also shocked and delighted. Everyone, don't be stunned. The banquet is just as lively as possible. The heartless boy with straw hat would naturally not consider these issues, and concentrate on the banquet. Oh, after the shock, the young people shouted in response, celebrating the joining of the legend. At the same time, Weisung Center Manor House, even if surrounded by a group of Yingyingyanyan and beautiful little girls, Luo Lin's face is still unconventionally relaxed. Instead, my eyebrows were frowned, and I only felt a headache, one head and two big heads. Chapter 577. Robin and Nami. The tacit understanding between women. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Watchang Central Manor Mansion. Compared with the excitement of Bay Plaza, the atmosphere here is much quieter. However, when Luo Lin's figure appeared, the tranquil atmosphere of this manor where the little girls lived was instantly broken. Master Luo Lin, welcome back. Brother Luo Lin, you have worked hard. Tutor, you are active in pushing city. Sister Robin has already told us. You really deserve to be a mentor. Looking at Luo Lin, who appeared out of thin air near the gate of the manor. The female Emperor Hancock, Nami, Vivi, Kurla, etc., who had been waiting for a long time, eagerly greeted them all at once. Holding hands, holding thighs. Each act like a baby. Surrounded by young girls with outstanding looks, and even peerless. Luo Lin is not a saint without desires, and naturally he will not remain unmoved. Just now, compared to enjoying the tenderness of the little girls. There is another thing that is bothering Luo Lin at this moment. 4. Luo Lin, a strong man who stands on the top of the world. No matter what powerful enemy it is, even if it is the 5 old stars on the Holy Land or even Imzi, it will not make him frown. In this world, the only one who can shake Luo Lin is. Ah hey, has he gone back? Luo Lin spoke with a headache, not the easy way he used to be. As for Sister I already went back to the base 2 days ago. It's really strange. I even said before that I would wait for Lord Luo Lin to come back together. The female Emperor Hancock took Luo Lin's left arm, with an innocent and happy smile on her face. Maybe something important happened on the base. After all, Sister is still a lieutenant admiral. Kurla guessed. It's a pity. There is news from Lao Jin and Marian that the water park on Paradise Resort Island has been basically completed and can be used for play. I originally wanted to take Sister to go with me. Advertisement. Wei Wei sighed regretfully. Well, don't care, there will be opportunities for this kind in the future. Luo Lin raised his hand and touched Wei Wei's small head. Okay. Wei Wei nodded obediently. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Brother Luo Lin, let's hurry up. Everyone has prepared a lot of delicacies for Luo Lin to taste one by one. Okay then. Luo Lin nodded and entered the room surrounded by a group of little girls. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It's done. It's no use worrying here right now. Those who owe Ahe can only make up for it later. The other side. Until Luo Lin and others entered the house, Nami and Robin near the gate stared with big eyes. If it were before, Nami's enthusiasm for Rolin would not be less than any little girl. However, today, I didn't even say much. Take the initiative to pass the opportunity to others. Robin is the same. This is the tacit understanding between them as women, not little girls, but 2 real women, Luo Lin's women. Robin looked forward to her eyes and fell on Nami's long legs. Sister is because she saw Nami, you and Luo Lin. Robin spoke. Nami pressed her small mouth tightly and did not answer. A pair of beautiful eyes gradually moved down, and finally landed on Robin's long legs. Sister Robin, sure enough you are. Advertisement. Nami narrowed her eyes slightly. Under Nami's gaze, Robin blushed with a guilty conscience. The eyes are facing each other, and there is no word for a long time. After a while, hey, Nami, Sister Robin, are you still standing here and doing what Mr. Luo Lin hasn't come back? The voice of the peaked cap girl Alice came from not far away, breaking the silence in the room. Alice. Luo Lin's words are already inside. Then Robin and Nami looked away and looked at the girl Alice who was walking outside the gate. It's good to be back. I just want to report to Mr. Rolin about Germa, so I'll go in first. Girl Alice held a pile of materials, past Robin and Nami, and trot away first. Nami. Sister Robin. Robin and Nami spoke in a tacit understanding again. It really is better to share good things with everyone. Nami grinned. I think so. Robin nodded. Then it's decided, although I'm a little sorry. Sister Crane, but. Nami makes a decision. Let everyone see each other frankly as soon as possible. Robin's tacit smile added. Chapter 578. Germa's Refuge. Lei Ju's Sacrifice. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The grand banquet celebrating the return of heroes and partners ended yesterday evening. After one night, the Weisung Square, which was originally messy, has restored its usual solemnity. Early in the morning, before dawn, the training area of Weisung Coast and Bay Plaza was already occupied by the loud slogans of the soldiers. The magnificent momentum formed by the condensation of tens of thousands of soldiers made the sea full of waves. At the same time, the overseas visitors were shocked and trembling. The sea is about 3 kilometers away from Weisung Fortress. Under the faint light of the sky, one huge sea snail after another revealed its true body. On the back of the snail, there are many castle-shaped buildings. Intertwined with each other and turned into a sea-mobile country. Germa 66. Father, this time you should have completely figured it out. Lei Ju, the eldest princess Lei Ju, dressed in a short pink jumpsuit, walked towards Gage with her long legs and spoke calmly. Okay. Vince Mokjaj, the contemporary king of Germa 66, nodded solemnly. A month ago, when Wei Sung faced the world's heroes and held the first martial arts meeting with the overlord fruit as the prize. Gage and Germa set off decisively, competing for the supremacy level to crush the fruit as the second place. Cage's main purpose is to see with his own eyes who is the leader of this city that has gained fame in just a few months. If he can cooperate with it and form an alliance, he will be treated to him. What are the benefits of Ma? At first, Cage came with the intention of forming an alliance with Wei Sung. However, the various major events that followed completely subverted his ideas. The leader behind Wei Sung is the disappeared naval hero, the Superman who once defeated the overlord of the sea. The martial arts conference was held, and the four emperors Lauder Lingling and the four emperors Kaido came together, but they were defeated and shocked by the hero alone. The world. After witnessing the energy possessed by Wei Sung Fortress and the hero, Cage had already decided in his heart. Advertisement. He knows that they rely solely on their own strength. It is difficult or basically impossible to bring Germa back to her former glory and command Beihai. But if there is a hero king on the sea as the backing to gain the support of the heroes Luo Lin and Wei Sung power, it will definitely not be a dream for them to regain the dominance of the North Sea by Germa 66. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In order to achieve this goal, it is to become a vassal of others, and Jaji also does not hesitate. It should have been. At the first moment of the defeat of the two big four emperors, Cage had already planned to leave for Wei Sung. However, the subsequent changes, a sudden attack. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The world government of heroes in Wei Sung City, but Cage's firm heart was shaken. After a week of repeated entanglement and thinking, Cage finally made a decision again. The membership of the world government does not bring any substantial benefits to their dominance of the North Sea by Germa. Instead, they need to pay a huge amount of heavenly gold to the Tianlong people and the government every year. To reproduce the glory of Germa-zu, they must find another way and obtain the support of other stronger and freer forces. 4. Germa. This move may be life and death. Wrong is, failed, the entire Germa may no longer exist. If the choice is correct, then their Germa 66 will inevitably far exceed any previous era and achieve the supreme tyranny. This is a dangerous gamble for Gachi and Germa, but it is worth the bet. Jaji has had enough of the feeling of being aggrieved by the recent rise of the major forces in the North Sea, and the country standing on his head. Now is their best chance to stand up and become the Lord of the North Sea. Lei Ju. Yes, my father. As you said, I missed the previous opportunity. This time we, Germa, want to reach cooperation with Wei Sung, we must pay a heavier price. Advertisement. Kaji spoke up. Lei Ju was silent. This time I have really made up my mind, no matter. You have to get the support of that hero at whatever price you pay, you should understand. Jaji said calmly. Yes. Lei Ju nodded. After a while. It's just father, the hero Mr. Luo Lin may not be able to look at me. Lei Ju said. Of course I know this, but this time it's not a marriage in the political sense. You are just a commodity I dedicate to heroes. Jaji spoke indifferently. It's just a commodity. Ah. Lei Ju's small face was pale, and she couldn't help but smile tragically. Although he knew that his father was a complete scumbag, Lei Ju was still heartbroken by the cruel result. That's fine. Even living in that city as a traded commodity is better than living in this place full of ruthless scum. Besides, there is Sanji. Thinking of staying in Wei Sung as a commodity, I wouldn't be too lonely. Lei Ju Chao's face finally recovered a little blood. Chapter 579. Robin. Please don't leave me. Subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The recent little girl, are you so wild? Luo Lin couldn't help thinking. Looking at Robin who was gradually dishonest in his arms, the look on Luo Lin's face gradually became weird. On the other side, Robin, who had recovered a little sober, saw that Luo Lin had no intention of stopping. Silver teeth bite, and a firm light flashed through the drunken beautiful eyes. Perceiving this, Luo Lin's eyelids suddenly jumped. The figure flashed, and in a flash, he took Robin to a clean room in the cabin. Little Robin, if you are sober, don't pretend. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing that, Robin's hand movement paused. The ruddy color on Chao's face, which was soaked in wine, became deeper and deeper. After a moment of silence, with his eyes facing each other, Robin finally spoke. Uncle, you and Nami have been a few days ago. Robin said something pointedly. Luo Lin. Silence represents acquiescence. Luo Lin didn't want to deceive anyone on this kind of thing. Sure enough, Robin, who understood Luo Lin's silence, flashed a lonely face unconsciously. I noticed it when I saw Nami this morning, but I'm not sure yet, now. Having said that, Robin couldn't help but pause, then sighed. Hey, so angry, obviously I came first. Robin pretended to be angry, with a sense of powerlessness between his words. Luo Lin. The unspeakable silence continued for a while. Robin raised his slender hand and wrapped it around Luo Lin's neck. Four eyes face each other. Uncle, I like you, the most favorite. Robin plucked up his courage, and finally confided this long-held words in his heart. Advertisement. One day we will return to Wei Sung, now is my last chance, I don't want to miss it again, so uncle you too, please don't leave me again. Robin spoke softly, crying imploringly in his voice. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, he listened to Robin's heartfelt confession. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How can Luo Lin remain silent and indifferent? The Blue Sea. A slashing wave that is thousands of meters long, rolling up endless waves. Look, what is that? On the observation deck of the pirate ship about 1,000 meters away from the black wave, a pirate suddenly screamed. What the hell is that? It looks like a creature. Such a huge creature, what the hell is that? And NBS. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. P. Other people on the pirate ship also discovered the existence of the straight black line, and shouted in shock. Neptune class, it's a super large Sea King class. The pirate on the observation deck saw the body of the black thread through the observation mirror, and suddenly screamed in surprise. Super large Sea King class. My god, how is this going? How can such level Neptune class haunt here? Unbelievable. All the pirates on the ship were shocked. Fortunately, the Black Sea Snake didn't care about their existence, just rushed straight in one direction. It wasn't until the Black Sea Snake dashed far away that the pirates on the ship collapsed on the deck like they were unstretched. I seem to have seen a warship above that Sea King's head just now. After a long while, the watchman pirate who first spotted the Black Sea Snake spoke. How can it be? Everyone waved their hands feebly, and then fell silent. An episode like this has happened many times on the way back to Weisung Fortress. Advertisement. Early morning 2 days later. The 5,000-meter class Black Sea Snake entered the waters of Shunting Island with the warship overhead. The melodious and high-pitched bells of dang, 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 came from the 9 heavens. The Black Sea Snake's speed gradually slowed down, seeming to be listening to the music of heaven. The giants Sorrow and Red Earl Rider, who were meditating on the deck, opened their eyes suddenly, and intoxicated expressions unconsciously appeared on their faces. What a wonderful bell. Red Earl sighed. This bell, I know. Sorrow grew emotional. This is the bell of the Golden Bell in the Sky Island. The boss has taken us to listen to it before. Have we arrived in Gaia? Sorrow said to himself. No, Sorrow, it's only right when you get home. Robin's voice came from the cabin. I'm home. Didn't the boss's Weisung Fortress say that it is in Alabaston, but the Sky Island corresponds to Gaia? Sorrow said in shock. Because now the Sky Island has been moved to Alabaston by the uncle. Robin blinked playfully. Ah, even this kind of thing. Saoluo's eyes widened in shock again. After a while, Saoluo's gaze was fixed on Robin and Roland, who walked out of the cabin afterwards. What's wrong? Robin's face blushed slightly, thinking that Sorrow had seen something. Boss, Robin, you are still on the boat. Sorrow said with surprise on his face. Chapter 580. Goodbye sister and brother. Lei Ju's Little Joy. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The sea area a kilometer away from the gateway of Watcheng originated from the maritime kingdom of the North Sea, and the rumored army of evil Girma 66 arrived. Huge sea snails carry castles and form a magnificent sea kingdom with magnificent momentum. A small sea snail ship carrying the 3 princes Germa headed by Cage and the Princess Lei Ju approached straight towards Weisung. Gujiahia, here is a guest of Germa 66 inches. The giant Captain Dongli, who was in charge of guarding the gate of Weisung Fortress, asked loudly. Exactly. The snail ship Prau Kashi responded loudly. Gabababa, if that's the case, then go in. Broki the red ghost on the other side spoke. There was no obstruction, letting Germa's sea snail battleship pass by. 3 minutes later, the sea snail boat of the people of Germa sailed into Crescent Bay. Lianbu, the girl in the peaked cap, who had been waiting in the bay for a long time, moved lightly, with a professional smile on her face. Guest of Germa, Mr. Rolling is already waiting, please come with me. The girl Alice smiled and made an inviting gesture. It's really an honor, then there will be work. The arrogant Jirulu, Jaji, at this moment, also nodded politely, without any hint of arrogance. This is also natural. Because he is here today to seek the support of Weisung, he naturally needs to lower his posture if he asks for others. In addition, it is also because this is Weisung. Weisung is home to legendary heroes and countless strong men. Even if he is the master of a country, he does not have the slightest arrogant capital in this city. At this point, Kaji can easily handle it. With the constraints of Goj, because of the loss of human emotions due to scientific transformation, the 3 big Germa who were not afraid of killing Prince Matt did not have any extraordinary actions. All the way is safe and sound. 5 minutes later, the headquarters building arrived. Alice girl, you have worked hard. An old soldier waiting outside the building smiled and nodded to Alice. Advertisement. No, this is what I should do. The girl Alice shook her head quickly. Then Binsmoke Jaji, follow us to see the boss. As for the princesses and princes, just wait here first. The other veteran smiled and looked at Gachi. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's better to be respectful than to follow your fate, and you have to work to lead the way. Jaji took a deep breath, calmed down his nervousness, and then stepped into the building. The other side. Watching Kaji walk away and disappear, Reijo's beautiful eyes fell on the girl Alice, who was aside, and he stopped talking. Even the hopeless scum father is still his father. And 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Agaga, Miss Lei Ju, don't worry, it's okay, Mr. Luo Lin is very good at talking. Girl Alice laughed. Okay. Lei Ju nodded stiffly. By the way, Miss Lei Ju, are you Sanji's older sister? The girl Alice spoke again. Where is Sanji now? Hearing the girl Alice mentioning Sanji, Lei Ju's pretty face finally showed a little look. For Sanji, it's over there. The girl Alice blinked playfully and pointed at Lei Ju's back. Lei Ju suddenly turned around. After waiting to see the younger brother walking not far behind, a smile finally appeared on his face. Sanji. Lei Ju let out a pleasant cry of surprise and joy in her heart. On the other side, listening to his sister's call, Sanji's mouth opened a narrow arc, seemingly reluctant. Hey, Sanji, your beautiful sister is calling you. Advertisement. Usopp poked Sanji's waist and reminded. I know. The look on Sanji's face was tangled. I've said that I don't use them a long time ago, don't worry about them, are they? Sanji murmured. Hey, lucky chef, you won't be persuaded, are you? Sauron provoked. What are you talking about? B**************** dechlorifida. Soren's provocation took effect. Don't be afraid, Sanji, everyone is here this time. Chef Zepp, this time we must seek justice for Sanji. Yeah, the chefs of the accompanying sea restaurant Barati shouted. The care from the family made Sanji's depression disappeared in an instant. Come here, by the way, Sanji, you don't look good, my sister is very punctual. A ruffian chef has his eyes open with love. You be **********************, don't play Lei Ju's idea, what else makes me look bad, I'm an authentic handsome guy. Sanji went crazy. Under the double stimulation of Sauron and Barati's opposing opponents, they finally returned to their former state. Sanji, you really have grown into an excellent adult now. As Sanji rolled up his sleeves to prepare for a stand, Lei Ju floated up, and her white, slender hand fell on his younger brother Sanji's head and touched it lightly. Under the comfort of her sister, Sanji, who was in a violent state, suddenly became dumbfounded and shrank his neck with embarrassment. Ha, everyone laughed. Chapter 581. Germa killed Matt's transformation from the Heart Show, seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi in front of the Watchang headquarters building. The atmosphere was cheerful. Under the comfort of his important sister, Sanji, who has always been fearless and undaunted, was suppressed and submissive. The other side, Sanji's other three brothers, the three big killers of the kingdom of Germa, Prince Matt, the expressions on their faces at this moment are also unnatural. There is no consistent arrogance. If you change to the previous one. Seeing the appearance of the waste failure Shin Sanji, IG, Niji, and Yuji 3 will inevitably mock them. Through taunting and cleaning up the failed Sanji, they demonstrate their superiority as the experimental winners. It was just like the one in the martial arts conference. It's just, the current situation doesn't allow them to bully Sanji like before. This is not a martial arts venue for free fights. Not even their home game, the kingdom of Germa. Right now they are in a place where monsters gather in Waisung Fortress. This is now Sanji's home court. If only Sanji came here alone, they would naturally not feel anything. However, this time it was not just Sanji who came here. In the previous encounter at the martial arts venue, they relied on their superiority in numbers, and the abusive Sanji couldn't hold his head up. Right now, the situation seems to have reversed. They were surrounded by a group of powerful monsters. The Straw Hat Luffy, the Dragon King Sabo, the Pirate Hunter Roronoa Sauron and others who had deflated and impressed them in the martial arts venue. The Chihuahai Crocodile, the Big Stomach Girl Joe Alaboni, and the majestic old people scattered around the building are also paying attention to them all the time. Advertisement. The muscles of the three major killers of the Invisible Oppression Order, Prince Matt, are tight. Even the killers who have been transformed into killing machines that lose human emotions are not really fearless. Under the threat of extreme danger, there will still be tension in my heart unconsciously. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. We are here as visitors this time, and we don't want to conflict. Sparkle Hong Yiji opened with a restrained expression. I remember you, the person who shot the chef on my ship last time, now apologize to Sanji. Straw Hat Luffy lowered his head slightly, and his face was completely different in the day, and his aura was full. Haha, today's Luffy is a bit different, Germas, please apologize quickly. Long-nosed Usopp grinned and said, you also helped a lot during the previous big incident. As long as you don't do anything extraordinary today, I won't do anything. Sabo has a gentle smile on his face. However, it was Ling's IG-3 who felt a great threat. Seeing more and more powerful aura falling on them, the three ruthless princes of Germa suddenly took heart, curling eyebrows jumping and jumping. Ha, please don't get me wrong, today we are not here to look for things. By the way, I heard that someone here is interested in the transformation of our Germa's combat uniform, so I came here to show it to you. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, the fourth son Yuji immediately put down the bottom, babbling an outrageous reason, and wanted to divert everyone's attention. Yuji originally said this casually, but he never thought that some of the words in his sentence happened to poke the interest of the young people in the field. Battle suit. Transformation. Hearing these two interesting keywords, Straw Hat Luffy suddenly changed his previous deep oppressive posture, suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleamed. Usopp, Von Cray, Frankie and others also had their eyes glowing, and their faces were full of curiosity. Germa's transformation technology. Today I would like to see what is special. Even Crocodile can't help but be interested. Advertisement. Under the collective gaze of the people in Straw Hat Luffy watching the monkeys, the three big killers of Prince Matt couldn't help but retreat. IG and Nietzsche glared at their fourth brother. Yongji shrank his head and dared not look at his brothers. However, this is the end of the matter. Even if IG and Nietzsche were unwilling in their hearts, the situation forced them to take out the number 1 and 2 transformation capsules and cooperate with the transformation. Along with the explosion of the 3 brilliant rays of red, blue and green, Germa's highest level of scientific power burst on the square. During that gorgeous transformation process, Ling, Straw Hat Luffy, Frankie and others are all weird. Sister Sanji, will you also transform? Barati's chefs looked at Lei Ju booingly. Lei Ju gathered the pink hair around her ears and nodded gently. It's not just me, but Sanji can also do it. The corner of Lei Ju's mouth lifted slightly, and she smiled happily. What? Nani? Everyone's eyes widened, and the shocked strange screams. Chapter 582. Number 3 Invisible Black. Sanji is so fragrant. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Nani? Will Sanji also be such a handsome transformation? When I heard that the secret revealed by Lei Ju was not only the chefs of Barati, but also Luffy, Usopp, Frankie and others on the other side, their ears moved, suddenly turned around and their eyes widened. The strange scream. Swish. And shoo. Everyone immediately abandoned the three of IG and gathered around Sanji. Hey, Sanji, is this true? Will you also transform? The boy in the straw hat beamed his eyes. Really, Sanji, it's not right that such an interesting thing is kept from us. Strong criticism. Long-nosed Usopp rightfully expressed condemnation. Hurry up, you will become another Sanji. The opening requested by Frankie was half-hearted. The rest of the people in the room, including the elder Zapu, also looked at Sanji enthusiastically. Feeling the fiery sight from his friends, Sanji's forehead was instantly covered with black lines. Are you all idiots? I won't be transformed. Sanji roared angrily. How come? But, Sanji, your sister said it all. The faces of Luffy and others who were expecting to fail were a little disappointed. Really, Lei Ju, I blame you for saying this. If you need more words, please help me clarify it quickly. Sanji looked at his sister with a bitter expression in his eyes. Looking at the little brother's angry expression, Lei Ju's mouth raised a slight arc. Lei Ju's white and delicate hands flashed away. After a while, a black cylindrical object engraved with the number 3 appeared in the palm of his hand. Sanji, this is your thing. Lei Ju smiled. Looking at the number 3 transforming device that Lei Ju took out, the eyes of Luffy, Usopp and others flashed again. This thing is the same as what the 3 of you just brought out. Is this Sanji's transforming device? Advertisement. Frankie guessed with interest. The look of Gearing seems to be anxious to take it apart and study it. Sanji, he said you won't change, it's not. Sanji, put it on and have a look. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Let's also open our eyes and see how handsome you were in Sanji. Everyone roared. Sanji didn't even hear about the. From the beginning to the end, he just bowed his head in silence, a cloud of haze in front of his eyes. Since he took out Germa 10 years ago, he has sworn that he will never want to interact with it again in his life. However, things are impermanent. Even though the sea is very vast, when he stands at a certain height, he will inevitably meet with his past again. But at least, I can't give in and compromise. Just be like this. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Just be an irrelevant passerby. It's absolutely impossible to accept Germa's stuff. Sanji secretly made up his mind. Decisively and resolutely pushed away the number 3 transforming device that Lei Ju handed. So, I know, Sanji, it doesn't matter if you don't want it now, just put it on my sister's side, and when you want it, I will give you this invisible black transfiguration device. Anyway, see you later. There are so many opportunities. Feeling Sanji's inner determination, Lei Ju said solemnly. Just when Lei Ju was about to put away the invisible black transforming device, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Sanji, what's wrong? Seeing Sanji's sudden eager gaze, Lei Ju suddenly became puzzled. Lei Ju, what did you just say? Sanji asked urgently. Oh, I mean I will probably stay here longer, so there will be more opportunities to meet. Lei Ju repeated it. No, there is one more sentence. Sanji shook his head repeatedly. Last sentence. Advertisement. Lei Ju was taken aback. After a while. This invisible black transformer is for you. Lei Ju asked tentatively. That's right, that's it. What does invisible black mean? Sanji's breathing gradually became short. Invisible black means, literally, the attribute of my battlesuit is highly poisonous, IG's is fire, and Nietzsche is electricity, and the ability of your number 3 battlesuit is stealth. Is there any problem? Seeing Sanji, who was suddenly excited, Lei Ju was suddenly puzzled. Invisible. It turned out to be invisible. Sanji murmured unconsciously. His face gradually became excited. Sanji, who had seen the Devil Fruit illustrated book as a child, had a big dream in his life, to obtain the superhuman transparent fruit ability. This fantasy was shattered after Vivi showed her transparency ability. At that time, Sanji was depressed for several days. Sanjihara thought that he would never be able to realize this dream in his entire life. Never thought, good luck makes people. His dream can be realized by the Germa technology that he least wants to accept. This number 3 invisible black transforming device really made him love and hate it. Obviously, he had made up his mind earlier and would never accept it. However, there is an inexplicable force attracting him invisibly. Sanji, have you changed your mind? Lei Ju said suspiciously. After a moment of silence, Sanji suddenly raised his head and grabbed the invisible black transforming device in Lei Ju's hand. Since it is the expectation of my friends, I will borrow it for the time being and try it. Sanji is decisive and fragrant. After all, in the women's bath. No, in front of dreams, you can let go of morals and other things first. The next step is, go to the women's bath. No, when experimenting with dreams. Phailu reminds you, 3 things about reading. Chapter 583, Deterrence. The Shock and Panic of Kagi. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi outside the Watchang headquarters building. Accompanied by the burst of the invisible black ability, the atmosphere suddenly became more heated. At the same time, led by the veterans, Lord Germa, who walked into the headquarters building, Vince Mokjaj finally arrived at the meeting room where the destination was. Yake is silent in the huge headquarters meeting room. There seems to be an invisible pressure that cannot be covered in the Ming Ming, and it makes people unconsciously shocked. Coupled with the dim light, it has deepened the sense of urgency in people's hearts and spirits. The door of the Pada meeting room was taken up by 2 veterans. The clacking sound made the old fried dough sticks like Jaji couldn't help but startled, and his body more than 3 meters high trembled 3 times. Gudong. Jaji's Adam's apple rolled down with difficulty, swallowing the throbbing feeling in his heart, and stepping forward. Follow him. The 3 figures under the dim light finally became clearer. There are 3 people sitting at the conference table more than 10 meters long, 3 important figures. The first person on the left is the former admiral and the current chief instructor of Weisung Zepha Haiwan. The first on the right is the legendary lieutenant admiral of the Navy hero Karp. As for the young man at the top of the center, there is no doubt that only the Lord of Weisung, the legendary hero Luo Lin who is above the 4 emperors, is qualified to sit. The hero Luo Lin, the black-wrist Zepha, even the Navy's cap. Looking at the luxurious lineup in front of him, Cage's face paled. Under the double pressure of the shocking emotion and the unspeakable depressive atmosphere, he unconsciously gasped for breath. Sit down. The silent atmosphere lasted for a moment, and Luo Lin in the middle spoke calmly. Yes. Cage, who was allowed to sit down, sat down tremblingly on the other side of the table more than 10 meters away. Advertisement. Pada. A light hit him. Shining on him is as if he is about to be interrogated. Vince Mokjaj, the leader of the evil army Germa 66, the king of the world government franchise, are you visiting my brother today, do you want to come? Unexpectedly, the naval hero Karp was the first one to make trouble. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This unexpected situation made Cage couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, the pale complexion turned paler. The cold sweat made his whole body wet. The person who interrogated was the hero Kapu, the vice admiral. As the king of a member country of the world government, he can never tell the navy that he wants to transfer to another place. After all, he is not yet ready to completely tear himself apart with the world government. Besides, why is the meeting between himself and Weisung? Why is the navy present? Cage's face is extremely tangled. And 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Puff ha 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 ha. Don't mind, Germas, the old man is just so casually asking. Seeing the cold scene, Karp suddenly laughed out loud, slightly dispelling the condensed atmosphere in the scene. At the same time, Kaji's inner panic was reduced a bit. Heroic Luo Lin, I have heard about your actions in the East Daxia Sea and the South Daxia Sea a long time ago, and I can also guess that hero Luo Lin, your next goal is Shihai and Beihai. Cage took a deep breath and said in a whisper. Okay. Luo Lin nodded calmly. Go on. Yes. Gage was overjoyed and overwhelmed, and the confidence he had lost was restored a lot. Hero Luo Lin, your goal should be to understand the pirates entrenched in the 2 seas in the northwest and the dark forces that have harmed one side. Advertisement. However, compared to the East Daxia Sea and the South Daxia Sea, the dark forces have much more powerful penetration and control over the northwestern sea areas adjacent to the second half of the New World. The underground world is intertwined, plus between them and the New World pirates. To completely eradicate the cooperation of Daxia, the difficulty is more than 10 times that of the East Daxia Sea. Without saying a word, Jaji first talked about the sea and talked, describing the West Sea and the North Sea like the Devil's Sea. The 3 of Luo Lin, Zepha, and Karp almost laughed out of the room. It is true that the West Sea and the North Sea are indeed much stronger than the East and South Seas, but this is not an exaggeration. But let's take a look at Cage's performance again. Well, then what? Zepha said in a deep voice with full aura. Of course I also know that with the strength of the hero Luo Lin and everyone, with the background of Watchang, it is enough to smooth all the Xiao, and the 2 seas in the northwest are naturally no longer a problem. After blowing through the northwestern seas, Cage turned to slap Rollin and Weisung's flattery. The method of this meeting is indeed very good. If you want to be straightforward, don't be circumspect anymore. For, flattering and the like, Zephyr has always been the least, to catch a cold, frowning, and said impatiently. Upon seeing this, Cage knew that the time was ripe and did not talk nonsense. This time, Hero Luo Lin, your expedition to the northwest Daxia Sea requires crossing the Red Soil continent to carry out. This will inevitably consume huge manpower and material resources, but if you have the special technological help of our Germa, you can save a lot of money. Loss. In addition, we, Germa, originated from the North Sea, and we know all the information about the North Sea, the strongest in the four seas. If we can cooperate with us, we will definitely provide you with great convenience and conquer the North Sea at the least cost. Kaji was full of confidence and spoke categorically. The huge conference room fell into an unspeakable silence. It's been a long while. Cooperation. Luo Lin's voice echoed in the conference room with a faint sarcasm, and Cage was shocked instantly. Chapter 584. Hero King. Cage was terrified. Request full customization. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi accompanied by the enthusiasm of Gajna, the impassioned speech fell. The dim conference room fell into an unspeakable silence again, and the air seemed to freeze. It's been a long while. Cooperation. Luo Lin, who was in the first place, raised a subtle arc at the corner of his mouth, and smiled sarcastically. With just a smile, Ling Jiaji's expression changed in amazement, and his body grew cold. I only felt a rush of cold air from the soles of the feet all the way up to the sky spirit cover. Cooperation is pretty good, it's just that I, Wei Sung, should cooperate with a wicked party like you. In my opinion, your warmongers Germa who are involved in the war are also the ones who need to be liquidated. Zephyr spoke in a cold voice. There is a strong threat between the words. Feeling the terrifying aura rising from Zephyr's body, the panic in Cage's eyes suddenly became even worse. No, Lord Zephyr, we Germa are legal mercenaries recognized by the world government, we just complete the employer's task. Kaji stood up suddenly, waved his hand again and again to justify his name. The world government recognizes you, do we have to recognize you? Zephyr asked coldly. Listening to Zephyr's rhetorical question, Cage's body and mind were completely cold. He knew that he had made a huge mistake again. He actually regarded the two heroes in front of him and a former general, the three terrifying existences at the top of the world, as the rulers of the weak and small countries that had been negotiated in the past. Still holding the idea of Germa being supreme, subconsciously raising Germa to the same level as Wei Sung. I want to negotiate and cooperate with this great terrorist force that is above the four emperors. When he came, he was even ready to become a vassal. However, at critical moments, always. Thinking of this, Cage couldn't help but want to slap herself. Hero King Luo Lin, please forgive me for being rude. Advertisement. Cage knelt on one knee and showed his intention to surrender with actions. Hero King haha. Luo Lin chuckled again, but this time it was not a sarcasm, but a little bit amused. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But when I think about it, I don't have anyone's interest in miscellaneous practice. King Germa, I'm not a king, but now, I can listen to what you want to say. This is the only opportunity. Luo Lin said calmly. Yes, thank you very much. Cage's head lowered a little bit. We Germa 66 was a long time ago, the overlord of the North Sea, who ruled the North Sea for hundreds of years, but in recent decades it has almost become a fictional legend. As the contemporary patriarch of Germa, I have the responsibility to make Germa reinforce the brilliance of the past as even far beyond the past. I'm also very clear. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chew. In this day and age, our Germa's power is declining, and the world government cannot be Germa's help, so we have to find another way out. Jiaji no longer hid it, and took the initiative to speak out the purpose of his trip. Puff ha ha ha, it's okay to just say that at the beginning. If you want to help, just say it straight. What we old guys don't like the most is, others are scribbling around. Karp laughed. Yes. Cage answered with cold sweat. Hey, Germas, do you know what it means to come to us? Zephyr said solemnly. Yes, I know, I also said before that the status of a member country of the world government can't bring us Germa the slightest help, even if it is abandoned. Jiaji spoke decisively. Hee, you know a lot. Luo Lin chuckled lightly. Advertisement. Regarding the game between you, the King of Heroes, and the world government, I cannot predict the final result, but coupled with the military strength and science and technology of our Germa, it will inevitably make your team stronger. If you win in the end, I only ask can make Germa's name fall in the annals of history with you, nothing more. If the Hero King is not at ease, I would like to keep the eldest daughter Lei Ju by your side to serve. Vince Mokjaji had a sincere expression, his forehead almost touched the ground. The empty conference room was silent, and needles dropped. After a long while, Luo Lin finally spoke. Germa's technological capabilities can indeed come in handy. Hearing this sentence from Luo Lin's mouth, Gage was overjoyed. Hero King, our Germa technology will definitely be used for you, please feel welcome. Kaji promised. In addition, the hero Wang Luolin, I believe you also know the naval scientist Vegapunk. He used to be my colleague. I know that his brain is one of the most terrifying weapons in the world. If he can, he needs to be captured as soon as possible. Eradicate. Jiaji reminded. As a former partner of Vegapunk, he knew very well about the horror of Vegapunk. Their current clones, technology, and even embryo transformation of Germa are all the legacy of Vegapunk. In order to show his sincerity, he did not hesitate to propose the arrest of Vegapunk in front of the Lieutenant General Karp. Okay. Regarding the greatness of Vegapunk, without Jaji reminding him, Luo Lin himself knows very well. On Vegapunk's side, he has handed over to others to deal with, so there is no need to worry at this moment. You go down first, the specific matters, and someone else will talk to you in detail next. Luo Lin waved his hand at random and signaled Jaji to retreat. Phailu reminds you 3 things about reading chapter 585. Go and meet Guangyu Midian. Request full customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi in the conference room of the Huacheng headquarters building. Jaji, who was completely frightened by Luo Lin's Trio 3's aura, left in humble response. The huge meeting room was quiet. Zephyr, Karp, and Roland are 3 of you, look at me, and I will look at you. The 6 eyes are facing each other. After a moment of silence, laughter resounded through the meeting room. The lights in the Pada and Pada meeting rooms are lit to disperse the darkness here. Puff ha 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 ha, how about it, Luo Lin, ZFA, don't look at me like the previous old man's performance. I used to be a tyrant in the East Daxia Sea, so scaring people is not easy to come by. Karp laughed smugly. Good job, Luo Lin replied perfunctorily. For the time being, Karp's heroic lieutenant general status did cause huge psychological pressure on Jaji, and he tested Jaji's determination. Puff ha 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 ha, but then again, is this kind of thing necessary? Karp asked rhetorically. Of course it is necessary. Zephyr nodded seriously. One thing, that, Gaj is not wrong. At this stage, if you can get Germa's military and scientific power, coupled with the intelligence network they have accumulated in the North Sea for many years, it can indeed reduce our sweeping North Sea losses to a minimum degree. Moreover, the amphibious sea snail boats of Germa can also solve the problem of large-scale crossing of the Red Earth continent. This is not a trivial problem, it is equivalent to pinning the safety of our soldiers on their Germa. Of course I have to determine how strong his determination is. Zephyr spoke solemnly. That's it. Karp doesn't care. If you don't understand, you can pretend to understand before you speak. So can I be sure now? Karp asked again. Okay. Advertisement. Luo Lin nodded. Gaj took the initiative to send him his eldest daughter, and now we can include Germa in our combat power system for the time being. Zephyr also nodded and responded. Speaking of it, it seems to be true. Puff ha ha ha, Luo Lin, your harem has grown again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Karp looked at Luo Lin with a teasing expression on his face. I didn't say I would accept it. Luo Lin's forehead was full of black lines. You can pull it down, saying no. In fact, I still look forward to it in my heart. After all, Jaji himself does not look good, but her daughter is indeed a cute little girl. Karp sees through everything. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Emoji. Luo Lin. Roland. Zephyr raised his hand and patted Luo Lin on the shoulder. Okay, I know that your physique is different from that of ordinary people. It's still at its peak and full of energy, but don't be too addicted. At least until we win the final victory, we still have to be restrained. For your sake, the old man will not let Ayan go to your side. Zephyr's heart-warming way. Roland. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice. Although Xiaohei doesn't seem to care about those little girls next to you, but in fact, we all know her little temperament. Find a time to go 6 times. Apologize. Zephyr reminded. Luo Lin. Puff ha 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 ha, it's okay, we won't talk about other things, you can handle it yourself. Seeing Luo Lin silently having a headache, Karp laughed and made a round. Partner, if there is nothing to do next, do you want to have a long-lost victory or defeat? Your performance on Cook Island in the East Daxia Sea last time was not very good. Karp suggested. Advertisement. Big Stomach King wins or loses. Luo Lin's face was tangled. When you have a headache, eating a big meal can indeed relieve some symptoms. If you have no objection, just start quickly, I can't wait to beat you. Cap was eager to try. Do not. Luo Lin seemed to have thought of something. Why is Karp lost? The winner of the Big Stomach King should be let go first, and then I have to meet someone. Roland rode. He remembered what the girl Alice reported yesterday. Apart from Germa's visit, there is another thing. About the invaders during the Weisung event. Who are you going to meet? Karp asked puzzledly. Zephyr also raised his ears with curiosity. Guangyu. Mita. Luo Lin said every word. Who are you talking about? Guangyu Midian. ... Joe's comics show that the author Jun's face was brutally swollen, and his son became a daughter. Some of the previous writing was invalidated by the face, and it was not easy to change it. He could only readjust and design the plot of Yamato. In the end, of course, the little girl and the girl will also enter the protagonist. The Crystal Palace is funny. Chapter 586. The Daughter of Kaido. Yamato is a little girl. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. On the day of November, the weather in Alabaston was still warm. Due to the influence of Summer Island's climate, this country has no concept of winter and snow. Just like the Sakura Kingdom on Winter Island, there is no concept of summer. In such a hot environment, the scene similar to green and new roast, red clay small stove, is indeed a bit out of date, but it's not forbidden. The courtyard of a small vacant building in the north of Waisung Fortress, Alabaston. The flaming fire crackled, and the scorching hot air was faintly distorted. There is a steaming iron pot on the stove, and various ingredients are tumbling in the iron like a hodgepodge, releasing a wonderful fragrance. Food is certainly touching. However, in such an environment, not many people can bear the double burning of the sun and the stove. If you are an ordinary person, in such an environment, you will inevitably lose out if you can't hold on for a few seconds. However, at this moment, the people by the stove are still standing still. Neither the blazing sun in the sky nor the fierce fire in the furnace could shake it, and the concentration was extraordinary. At noon, when the sun reached its highest point, the person wearing the prajna mask by the stove finally moved. He held up the bloody broken note rope in front of him, and was silent for a moment. The lips under the prajna mask lightly opened and whispered a few words softly. Then, accompanied by a crash, the broken Zulian rope with blood stains was thrown into the fiery charcoal fire. It didn't take a moment for it to be swallowed up by the hot tongue of fire. The steam and fragrance on the iron pan became more and more enthusiastic, and it fragrant with the wind. Da, this scent is really good. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, there was also a faint voice. The sound is erratic, like the disillusioned figure of the speaker. Obviously, it was still far in the sky a second ago. Advertisement. The next moment is already in front of you. Can I sit? Luo Lin had a faint smile on his face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is the site of the hero Luo Lin, so why not ask for permission? There was a deliberate voice under the prajna mask. Ha ha. Luo Lin chuckled and sat down on the opposite chair with a big grin. His eyes fell on the boiling, hot pot, in front of him. If you don't do anything, the ingredients will be rotten. Luo Lin spoke lightly. And NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. It's nothing to boil the oil in hot soup, it's more flavorful after being boiled and boiled. The rough and heroic voice sounded again. It is indeed a hero. Luo Lin sighed, his eyes faint. After a moment, a foolish hero. Luo Lin laughed and shook his head. Say nothing. Don't wait. Whatever the person opposite says is to unceremoniously pick up the chopsticks on the side and start to feast on it. It didn't take long. The original pot of Odin, which was full of dang, was half shallow. Upon seeing this, the person opposite Luo Lin finally couldn't calm down anymore. Raising his hand, he took off the prajna mask on his face. The face of the beautiful woman underneath was revealed. Advertisement. Kaido's son Yamato is wrong. It should be the daughter of Kaido. Although she is a daughter, she always regards herself as a man. Even claiming to be Guangyu Midian. Who would have thought that the four emperors and beasts Kaido would have such a daughter who can be called a wonderful flower. Even Luo Lin, who is a traverser, was put together. After all, when he came here, he only knew that Kaido had a son, Yamato. But he never thought that this son was actually a daughter. Yamato was also a little girl. When the girl Alice reported to him yesterday, Luo Lin couldn't help being surprised. It wasn't until today that he confirmed with his own eyes that he finally accepted the fact that a rough man like Kaido had such a beautiful daughter. Regarding Luo Lin's feelings at the moment, the little girl, Yamato, has no time to pay attention to it. While Luo Lin was stunned, the little girl hurriedly picked up the other, a pair of chopsticks, like wind-rolling clouds, generally attacking the Odin in the iron pan. Regardless of how hot the ingredients are, just put the vegetables and soup into the delicate mouth. Regardless of other things, just talking about this food, it really looks like a man. With the full force of Luo Lin and the little girl, it took only a minute. A big pot of Odin is completely bottomed. 2 pairs of chopsticks were scattered in the pot. Hiccup. The little girl burped lightly and let out a long breath. A lock of hair on the front of the forehead was soaked and dampened by sweat and stuck to the front of the forehead. Then, it's time to talk next, it's business. Little girl, Yamato, you are looking for me, who kills my father and enemy, what is your purpose? If you want revenge, I am welcome at any time. Luo Lin grinned. Chapter 587. Top Secret. Mitsuki Mita's Logbook. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. If you want to avenge Kaido, I will wait here, and welcome anytime. Luo Lin grinned. As Luo Lin's voice fell, the wind between the sky and the earth stopped, the clouds stopped, and everything fell silent. I don't know how long it has passed. There was a crackling sound from the charcoal fire in the cracking stove, breaking the calm atmosphere in the room. Call. Yamato's red lips opened slightly, and he exhaled again. In the world of pirates, the strong and the weak is the eternal iron rule. The winner is king, and the loser perishes. I have known for a long time that even the invincible Dad will be defeated. When it came so suddenly, Dad actually died. A wry smile appeared on Yamato's pretty face. Even if she was deeply influenced by Mitsuki Mita since she was a child, she was seriously at odds with the concept of her father Kaido. Kaido gave birth to her father after all. Over the years, I have never treated her badly. In addition to imprisoning her freedom, many other times indulged her willfulness. For example, if she wants to be a man, Kaido asks his subordinates to call him young master. She admired Guangyu Midian, and even dressed up as Guangyu Midian. Kaido never stopped. The four emperors and beasts Kaido, who made the people of Linghuji unhappy, were indeed not a good person. But as a father, Kaido doesn't have much to blame. In the past, in order to inherit the legacy of Mitsuki Mida, to establish the country of Reiwa, and to welcome the great changes that followed, she even made a plan to dismount her father Kaido after the arrival of the Son of Prophecy 2 years later. Just now, even the prophecies in the Bible have already failed. Do not. The original prediction did not come true, but it moved towards another possibility that shouldn't exist. The key to another possibility recorded in the Bible is no longer the child of the straw hat in the prophecy. It's the man in front of him. Thought of this. The sadness in Yamato's heart was slightly diluted. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Luo Lin on the opposite side without blinking. Advertisement. What's the matter, little girl? Yamato, her eyes can't kill people. If you want to see me dead, it might not work. Luo Lin joked casually. Do not. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yamato shook his head slightly. Now, of course, I know that I want to find you such an enemy. It is absolutely unrealistic. Nah, can you answer me a question? Yamato asked hopefully. Ask. I want to know who you are. Yamato asked solemnly. Luo Lin, former Lieutenant Admiral, your murderous father and enemy. Luo Lin calmly returned. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Answer. Yamato, I know that you are my father-slaying enemy. Can you stop me from reminding me? Do you want me to seek revenge from you? What a weird person. After holding back for a while, Yamato held back such a sentence. The white slender hand lifted up and took out a thing wrapped in sheepskin rolls from the gully in front of him. Yamato carefully unfolded the sheepskin scroll, revealing the world map under it, as well as an old yellow diary book wrapped in it. This is your Bible? Luo Lin asked casually. Yes. Yamato nodded seriously and solemnly. If the kid Midian knew that after his death, there was still such a firm follower of the little girl, I'm afraid he would be happy to bloom. Luo Lin chuckled with emotion. The movement on the hands of the little girl and girl paused slightly. Advertisement. Sure enough, as Mr. Mita's logbook says, you are really an incredible person. Yamato murmured in shock. This diary is the logbook of Mr. Mita who followed the Roger pirates to conquer the Great Route. It contains the secrets of the world. Yamato pushed the Bible in his hands to Luo Lin. Luo Lin waved his hand and didn't mean to accept it. Ms. Yamato, you also know me from this logbook? Luo Lin asked. Yes, it is. Yamato nodded. When I first went to the country of Wano, the kid Midian was still a minor. He wanted to go to sea for at least 10 years. It's been more than 10 years. Writing about this thing is still causing me trouble. Luo Lin curled his lips. This is not just the log of Mr. Mita's own experience, but also the legendary conversations between him and the four emperors Whitebeard, Roger One Piece, etc. One day after you mentioned you, this topic continued until the end of the journey. Sometimes madam, she treats you. Stop. Stop. When Yamato talked about madam, the expression on Luo Lin's face became more subtle. He interrupted quickly, and didn't let Yamato continue to speak. After all, that was one of Luo Lin's unbearable past events. It's better not to mention it or not to mention it. Looking at the subtle awkwardness that flashed on Luo Lin's face, the little girl's eyebrows that had been frowned for 7 days finally eased a little, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a curve. Okay, if there is nothing to do today, and you don't want to seek revenge from me, then I will leave first and come back another day. Luo Lin got up, and many more. At this moment, a cold and powerful slender hand grabbed Luo Lin's wrist. Chapter 588. Shocked. Indignation. The shock of Carp and Zephyr seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The gentle breeze of Walala was blowing, and the blowing trees and green leaves rustled. In the forest, cicadas screamed. Sometimes there is the sound of people talking. Ta-ta. At a certain moment, clear footsteps sounded. So the conversation among the people in the forest stopped abruptly. Oh, the boss is out. Seeing Luo Lin appear, the old man Mu Lien was the first to greet him. Rubbing his hands with a look of gossip. How about the boss? That little girl is pretty good, right? Mu Lien leaned closer, winking, and constantly raising his eyebrows to wink. Luo Lin squinted at Mu Lien with disgust, slapped him over his face, and sent him 5 or 6 meters away. He. Even though Luo Lin was disgusted, Mu Lien still didn't feel unhappy at all. An old face still has a subtle smile. Yeah, it's really unexpected. A kid like Kaido can still give birth to such a beautiful girl. That girl must go with her mother. Absolutely like this, she didn't run away. Mu Lien nodded affirmatively. Okay, Mu Lien, don't interrupt, now the most important thing is Midian's business. Another old man in the shade of the tree, Pluto Raleigh sighed sadly. I heard Raleigh talk about Mitsuki Mida. The funny expression on Mu Lien's face finally converged. Not long ago, they have learned from Yamato all the things that have happened in Wano country in these years. Including the tragic experience of Mitsuki Mida after returning to the country of Wano. Advertisement. There is also his final heroic gesture in the boiling oil and hot soup. Kaido, and the black charcoal snake, it's really hateful. The Murloc Sangle in the shadow of the forest hit the old tree beside him, his fist plunged into the trunk. Mita has suffered such injustice and humiliation, so how can we be? What kind of companions are this? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Mu Lian's emotions were gradually agitated. Now Kaido is dead, and the black charcoal snake is left. Now that we know it, we can't just sit idly by. Yo ho 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 ho. Brooke smiled lowly. There is also Mita's last wish for the founding of the country. He didn't let us help before, but now, we have to do something. We can't really let the little girl of Yamato bear everything. The expression on Raleigh's old face gradually became firmer. Hey, Raleigh, it's rare for you to have this kind of consciousness, then go to Kazuki. Luo. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Lin grinned. Mu Lien, if you want to go to the country of peace, I will be the commander on the Shihai battlefield. It happens that the news from the country of peace makes me a little concerned. Another old and deep voice came from the other end of the stone path. 2 old men with large bodies and strong muscles walked slowly. It is the chief instructor Zephyr and the legendary Navy Lieutenant General Hero Carp. Mr. Zephyr and Mr. Carp, why are you here? Mu Lien asked unexpectedly. It's not that Luo Lin, this guy deliberately sold Guanzi, saying that he was coming to see Mitsuki Mita. I wondered when the B********* D Midian got in. If I don't have anything to do, I will come and have a look. By the way, when will the B******** D Midian I become a little girl? Of course it's a joke, puff ha 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 ha. Carp laughed jokingly. As the main force in the navy to hunt down the Roger pirates in the last era. Carp was also impressed by the interesting samurai Mitsuki Mita on Roger's ship. Advertisement. There were some interesting shared memories. Speaking of which, when I was chasing you Roger before, I did see that Midian had a daughter. Is that the little girl there? After so many years, she really has grown into a beautiful girl. Carp spoke again, subconsciously treating Yamato who claimed to be Mitsuzuki Mita as Mita's daughter. Are you an idiot, Carp? Luo Lin shook his head helplessly. What did you say? Carp is furious. Brother Cap, the little girl named Yamato is actually Kaido's daughter. Mu Lien explained. Nani. Hearing this, Carp's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. An extremely shocked and unbelievable expression suddenly appeared on an old face. The little girl who claims to be Midian is Kaido's daughter. What a joke. Carp's voice increased more than octave. Zephyr, who also heard this secret for the first time, also looked incredible. This is no joke, Brother Cap. Immediately, Mu Lien told them the truth about Wano country they had learned from Yamato. Hearing that Mitsuki Midian had tormented in a frying pan for an entire hour at the end. Even the old legends like Carp and Zephyr can't help but be stunned, and have been speechless for a long time. The West Sea, the North Sea and the New World's Dressrosa, the nations, and the country. There is no time for leisurely days, so quickly prepare and this era of great pirates. Chapter 589. Set out. The big move that shakes the world. Request full customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Haiyuan calendar 152 years, winter. 2 weeks after the Weisung incident. The gears of fate are turning again. The times are about to change drastically, runaway. 2 weeks ago, the Weisung incident occurred, shaking the entire sea. All the things that happened in this big event, the reappearance of heroes, the duel of legends, the strongest battle, and the defeat of the emperors of the sea, all affected people's hearts. Nowadays, who does not know the Huxia city or the legendary hero in this world? In people's minds, the Huxia city of Alabaston, the Huxia organization, this emerging force that has only been born in just a few months, seems to have been faintly became the second largest force above the sea. A behemoth that surpasses the 4 emperors of the New World, second only to the navy and government. Its every move will bring up the world and make this era attract the attention of. As it is now, 2 weeks after the Weisung event. This behemoth sleeping on the Great Sea route Shunting Island has once again entered a state of awakening operation, ready to show its edge to the world. The melodious and high-pitched golden bell of dang, 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 echoed above the 9 heavens. Bay Plaza in front of Weisung Fortress. An army of tens of thousands of fighters assembled. The fighting intent that spread out from the invisible is like a sharp blade piercing the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. All of this shows that this is a truly strong army, invincible. This is also natural. After all, these tens of thousands of fighters were originally elite troops trained by the Navy headquarters. Finally, through the training and running in of the chief instructor Zephyr and a group of senior veterans, the army was reorganized. Everything will come naturally. Plaza High Platform. The senior executives led by Luo Lin and Zephyr successively issued pre-war announcements, impassioned. The young soldiers in the square under Ling's platform were all excited and full of fighting spirit. The hour-long pre-war mobilization ended. Under the command of the leaders of the various units. One team after another boarded the ship in an orderly manner, ready to set sail. Advertisement. Another hour. 40 large-scale war-class warships set off in the northwest and northwestern seas are ready to set sail. Just wait for an order to play. Weisung Coast. Puff ha 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 ha. Zephyr, long lost to lead soldiers to fight, don't force yourself too much. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Carp reminded with a laugh. Don't underestimate me, Carp. Zephyr was not convinced. Ha ha ha. Yes, Mr. Carp, whether it is Mr. Zephyr or us, both. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It's far from untouchable. I will definitely bring the victory back. Criminals in Shihai and Beihai, all clean their necks and wait. We will definitely bring victory to the boss. ... The veterans were full of momentum, clenched fists and shouted confidently. You are all veterans who can be on your own right now. Only then do you have to pay more attention. You must come back alive. Luo Lin looked firm and clenched his fists. Oh. A group of veterans responded loudly, and then turned around. And many more. Luo Lin spoke again, calling everyone. Boss, is there anything else? The giant Soro asked. Bring this. While speaking, Luo Lin snapped his fingers lightly. In the soft sound of bow and bow, 2 black boxes measuring 1 meter square appeared out of thin air and flew in front of Zephyr and the others. Advertisement. What is this? Veteran Alfred hugged one. The other fell into Zephyr's hands. In the sound of click, the box in Zephyr's hand opened. A cloud of cold mist was released. Wait until the fog clears. What catches people's sight is one after another test tube. What is stored in the test tube is blood like a blood diamond. This is Luo Lin's blood. Immortal blood. Seeing this full box of life-saving medicines, Alfred and the veteran's eyes seemed to be red. Boss, you are. This is really. The voices of everyone choked slightly. What are your expressions? These, to me, it's not a big deal at all. Roland grinned indifferently. Although this war has been given to you with full authority, as your boss, I have to do at least something, and those young people have joined with enthusiasm. They must not chill their hearts. Save everyone who is still alive. Luo Lin looked firmly and ordered. Oh, for sure. The crowd raised their right arms and shouted in unison. Let's go. Yes. Chapter 590. New Straw Hat Pirates, formed. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Wow. This is the sound of waves from the sea hitting the coast. At the same time, it is also the sound of warriors carrying the righteous cloaks hunting in the wind. With the command of the war commander, Black Fist, Zephyr. 40 large warships moored on the coast of Weisung all started moving together and set out for a long voyage. Passing through the wide portal island, meeting with the Germa Sea Snail battleship waiting outside, marching mightily in the direction of the Red Earth continent. Captain Dongli, Captain Brokey, see you later. On both sides of the portal island, the giants Cassie and Omoy, who succeeded Dongli and Brokey and became official goalkeepers, waved goodbye. Gang gaga gaga, gaba baba baba. On the deck of the largest war-class warship in the fleet, the blue ghost Tori and the red ghost Brokey responded with laughter. A few months ago, I once again met Luo Lin in the small garden on Taiku Island. After being completely overwhelmed by Luo Lin's power, these 2 arrogant giant captains have already let go of the grudge in their hearts. They originally planned to wait for the establishment of Weisung Fortress before returning to Elbaf. Look at the hometown, look at the friends and descendants of the past, and look at the giant King Loki who was born 60 years ago. It was only because of the Weisung incident that it has been delayed until now. Now it's time to go back. This time, after Dongli and Brokey participated in the West Sea cleaning war on the way, they would directly take them to the New World through no wind. Finally, I returned to the giant kingdom of Albuf, for Luo Lin, and accumulated the power of the strongest giant kingdom for the next war. If there is a full-scale war with the world government and the support of the world's strongest giant Albuf, the gap at the end of the 800th year will be greatly reduced. Puff ha 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 ha. The old man hasn't seen such a magnificent scene for many years. The old man is about to burn. Karp exchanged his fists, looking at the scene in front of him. The blood in his body was inevitably excited. Advertisement. If you want to go and play together. Luo Lin said with a smile. Cut. Hearing that, Karp suddenly cut with disdain. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. G didn't pay the old man. You want the old man to work for you for nothing. It's beautiful. Karp glanced at Luo Lin obliquely. By the way, you asked me when the warship I borrowed will not take so long even if it is going to be repaired. Karp asked. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. Ha ha. Luo Lin smiled silently. Oh. Karp made a chuckle in his heart, and instinctively felt a little bit of a bad meaning. Hey, Luo Lin, you fellow. Just as Karp prepares to dig into the question, there was a sudden explosion from the maintenance port about 1,000 meters away from Crescent Harbor. The wind is coming, accompanied by the shouts of a crowd of young people. A little lion boat rushed to the sky with the scent of sunshine. Hu Chong. The bow of the lion, the vigorous straw hat boy shouted loudly. This is our 1,000 sons. Long-nosed Usopp yelled with joy. Master Sleeping Lion, please give me more advice in the future. Advertisement. Sauron patted the mast and grinned. This 1,000 is enough to cross all seas in the world, it's the best ship. Frankie, the ship's master, laughed complacently. Women's bath, it's not right. The sea, I am coming. The curly brow chef Sanji grinned. We finally have to set foot in the footsteps of Grandpa. Relying on ourselves, we must go to that island, to Luvalu. The young Murloc Nobel and the black-haired swordsman Lucio looked at each other, then nodded firmly. Little Straw Hat, thank you, I am so happy to be able to travel with you. The fairy Von Cly who belongs to Crocodile's team burst into tears with joy. Oh, what the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me why I got on this boat? Candles on the wrong boat by mistake, 3 Galdino screamed in surprise. Also screaming was the spare food on board, Tony Chopper. Dr. Dolier, Koya, help, I don't want to go with these people. Chopper pulled the ship's rails and waved to Waesung Fortress, which was gradually going away. He. The vigorous straw hat boy on the bow grinned with a big, bright smile. Everyone, this is the starting point of our dream, the Straw Hat Pirates, now formed. Straw Hat Luffy announced loudly. Oh, Chapter 591, Carp is dumbfounded. Request full customization. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Above the sky, the full of vitality little lion rushed to the sky and embraced the sun. On the thousand suns, the laughter and joy of young people echoed, full of vigor. Although it was later than the original plan, the direction of the plot and people's experience have undergone a huge deviation. Even the composition of the personnel has undergone a fundamental change. There is no Nagoya Snami and the archaeologist Robin, and there are more Fong Kele, Lucio and others. However, the level of excitement on the boat is even worse. The new Straw Hat Pirates group officially formed today. Driven by the power of the wind, the little lion ship Qianyang drifted away, turned into black spots, and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, Waesung Crescent Bay, Carp, who was about to ask Luo Lin for his dog's head warship, also noticed the lion ship suddenly flying into the sky. Suddenly, a pair of old eyes widened like a copper bell. As that, Luffy, Carp murmured unconsciously, and his lips and right hand began to tremble for no reason. Luffy, where are you going, kid? You don't want to come back to Grandpa soon. Carp grumbled and shouted at the loudest volume. The sound is like thunder, and the vibrating atmosphere and sea are full of ripples. However, compared to the vast world, the individual's voice is too small. Even a Zeon of Carp's level will inevitably be weak when the sound is outside a certain range. Unable to be heard by the Straw Hat Luffy and others on the flying little lion ship. Even if you can hear it, the sea has long been leaping by fish, and the Straw Hat boy who is so high in the sky will certainly not come back obediently and be beaten. Wow, yeah, hey, I'm really annoyed, old man. Carp stomped angrily, shouting fruitless. Hey, Luo Lin, are you just watching those gangsters behave like this? It's not like you. Besides, your purpose is not to clean up all the pirates in the world. Why do you get out of the inner ghost first? Spread it out and let the world see it. Carp's eyes widened and said angrily. Don't be so anxious to get angry, Carp, that boy Luffy, they are not pirates. I have told Morgans to release the news, they are my Waesung Special Operations Team. Luo Linhun shrugged indifferently. Advertisement. Special Operations Team. Carp's head is full of question marks. Yes, it is, the Special Operations Team. The special phone worm can receive all the distress signals in the sea near the ship. If there is an area nearby that is attacked by pirates, they will rescue them as soon as possible. This is your grandson and they treat me. Guarantee. Luo Lin grinned. Besides, I also want to see the legendary Son of Destiny. What else can cause trouble in this era? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin thought. It sounds interesting. Carp nodded, seemingly understanding. Add bookmarks for easy reading. R greater than. Since you are clear, then I won't say more. When I go back, I still have a lot to do next. Luo Lin turned around and waved to leave. No, you wait for me. Carp seemed to have thought of something, and gave a sigh of relief again. What happened again? Luo Lin turned around helplessly. Luffy's matter will not be mentioned for the time being. I will almost report back to the Navy headquarters when you borrow my warship and return it to me. Cap Road. Are you going to leave so soon? Stay there for a while. Luo Lin smiled to stay. Seeing the smile on Luo Lin's face, Carp's inner anxiety grew stronger. Luo Lin, you fellow, you didn't want to pay it back after taking my warship, right? Carp narrowed his eyes in a dangerous arc. Where, am I this kind of person? Carp, it hurts me so much that you look at me like that. Luo Lin said in depressed mood. Amount. Carp was speechless for a while, scratching the back of his head, his old face looked apologetic. Advertisement. Warship. I have asked little girl Alice to hand it over to Bogart, you can confirm it yourself. Luo Lin said seriously. What? It turned out to be back. Sorry, puff ha ha ha. Carp smiled embarrassedly. Then I will deal with other things first. Luo Lin smiled slightly, and after saying that he didn't stay any longer, and he suddenly disappeared from the same place after taking a step. The other side. Mr. Carp. An anxious cry came from the shore not far away. It was Bogart, the adjutant of the 3 Navy branches, who had been following Carp more than 20 years ago. Puff ha ha ha. What's wrong with Bogart? If the warship is ready, we are also ready to go. Carp laughed. Mr. Carp, it's the problem with the warship. Bogart's expression was tangled, and he looked at a loss. Upon seeing this, the smile on Carp's face suddenly reduced a little, and the previous ominous premonition in his heart resurfaced. Warship? What's wrong? Carp asked solemnly. Mr. Carp, you should watch it for yourself. Bogart gave up a position and pointed to a dilapidated battleship coming from the other side. That is, our warship. Seeing the tattered warship approaching the edge of scrapping, Carp was stunned. Soon. Wow. Chapter 592. Carp who pitted himself in again. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content is first published on hotmtl novel.zi people go to the city. This is the status quo of Weisung. 40,000 sea soldiers marching in Daxia City for 2 weeks set out. The Huxia organization's acceptance of the Baroque Work Society and the old team of the two campaigns also played together. The younger generation of Straw Hat Luffy and others stepped onto the sea stage as the Weisung Special Operations Team. The older generations of Rayleigh, Brooke and Roger's old people are also going to sea. Running towards the new world and the country, wanting to seek justice for the dead partner, and at the same time fulfill the partner's will. Weisung Fortress, which had been lively for a long time, was deserted again. Luffy, Sob and everyone, we must all return safely. The Weisung battleship repaired the port and said goodbye to the Dayton family who went to sea with the Straw Hats, and the others put their hands together and prayed silently. Wow ah ah ah. At this time, the thunderous roar suddenly resounded throughout Weisung. The world of Ling, the sea are all shaken. What happened? What happened? Is this the monster coming? Everyone in the Dayton family was shocked. No, it's not a monster. A bandit member saw the sight more than 1,000 meters away through the observation mirror, his eyes widened in horror, and he shook his head and screamed. It's more terrifying than monsters, it's Mr. Carp. Mr. Carp is going crazy. Nani. The bandits headed by Dadan suddenly shouted in shock. Run. Dadan gave a strange cry. Everyone suddenly dispersed, and ran as far as they were. The other side, Weisung Crescent Harbor. The high-pitched roar that originated from the hero Kapu Nahong continued for a while before finally calming down. Bogart, what the hell is going on? My warship is such a big warship. Carp made gestures with both hands as he spoke. Advertisement. Hearing Carp's question, Adjutant Bogart grinned, and then put down his hands covering his ears. Mr. Carp, do you still recognize this broken battleship? Bogart asked rhetorically. Ghost recognition. Carp replied irritably. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This warship was on the day of the big incident, Mr. Carp, when you arrived, broke 5-1. Bogart said. Amount. Carp was stunned, and instinctively thought of the reason. Mr. Luo Lin said that a fair exchange was necessary, and he used this broken warship to trade our warship. Bogart shook his head helplessly, and he was really helpless with the rogue behaviors of the seniors. The atmosphere on the coast was quiet for a moment. What are you talking about, Luo Lin? That guy, he wants to use such a pile of broken copper and iron in exchange for my warship to drive. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Just kidding. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Even if this warship is in good condition, it is only 1/10 of our warship, which is impossible. Carp protested firmly. That means, Mr. Carp, but. Bogart smiled bitterly. Bogart, and you, don't worry about it all, the old man will go and get our warship back. Carp looked at the seamen of the three branches, waved his hand, and went out of his arrogance. Hear the words. The seamen of the three branches looked at each other, and they didn't mean to cheer at all. What's wrong? Carp's heart slammed again, and he smelled an unpleasant breath. Mr. Carp, our warship has already been requisitioned, and it has been with the army not long ago. Didn't you recognize it? Bogart couldn't laugh or cry. Hey, Carp was stunned again. After a while, he slapped his head sharply. I recalled the previous picture in my mind. Advertisement. So that's why, no wonder I always thought that the biggest battleship was a bit familiar just now, it turned out to belong to the old man. Carp was stunned. Bah, is it the time to think about this now? It's really annoying to the old man. What did Luo Lin do to the old man's warship, the old man's iconic dog head? Carp asked up to the sky. Don't worry, Carp, I will keep your dog head sign for you, and I will install it for you when you come back. Luo Lin's voice sounded out of thin air, illusory. It sounds like it's right in front of you, but it's actually far away. Luo Lin, you fellow, arbitrarily requisitioned my warship. In that case, the old man will not leave. If you don't return the warship one day, the old man will bring his marines to stay with you, and hold a banquet every day. Eat and drink, eat poorly. Carp threatened viciously. Hey, Luo Lin's voice came up again. What's the matter? Are you afraid? If you are afraid. Carp is complacent. In the next second, Luo Lin spoke again. This is really great, I really appreciate it. Luo Lin spoke with joy. What? Carp was dumbfounded again. Then during this time, please ask Cap, you to lead the team to help me guard the house. Don't worry, food and wine are definitely enough. Just let it go and eat. Luo Lin assured. What else does Carp want to say? It's really my good partner, it's really considerate. Luo Lin's emotional voice drifted away, and finally disappeared completely. Mr. Carp, you pit yourself in again. Adjutant Bogart said quietly. Carp. Chapter 593. The last warm day with the little girls. Open black lens bracket subscribe for subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Watchang headquarters building, the highest level office. The beautiful young girls gathered together, this scene of Yingying and Yanyan is so lively. On the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Nami, Weiwei and Kurla were lying side by side with their scented cheeks in their hands. The white calves and jade feet that are like works of art are raised, swaying up and down and left and right, revealing a different kind of beauty. Like an elf in a flower bush, people unconsciously want to hold it in the palm of their hand. Hey, Mr. Carp, seems to be really angry. Wei Wei's eyes widened, she looked towards Carp in the bay in the distance, and she spoke worriedly. It's true, is it really because of Luffy and the others? Kurla nodded slightly. Brother Luo Lin, is there really no problem with Mr. Carp? Nami turned her head slightly and looked at Luo Lin not far behind. No problem, just leave it alone like this. The old boy turned his head and forgot, and just promised to stay and help me defend the city. Luo Lin grinned. Uncle, you are really bad. Robin's beautiful eyes, who saw through everything, narrowed a subtle arc. Next second, oh, a sweet call came from Robin's little mouth. What's wrong, Sister Robin? Kaido asked inexplicably on the side. No. Nothing. Robin's face is slightly red, and his slender hands subconsciously protect a certain part of his body. By the way, he rolled Wume's eyes at Luo Lin, who looked as if nothing had happened. Cut. I really don't fix it. Advertisement. The big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie who was eating at the table in the meeting room happened to capture the flashing scene. He couldn't help but subconsciously cut, and muttered softly. However, in the next second, Ling's Bonnie dumbfounded happened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under Bonnie's wide-open eyes, she watched. Her favorite delicious pizza in front of her disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bonnie rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and the mysterious event that pizza disappeared out of thin air was still happening. It happened. Piece after piece, it didn't last her little heart. Hey, Bonnie took a deep breath, holding her breath unconsciously. After a while, Bonnie seems to mean to add bookmarks for easy reading. Realizing something, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Lin with a subtle smile on his face not far away. The culprit of the pizza disappearance incident is clear. Sorry, the handsome Lord Luo Lin, the world's most handsome Lord Luo Lin, please don't worry about the little girl, let the pizza come back. Bonnie folded her hands and prayed silently in her heart. Bonnie said that this kind of nasty words could not be said. But if you just think about it in your heart, you can think about anything that is 100 times more cumbersome than this. It turns out that Bonnie's prayers are not entirely useless. With her prayers, those pizzas that had disappeared out of thin air returned to their original place piece by piece. For a foodie like Bonnie, watching the food in front of you increase a little is the happiest thing. Happy returns. Bonnie raised her hand and patted her face. Advertisement. No longer pay attention to others, and turn on the feasting mode again. Compared to Bonnie, who is very nervous, at this moment, the other newcomer on the scene is much more cramped. Miss Lei Ju, have some tea. With a light green headscarf, Maginot held a cup of hot tea and walked towards Lei Ju, who was sitting alone in the corner, nervous and restless. Ah, thank you. Lei Ju took the teacup, bowed her head and thanked gently. Miss Lei Ju, don't be nervous, everyone here is gathered for the same reason, because they admire Mr. Luo Lin, everyone is each other's close sisters, so don't feel uneasy, nah. Mackinaw smiled and comforted. Okay. Lei Ju's eyelashes trembled slightly and nodded gently. Master Luo Lin, this is a love bento made by my concubine herself. The domineering Empress Hancock opened her mouth delicately. Master Luo Lin, this is a doll I made, isn't it cute? The charming Lolita Perona fluttered to her. Okay. Roland smiled and tasted Hancock's bento. Then the big hand fell on Perona's head as a reward. Hancock and Perona, who were praised by Roland, flashed happy smiles on their pretty faces. For the warmth and comfort of, now, Luo Lin is also enjoying it with all his heart and soul. After all, maybe in the next long period of time, there will be no more. Chapter 594. The little girl from Yamato was shocked again and again. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi in the evening. The fiery red sunset covers the sky and is gorgeous. A small building in the northern area of Weisung. After taking a bath, Yamato put on a sleeveless kimono and tied a purple and white rope around his waist. Finally, putting on the evil spirit-like Prajna mask again, holding the mace, the meteor walked out of the room door, bringing a gust of fragrance to the face. Ready. In the shade of the courtyard, Luo Lin asked with a piece of thatch in the corner of his mouth. Let you wait a long time, Lord Luo Lin. Yamato deliberately lowered his voice. Girl Yamato, you'd better use your original voice, listen to it more comfortably. Roland rode. Sorry. Yamato regained her usual female voice, and thanked her softly. Your Excellency Luo Lin, shall we return to the country of peace next? Yamato asked. No hurry, before that, I still have a few places to go, how do you say you go together or continue to wait here for a few days? Roland rode. The scenery of this courtyard is enough to see below. If you can see more of the outside scenery, it would be the best. Yamato nodded. Wano country, which was restricted by Kaido from a young age, could only peer into the sea through Midian's logbook. Yamato, like Mita when he was young, his biggest long-cherished wish in the past was to be able to go to the outside world. This wish was finally realized more than half a month ago. Headed by the 4 emperors and 100 beasts, Kaido, the 100 Beast Pirates group marched. Obviously, the troops remaining on the island of ghosts can no longer limit Yamato, who has inherited Kaido's thunder and gossip tactics. After flicking and intimidating several partners, Yamato followed suit and went to sea. The destination is naturally Weisung. It's just that Yamato's purpose is different from others. Her biggest purpose in coming to Weisung Fortress was not to crush the fruit. She just wanted to take a look at the son of prophecy recorded in the log of the idol Mitsuki Mita, the boy who inherited the straw hat and wool of Roger, the pirate king. Secondly, advertisement. She also wanted to see Ace, a friend from the outside world who had met in Wano Kuni again. It's just that the plan can't keep up with the changes. Big events broke out. The hero reappears in the world. The identity of Luo Lin, the lord of Weisung Fortress, is known to the world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Knowing that the legend occupying space in the logbook appeared, the shock of Yamato's heart was unparalleled. Regarding the legend who made the Midians and even Roger the pirate admired, for them, the curiosity in Yamato's heart even overwhelmed the prophet's son Cao Fei. She desperately wants to understand this legendary man. Want to know everything about Luo Lin. Even if Luo Lin became her father's murderer, she really couldn't hate it. In the face of filial piety and ideals, Yamato chose his ideals. Maybe someday in the future, when her ideals are all real. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. After present, she will try to practice the filial piety that has been so late. I still said that, if you want revenge, you are always welcome. Under the shade of the tree, Luo Lin smiled slightly after reading Yamato's inner struggle. Yamato, well, if you want to go together now, grab me. Luo Lin walked along, sticking out his right hand. Yamato glanced at Luo Lin in a puzzled way, and finally cleverly put his slender hand on Luo Lin's big hand. Next second, things that shocked and even horrified Ling's Yamato happened. An inexplicable force suddenly enveloped her body, making her vision blurred. In addition, there is another terrifying threat surrounding it. Feeling the powerful threat of life and death, Yamato was instantly shocked. Subconsciously want to struggle fiercely. However, Luo Lin's big hand is like a vice, firmly holding her delicate hand. No matter how hard he struggles, he cannot break free. Little girl Yamato, if you don't want to be twisted into pieces by the power of space, just don't move. Advertisement. Luo Lin's faint voice rang in Yamato's ears. In Ling's panic, Yamato's tall body stagnated, obediently, and didn't struggle anymore. Time and space changed before Yamato's eyes. I don't know how long it has passed. Maybe it was just a short moment. Yamato only felt that the sight in front of him gradually returned to clarity. At the entrance, the original courtyard building has become an endless sea of Wangyang. Under the cover of the setting sun, it is so beautiful. In the end, Lord Luo Lin, looking at the strange changes that happened to him, Yamato's breathing gradually became short. The eyes are full of vigor, and the pretty face under the mask is even more incredible. It's nothing, it's just my ability. Luo Lin waved his hand casually. Is it the first time I have seen the devil fruit ability of the ability space? Yamato murmured softly. When Yamato Wu was shocked by Luo Lin's magical ability, Luo Lin gently lifted his foot and lightly stepped on the black rock under his foot. Xiao Hei, let's go. Luo Lin ordered. Wow, there was a sudden violent wave on the sea.
Oh. In the shocking voice of the little girl, the small black island under her feet suddenly rose into the sky. Until then, Yamato was shocked to discover. At this moment, where is the small island sitting under her asterisk? It is clearly an unimaginable sea king. This super large sea king. Because of the shock, the voice of the little girl rose more than octaves. Your Excellency Luo Lin, what's going on? It's not a big deal, it's just my ability. Luo Lin smiled slightly. Chapter 595. The Sensational Sea, 5 Old Stars Meeting. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe for subscription. Close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi and now after the big incident. Washung. This rising star city that has only risen in just a few months has become the focus of the world's attention. Its every move is enough to affect the direction of the world and affect the hearts of the people of the world. Under such conditions, Washung Army's large-scale expedition can hide the eyes of the world. Not long after the Washung fleet headed by Chief Instructor Zepho rushed to the sea. News reports have spread all over the world, spreading all over the sea with Washung as its origin, and the wind of the sea once again quickly swept the whole world. There are 2 large sea areas in the east and south. Except for the nickname, the hero Luo Lin has shot again. The joy of the newspaper sellers, the excited shouts echoed in every island, every town, every street and alley, causing a piece of shock and uproar. Sure enough, the hero's goal this time is Shihai and Beihai. It's finally about to start. After the West Sea and the North Sea are settled, there will only be a great route left. It won't be too long before the end of the chaotic era of the big pirates that Roger, the king of pirates, opened. People are looking forward to it, There are 2 sea areas in the west and north. The news came when the Washung Army sword pointed at the 2 sea areas in the northwest. Both of these 2 oceans are boiling. Ha, here comes. The hero Luo Lin and his righteous teachers are finally coming to our seas. Damn pirates, hero Luo Lin and his Washung fortress are here, you are going to die. Trembling, wicked party, your good days have come to an end. God. Please let the heroes hurry up to punish the darkness and evil. Advertisement. The people who had been attacked by pirates and exploited by the dark forces screamed, shouted, cheered, prayed, and waited for the arrival of the Washang army. Compared to the cheers and excitement of ordinary civilians. At this moment, controlling the two major pirates and underground dark forces in the northwest, they are already in a state of desperation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The entire northwest is in chaos and a pot of porridge. The pirates who got the news in advance chose to run away. Take the initiative to abandon the islands that have been hard to control, abandon the easy life of being a mountain king, the Earth Emperor, and escape to the Great Sea Route. Compared to a pirate who has no fixed place, he is free. In the underground world of the two sea areas in the northwest of the Master, the dark forces with fixed bases cannot be so free. These territories that have been smashed for many years, if they are just given up in vain, it will be a great loss. Add bookmarks for easy reading, but if they don't give up waiting for Wazong's army and Iron Hoof to fall, their lives will be hard to protect. The dark agents in the two seas of the northwest are all gritted their teeth and are in a dilemma. Even if you want a big report to the New World, ask for instructions. In the end, no one answered, since the Washang event more than half a month ago until now. They never contact the dark leaders of the New World. This is an extremely bad signal. At the same time, the Red Earth continent is directly above, the White Jade Hall in the center of the holy place, Mary Joa. The four highest powers in the world gathered together. Has the news been confirmed? Old Shing, a samurai with a sword, said solemnly. Advertisement. Well, that city is an empty shell right now. Noble curly old star nodded. In that case, do you want to take this opportunity to ruin it and avenge the revenge you had made 36 years ago and half a month ago? A brutal color flashed across the face of the bald birthmark old star. Forget it. Although the bastards of Zephyr have indeed left, according to the existing intelligence, that city is still not something anyone can break through. The old star with white hair and beard in a dark blue suit said solemnly. Not to mention that B********D. Carp on the bright side has not left, let alone those in the dark, the gravity swordsman smiled. Red Earl Rider, although it has not been confirmed, but is basically certain, the Golden Lion Shiji. At least there are also 3 battle strengths at the level of 3 generals to have a go. After listening to the analysis of the old star in the dark blue suit, the hall was suddenly silent. As the 5-star with the highest power in the world, he can't even cheer up at this moment. Damn Jirma, betrayed the world government. The bald birthmark old star changed the subject. That's right, as a member country of our world government, it turned to others. It's time to deprive them of the name of the member country. The noble curly-haired old star echoed, I'll go see William's situation. The old star warrior with a sword makes an excuse to leave. Okay, don't say anything, since they want to contribute, let them do it well, just. The old star in the dark blue suit turned his head. Although we still can't deal an effective blow to that city, the battlefields in the northwest and north seas can be manipulated, giving them a stumbling block. Anyway, it's all naval rebelliousness, it doesn't hurt to die more. What do you mean, notify Stutz and let those. The dark forces come to a gorgeous curtain call at last. Chapter 596, The Navy Clock in General from 9 to 5, please order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Navy Headquarters, Malin Fodwo. Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. Bang bang, come in. Marshal Sengoku said in a deep voice. Yes, the green-haired Brigadier General Brandy pushed in at the door. Marshal of the Warring States period, Washang has already begun to act. While talking, Brandu handed the detailed report in his hand to the Marshal Sengoku. Warring States took over the report and frowned, after a long silence. Marshal Sengo's frowning brow gradually eased. These old guys, when they were in the Navy, they all said they would retire if they couldn't move their soldiers. As a result, now they are more prestigious than the others. Warring States curled his lips and cursed in a low voice. Brandy grinned, afraid to speak. That's good, Zephyr is very different from when he was in the Navy. As a friend, the old man is also happy for him. The Warring States spoke to himself. You Zephyr is the commander-in-chief of this battle, and I can rest assured that the Shihai and Beihai have been in chaos for many years, and this time they can finally be rectified. Speaking of this, the old face of the Warring States period that had been gloomy for many days finally cleared up, and his complexion improved a lot. 22 years ago, the words of the Pirate King Roger before his death opened the most chaotic era of the pirate in history. It's not just a great route. The 4 large sea areas in the southeast, northwest and northwest are also chaotic. Even the Navy can't completely rectify the chaos. Only focus on the great route. Over time, it has further increased the arrogance of lawless elements from all over the world. At this point, the Warring States period is also very clear. But there is no good way. Advertisement just like Luo Lin and Washang Fortress, thoroughly sweeping the 4 large sea areas with the military power possessed by the Navy, concentrating the forces in one place will naturally sweep the large sea areas easily. But in the process, the Navy headquarters, other naval bases in the world, the Navy is no better than Luolin's Washang Fortress. Their Navy has branch bases all over the world. Those are the lifeblood of the Navy. If it is a brainstorm against the sea and dark forces, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The result will inevitably lead to terrible consequences, which will trigger a collective backlash between the pirates and the underground dark forces. Rabbits will bite people when they are anxious, not to mention those The pirates who kill people without blinking and the dark forces who can eat people without spitting out bones. At that time, except for the Navy headquarters, other branch bases and major civilian islands may be broken by pirates and underground dark forces for unknown reasons. Cause a world-class turmoil and chaos. Rather than causing such terrible consequences, it is naturally best to maintain the balance and relative stability of the sea in this way. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, BSP, in contrast. The Washung and Wa organization founded by Luo Lin is equivalent to a new force in the sea, solitary and unscrupulous. Wazong's suppression of pirates and underground dark forces is equivalent to black eating black. Even if the pirates and the dark forces want revenge, they must first weigh whether the weight of the hero's name is something they can bear. The results achieved in the two battles in the East Daxia Sea and the South Daxia Sea are enough to explain everything. Now, the only problem is brand new. The order is passed on, so that the major branch bases in the two northwestern seas will enter the first-level defense posture to prevent the pirates from jumping over the wall. In addition, if necessary, they can provide anything to the Washung army. Convenient. Marshal Sengoku said in a deep voice. Yes, green-haired Brigadier General Brandy stood up and saluted suddenly, and turned to go out with excitement. It was shortly after the departure of green-haired Brigadier General Brandy. A bright golden light suddenly flashed in the sky. Eventually, they gathered together in the marshal's office. Perusalino, what are you doing again? The Marshal Sengoku raised his eyebrows. Advertisement, Mr. Waring states, of course I have something to ask for instructions. The General Huang Yuan pouted naturally. That's really strange. In the past, when the Navy had something to do with you, you couldn't even see the figure, but today, I took the initiative to send it to the door. The Waring states period glanced at the yellow ape obliquely. It's too much, Mr. Waring states, from 9 to 5,555, I'm all on standby at my post. Obviously you only found it after I got off work. General Huang Yuan pouted with a look of seeing General Huang Yuan's grieved expression like a little girl. The eyelids of the Marshal Sengguo couldn't help but jump wildly. Okay, it's okay, something is up, say something. Sengoku said impatiently. Well then, Mr. Waring states, I asked to participate in the war in the Northwest Sea. General Huang Yuan said with a serious face. The Marshal Zheng Guo raised his brows slightly again, not without surprise. In order to prevent individual fish from slipping through the net to make trouble everywhere, here is still the world's fastest I will take the seat, always rushing to help the surrounding area, to ensure the minimum loss. General Huang Yuan said righteously. The warring states could not help but be stunned. After a while, the warring states period, who understood the real purpose of the General Huang Yuan, glanced at him again. Go ahead, go if you want, but remember, there is no extra bonus for this mission. Warring states road. It's really small. General Huang Yuan is ready to complain. Before he finished speaking, he was stared back by the warring states. Then I'll set off, goodbye, Mr. Warring States. General Huang Yuan laughed and the speed of light slid. Chapter 597? The relationship between the Whitebeard pirates and the Kingdom of Japan, seeking full details. This content is first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, A New World is surging. The sea is rough. The sky is changing. This is the treacherous weather of the New World. Created countless miraculous views. For example, this special island that is more than 100 meters above the sea. This is a closed country, a country of peace. It is like the eye of a typhoon at the center of a typhoon. Regardless of how bad the weather is in the sea outside. The central Wano country is always sunny and the sky is just right. Wano country Oni Island. The 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido died, and the main force of the 100 beasts and pirates group was trapped now. This dragon's nest is already occupied by another dragon. Thief ha 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 ha, delicious and delicious. Kaido's B****************** D's family is really rich, it's really pleasant. The drunk black-bearded Marshal Titch smiled triumphantly. Waya is a group of 400 beasts and pirates, but it's just a group of soft-footed shrimps. When the form of Captain Titch's dragon is scared, all the legs are weak. Fighting champion Kaishas Bashes also laughed. Thief ha ha ha, don't say that, Bashes, if it weren't for the 3 plagues, all 6 had gone out, we would still have a little trouble taking over Kaido's site in full. This is just right, even if the gang of Jin bastards come back, they are already powerless to return to heaven. Blackbeard grinned. Captain Titch is right. The fighting champion nodded in agreement. At this moment, a large humanoid white dove flew into the hall. Oh, Lafayette, you are back. Titch greeted with a big laugh. It's Titch. Captain. Advertisement: the original beasts, artificial birds, fruits, white doves, and capable people landed on the ground tremblingly. Don't be so restrained, Lafayette, you are special. Blackbeard grinned. Once in Magnetic Drum Island, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, the Devil Sheriff Lafayette blocked the knife for Blackbeard, and was killed by Luo Lin's crushing force. Even if it is the Black who can kill his partner with his own hands, he can't remain indifferent. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Until I came to the country of Wano, I saw the artificial ability of the White Dove, which was used as a substitute for Lafayette. Directly break it from a low-end scout into 5 and become one of the core members. It's just that, the White Pigeon is not too happy. Lafayette, is there any news outside? Otago Van Oka asked. Yes. The army from Washung Fortress has finally been dispatched. The white dove tremblingly handed the newspaper in his hand. After a moment of silence. Thief ha 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 ha. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than in the laughter, Blackbeard tore the newspaper in his hand to pieces. Why did things like the war in the Northwest Sea have to do with me? If you want to fight, let them fight. The more violent the fight, the better. Blackbeard laughed. Captain Titch, this kind of thing is not completely unrelated to us. As the world's largest exporter of weapons, those of the underground dark forces. The arms dealers are actually our vassals, but in Kaido after the downfall, it seems that they can't be contacted anymore. Odago Van Oka frowned. The underground dark forces will be disconnected if they are disconnected. As long as we have the source of the weapon, we don't have to worry about no collaborators. Now the big pirates from all over the New World are vying to come to us for an alliance. Blackbeard grinned. By the way, what I care most about right now is the white beard, the old man. What's happening lately? New World, Sphinx. Decades ago, this place was still an island of chaos, poverty, and backwardness, struggling with life and death every day. Until later. Advertisement: a big man appeared on this poor and backward island. His name is Edward Newgate, 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The huge whale ship Moby Dick moored quietly on the coast. On the open grassland far from the village, the 16th Division of the 4 Emperors and Whitebeard pirates was stationed separately. Next to the big tent in the middle of the camp, headed by Whitebeard, 5 captains including Marco, Ace, Joes and others gathered around the meeting. The news is almost certain. The B********* D Titch has indeed hid in the country of Wano. Dove occupied the magpie's nest and seized Kaido's territory. The 10th Division Captain Culier said in a deep voice. A-hole Titch, do you think there is nothing we can do if we hide in Wano country? Definitely catch that a-hole and smash the body to comfort Sachi's soul. The 8th Division Captain, Murloc Namur, said harshly. Father, if you are in Kazukuni, let me go to the outpost. Ace got up and asked for orders. A pair of young eyes were full of vigor. It's not just his revenge battle against Blackbeard. It is also his fulfillment of the promise he once made. In the past, before joining the Whitebeard pirates, he had taken his spades to Wano country. Intersected with the people there. He even promised to a certain little girl that when he went to Wano country again, he would make sure that all the people in that country could eat their food. Now is the time to deliver this promise. Wait, Ace, we know that you have been to the country of Wa, and there are deceased people there, but we also have a deep relationship between the Whitebeard pirates and the country of Wa. Marco pulled Ace.